your Excel workbook contains document properties with additional information about your document. These properties include the document author, modification dates, and a host of other categories. Now, in order to access, view, and modify your document properties, you'll need to go to the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File tab, if I go down to the Info tab, you'll notice if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find a section labeled Properties. From Properties, you'll be able to add and modify specific information such as title, tags, and categories. At the top, you'll find the exact size of your document. Now, if I'd like to add a title to my document, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and you'll see a field appear. From this field, you can select with your mouse, and you can type in a title for your document. Now, once you've done this, you can add optional tags, as well as a category by selecting the field and inserting that information. After you've done this, you'll find additional information just below regarding the date your document was last modified, as well as when it was created. More importantly, below, you'll find Related People. You'll find the original author of the document, which you can hover over with your mouse. And if you'd like to edit or remove the specific user, you can right-click with your mouse, and you'll see the option from the menu to edit the property or remove the author altogether. Now, if you'd like to add additional authors, you can do that as well by going just below and choosing Add Author. From the menu, you can start typing in the name of the author that you would like to add. Once you've added your author, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and that author will be added. You can add additional authors if you wish, or if you'd like to go further with your document properties, you can access the Advanced Properties menu. To do this, you can go up to the top and choose the drop-down menu next to Properties and select Advanced Properties. From this window, I'm going to hold down with my mouse and move it so that way I can see the information more clearly. Within the Summary tab, you'll be able to modify information such as the title again, as well as add an additional subject, and even modify the authors. If you'd like to add additional criteria such as a manager or even a company, by selecting the field, you can enter that information. After you've done this, you can also add information below, including keywords, comments, and even a hyperlink base. From the Advanced Properties menu, you'll also notice that you have 4 other tabs above. Within the General tab, you'll be able to find information regarding the file type, location, and size. You'll also see the created, modified, and access dates below. If you go towards the right-hand side, within the Statistics tab, you'll be able to again locate the created, modified, and accessed information. You'll also see who has last saved this document. If you'd like to view the contents contained within the workbook, you can select the Contents tab. Lastly, if you'd like to create custom properties, you can select the Custom menu and choose and add your specific properties. Once you're done modifying and updating your advanced properties, you can select OK at the bottom of the menu. And once you make changes to the advanced properties, you'll be able to see those changes reflected in the categories located on the right-hand side. To return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and update your document properties within Excel. Excel comes with a large library of spreadsheet templates. These are predefined, pre-formatted workbooks that can be used to get started on a project quickly. Rather than creating everything from scratch, you can download a template and insert your data. In order to start using Excel templates, you're first going to need to open the application. I'm going to double select the Excel application icon that I have on my desktop. Once you open up Excel, you'll be brought to the Excel homepage. From the homepage, you'll notice below that you have certain templates that you can use suggested by Excel. From here, you can scroll down and browse through the different templates that are suggested on the homepage. In order to start using a template, all you need to do is select it, and a window will appear. From this window, you'll get a preview, and on the right-hand side, you'll have a short description. You'll also notice in the top right-hand corner that you can choose to pin the specific template to your homepage, so that way you can easily access it whenever you open Excel. Now, to create a workbook from the specific template, you can select Create at the bottom. If you don't want to use this particular template, you can always select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, you'll also notice at the top of the interface that you have suggested categories for specific templates. For example, if you're looking for a template relating to business, you can select the Business tab. From this menu, you'll be able to browse through all the different business templates offered by Excel. You'll also notice that certain categories may appear on the right-hand side. These categories will group all the templates relating to Microsoft Office. If I select business cards, I can see that there aren't any templates regarding business cards within Excel, but I'll have access to templates for Publisher, Word, and Project. Now to return to my Excel templates, I'll need to select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Now once I'm brought back to the main menu, if I'm looking for a particular template, I can always use the search bar at the top left-hand corner of the interface. Once I select the search field, I can type in the name of a template or a subject relating to a template that I'd like to create. Once I type in my search term, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and below I'll find related templates regarding business plan. In order to start creating my workbook from the template, I can select it, and I can choose Create at the bottom of the menu. Now once you open up a template, you'll see that you have the default name of the template at the top, as well as any sheets that may be added to that template as well. In order to start using your template, you can select a cell and start modifying the data. I'm going to place my company name in the top left-hand corner. So first I'm going to select the text, then enter my custom text. After you're done updating your template, you can always save it by selecting the save icon found in the top left-hand corner. From here, I'll be rediverted to the Save menu where I can choose a location on my computer and save that particular document. Now to return to my document, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Now if I'd like to create another workbook based on a template, I can do it from an open existing document. To do this, you can go back up to the File menu in the top left-hand corner, and from the File menu you can go down and choose New. Once you select New, you'll be brought back to the same page that you can access from the home page on Excel. So at the top, you can choose your categories, or you can browse through suggested templates below by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side. Now once you find a template that you would like to use, you can select it and choose Create. So now you've seen different ways you can browse, search, and use templates in Excel. Worksheets are used in Excel to manage different sets of data within a workbook. A single workbook can contain multiple worksheets, all of which can be modified and managed individually. If you want to get the most out of Excel, you're going to need to know how to navigate between your worksheets and how to modify their properties, such as their position, their name, and even their color. So as I can see, I have a workbook opened up. Your workbook is indicated by the name at the top of the interface. Each workbook can contain one or multiple worksheets. You'll be able to find your worksheets by going to the bottom left-hand corner of the interface. As I can see in my workbook, I have multiple worksheets, some of which cannot be seen within the menu below. In order to view all of my worksheets, I may need to select the three dots found on the right or left-hand side of my sheet names. This will enable me to quickly skip to the end of my sheets, and if I'd like to go to the beginning of my sheet list, I can go to the left-hand side and select the three dots again. As you can see, this will skip you back and forth in your list of sheets, and if you'd like to view an individual sheet, you can select it with your mouse, and you'll see that once your sheet is highlighted, the data will show above. You'll also find on the left-hand side that you have a set of arrows which you can use to navigate through your sheets. Or, if you'd like to see the complete list of all your sheets, you can right-click over these arrows with your mouse, and you'll get a list of your sheets. From here, you can select your sheet and choose OK to open up the sheet within your workbook. If you'd like to add a new sheet, you can choose the location which you'd like to insert that sheet. Depending on the sheet you have selected, once you select the plus symbol found on the right-hand side, your new sheet will be inserted directly to the right of the sheet that you have selected. Once you add a sheet, by default, that sheet will be labeled Sheet 1. If you'd like to rename the sheet, you can double select the tab, and you'll be able to type in a new name. You can also rename your sheet by selecting the tab and right-clicking with your mouse over that tab. From the right-click menu, you'll find the option Rename. Once you rename your sheet, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and the name will be changed. If you'd like to insert a template within this sheet, you can do that as well by going down to your sheet, right-clicking over the tab, and if you go to the top of the menu, you'll find the option Insert. From the Insert menu, you'll find an array of different templates that you can select and choose OK to insert directly into your sheet. To view the full list of templates, you can also select templates on office.com. I'm going to leave this menu by selecting Cancel. Now, if you'd like your sheet tab to stand out a bit, you can also add color. To do this, you can go over your sheet name, right-click with your mouse, and from the right-click menu, you'll find the option Tab Color. On the right-hand side, you'll find the default Windows theme colors as well as standard colors. For example, if I'd like to add green as my tab color, I can go down and choose green. And once you've added a color, you will not see it once the sheet has been selected. But if you go to another sheet within your workbook, you'll be able to see that sheet color will indeed help your sheet stand out. If you have a lot of sheets within your list and you would like to only view certain sheets, you can hide those sheets you no longer want to view. To do this, you can go over your sheet tab name, right-click with your mouse, and choose the option Hide. This will enable you to hide multiple sheets and only focus on those sheets you want to concentrate on. Now, if you'd like to unhide those sheets, you can easily do that by going over any tab name, right-clicking with your mouse, and choosing Unhide. From here, you'll get the list of sheets that are currently hidden from your workbook. You can select the sheet that you would like to unhide, and then choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Besides hiding your sheets, you can also reorder and move your sheets. To do this, you can select your sheet by holding down the left button on your mouse. Once you see that you have a paper icon, you'll also see that you have a black triangle that will appear between your sheets. If I start dragging my sheet towards the right-hand side, I can see that I can quickly move my sheet to the end of the list. To move my sheet altogether, I'll need to let go with the left button on my mouse, and my sheet will be moved. Now, if you'd like to remove a sheet altogether, you can do that as well by right-clicking over that sheet, and from the right-click menu, you could choose Delete towards the top. Once your sheet has been removed, you'll no longer be able to access it from your list of worksheets within your workbook. So now you've seen how to manage multiple worksheets within your workbooks in Excel. Knowing how to save your Excel spreadsheets is essential to being able to work on your document over multiple sessions. When saving the document, you can specify the name of the file, where you'd like to store it, and the Excel version that you would like to save it in. Now, when you open up a blank workbook, if you haven't made any editing changes and you would like to leave Excel, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll automatically be able to close the application. But if you make any changes or modifications to your worksheet, for example, if I select a cell and I insert any text or numerical values, if I go back up to the top right-hand corner and select the X, I'll be prompted to save my document. From this window, if I don't want to save and just close the application, I can choose Don't Save. But if I would like to save this document and come back to it later, I'm going to need to select Save. Once you select Save, your File Explorer will open up. From here, you'll need to choose the location on your computer where you'd like to save your file. If I'd like to save it on my desktop, I can select that option. Next, you'll need to distinguish your file name. To do this, you can select the field below and type in a new name for your file. After you've done this, you can also choose to change your file type. By default, it's going to save as an Excel workbook. If you'd like to change this to an older version of Excel to share with another user, or if you'd like to select in PDF format, you can select the drop-down menu, and you'll have an array of different formats to choose from. I'm going to leave it selected as Excel Workbook, so I'm going to select outside of this menu. Now, once you've chosen your location, you can choose Save at the bottom of the menu. If you'd rather cancel, you can choose Cancel as well. Now, if you cancel, you'll be prompted to save or not save your document. I'm going to select Cancel from this menu. Another way you can save your document, especially if you're saving it for the first time, is to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the Save icon. This icon is found in your Quick Access toolbar. You can also select the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter S. And once you select the Save icon, you'll be redirected to the Save As menu, since this is the first time you'll be saving your document. You can also access this menu via your File menu. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and select the back arrow, if I go up to the top left-hand side and choose File just next to the Home tab, from your File menu, if you're saving this document for the first time and you select the option Save just below, You'll also be redirected to the Save As menu. This is because this is the first time this document has been saved. Now, in order to save this document for the first time, I can choose a location. At the top, you'll be brought to your recently saved locations. You'll also find any shared locations if you've connected with your Windows account. Now, if I'd like to save it to my computer, I'll need to go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Browse. And again, my File Explorer will open up. From here, I'm going to choose my desktop on the left-hand side. Again, I'm going to need to name my file. And I can choose my file type and select Save in the bottom right-hand corner to save this workbook. Once you save your workbook name will change according to the file you saved it as. If I go to the left-hand side and I move over the Excel application, I can see indeed that my file has been saved to my desktop. Now, if I make any changes to this document, I can quickly save it by selecting the Save icon in the top left-hand corner. And as you can see, I will not be redirected to the Save As menu since I've already saved this document to my computer. If I'd like to change the save location, I'll need to return to the Save As menu. To do this, I can go down, choose the File menu, and select Save As. Now, I can already see that I've saved my file to my desktop, but if I'd like to save this file to a shared location as well, I can do that by selecting one of my locations above. For example, I have my OneDrive account attached. I can select this option, and I could choose to save it in one of my shared folders. If I'd like to change and save it on another location on my computer, I can do that as well by selecting Browse, and I could choose another location on my computer. If I'd like to replace the file that's already existing on my desktop, I can rename the file, or I can keep it as is and choose Save. And as I can see, it says this file already exists. If I'd like to replace the current file that exists on my desktop, I can choose Yes, and my file will be replaced. So now you've seen different ways on how to save your workbook with Excel. A PDF can be opened and viewed by the majority of operating systems and devices, making it a great format for sharing your workbooks and worksheets. Before sharing your document, it's a good idea to adjust your spreadsheet's page layout. Once this is done, Excel can quickly convert your document to PDF. Now, from my workbook below, if I'd like to quickly export this sheet as a PDF, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Export. From the Export menu, I'm going to be sure that Create PDF has been selected, and on the right-hand side, I can choose the icon Create PDF. Now, once you select this option, your File Explorer will open up, and you can choose a location on your computer where you'd like to save your PDF. On the left-hand side, I'm going to choose my desktop, and just below you'll find that your file name by default is your workbook name. If you'd like to change this, you can select the field and enter new text. You'll also see just below that you have the type. If you don't see PDF, you'll need to select the drop-down menu and choose PDF. Now just below, you'll also see that you have the option for files to open after publishing. If you don't want the file to automatically open, you can uncheck this box. You'll also see on the right-hand side that you can optimize your PDF for online publishing or for standard publishing. I'm going to leave it set as standard and then choose Publish in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my PDF reader has opened up, and since I've exported my file without adjusting the page layout, my table has been split. If I scroll through, I can see, indeed, my PDF has been split up onto 6 different pages. Now, if I only want my table to appear on one page, I'm going to need to adjust my page layout. To do this, I'm first going to leave the preview by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. And from my Excel document itself, I'm going to first select my table by holding down the left button of my mouse and selecting my cell range. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and select the Page Layout tab. From the tab below, I'm going to choose the option Print Area and choose Set Print Area. Now once you've selected the area, you'll need to choose the page break. To do this, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll notice within your page view modes that you have the option Page Break Preview. Now from here, I'll be able to see how many pages I have in my document based on my table selected. I can see that I have 2 pages, and I want this all to print out on one page. To do this, I'll need to select the Page Break dotted line by holding down the left button of my mouse and dragging it out to the edge of my table, and then letting go. So now I can see I only have one page for my table selected, and in order to export it as a PDF, I'll need to go back up to the top left-hand corner, choose the File menu, and I'm going to go back down the left-hand side and choose Export. From here, I could choose Create PDF, and I can again choose Create PDF on the right-hand side. From my menu, I'm going to again choose my desktop, and since I already have a file with the same name, I'm going to select the file name, and I'm going to put in number 2, indicating this is the second version I'll be exporting. Now to publish this PDF, I'm going to choose Publish in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see with my preview that I now only have one page and my table fits on the single page. This will make sharing my document a lot easier across multiple platforms. To leave the preview, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner, and to return to my normal view, I can go back down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose the normal view mode. So now you've seen how to export your worksheet as a PDF, as well as optimize the layout for your PDF with Excel. If your device crashes while you're working on a spreadsheet, there's always the possibility that any recent unsaved changes will be lost. However, Excel automatically saves documents that you're working on, which you can browse through in case your lost document has been automatically saved. Now, if you're working on a spreadsheet and your Excel application unexpectedly closes, there's a chance that your document may be lost. However, I can see on the left-hand side of the Excel Home menu when my Excel application had closed unexpectedly that Excel had recovered my file. In order to view those recovered files, I can select Show Recovered Files. Now, once I select this option, I'll be brought to the Document Recovery menu on the left-hand side. You may also see this menu directly if you open up your Excel document. If I would like to recover this document, I can select it from the menu, and if I go towards the right-hand side, I can select the drop-down menu. From here, I can choose to open, or I can choose to save the updated version directly. If I want to view it, I'm going to select it, and I'll be brought to those changes that had been made. I can go through my worksheets and I can verify which worksheet had been changed, and I'll be able to see the data. Now, in order to replace this version, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, select the drop-down menu, and choose Save. Once I select this option, it's going to make a new copy of this document, and I'll be able to replace my old copy. As I can see, it's brought me to my file where my copy already exists, and I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose Save. And I can confirm to replace my old file by selecting Yes. Now, if you close the Excel application without saving a document, it can also be recovered. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, from the File menu, I'm going to go down and be sure that I'm selected on Info. On the right-hand side of your Info page, you'll notice if you go towards the bottom, you'll find the option Manage Workbooks. Once you select this option, you can choose to recover unsaved workbooks. Once I select this option, I can see that I've closed a workbook recently that I did not save. In order to recover it, I can select it and then choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. I can see that I haven't made any changes to this workbook. If I would like to save it, I can go up to the top of the interface and choose the Save As option, and my File Explorer will open up where I can choose a location, change the file name, and then save by selecting Save in the bottom right-hand corner. But since I haven't made any changes to the spreadsheet, I don't want to save it. So if I go back and select Cancel, and I leave the page by going up to the top right-hand corner. Now, to remove those auto-save documents, you'll need to return to the File menu, and from the Info menu below, you can go down and choose Manage Workbooks. And again, if you select Recover Unsaved Workbooks, you'll have the same menu as before. To remove this workbook, I can select it, right-click with my mouse, and choose Delete from the bottom of the menu. Now I'll no longer have those saved workbooks that I don't necessarily need to recover. Now, if you'd like to adjust your autosave settings, you can do that as well. So if I leave my File Explorer, to manage my autosave settings, I'll need to return to the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Options. From your Options menu, you'll need to go to the left-hand side and choose Save. From Save, you'll find your Save options on the right-hand side. You'll see your default save settings, as well as your auto recovery just below. Now, by default, it's set to every 10 minutes. If I'd like to reduce this, I can select the down arrow, or I can type in manually the exact number of minutes. Now, if you reduce the amount of time between recovery saves, this could slow down your Excel application. So be sure to leave it not too quick but not too long as well, so that way you can auto-recover your changes. You can also choose to keep the option selected for Keep Last Auto-Recovered Version if I close without saving. You'll also find your default save location, so if you'd like to recover those documents, you'll be able to find them within this location. Now, once you're done configuring your autosave settings, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So now you've seen how to recover unsaved files as well as manage your autosave settings within Excel. If you have additional information to insert into your spreadsheet, such as the document's author, the date it was printed, or its total number of pages, you may find the header and footer tools useful. In order to insert a header and footer to my spreadsheet below, I'm first going to need to go up to the Insert tab found within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find an icon, Text. Within the drop-down menu, I'll find the option Header and Footer. Now, once I select this option, I can see at the top of my page that I have 3 separate cells indicated for my header. If I would like to insert specific criteria for my header, you'll find that a new tab has opened up within your tool ribbon. When you insert a header and footer, you'll find within your Design tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, that you can insert specific header and footer elements. For example, if I'd like to add the sheet name as the header, I can go towards the right-hand side and select this option. I can also insert custom information such as an author by selecting one of the top left or right-hand header cells and entering that information by typing it in manually. Now, if I'd like to add information to my footer, I'll need to go up to the tool ribbon and select the option Go to Footer. From the footer, you'll also find that you have 3 separate cells where you can insert information. If I'd like to include a page number, I can select the corresponding cell, and I can go up to the top left-hand side, and within the header and footer elements, I'll be able to find page numbers on the left-hand side. You can also insert additional information such as the current date and time, as well as your file name or even your file path. Be aware when you insert certain information such as the file path, this may cover up certain cells within your header or footer. If this information is by itself, this is not an issue. Now, once you're done including your header and footer, you can select outside to view those changes. Now, if you have multiple pages that you'll be printing out, you'll be able to see your page number will adjust accordingly. As I can see, I'm in the page layout mode, and I'll be able to see my header and footer easily. If you'd like to hide your header and footer while you're in this mode, you can go up to the top of your document, and you'll find if you hover over the top, you'll find that you have 2 arrows going up and down. If you select with the left button on your mouse, this will quickly hide your header and footer, and if you select again, you'll be able to view your header and footer. This will work in page layout mode. This will enable you to get a global look of what your header and footer will look like. If you'd like to modify your header and footer, if you're in page layout mode, you'll be able to quickly expand, view your headers, and select the cells that you would like to modify by selecting them from the list. Once you select this option, your Design tab will open up, and you'll be able to add, or if you'd like to remove your header and footer altogether, you can select the cell, choose Delete, and you can remove that information. Once you remove your footer information or header information, it will no longer be included in your document. For example, if I'd like to remove my footer information, I'll need to scroll down my page, and I can select my footer, choose Delete, and if I select outside, I'll no longer see my header or footer. I can always go back and reinsert it by accessing the Insert menu. You can also insert a header and footer by expanding the option within your page layout view, and this will automatically open up the header and footer option. Again, I can select the field, and I'll be able to access that Design tab, and I'll be able to insert my information such as a page number, current date or time, or even custom information. I'm going to insert the option Current Time, and if I select outside, I'll be able to see those changes. Now, once I'm done modifying my header and footer, I can return to normal view at any time by selecting the normal mode in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to insert and manage your header and footer within Excel. Before printing your spreadsheet, it's a good idea to check how it's arranged on your page. Excel features a special view mode, Page Break Preview, which is very useful for visualizing the exact layout of your worksheet. There are also a number of useful tools which you can use to adjust your worksheet's margins and print area. Now, before printing my worksheet, if I'd like to visualize how it would look as a printout, I can easily use the Page Break Preview. To access this display mode, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and I can choose the icon towards the right-hand side. Once you activate Page Break Preview, you'll be able to see a breakdown of what your printout will look like as is. I can see that my table will be split off and part of my table will be printed out on page 2. I can also see that my chart will not be printed out equally. Now, if I only want to print out a section of my worksheet, for example, I only want to select the text from my table, I can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to return to the normal display mode by selecting Normal on the left-hand side. Now, in order to only print out my table, I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse and select my table from my worksheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to the Page Layout tab found within my tool ribbon. From your page layout, you'll find below that you have an option Print Area. Once you select the option Set Print Area, this will define the selection of text as your print area. So if I go back down to Page Break Preview, I'll be able to see that my element will print on one page. Now I can also see that it will still be split off on the right-hand side. Now in order to avoid this, I'm going to need to hold down when I see the horizontal arrows and then drag out this line towards the right-hand side, so that way I can print all of the information found on my table. Another way you can view the preview is by going to the Print Preview. To do this, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Print. Now on the right-hand side, I'll be able to visualize my Print Preview and I'll be able to decipher which information will be printed out. Now, if you have a lot of information, you may need to change the page orientation. You can do this easily by going to the left-hand side and under Print Settings, you can choose Orientation, and you'll have the opportunity to change from Portrait to Landscape. You can also choose to reduce or increase margins accordingly. To fit more information, you'll need to reduce your margins by going down and choosing the Custom Margins menu. Now from here, you can decipher your own custom margins, or you can choose one of the preset Microsoft margin settings. I'm going to choose Narrow to fit more information. Now, in order to fit all the information for a spreadsheet, you can always adjust the scaling as well. To do this, you'll need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner and you'll see your scaling settings. From this menu, you can choose No Scaling, which means your document will appear as is in the worksheet at 100%. Whereas if you'd like to fit all of your information, you may need to choose Fit Sheet to one page. This will condense all of your information, especially on a worksheet, to fit on one page. You'll also be able to verify on the right-hand side how many pages are attached to your document, and once you're happy with the page layout for your selected text, you'll be able to print your document directly. Now to return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner, and to return to my normal view, I can go down to the bottom right-hand side and choose the normal display mode. So now you've seen how to select and adjust your print area within Excel. Before printing your document in Excel, you should check to make sure it's properly laid out. You can choose the paper format, the margin size and orientation, and even which additional formatting elements are printed as well. Now, if I were to go print this worksheet out directly by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File menu, and then going down the left-hand side and selecting Print, I'll be able to see my print preview on the right-hand side. For this worksheet, I can see that my print preview is separating my columns. For example, if I go down to the bottom left-hand corner, in fact, it will be printing out on a total of 4 pages. If I navigate through the print preview, I can see that comparing and contrasting the information within my sheet could be difficult if I have so many pages. Now, in order to print out this document correctly, I'll need to adjust the page layout. To do this, I can go back up to the top left-hand corner and return to my worksheet by selecting the back arrow. Once I'm back on my worksheet, I'm going to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Page Layout tab. Now, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have a section Page Setup. From here, you can adjust certain page layout options to optimize your printout. For example, if you have a lot of information, it could be a good idea to reduce your margins. So if I select the drop-down menu, you'll see that you have preset Microsoft margins as well as your option to create custom margins. Be careful, printers normally don't go below the narrow set margins. It will not be able to adapt to those measurements, and you may cut off certain information from your spreadsheet. I'm going to choose narrow so that way I can fit more information on a single page. Now you'll also have to take a look at your information within your spreadsheet. If you have a lot of information going from top to bottom, you can use portrait orientation. But if you notice that a lot of your information is going from left to right, it could be a good idea to change to landscape orientation. To do this, I'm going to return to the Page Layout tab and choose Orientation, and select Landscape just below. Now, if you're going to print out on a different size paper, be sure to choose your paper size. From here, you can choose from one of the standard paper sizes, or if you need to go for more paper sizes, you can select the option at the bottom of the menu. Now, another feature that can help you print out all of your information onto a single page is your scaling. In order to scale your document, you can select Print Titles on the right-hand side of the Page Setup menu. Now, from this window, I'm going to select it and move it over so that way I can better view the information within. From this window, you'll be able to modify the header and footer, as well as margins again, especially if you want to create those custom margins. And on the left-hand side, you'll find a tab labeled Page. From your Page tab, again, you can modify the orientation at the top, and just below you'll find your scaling settings. Now by default it's set to 100%. You can reduce this to fit more information on your page. You can also select the option Fits To. Once you select this option, you can choose how many pages you'd like to fit your worksheet within. I'm going to leave it set as 1, but you can always select it and enter 2, or use the arrows on the right-hand side to adjust the number of pages that you would like to print out your information on. Once you've modified your page setup, you can access your print preview directly by going to the bottom right-hand corner and choosing Print Preview. And now from the Print Preview menu, I'll be able to see all of my information fits on one single page, verified by the bottom left-hand corner, where I can see I only have one page. Now once I've set up my page, I can easily go up to the top left-hand corner and select Print, and to return to my worksheet altogether, I can select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. It's nice seeing how to set up your page layout to print out your worksheet within Excel. When it comes to printing your document, Excel gives you control over a large number of settings and variables. You can, for example, specify how many copies you want to print out, which pages you print, as well as your orientation of your document, and even the paper format used by your printer. Now from the workbook that I have opened up, I notice below that I have 2 sheets. If I'd like to print my entire workbook, I can also select this option within my print settings. To access my print menu, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Print. Now, from your Print menu, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have your Print Preview. If you go down to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll be able to navigate the number of pages you may have in your Print Preview. In order to increase the number of copies you'd like to print out, you'll find this option in the top right-hand corner. To increase, you can select the arrow going up, or you can manually type in by choosing Delete and type in the number of copies that you would like to print out. Now, if you have multiple printers attached to your computer, you can select the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding printer that you would like to use. After you've selected your printer, you'll find your print settings just below. Now, as I said before, I would like to print out my entire workbook, and on the right-hand side, I can see that I only have my active sheet selected. To change this, I can select the drop-down menu just below Settings, and you'll see your option to print entire workbook in the center. You'll also see the option at the bottom to print a selection of your worksheet. So if you'd like to do this, you'll need to return to your worksheet, and you can select a specific cell range, and come back to the Print menu and choose Print Selection. This could be great if you want to highlight specific information and not necessarily print out the entire spreadsheet. I'm going to choose to print out my entire workbook, and once I select this option, I can see below in my preview that I can now navigate the 2 pages of my printout, which happens to be both of my worksheets. Now, on the left-hand side, I can also choose to print double-sided by selecting the drop-down menu and choose to print on both sides, and even both sides with the flip option. I'm going to leave it selected as one-sided. Now, I can also choose collated or uncollated by selecting the drop-down menu. Uncollated could be useful if you're having a meeting and you want to hand out one sheet at a time. I'm going to leave it as collated so that way the pages are in numerical order 1, 2, 3. Again, if you see your information is not laid out properly, you can also change the page orientation by choosing the drop-down menu and choosing between portrait or landscape. This will correspond with the information that you would like to print out. Now if I scroll down even further, I can modify the page size by selecting the drop-down menu. So if you'd like to print out on a specific paper size, you can choose a corresponding paper size above. This is important if you're going to print on an envelope, for example. Now, you can also adjust your margins if you find that your information is not fitting in your print preview by choosing your margins. You could choose between narrow, wide, or normal, or even create your own custom margins by selecting this option at the bottom of the menu. Lastly, if you find that your information is not displaying correctly, you can also adjust the scaling. Once you select this option, you can choose to fit all of your information on one page. This will enable you to visualize the data within larger spreadsheets, especially if you change the orientation and the scaling at the same time. Lastly, if you'd like to access more advanced page setup options, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select the Page Setup link. From this menu, you'll see at the top that you'll have 4 different tabs. From the Page tab, you can modify the orientation as well as the scaling by manually entering your specific scaling preference. You'll also be able to create your custom margins by choosing the Margins tab. You can adjust the margins at the top, bottom, left, and right-hand sides of your paper. Another interesting feature is your ability to add headers and footers, as well as manage your sheet altogether. For example, if you want to print out in black and white, you can select that option, and this will help save color ink within your printer. Now, once you're done configuring your page setup, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be able to view those changes. Now, once you're done configuring your setup, you can print your document by going up to the top left-hand side and choosing the print icon. Now, once you've printed your document, if you'd like to quickly access the print menu at any time, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter P on your keyboard, and you'll be brought directly to the print menu. To return to my document, I can always select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to adjust your print settings and print out your Excel workbook. Excel can check for any compatibility issues that might be present in your workbook. This can help you make sure that your document will be accessible in older versions of Excel. Now, if you're planning on sharing this document with users that are using a different version of Excel, you can check for compatibility issues. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File tab. From the menu below, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on the Info tab on the left-hand side. Now, from the menu on the right-hand side, you'll find just below that you have a section labeled Inspect Workbook. From here, you can select the icon on the left-hand side, Check for Issues. Now, from the menu below, I'm going to go down to the bottom and select Check Compatibility. From your compatibility checker, you'll be able to distinguish in the top left-hand corner the type of Excel documents you'd like to check compatibility issues for in the future. So if you select the drop-down menu, you could choose which versions that you would like to check, and if you don't want to check a specific version, you can uncheck the check mark on the left-hand side. Below, you'll be able to see a summary of compatibility issues flagged from your workbook. From here, you'll be able to find any effects, as well as the location of those effects applied. On the right-hand side, you'll be able to see which versions are not compatible with your specific formatting that you've added to your document. For example, I may have issues with Excel 97 through 2003. If I scroll down on the right-hand side, I'll be able to see from significant loss of functionality. If I go down towards the bottom, I'll be able to find minor loss of fidelity. Now from here, I can choose to ignore specific issues, and I won't have to worry about the compatibility if I'm going to share with another user with a different version of Excel. When you're closing and saving your documents, you can choose to automatically check for compatibility by selecting the checkbox in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to save a copy of this report to a new worksheet to save the information for reference within my document, I can choose Copy to New Sheet. I can also save it in a compatible format with my existing workbook by choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to share this document with a user who has a different version of Excel, I can choose to change my save format by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select the option Save As. From the Save As menu, I'm going to choose a save location on my computer by selecting Browse. And from the Browse menu, I'm going to choose my desktop on the left-hand side. Now, once I've chosen my location, I could choose to rename my file, especially if I'm saving it in the same location as the original file. Now, once I've done this, below you'll see the option Save As Type. Now, by default, it's set to an Excel workbook, which is compatible with most modern versions of Excel. But if I select the drop-down menu, I'll be able to distinguish the exact format that I'd like to save my document in. If I'm planning to share this file with a user who is using Excel 97, I can go up the list and check that specific Excel format. Now, once I've selected the format, I can choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now again, when I select Save or Close for a specific document, my compatibility checker will automatically open up, and I can choose Continue in the bottom right-hand corner to continue working on my current worksheet. Now, once I save my file in the second format, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and I'm going to slide over my current workbook, and I'll be able to see on my desktop the format of the second file that I've saved. You'll also be able to identify the different format types of the Excel version you've saved according to the Excel icon. I can see this is an older version of Excel because the Excel logo is also saved in the older version. I'll be able to see the new 2019 version in the top example. Now, you can also check for your document's properties by right-clicking over the thumbnail icon on your desktop, and from the menu I'm going to go down and select Properties. From here, I'll be able to re-verify the version type just below the file name, and I'll also be able to identify with the file name .xls at the end of the file. Once I'm done verifying the properties of the specific file, I can choose OK in the bottom of the menu. So now you've seen how to check for compatibility as well as save your file in a different format to avoid compatibility issues in Excel. Your Excel workbook contains document properties with additional information about your document. These properties include the document author, modification dates, and a host of other categories. Now, in order to access, view, and modify your document properties, you'll need to go to the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File tab, if I go down to the Info tab, you'll notice if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find a section labeled Properties. From Properties, you'll be able to add and modify specific information such as title, tags, and categories. At the top, you'll find the exact size of your document. Now, if I'd like to add a title to my document, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and you'll see a field appear. From this field, you can select with your mouse, and you can type in a title for your document. Now, once you've done this, you can add optional tags, as well as a category by selecting the field and inserting that information. After you've done this, you'll find additional information just below regarding the date your document was last modified, as well as when it was created. More importantly, below, you'll find related people. You'll find the original author of the document, which you can hover over with your mouse. And if you'd like to edit or remove the specific user, you can right-click with your mouse, and you'll see the option from the menu to edit the property or remove the author altogether. Now, if you'd like to add additional authors, you can do that as well by going just below and choosing Add Author. From the menu, you can start typing in the name of the author that you would like to add. Once you've added your author, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and that author will be added. You can add additional authors if you wish, or if you'd like to go further with your document properties, you can access the Advanced Properties menu. To do this, you can go up to the top and choose the drop-down menu next to Properties and select Advanced Properties. From this window, I'm going to hold down my mouse and move it so that way I can see the information more clearly. Within the Summary tab, you'll be able to modify information such as the title again, as well as add an additional subject, and even modify the authors. If you'd like to add additional criteria such as a manager or even a company by selecting the field, you can enter that information. After you've done this, you can also add information below, including keywords, comments, and even a hyperlink base. From the Advanced Properties menu, you'll also notice that you have 4 other tabs above. Within the General tab, you'll be able to find information regarding the file type, location, and size. You'll also see the created, modified, and accessed dates below. If you go towards the right-hand side, within the Statistics tab, you'll be able to again locate the created, modified, and accessed information. You'll also see who has last saved this document. If you'd like to view the contents contained within the workbook, you can select the Contents tab. Lastly, if you'd like to create custom properties, you can select the Custom menu and choose and add your specific properties. Once you're done modifying and updating your advanced properties, you can select OK at the bottom of the menu. And once you make changes to the advanced properties, you'll be able to see those changes reflected in the categories located on the right-hand side. To return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and update your document properties within Excel. Before sharing your document with other users, it's a good idea to check any personal or confidential information that might have been added. The Excel Document Inspector can find comments, data inserted to headers and footers, as well as hidden rows and columns. Now, if I'm planning on sharing this workbook with an external source, I'm first going to check my document for confidential information. To do this, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File tab. From the File tab below, I'm going to be sure that I'm on the Info menu, and if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find within the second section, Inspect Workbooks, that I have an icon on the left-hand side, Check for Issues. From this menu, I can select the Inspect Document option to check for personal information. Now, once I select this menu, I'll need to go through the criteria and check the options that I'd like to inspect for. For example, I can choose to inspect for comments, but if I don't want to inspect for data model, I can uncheck the box on the left-hand side. You can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side to scroll through all of your options that you can choose to inspect within your document. Now, once you're happy with your criteria, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select Inspect. From your inspection menu, you'll find any flagged items with an exclamation point on the left-hand side, and you'll find why it's been flagged. If you'd like to remove certain items, for example, I would like to remove the comments located within this document, I can choose Remove All on the right-hand side. I can also choose to keep elements that I deem not very personal. For example, if I don't mind the information contained within my document properties, such as the author, the absolute path to the workbook, as well as the printer properties, I can leave those items selected. I could leave those items within my document. Now, in order to browse through my inspection, I'll need to select the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and I can scroll through to see if there's any additional information that I need to verify. For example, I'll be able to see that there are headers and footers included. I can choose to remove them, but if it does not contain confidential information, I can choose to keep it as well. I'll also see if I have any hidden rows or columns. Now, be careful, if you select Remove All on the right-hand side, those columns and rows will be removed. Now, once you've selected information, if you'd like to go back and re-inspect your document, you can select the Re-inspect option in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be prompted to select the criteria that you would like to inspect again. After you've done this, you can select Inspect, and you'll be able to see your results. For example, if I scroll back up to the top, I'll be able to see, since I've removed my comments, I don't have a flag next to comments to remove that specific item. Now, once you're done performing the inspection, you can choose Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to inspect and take care of personal information located within your Excel workbook. Individuals with sight difficulties often use specialized tools to identify tags and other structural information embedded in your document. Excel features a document scan that can ensure that your spreadsheet is as accessible as possible for all users reading it. Now, before sharing your document with other users, you want to be able to ensure that everyone can read it. To do this, I'm going to use the Accessibility Checker, and to access it, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, I'm going to go towards the left-hand side and select Check Accessibility. Once I select this option, a menu will appear on the right-hand side, flagging any accessible issues within my document. So if I go up to the top of the menu, I can see that I have hard-to-read text contrast, and I can select the data range, and I'll be able to identify it directly in my workbook. Indeed, I cannot read the headers within the specific table because the fill color is too dark. If I'd like to view more details regarding why this needs to be fixed, I can go down to the bottom of the menu and you'll see additional information. If you'd like to view Excel's suggestions for changing the information, I can go towards the right-hand side and choose the drop-down menu. For example, it's giving me recommended actions to either change the font color or the fill color. I'm going to change the font color to make it lighter in contrast with the dark fill color. To do this, I can select the arrow on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, I can choose a lighter color such as white. Once I've selected and changed the color, I'll be able to see that the accessibility checker no longer flags this as an issue. Now the second issue is alternative text. If you have an element inserted into your worksheet such as a chart or a photo, you may need to add alternative text so that way screen readers will be able to identify the element in your worksheet. If I select my chart, I can again see the range has been selected, and if I go down below, I'll see why I need to add alternative text to the specific element. Now if I'd like to see the recommended actions, I can go to the top right-hand corner and select a drop-down menu. Now, if this item is purely decorative, I can use Mark as Decorative and I don't need to add alternative text. But since this is a chart, I'm going to choose Add a Description. You can also add alternative text by going over the element within your worksheet and right-clicking with your mouse. From the right-click menu, you can go up and choose the option Edit Alt Text. Now from this menu, my Alt Text menu will appear on the right-hand side, and I can choose to add alternative text regarding the information contained within the chart. After I've added my alternative text, I'll be able to see within the accessibility checker that it's no longer flagged as an issue. Now to leave my alternative text menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner, and I can do the same to leave my accessibility checker. Now you can also access your accessibility checker via the File menu by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File tab. From the File tab below, you can select Info, and on the right-hand side, you can choose the option Check for Issues just below Protect Workbook. From this menu, you'll see the option Check Accessibility in the center. This will bring up the same menu, and you can go through and make those modifications regarding accessibility in your workbook. To leave the menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to check for accessibility as well as make those accessibility changes in your Excel workbook. If you need to protect the data that you've inserted into your Excel workbook, you can use the protection settings. You could choose to protect individual worksheets and their data contents, prevent users from restructuring your workbook, or locking your entire document with a password. From my workbook below, I have a worksheet opened up which I would like to lock to prevent other users from modifying any of the contents. First, I can go down to the left-hand corner, and within the tab of my worksheet, I can right-click, and from the menu above, you'll see the option Protect Sheet. You can also access this option via the Review tab in your tool ribbon. Once I select the Review tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find my Protect settings. From here, I can choose to protect my worksheet by choosing Protect Sheet. Once I select this option, I'll see below that all of the information that users can modify have been deselected. If I'd like to grant specific permissions, I can go to the left-hand side and check the box. To remove a permission, I can select the box again. Now, in order to protect the sheet, I'm going to add a password by selecting the field above and typing in the password to protect the sheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. Now, in order to confirm, I'll need to re-enter my password and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now, if myself or another user selects the sheet and tries to make a modification, a warning window will appear indicating that the sheet has been protected and you'll not be able to edit that specific information. To leave this option, I can choose OK. Now, if I'd like to allow certain cells to be edited, I can choose an Allow Range. To do this, I'm going to go down to my second worksheet, and I want to allow certain users to be able to edit specific information, for example, all the information below the headers. So I'm going to first select my range by holding down the left button of my mouse and choosing the cell or the cell range that I would like to allow editing. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to my protection settings and choose Allow Edit Ranges on the right-hand side. Now, once I select this option, I'll need to choose New on the right-hand side to add a new range. From here, I can rename my range, and I can choose to find my reference cells, which I've already selected. If I'd like to modify this, I can select Delete, and I can choose to select alternative cells by choosing the arrow on the right-hand side. Now I'm going to choose a range password by selecting the field. And if I'd like to add additional permissions, I can select the permissions option in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm going to leave it as is, which means if users have this password, they'll be able to modify the specific range. Now to add allow edit ranges, I can choose OK. And I'll need to re-enter my password to confirm and choose OK to proceed. Now once I've added that range, I can select it and choose Apply, and then I can choose to protect my sheet by selecting the bottom left-hand corner option. Now once I select to protect the sheet, I'll need to enter another password to protect the current sheet, and I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Again, I'll need to reconfirm my password and select OK to proceed. This time, if I go over my cells and I choose Delete, for example, I'll need to enter my password, and I can select OK, and I'll be able to modify the contents within the cell range. Now, besides protecting your sheets and cell ranges, you can also protect your workbook. This will prohibit users from adding additional sheets or changing the overall structure of your workbook. To protect your workbook, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and choose Protect Workbook. Once you select this option, you can add a password and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And to confirm, you can enter your password again. Once you've done this, you can select OK. Now, if I go down to the bottom and I try to add an additional sheet, I will not be able to add sheets to this workbook. To unprotect your workbook or to unprotect a sheet, you can go back up to the right-hand side, and you could choose to Protect Workbook to unlock your workbook, and you can enter your password and choose OK. This will enable you to go back down and create new sheets and modify your workbook. Now, if you would like to unprotect a sheet, you can go to that sheet, right-click with your mouse over the sheet name, and choose Unprotect Sheet. You'll be prompted again to enter the password, and you can select OK. Now you can go back to the left-hand side, you can select your sheet, and you can also go up to the top right-hand corner and choose Unprotect Sheet. Again, you'll need to enter your password and select OK. If you need to modify your edit ranges, you can always go back to the Allow Edit Ranges menu. You could select the range you'd like to modify and choose Modify on the right-hand side, or to remove it altogether, you can choose Delete. And then to leave the menu, you could select OK at the bottom of the menu. So now you've seen different ways on how to protect your worksheets and workbook in Excel. Transposing data involves inverting the axes. Columns become rows, and vice versa. Excel features a paste special operation that can help you to reuse an existing table and transpose it in a matter of seconds. So from my worksheet below, I have a table where I would like to invert the columns and row names as well as the information within my table. This will enable me to see different patterns and compare and contrast the information within my table. Now this is called transposing. In order to transpose your table, you'll first need to select the cells in the range of your table. After you've done this, you can copy your table by selecting the shortcut Ctrl and the letter C on your keyboard. Once I've copied my table, I'm going to go down and select a second sheet which I have open in my workbook. From this sheet, I'm going to choose the cell location, and in order to paste, I can use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter V. Now once you've pasted your table, if you'd like to transpose the information within, you can go to your Paste Options menu by going down and choosing Paste Options. If you don't see this menu, you can quickly select Ctrl in order to open the Paste Options menu. From the menu above, to transpose, I'm going to go to the top section labeled Paste and select Transpose in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you may need to adjust your columns or rows in order to view the information within, so I'm going to go up to my Home tab, choose Format, and choose Auto Fit to Column Width. Now I can see that my table has been inverted. If I'd like to compare and contrast information, I can also repaste the table that I had copied previously by selecting a cell below and choosing Ctrl and the letter V to paste my table. So now I can see, indeed, the information has been inverted. I'll have my columns as rows and my rows as columns from the transposed table. Now, if I remove this table by selecting the Undo option, Control and the letter Z, if you find that you would like to revert to your default view, you can also retranspose the table that you've already transposed. So to do this, I'll need to select the complete cell range of the table, and I'm going to go up to my Home tab and choose the Copy option on the right-hand side of the clipboard tools. Once I've selected Copy, I can go down and select another cell, and to paste, I can go up to the top left-hand corner, and you'll notice under the Paste option, you'll find a drop-down menu. Within the top section, again, I can select Transpose, and transpose my information directly, and I'll be able to see that I have my original table below. Again, if I need to format and adjust the column and row height, I can select Format and choose Auto Fit for Column Width to be able to view my information fully. So now I can see I have my transposed table, and if I go down below, I'll have my original table values. So now you've seen how to transpose data within Excel. The cells found in your Excel spreadsheet can contain both numerical and textual data. There are many different ways of inserting, editing, and replacing data in your spreadsheet. So from my worksheet below, if I would like to insert data into a cell, I'm first going to select the cell, and I can double select with my mouse and start typing in the information that I would like to insert. You can also insert data by selecting your cell and going up to the top of the interface and choosing your formula bar and typing in your information. Lastly, you can also insert information that already exists in your spreadsheet easily by selecting your cell, and you can start typing in that information, and you'll see that when I type in the first two letters, I already have a suggestion for data entries that already exist in my worksheet. If this is the exact entry, I can select Enter on my keyboard to quickly insert that data. Now, if you'd like to edit existing data within your worksheet, you can select your cell, and you can either double select with your mouse and remove it by choosing Backspace, or you can also go up to your formula bar, select it, and choose Backspace as well. Now I'm going to type in a new header for the specific row. Now another way you can edit text is by selecting the cell, and once you select the cell, you can start inserting the data that you would like to replace the current data with. As you can see, once I start typing, that text will automatically replace the current text that had existed in the cell before. This is great, but if you're not sure where you've selected on your worksheet, you could be replacing important information. So be sure that you know the exact location of the cell you've selected by either identifying the cell that is highlighted within your worksheet or verifying your cell reference by going up to the name box found in the top left-hand corner. Now, if you've inserted information that you do not want to include into a cell, you can select the cell and choose Backspace on your keyboard. You can also select the formula bar and choose Backspace, or you can select the cell and choose the Delete key on your keyboard to quickly remove the contents of that particular cell. So now you've seen different ways on how to input, edit, and even replace data that already exist within your worksheet in Excel. You will often find it necessary to insert text characters and symbols not found on your keyboard. Excel features a library of special characters that can be inserted into your worksheet. Now from my worksheet below, I would like to insert a special character not found on my keyboard. In order to do this, I'm first going to need to select the cell where I'd like to insert that special character. Now to insert the symbol that I wish to insert, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the Insert tab from my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the icon Symbols. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select Symbol on the right-hand side. Now once you open up your symbol library, you'll notice in the top left-hand corner that you have two separate tabs. The Symbol tab contains all of your symbols located within your Microsoft program. Now below, you can choose to modify the font associated with that particular symbol, as well as choose to view a specific subset of your symbols below. To access these options, you can choose the drop-down menu, and from the subset menu, I can browse through and choose the specific subset that I would like to view. Now, once I've found the symbol that I'd like to insert, I can select it from the menu below. From the Symbols menu as well, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll notice that you have your recently used symbols. So if you're using the same symbols quite often, you can select a symbol from the list below. You'll also be able to access your symbols or special characters by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the Special Characters tab. From here, you'll have a description of that particular symbol, and you'll have the symbol indicated on the left-hand side. Once you select a symbol, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner, and that symbol will be added to your text. So if I move over my window by holding down the left button on my mouse and dragging it over, I can see indeed that special character has been inserted. You can choose to insert multiple symbols into the same cell. So if I go back to my symbol library, I can go down and choose another symbol and select Insert, and I can see that multiple symbols have been inserted into the same cell. Now if you'd like to remove a symbol, you'll first need to leave your symbol library by selecting Close in the bottom right-hand corner and select the cell concerned. Once you select the cell, you can choose Backspace on your keyboard to remove that particular symbol. Another way you can insert symbols is by using keyboard shortcuts or the Replace tool option. For example, if I select my cell just below and I go up to my formula bar, I can use the keyboard shortcut parentheses plus the letter C, and then I can close off those parentheses and choose Enter on my keyboard. I can see that I've automatically inserted the copyright symbol. The same goes for alternative symbols, so if I select my next cell and I insert parentheses, TM, and close those parentheses and choose Enter again, I can quickly insert a trademark symbol. Now this will save you a lot of time if you remember how to insert those symbols. In order to get a complete list of the symbols that you can insert using keyboard shortcuts, you'll need to go to the proofing settings. To do this, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. And from the File menu, I'm going to go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Options. Within the Options menu, I can select Proofing on the left-hand side. And from the Proofing menu, I'm going to choose Autocorrect Options. Now, from the Autocorrect menu, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll find your Replace options and your keyboard shortcuts that you can use to quickly insert those symbols. As you can see, the symbols that I've inserted, parentheses, C parentheses, has given me the option to insert a copyright symbol directly. This will enable you to save a lot of time if you want to insert symbols regularly without having to go to the symbol library. In order to leave this menu, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and to leave my proofing menu, I can select OK as well. So now you've seen how to browse and use special characters within Excel. In Excel, you can perform simultaneous edits of data cells within the same cell location but found on different worksheets. This could be useful if, for example, you are modifying the header entries for multiple tables across different worksheets. So from my workbook, I notice below in the bottom left-hand corner that I have 3 separate worksheets. Within these worksheets, I have a table located in the exact same cell range. So if I go down and I choose my Paris worksheet, I can see that I indeed have a table. Even though the contents below are different, it's still located within the same cell range. I notice that each of my tables does not have a header. If I go down to my last worksheet, London, I can see that this table as well is located in the same cell range, but does not have a table header. In order to add a header to all 3 of these tables simultaneously, I can easily do this by holding Shift on my keyboard and selecting all 3 sheets. Once I let go of the Shift key, I can go back up to my table header, select the cell, and enter the text. Once I've entered my text, I can select the next cell within the table and enter the header name as well. I can select the last cell and enter the last header. Now, once I go down and I select another worksheet, such as my Paris worksheet, I can see that the text has automatically been inserted to all 3 of my worksheets within my workbook. This could save you a lot of time if your tables are aligned in the same cell range. Now, another benefit of having your tables in the same location is to use formulas relating to the specific cell locations. For example, if I'd like to add the total for my tablet devices With salaries, I can easily compose the formula by selecting the cell, inserting the equals sum, and open brackets to start my formula. Now, to include the cell range from both of my worksheets, I'm going to need to go down and select my first worksheet. And once I've done this, I'll be able to verify that worksheet has been added to my formula within the formula bar. Now, to add my second worksheet simultaneously, I'm going to first hold the Shift key on my keyboard, and then I go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose my London worksheet. Now, once I let go of my Shift key, I'm going to then need to select the cell in which I'm referencing for the total. Since the cells are located in the same location within their tables in their respective worksheets, I'm going to select the cell E5, and I can see that E5 will be added to my formula above. Now, this E5 will also reference the E5 table found within my London worksheet. Now, in order to complete my formula, I can select the formula bar, I can close off the bracket and select Enter on my keyboard to calculate that formula. Now I can see that the values have been added for tablet devices and salaries from both my Paris and London worksheets. As you could see, this could save you a lot of time from having to do the sum formula on each individual table and then copy and pasting to my last table located on my summary worksheet. Now I can quickly autofill the rest of my formulas by selecting the cell, going down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can hold down with my mouse. I can drag it downwards and then let go to quickly fill out those formulas for the respected cells on the other worksheets. I can do the same by selecting the top cell and dragging it towards the right, and I can quickly compose the totals for all of those cells relating to the specific cells in their corresponding worksheets. This will quickly save me a lot of time, and if I select each individual cell, I can verify that it's referencing E7 on the London and Paris worksheets, so I can see indeed these are the corresponding cells on the tables located within my workbook. So now you've seen how to quickly edit as well as compose formulas on multiple sheets simultaneously within Excel. If you need to remove data from your Excel spreadsheet, you can use the delete tools. You can remove single cells, cell selections, and even entire rows or columns. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to remove values from a particular cell, I can first select the cell, and then I can double select it and choose the backspace key on my keyboard. I can also use this feature by going up to my formula bar and selecting backspace to remove the contents. A quick way to remove cell contents is to select a cell and use the delete key on your keyboard. If you'd like to remove the contents of multiple cells, you'll first need to select your cell, hold down the left button on your mouse, and make a cell range selection. Once you've selected that cell range, you can again choose delete on your keyboard, or from your Home tab within your tool ribbon, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have an icon labeled Clear within the editing tools. Once you select Clear, you can choose the top option Clear All to remove all formats as well as contents. Now, if you'd like to remove the contents from a particular column, you can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to select column D, and then I'm going to choose the delete key on my keyboard to remove the contents. If I'd like to remove the entire column altogether, I can do that by right-clicking over the column name and choosing delete. Now the same goes for rows. If I select row 8, I could choose the delete key to remove the contents, and I can right-click over that row and choose delete to remove the row. If you'd like to remove multiple columns or rows, you can first select your row, so I'm going to leave row 8 selected, and then I'm going to hold Shift with my keyboard and go down and select a complete row range through row 12. Once I've selected all of these rows, I can let go of the Shift key, right-click over the row number, and choose Delete to remove multiple rows. I can also remove multiple columns. So if I go up to the top and I choose column B, hold Shift with my keyboard, and select all the way to column D, I can let go of the Shift key, right-click over the column header, and choose Delete to remove multiple columns. Now, if you'd like to remove all of the contents on your worksheet, you can select all of your cells by choosing the Select All option found in the top left-hand corner, just above your row numbers, Once you select this option, you can choose the Delete key on your keyboard to quickly clear all the contents. If you'd like to clear the formatting as well, you can go up to your Home tab and again to the right-hand side and choose the Clear tool. From here, I'm going to choose Clear All. Now I can see in my worksheet below, I no longer have any contents. So now you've seen different ways on how to clear content from your worksheets in Excel. If you've made a mistake in your worksheet, you might want to use the Undo button. Excel keeps a record of your recent actions and operations. If you want to cancel your previous actions and return your worksheet to a previous state, the Undo History is the tool for you. From my worksheet below, if I go down and I make a change, such as selecting a header and choosing the Delete key on my keyboard, if I find that I would like to undo that specific action, I can access the Undo tool. If you go up to the top left-hand corner of the Excel interface, you'll find your Quick Action toolbar. Within this toolbar, you'll find the Undo icon. Once I select Undo, my action that I had performed has been undone. Once you see the icon is grayed out, this means you can no longer undo any actions. You can also undo an action by using a keyboard shortcut. So if I go back to my cell and I choose the Delete key again, if I'd like to quickly undo that action, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z. Now, if you perform multiple actions, you can also undo multiple actions within Excel. So if I select my cell and choose Delete, and I would like to insert an additional column by going up to the header, right-clicking with my mouse, and choosing the Insert option. And lastly, I'm going to perform a formatting change to the fill color of my headers by selecting all of my headers and choosing a different color from my Home tab. Now, once I perform multiple actions, if I'd like to go back and undo a couple of those actions or all of those actions, you'll notice if you go up to the top left-hand corner, next to your Undo icon, you'll find a drop-down menu. Within this menu, you'll find the list of actions you've recently completed. If you'd like to go back and undo 2 of those actions, you can select the top 2. Now, if you'd like to return to the previous state of your document where you started out, you can select all those actions, and they'll automatically be undone. Now, if you find that you would like to redo an undone action, you can use the Redo tool. This tool is also found in the top left-hand corner within your Quick Access toolbar and pictured with an arrow going towards the right. As you can see below, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Y to redo actions. Once I select the Redo icon, I can quickly redo actions one by one, or I can select the drop-down menu, and I can redo multiple actions by selecting them from the list. Now, be aware that you will not be able to undo and redo actions if you save and close your document. You'll have to restore a previous version of your document if you'd like to return to the previous state. So now you've seen how to use the Undo and Redo tools within Excel. Organize your data into lists and avoid re-entering the same categories repeatedly by creating automatic data series in Excel. Now, from my worksheet below, I would like to enter a data series. For example, I have a column labeled Order, and I would like to enter the orders and numerical values from 1 through 9. I can manually enter these values by selecting the cell and inserting the numerical values. Now, if I'd like to use the Automatic Data Series tool, I'm first going to need to insert at least 2 values. Once I've inserted these 2 values, I'm going to go up and I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse and select both cells. Once I've done this, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner. And once you see a black plus symbol, you can hold down the left button on your mouse and you can drag down those values to automatically fill out your table. As you can see, this will save a lot of time from having to go to individual cells and inserting those values. Now, if you'd like to insert values that have a pattern, for example, I have my column Customer ID, but each ID is separated by 3 digits. Now, in order to continue this pattern, I can select the top 2 entries, and I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and again, I'll see the black plus symbol. Now, to insert those values quickly, I can double select the left button on my mouse. and those values will automatically fill out within my table. As I can see, each value is now separated by 3 digits, and I don't have to go through or think about the next value. Now, besides inserting numerical values, you can also insert days of the week. For example, I can see that I have my first 2 entries, Tuesday and Wednesday, and if I select these values and go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I double select with the black plus symbol, I can automatically insert those values. Now, if I'd like to modify the values that I've inserted, for example, I do not want to include the weekends within my day values, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and I'll find the autofill options. Once I select this menu, you'll see that you'll be able to fill according to format, and towards the bottom you'll see your option for days and weekdays. I'm going to choose weekdays, and this will remove the weekends from my list. Now you can use the same type of procedure for dates. So if I go towards the right-hand side in my last column, and I select the first values that have been entered, if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, I can double select the plus symbol. And again, if I'd like to remove the weekends, I can go back down to the autofill options. And you'll see that you have the option to fill years, months, as well as weekdays and days. I'm going to choose weekdays again, so that way my values will match with the column to the left of the current column selected. So now you've seen how to use automatic data series within Excel. The Flash Fill feature allows you to automatically and instantly complete data lists. Excel can work out patterns in your data entry by analyzing the data that your table already contains. Once you've started your list, Excel can complete it automatically, thereby saving you an enormous amount of time. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I started a column containing information from the previous columns on the left-hand side. Now, this could take a lot of time to combine the values of those columns. But with Excel, once you start entering at least 2 values, it will automatically recognize a pattern. For example, if I start typing in the second name value, you can see below that I'll get a list of suggestions for the Flash Fill option. This will automatically complete all of my cells below. If I'd like to complete this action, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and the Flash Fill will automatically fill out my cells below. Now, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have Flash Fill options. If I select this drop-down menu, I can choose to undo my Flash Fill. I can also choose to accept the suggestions that have already been filled out. I'm going to select the second option. Now, besides detecting patterns of existing information, you can also combine this with new information. For example, if I would like to combine the names located on the left-hand side with an email domain name, I can do that easily by selecting my cell and typing in the email address pattern that I would like to use for the following cells. Now I'm going to enter the second list of values, and you'll see that when I start typing in the second email, that my Flash Fill will automatically be activated. In order to insert all of these values, I'm going to select Enter on my keyboard, and the Flash Fill has automatically filled out those domain names. Now this is useful if you have a list of individuals who will be using the same email domain name. You can automatically generate their email addresses. Now if you find that you do not want to use that autofill that you've inserted, you can go towards the right-hand side and select the Flash Fill options, and you could choose Undo Flash Fill. This will remove those values that you've inserted. If you find that you'd like to redo the Flash Fill, you can always do that by going up to the top left-hand corner and selecting your Redo Action icon found in your Quick Access toolbar. So now you've seen how to use the Flash Fill tool within Excel. Drop-down menus are very useful if you want to limit the data values that can be inserted into a cell. They are also very useful if you want to speed up your data entry. In Excel, you can create a drop-down menu via the Data Validation menu. From my worksheet below, I already have a list of values that I would like to use in a drop-down menu. In order to create my drop-down menu on the left-hand side within my table next to the days of the week, I'm first going to select the cell where I'd like to insert my drop-down menu. Once I've done this, I'll need to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and under the Data Tools section, you'll find the option Data Validation just above. Once you select Data Validation, be sure that you're selected on the Settings tab. Now, in order to create a drop-down menu, you'll need to go under Allows and select the drop-down menu and choose List. From the List option, be sure that the In-Cell drop-down has been selected on the right-hand side. Next, you're going to need to select your data source, which are the values located in a table you've already inserted into your worksheet. To select the source, I'm going to choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side. Once I've chosen this option, I'm going to go over with my mouse and select the data entries. Once I've done this, I can choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side. Now, in order to insert my drop-down menu, I can choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, once I've inserted my drop-down menu, I'll be able to see an arrow located on the right-hand side. If I'd like to use this same drop-down menu with the following cells below, I can do that as well by going down to the bottom right-hand corner and holding down the left button of the mouse when I see the black plus symbol and dragging down those values for the drop-down menu. Now, once I've inserted my drop-down menu, I'll be able to start inserting values by selecting the cell, choosing the arrow on the right-hand side, and selecting from my list of options, which I had entered in the table on the right-hand side. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time with data entry. Now, if I go down and I try to insert values that do not exist within my table, and I select Enter, I'll get a warning that this data value does not exist within my cell selection. I can choose to retry, but this will give me the same error message, or I can choose to cancel. Now, if I'd like to modify my error message, I can easily do that by going up to the top and choosing the Data Validation menu. From Data Validation, you can go up to the top and choose Error Alert on the right-hand side. From the Error Alert tab, you'll be able to change the type of alert on the left-hand side. You could choose from Stop, or you could choose the drop-down menu and you could choose Warning, as well as Information. If you want to allow users to add information that is not contained within the cells, you could choose the Information option. This will give an information window, but you could still continue entering that information if you want to include it in the cells. In order to add your information, you can choose a title on the right-hand side, and you could choose your error message below. Once you've entered your error message, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And now if I go over and I try to enter the value that does not exist on my list, and then I choose Enter on my keyboard, I now have an information window that appears, and if I want to continue and enter this value anyway, I can select OK, and that value will be added. Now, if you'd like to edit or remove a drop-down menu, you can select the cell concerned, and you can proceed up to the Data Validation icon, and from this window, you can go to the left-hand side and choose Settings. Now, to remove the menu altogether, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Clear All, and this will remove your list. And once you've removed the list, you could choose OK. And now I can see my drop-down menu has been removed, and if I'd like to apply this to the cells below, I can go down and drag out that menu option, and I can see I no longer have any drop-down menus in the cells below. So now you've seen how to insert and use drop-down menus within Excel. In Excel, you can check the spelling of a single worksheet or your entire workbook. Access the spell check function via the Review tab to get started correcting your spelling. Now, from my worksheet below, if I'd like to spell check just a specific section within my worksheet, I can choose my cell selection by taking my mouse, holding down the left button of my mouse, and selecting my cell range. Once I've done this, I can go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, you'll find your Spell Check tool by going to the left-hand menu, and under the Proofing tools, you'll find Spelling. Once you select Spelling, your Spell Check window will appear. Once you have a misspelled word, you'll find a list of suggestions below in the left-hand corner. If you'd like to use one of these suggestions, you can select it, and you can choose from Change on the right-hand side, or if this is not a misspelled word, you'll find the options above, Ignore Once, or Ignore All if this word occurs multiple times. I'm going to choose Change on the right-hand side. Once your spell check is complete, you can choose OK from the window. If you'd like to spell check your entire worksheet, you can select your worksheet by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the Select All option. Now, if I return to the spell check tool by choosing Spelling, I'll see that I have a suggestion to spell check a word that is not necessarily misspelled. In fact, this is my company name. And if you'd like to add this word to your dictionary, you'll see the option on the right-hand side, Add to Dictionary. This will enable you to come back and spell check, and it will not be flagged as misspelled. Now, if you find that words are being flagged as misspelled when they're not necessarily misspelled, be sure to check your language value as well. If I go down to the bottom of the menu, I can see that it's set to English United States. If I'd like to change my dictionary language, I could choose the drop-down menu and choose from an array of different dialects below. Now again, in order to correct my misspelled word, I could choose from a list of suggestions and then choose Change on the right-hand side. Once my spell check is complete, I can choose OK to leave the menu. So now you've seen how to access and use your spell check tool within Excel. If you don't always like the way the spell check flags words as incorrect, or that the words are automatically corrected, you'll want to check out your proofing settings to customize these options. Now, you'll notice that when you're typing in your spreadsheet, some errors are automatically corrected. For example, if I go down and select a cell, and I type in 2 capital letters when I'm typing in my word, and then I select space, Excel will automatically correct that error. You also may notice that your spell check is still picking up words that are not misspelled. In order to correct or modify these options, you'll need to access your proofing settings. To do this, you can go up to your tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and select Spelling. Once I select the Spelling menu, if you notice that words are being flagged as misspelled when they're not necessarily misspelled, this could be a language issue. So to verify this, be sure to check your dictionary language below. Now, once you've verified this, if you're still having difficulties with flagged words, you can select the Options menu in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, from your Options menu, you'll be brought to your proofing settings on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you'll find your spelling corrector options from Microsoft Office. So if you make any changes regarding your proofing, these changes will also be applied to other Microsoft Office programs. For example, if you want to ignore words in uppercase, you can check this option or uncheck this option if you no longer want it applied. Now towards the bottom, you'll find your custom dictionaries. So if you find yourself switching between languages, be sure that you have the correct dictionary and dictionary settings set. If you'd like to manage your own dictionaries, you can choose Custom Dictionaries. And if you would like to modify the words that appear in your dictionary, you can choose your top dictionary and select Edit Word List on the right-hand side. From here, you'll find any words that you've added to your dictionary below. You can select them, remove them, or even delete all of them if you want to clear your dictionary out. Once you're done modifying your dictionary, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and to leave the menu, I can select Cancel as well. Now, if you'd like to modify your autocorrect options, you'll need to go up towards the top of your proofing settings and choose Autocorrect Options. From this menu, you'll find your autocorrect settings labeled in the tab on the left-hand side. From here, you'll find your default settings, which are all checked just below. For example, I can see the correct initial 2 capital letters has been checked. If you find that you don't want this option checked, you can uncheck the box. I would recommend keeping these options checked because you can always add exceptions by going towards the right-hand side and choosing your Exceptions menu. From Exceptions, you can choose Don't Capitalize After a specific word below. If you'd like to insert your own initial caps words, you can select the second tab above, and you'll see words such as IDs have been included. If you'd like to add your own words, you can add it above, and choose Add on the right-hand side, and select OK to save the menu. Now at the bottom, you'll find that you have keystroke shortcuts, or if you scroll down the menu on the right-hand side, you'll be able to find that you have commonly misspelled words, and that they'll automatically be corrected. If you find that you have a word that you commonly misspell, you can replace it automatically by selecting the Replace field and typing in the misspelled word. For example, if you commonly misspell the, you'll see that it's already been added to the list. But if it hasn't been added, you can continue and write the Replace With on the right-hand side and choose to Replace in the bottom right-hand corner to add it to your list. You can also create your own shortcuts by selecting this option. Now, once you're done modifying the autocorrect options, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And once you're done modifying your proofing settings as well, you can select OK to leave the menu. Now, once you've updated your dictionaries, as well as autocorrect and even proofing settings, you'll be able to manage your spell corrections more easily. Now, in order to leave the spell corrector, I can select Cancel in the bottom right-hand corner. And I'll be able to go about and make changes on my document as before. So now you see how to update and modify your spell check as well as proofing settings within Excel. Sometimes you'll need to know how to move data from one location to another. You can move data within individual sheets, from one worksheet to another, or even from one workbook to another. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to move an element within my worksheet, I can easily do this by selecting the cell range of the element that I would like to move. Once I've selected all of the cells, I'm going to go up to the top of this element, and you'll notice that you have a selection icon pictured as 4 arrows. Now, if you hold down the left button on your mouse, you'll be able to see that you have an outline, and you can drag and drop your element into a new location. So if I let go with the left button on my mouse, I'll be able to see those values have been moved. You also may notice that the formatting from your worksheet may also be removed. Now, if I'd like to move another element, I can also do this by cutting and pasting the element. So if I go over to my table on the right-hand side and I select the cell range, I can quickly cut by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X, or I can go up to my Home tab and select the cut icon pictured as scissors within the clipboard toolset. Now, once I've cut the element and I can see that it's highlighted, I can choose a new location within my worksheet by selecting a cell, and I can quickly paste the element by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V, or I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the paste icon. Now, if you'd like to move elements from one worksheet to another, you can do that as well. So I'm going to go down to my table and select the cell range. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to quickly cut this table by right-clicking over it with my mouse and choosing the cut option towards the top. Now, in order to paste it to another worksheet, I'm going to go down to the bottom left-hand corner where I have another worksheet already added. From this sheet, I'm going to select a location. I'm going to right-click with my mouse and choose Paste. Now, you may need to readjust the width of the columns or the row height. To do this, you can go up to the formatting tools within your Home tab, choose Format, and choose Auto Fit Column Width to quickly fit your information within your cells. Now, if I'd like to move this table to a new workbook altogether, I can do that as well. So once I have my table selected, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X. Now I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. And I can either open an existing file, or if I'd like to create a new workbook, I can select that option as well just above. From here, I'm going to choose a blank workbook. And from my blank workbook, again, I can choose a location. I can paste by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. And again, I may need to reformat to fit the cell width by selecting the Format menu and choosing Auto Fit to Column Width. So now you've seen how to move information within your worksheet, from one worksheet to another, as well as one workbook to another in Excel. When you start copying and pasting data in Excel, you'll find that you have a large number of options available to you. You can, for example, paste everything that you've copied into a new location. You can also paste any formatting that has been applied. So from my worksheet below, if I'd like to copy and paste an element into my worksheet that I have open, I can easily go down and select the element. For example, I would like to copy and paste this table in the same worksheet that I have open. To do this, I'm going to select the complete cell range. And once I've done this, I can copy the element multiple ways. First, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C to quickly copy your element. You can also go up to your Home tab and you'll find the Copy option on the right-hand side of your Paste option within the clipboard toolset. Now, you can also copy your element by going over it and right-clicking with your mouse and choosing Copy towards the top of the menu. Once you've copied your element, in order to paste it, you can select a new location within your worksheet. And you can paste it by either using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V, going up to the top left-hand corner of your Home tab and choosing Paste, or even right-clicking with your mouse, and you'll see that you have the option Paste Options. From Paste Options, you can choose to copy and paste everything that you've copied by selecting the clipboard icon on the left-hand side. You'll also find these paste options if you go up to your Home tab in the top left-hand corner. You'll see just below Paste that you have your paste options just below. If you want to copy and paste formulas only, you can select this option. You can also choose to paste formulas and numbers only. And below, you'll find additional paste values option as well as paste options for links and other material. Now, if you just want to conduct a general copy and paste, all you need to do is select the paste icon, and your information will be pasted. If you're copy and pasting a table, you may need to format to fit to column width. To do this, you can go up to your Home tab, choose your formatting tools, and choose Auto Fit to Column Width. Now, if you'd like to copy and paste an image, you can do that as well by selecting the element. And from here, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C to copy. After I've done this, I can select another location in my worksheet and use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste. Now, if you'd like to copy and paste a chart, for example, you can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to select my chart, right-click with my mouse, and choose Copy. Now, if I'd like to copy this element to a separate worksheet, I can go down within my workbook and select the second worksheet I have open. From here, I'm going to select a location, and to paste, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now, if you'd like to paste to a different workbook, you can do that as well. I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and from the File menu, I'm going to select New on the left-hand side. From New, I can choose a blank workbook, and from here, I can select a location, and again, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste that element from my previous worksheet. So now you've seen how to copy and paste elements from one location to another within Excel. In Excel, it's very easy to move data from one worksheet to another. This can help you save time if you want to use your data in different documents. You can use the standard copy and paste options or the drag and drop mouse manipulations to transfer data to a new location. Now, from my worksheet below, if I'd like to transfer data to another worksheet, I can easily do that by cutting and pasting my items. For example, I would like to move this table to the second sheet I have in my workbook. To do this, I can select all the cells in the range. And to quickly cut out this table, I'm going to use the Cut keyboard shortcut, Control, and the letter X. Once I've done this, I can go down and select my second sheet, and I can select a cell and use the Paste options, Control and the letter V, to quickly paste my table. I may need to adjust the format, so I can go up to my Home tab and choose the Format options, and choose Auto Fit Column Width to view all my values. Now, if I'd like to move another element such as an image, I can do that as well. So if I go back to my previous worksheet, I can see that I have an image on the right-hand side. If I'd like to move this image, I can select it, right-click with my mouse, and I can also choose the Cut option. Once I've cut my image, I can go down to my second sheet, select a location, and to paste, I can right-click, and you'll see that you have different paste options. Since this is an image file, I'm going to select the option on the right-hand side, Picture, and I can see that my image has been pasted within my sheet. Now, besides moving data within the workbook, you can also move your data into an external workbook. To do this, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and from your sheet name, you can right-click with your mouse. From the right-click menu, I can go up and choose Move or Copy. Now, I'll be able to see the current book where I have my sheet located. If I'd like to move it into another document that I have open, I can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side and choose that corresponding document. But if I'd like to move the sheet into a completely new book, I can select that option as well. Now, once I've selected this option, I can also choose to create a copy, which means I'll have the same sheet that remains in my document and a copy in a new workbook. I'm going to leave this option unchecked because I want to move the worksheet completely, so I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to perform this action. Now, once I have my new workbook, I can see that I have my worksheet, which has been moved into this new workbook, which is by default labeled Book 1. If I go to my previous worksheet, I can see that the sheet no longer exists within this workbook. Now if I'd like to move it back, I can easily do this within split screen view. So if I take my worksheet and I drag it down to the bottom left-hand corner of my Windows 10 computer, I can see that I have the split screen option. I can let go and choose my second workbook, and I'll be able to compare and contrast the information. Now to move my sheet back, I can go down to the bottom left-hand corner, hold down the left button on my mouse, and once I see I have the sheet icon, I can drag it over to my previous worksheet. Now you'll see that you have the guiding black triangle. This will indicate the location where your worksheet will be dropped. So once I let go of the left button on my mouse, I can see that my worksheet has been moved back to my original workbook, and I'll be able to move the data within and compare the information within the same document. To leave the split screen view, I can select my document and I can drag it outside to view the information within my workbook. So now you've seen how to move data between worksheets as well as workbooks within Excel. When copy and pasting data, Excel gives you multiple possibilities on how to paste your data. You can paste formats, data only, as well as completely transform your data by transposing it. Discover how to identify and use the special paste tools within Excel. Now, in order to paste my information, I'm first going to have to select and copy my data range. To do this, I'm going to select my cells. And once I've selected my cell range, I can select Copy by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C, or I can go up to my Home tab within my tool ribbon and go to my Clipboard toolset on the left-hand side. From this toolset, I can select the Copy option indicated by two papers. Now once I've copied my data, I'm going to select where I'd like to paste that information. In order to paste my information, I can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste my data, or I can go back to the Clipboard toolset and you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have a paste option. To use the standard paste option, you can select the clipboard icon. Otherwise, you can select the drop-down menu just below for paste, and you'll see that you have an array of different paste options. In order to preview your paste options, you can hover over with your mouse, and you'll see with the general paste options that you'll get the result on the right-hand side of the worksheet. This will paste the data as well as the format, but it will not adjust the width for the data within. You can also choose to paste for formulas, as well as formulas and numbers, and even keep source formatting. If I go down just below, I'll find additional options to paste without the borders, as well as keep source column widths. As you can see, if you select this option, all the information will be contained within those cells. Lastly, within the standard paste options, you'll also find the option to transpose. This will reverse the rows and headers of your data, especially if you're using a table. Now, in the center, you'll find your paste value options. On the left-hand side, you can choose to paste values only, as well as values and numbers formatting, and even values and source formatting. At the bottom, you'll find your additional paste options. For example, if you just want to paste the formatting, especially if you're using a table, you'll see that option in the bottom left-hand corner. This feature is also optional within the Paint option of your Copy and Paste toolset. Now, if you'd like to paste just a link, you can select the link option, as well as a picture option, and even the picture link option. At the bottom of the Paste menu, you'll find Paste Special. From the Paste Special menu, you'll be able to completely customize your paste options. So from here, you can choose to paste all data and formatting, or you can go through and select your special options such as values only, formulas only, or even formats. Once you select specific options, you'll also see, for example, if I select column widths or values, you'll see that you can perform specific operations such as adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing your values. I'm going to choose to select all in the top left-hand corner. And you'll also see at the bottom that you can choose to skip blank cells within rows or columns, as well as transpose your data if you wish. Once you've selected your Paste Special options, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and your values will be pasted. Now, if you'd like to edit those values that you've pasted, you'll find your Paste menu located on the outer perimeter of your pasted values. From the Paste Options menu, you'll find exactly the same options found within the Clipboard toolset. So from here, if I only want to paste for column width, I can go up to the top and choose Keep Source Column Width, and this will paste my values accordingly. Now if I scroll over, I'll be able to see all of my values. Now if you found that you've chosen special paste options that you do not want to use, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z to quickly undo those paste actions. You can start again by pasting by choosing the paste options in the top left-hand corner, or using the keyboard shortcut, or even right-clicking with your mouse and finding the paste options from the right-click menu. So now you've seen how to use the special paste tools within Excel. Transposing data involves inverting the axes. Columns become rows, and vice versa. Excel features a paste special operation that can help you to reuse an existing table and transpose it in a matter of seconds. So from my worksheet below, I have a table where I would like to invert the columns and row names as well as the information within my table. This will enable me to see different patterns and compare and contrast the information within my table. Now this is called transposing. In order to transpose your table, you'll first need to select the cells in the range of your table. After you've done this, you can copy your table by selecting the shortcut Control and the letter C on your keyboard. Once I've copied my table, I'm going to go down and select a second sheet which I have open in my workbook. From this sheet, I'm going to choose the cell location, and in order to paste, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now once you've pasted your table, if you'd like to transpose the information within, you can go to your Paste Options menu by going down and choosing Paste Options. If you don't see this menu, you can quickly select Control in order to open the Paste Options menu. From the menu above, to transpose, I'm going to go to the top section labeled Paste and select Transpose in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you may need to adjust your columns or rows in order to view the information within, so I'm going to go up to my Home tab, choose Format, and choose Auto Fit to Column Width. Now I can see that my table has been inverted. If I'd like to compare and contrast information, I can also repaste the table that I had copied previously by selecting a cell below and choosing Control and the letter V to paste my table. So now I can see indeed the information has been inverted. I'll have my columns as rows and my rows as columns from the transposed table. Now if I remove this table by selecting the Undo option, Control and the letter Z, if you find that you would like to revert to your default view, you can also retranspose the table that you've already transposed. So to do this, I'll need to select the complete cell range of the table, and I'm going to go up to my Home tab and choose the Copy option on the right-hand side of the clipboard tools. Once I've selected Copy, I can go down and select another cell, and to paste, I can go up to the top left-hand corner, and you'll notice under the Paste option, you'll find a drop-down menu. Within the top section, again, I can select Transpose and transpose my information directly, and I'll be able to see that I have my original table below. Again, if I need to format and adjust the column and row height, I can select Format and choose Auto Fit for Column Width to be able to view my information fully. So now I can see I have my transposed table, and if I go down below, I'll have my original table values. So now you've seen how to transpose data within Excel. Excel's powerful consolidation tool can extract data that you spread across multiple worksheets and combine it all into a single table. You can also perform multiple calculations on this data, including sum, average, and count. Now from my workbook, I have multiple worksheets with similar information that I would like to combine onto a single table. To do this, I'll need to use the consolidation tool. Now before I do this, I'm going to need to verify that my information is laid out in a format that I can quickly consolidate. For example, I have similar column headers, as well as I have the same row names. So if I go through my worksheet, I can verify, and in order to consolidate, I can select a similar cell range for each of these worksheets. Now to use my consolidation tool, I'm going to come back to my total sheet, and from my total worksheet, I'm going to select the cell in the top left-hand corner to start consolidating my data from my previous worksheets. After I've chosen the cell location, I can go up and choose the Data tab within my tool ribbon, And in order to consolidate, I'll need to go towards the right-hand side, and within the Data Tools toolset, I can choose Consolidate in the top right-hand corner. From the Consolidate menu, you can choose the function which you'd like to calculate your information with. For example, if I'm looking to calculate an average, I can leave it set as is. But if I'd like to add all the values from all of my worksheets, I'm going to go down and choose the drop-down menu for Function and select Sum. Now after I've done this, I'm going to need to choose my cell references. This will be the area in the worksheets that I'll be consolidating into one location. Now to select the cell reference, I can choose the cell reference icon on the right-hand side, and I can go down and choose my previous worksheet and select the cell range by holding down the left button on my mouse. Once I've selected the cell range for this particular worksheet, I can go back up and choose the cell range icon and select Add on the right-hand side of the menu to add that specific reference. Now to add multiple references, I'll need to go back up and select the cell range icon and go down and select my previous worksheets and select the complete range. Once I've done this, I can select the icon once again. Now to add the second reference, I'll need to select Add again. To add my last worksheet, I'll need to select the icon once more and go down and choose my last worksheet and select the data within that worksheet. Once I've done this, I can choose the cell reference icon and select Add for the last time. Now if you'd like to add references from other workbooks, you can do that as well by choosing the Browse option. And from my File Explorer, I can choose a location on my computer and open up another Excel document. In order to cancel this, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner to leave my File Explorer. Now in order to consolidate my references, I'm going to need to choose which labels I'd like to consolidate. I can choose the top row, as well as the left column, since I have the same row names. Once I've selected my consolidation settings, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to consolidate my data. Now I can see below that my data has been consolidated. Now if I'd like to edit the consolidation, for example if I want to change the calculation, again, I'll need to select the cell in the top left-hand corner. I go back up to the Consolidate icon. And from the Consolidate menu, I'll be able to change the function easily by selecting the drop-down menu above. For example, if I want to calculate average, I can select that option. I can also modify my cell references by selecting a cell reference and choosing Delete if I want to remove it from my table. Now to reconsolidate, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see that the average has been calculated rather than the sum. So now you've seen how to quickly consolidate information into a single location on Excel. Excel's function library can help you locate and insert the formula you need. These formulas are grouped according to category. If you are unable to find the formula you want, you can also launch a search query. Now from my worksheet below, if I would like to find and use a formula in order to calculate the total of my purchases, I'm first going to need to select the cell where I'd like to insert my formula. Now if I don't know the formula that I would like to use, but I know the specific category it pertains to, I can quickly find it in the formula library. In order to access your formula library, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and select the Formulas tab found towards the center of the menu. Now just below, you'll be able to find your function library. You'll notice that your functions are organized according to category. So if you're looking for a financial formula, you'll need to select the financial icon, and you'll get a list below of the specific formulas pertaining to finance. Now, if you don't see the category that you're looking for, you can also go towards the right-hand side and choose More Functions, and you'll see additional categories such as Statistics or even Cube. If you're looking for a formula that you've recently used, you can go towards the left-hand side of your function library, and you'll find your Recently Used icon. From here, you'll be able to quickly find that formula that you're thinking about and select it from the menu. Lastly, if you don't know which category the formula you would like to use pertains to, you can use the Insert Function tool. You'll be able to find this tool from the Formulas menu by going towards the left-hand side. You can either select this icon, or you'll also find your Insert Function tool on the left-hand side of your formula bar. So if I select Insert Function, my Insert Function menu will open up. Now, in order to find your function, you have a couple different options. First, you can type in a brief description of the function that you would like to find. You can also search according to category. I'm going to select the field above, and if I want to find a formula relating to addition, I can select that option by typing in addition. Now, once you've typed in the terms that you would like to use to find your formula, you can select Go on the right-hand side. Now, below you'll find your results. If you don't find the formula that you're looking for, you may need to modify your search above. So if I just want to find formulas to add, I'm going to select backspace and select Enter, and I'll be able to find the formulas relating to adding values below. Now, if you'd like to filter these results, you can also use the category option at the top to filter according to most recently used as well as all. Now, in order to choose a formula, you can select it below, and you'll get a brief description at the bottom of the menu. If you're still having difficulty understanding on what that function is used for, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Help on this function. Now, from the Office support page, you'll find again a description of that particular function as well as examples below. If you continue to scroll down, you'll also see a brief video demonstration on how to use that particular function. Now, to leave Office support, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, once you've selected your function, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And from here, you'll be going through a step-by-step process on how to calculate your function. So in order to use this function, I'm going to need to add an argument. Since I'm going to add values, I'm going to need to select the value range. To do this, I'm going to go up to number 1 and select the cell range reference icon on the right-hand side. Once I select this icon, I'm going to go over my worksheet and select the values that I would like to add together. Once I've done this, I can go back up and select the cell reference icon. And I can also choose to add an additional number if my formula demands it. Since I'm only adding my data range, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK to calculate my values. Now I can see that my function has been inserted. You can also insert your function by typing it in your cell. So if I go up and I clear the contents of this cell by selecting it and choosing Delete on my keyboard, if I type in the equal symbol, followed by the name of the formula that I would like to insert, such as average, you'll see below that you get suggestions for functions to insert directly into your worksheet. Now, if you want to see a short description of that particular function, you can select it, and on the left-hand side, you'll see a short description describing what that function pertains to. Now, to insert the function into the cell, I'm going to need to double select it, and then I can select my data range. Again, I'm going to select my purchase totals. And to close off that particular formula, I can go up to my formula bar, and I can close it off by selecting the close parentheses option and then choose Enter to calculate. Now I can see on the right-hand side that I have the average for my values located in my purchase total column. So now you've seen how to insert and use the function library within Excel. The cells in your Excel worksheet can be thought of as little calculator spaces. You can use these individual cells to perform simple and complex calculations. Now, from my worksheet below, I notice that I have values already inserted. For example, I would like to calculate the postage and packaging total. To do this, I can use a simple calculation by selecting the cell below and inserting the equal symbol. Now, I can manually type in those values. So I'm going to enter 30 cents, and then I'm going to add a plus symbol and enter 50 cents. Now, once I've entered these values, if I select Enter on my keyboard, that simple calculation will automatically be inserted. Now, if using simple calculations, if you make any changes to the values above, the results below will not change. In order to have this value automatically change when any values are changed, I'm going to need to use the reference cell. Now, to do this, I'm going to select the cell and clear the contents. After I've done this, again, I'm going to need to insert the equal symbol, and rather than typing in the values, I'm going to select the cell where the value is contained. Once I've done this, I can insert plus to add, and then select the cell just below, and choose Enter on my keyboard to calculate. Now, as you can see, I have the same value as before when I created the simple calculation, but if I go up and I change the value, for example for postage, and I select it and change it to 50 cents rather than 30 cents, and select outside, I can see that the value below has automatically been updated. Now you can also use these reference cells in other formulas. So if I go down below and I want to calculate the total plus for 20 packages, all I need to do is select my cell, insert equals, and I'm going to select the cell above that I've already calculated. This will save me time from having to manually calculate each of these values and then adding it to another formula. Once I've selected the total, I'm going to insert an asterisk symbol to multiply, and I'm going to multiply this by 20 packages. Once I select Enter, I can see that that value is automatically calculated. Again, if I were to go up and modify any values, such as modifying my packaging to 80 cents rather than 50 and selecting outside, I can see the values below for total, as well as total times 20 packages, have automatically been updated. Now, if I want to calculate an overall total, I can select and cell reference an entire range of cells. So to do this, I'm going to go up to my top cell, and I'm going to use a formula rather than a simple calculation. So to insert the sum formula, I'm going to insert the equal symbol, followed by sum, S-U-M, and an open parentheses. Once I've inserted the formula, I'm going to need to select my cell range by going to the left-hand side, and I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse and select the complete cell range that I would like to calculate the sum for. Once I've completed the range, I can go up to my formula bar, select it, and close the parentheses and choose Enter on my keyboard. And if I scroll back up my worksheet, I'll be able to see those values calculated. Now I can also combine calculated values by going down to my cell, and I can use a simple calculation to calculate complex calculations that I may have created via formulas. So if I insert equals, followed by my overall total reference cell, and I'm going to insert the plus symbol, and then I go down and choose my postage and packaging, followed by the 20 packages that I've calculated, I can then select Enter on my keyboard to calculate those values. Since my total has been calculated, if I go back and I modify any values such as my postage, I'm going to change this to $2, for example. If I select outside, I can see that all of the values have been taken into consideration when calculating. Now, if I modify a cell in the cell range that I've referenced at the top value for overall total, and I modify this to 500, and then select outside, I can see that those values have been taken into consideration for the overall total, as well as the total plus postage and packaging. As you can see, using these simple calculations, you'll save a lot of time rather than manually calculating out each value. So now you've seen different ways on how to use simple calculations to save time within Excel. If you're going to be applying your formulas to a large number of data entries in your worksheet, it's important to know how to use the fill down function. So from my worksheet below, I would like to calculate the total values of my rows located in my table. So to do this, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side and select a cell on the right-hand side within my total column. Now in order to compose the total, I'm going to use the sum formula, so I'm going to first enter the equal symbol, followed by sum. Now I can also select sum from the list of suggestions below. After I've inserted my formula, I'm going to need to select my cell range that I'd like to calculate the total for. So to do this, I can select the first cell, hold down with my mouse, and select the complete range. After I've done this, if I cannot see my formula on the right-hand side because of the pop-up, I can also go up to my formula bar, and to complete my formula, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter to calculate. Now as you can see, I have rows below that I'd also like to perform the same action on. I can easily copy and paste the formula by going over to the cell, using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C, and then selecting the cell below and using Control and V to quickly paste in that value. Now I can see automatically that the formula has detected that I want to calculate for the values located on the left-hand side. I can see that I'm indeed within the same row number, row 10, so I can be assured that the formula total has been calculated for this particular row. Now, a quick way to automatically fill out using the same formula is to use the fill down function. So to do this, you'll need to select your cell and go down to the bottom right-hand corner. And once you see your mouse cursor turn into a black plus symbol, you can double select it with your mouse. and you'll see that your values will automatically fill out in the column below. Now you can also use this fill down function to fill from left to right. So if I go to the left-hand side, and I select a cell where I'd like to create an average for the column numbers above, I'm going to go down, and to enter the average formula, I'm going to insert equals, followed by average, and I can double select the formula below, and once I see the open parentheses, I can select my cell range again, and once I've selected my cell range, I can close off that parentheses and choose enter on my keyboard, and those values will automatically be calculated. So if I'd like to use the fill down function from left to right, I'm going to select the first cell with my formula, and if I go down to the bottom right hand corner, again I'll see that black plus symbol. I can hold it down and drag it across my worksheet. Once I let go, I can see that those values are automatically calculated according to their corresponding column above. Now, if I make any changes, my values will automatically be updated. So if I select a cell value and I enter a new value such as 600 and select outside, I can see that my average as well as my total will automatically update. Now, if you'd like to remove values, you can also use the fill down option. So if I select the top cell in the top right hand corner and choose delete to clear the values, if I go back down to the bottom right hand corner, and once I see that black plus symbol, I can drag it downwards and let go, and I can see I can automatically remove values as well. So now you've seen how to save time using the fill down function within Excel. If you've organized your data entries into chronological order, a cumulative total can be very quickly created. In Excel, you can create the calculation once and then apply it automatically to the rest of your data entries, thereby saving yourself a lot of time and effort. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have purchase totals already entered into my worksheet in chronological order. Now if I plan on adding additional entries to the bottom of my worksheet, I can keep a running total going. In order to create a running total, I'm first going to select the top cell in my column and insert the equal symbol. Next, I'm going to select my cell of reference, which is the value located on the left-hand side. Once I've entered my first value, I can choose enter. And now if I'd like to keep a running total going by adding my first value followed by my second value, and thereafter, I'm going to first select the cell on the right-hand side, choose the equal symbol, followed by my first set of values, and then I'm going to insert the plus symbol to add the continue running total for my purchase total located on the left-hand side. So as you can see, I have my cell's reference, and if I select enter on my keyboard, I can see that I've automatically added the values for the purchase totals on the left-hand side to keep a running total going on the right-hand side. Now if I'd like to keep this running total and add the next cell just below, and the cell below that, I can first select the cell at the top and go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll see that I have a black plus symbol. I can use the fill down option by double selecting with my mouse and automatically fill and add those values. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time from having to go through and individually add each value. Now, if you would like to add cumulative values with a fixed value, you can do that as well. So if I go towards the right-hand side and select the top cell in my column, I'm going to insert the equal symbol, and then I'm going to select the cell of reference. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert the minus symbol to subtract a fixed cost that I have from my company. This fixed value is located on the right-hand side, so I'm going to select that cell of reference. If you have a value that does not change, you'll need to make it absolute. To do this, you'll need to insert a dollar symbol in between the column letter as well as the row number. Once I've made this value absolute, I can select enter, and that value will automatically be calculated. Again, if I would like to apply this to all of the values located in my purchase total, I can go back up to the cell and then down to the right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can double select again. Now I can see that those values have automatically been added without changing the fixed cost with the absolute value I have selected on the right-hand side. So now you've seen how to create a running total as well as use absolute values to calculate values within your worksheet. When your Excel data table has become rather long, adding subtotals for individual subgroups within a table can be very useful. You can use these subtotals to perform various different calculations, all of which can be activated and deactivated at the touch of a button. Now, as you can see below, I already have my worksheet composed. Depending on the values of your worksheet will depend on the subgroups that you'll be creating. For example, within my worksheet, I noticed that I have different purchase types. If I'd like to create my subgroups based on the purchase type, as well as the purchase total, I'm first going to need to sort my values. Since I'm going to create my subtotals based on purchase type, I'm going to sort my entire worksheet according to purchase type. To add this sort, I'll first need to select all the values within my table. Once I've selected the values, I can go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, if I go towards the center, I'll find my Sort and Filter toolset, and I can select Sort in the center. From here, to add a new sort, I'm going to go down, and next to Sort By, I'm going to choose my corresponding column that I would like to create my subgroups for. So I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I'm going to select Purchase Type. Once I've selected this option, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And I can see now within my worksheet that all of my purchase types are separated within my values. This will make creating your subgroups a lot easier. Now, in order to add a subgroup, I'm going to need to go up to my Data tab, and if I go towards the right-hand side, you'll see that you have a toolset outline. From the outline toolset, if you select Subtotal, you'll be able to create your subtotal for your corresponding values. Again, since I would like to organize my subgroups by purchase types, I'll need to select the field at the top and choose that corresponding column header. In the center, you'll be able to use a function to calculate specific values. If you're just counting values, you can leave the count formula. But since I would like to add the values for my purchase totals as well, I'm going to select the drop-down menu and select the sum function at the top. Now, in order to create my subtotals, I'm going to have to calculate according to the specific column located in my worksheet. Since I'm going to be calculating purchase totals for my specific purchase types, I'm going to select the checkbox on the left-hand side. You may notice that values may already be checked. You can uncheck a box by selecting it on the left-hand side as well. Now, at the bottom of the menu, you can choose additional options, such as replacing your current subtotals. You can also choose to add an additional page break between each group, or even create a summary below data. I'm going to leave these two options checked, and I'm going to leave the page break unchecked, and then select OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, once you create your subgroups, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have outline tools that you can use to collapse and expand your specific groups. For example, if I want to collapse a menu, I can select the minus symbol under 2, and I can individually collapse each particular subgroup. Now I can see from the list on the right-hand side that I have all of my subtotals for those particular purchase types. If I would like to expand a particular value, I can select the plus symbol to get more details regarding that specific field. Now, if I would like to collapse all the menus at once, I can select the number 2, and this will automatically collapse those values within my groups. To expand those values, I can select the number 3 on the right-hand side to quickly expand those values. Now, if you have multiple outlines located within your worksheet, you can quickly collapse your menus by selecting 2, and you can also collapse your entire outline by selecting the minus symbol under 1. This will enable you to get a picture of your grand total. This is useful if you have multiple outlines and you're calculating and you just want to view the grand total for each of those worksheets. Now, to expand my menu again, I'll need to select the plus symbol next to 1, and I can choose to expand all of my values by selecting 3 on the right-hand side. Now, if you find that you'd like to remove your outline, you can do this at any time by going back to your Data tab, and on the right-hand side, I'm going to select Subtotal under the Outline toolset. From this menu, I can choose to modify any criteria, such as modifying the function associated with the criteria calculated. To remove completely your outline, you'll need to go back down to the bottom left-hand corner, and you can select the option Remove All. Once you select this, your outline will be removed, and you'll no longer see your subtotals within your worksheet. So now you've seen how to quickly add subtotals and use your outline tools within Excel. The COUNTIF formula is used in Excel to count up the number of cells that contain values. The COUNTIF formula can be used to perform a count on certain values that meet your conditions. You can even use the sum product and the COUNTIF formulas together to perform complex but exceedingly useful calculations. Now from my worksheet below, I would like to find specific information. For example, I would like to know the total number of values located in my table below. To do this, I can use the COUNTIF formula. In order to compose the COUNTIF formula, I'm going to first select my cell and insert the equal symbol followed by COUNTA. I can also select COUNTA from my list of suggested functions below by double selecting it. Once I've entered COUNTA with an open parentheses, I'll need to select my data range to count. Now since I'm just counting the number of values, it doesn't matter which column I select below. So I'm just going to select one of my columns and select all of the values located within my worksheet. Now once I've done this, I can go up to my formula bar, select it, and close off my parentheses and choose Enter to calculate. Now after I've selected Enter, I may need to scroll up to see that I have a total of 21 values located in my worksheet. This is useful because I won't have to go to the left-hand side and try to add and subtract using the row numbers. Now if I'd like to count for a specific value, I can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to use the COUNTIF formula. So I'm going to go up, select my cell, and insert the equal symbol followed by COUNTIF. Now again, I can also select it from the list of suggestions below. Once I've entered COUNTIF with an open parentheses, if I'm looking for the number of a specific value, I'm first going to need to select my range where that value is contained. So I'd like to find a specific order type within my order type range. So I'm going to go down and select all of the values within the range. And then I'm going to scroll back up and insert a comma. Next, in order to complete the formula, I'm going to add my criteria. Since I've selected my order type category, I'm looking for the specific criteria relating to kitchen orders. So I'm going to select the criteria, and then in order to complete the formula, I'll need to close the parentheses and select Enter on my keyboard to calculate. So I can see from my worksheet below, I have indeed 5 values relating to kitchen within the order type column. If I would like to change my criteria, I can select my cell, I can type in a new value, or since I've inserted a drop-down menu, I can select one of the other options located on my sheet, such as lounge, and I'll be able to see that I have 6 values relating to that particular order type. Now, if you're looking for unique values, such as a unique date, you can use the sum product and the COUNTIF formula together. To do this, I'm going to select my cell below, insert the equal symbol, followed by sum product. Again, I can double select sum product below, and once I have my open parentheses, I'm going to insert a number 1, followed by a division symbol, also known as a /, followed by the COUNTIF formula. Once I start typing in count, I'm going to select COUNTIF from the options below. And from here, I'm going to need to select my range. Now, once I've entered my COUNTIF formula with my open parentheses, I'm going to need to select the range that I would like to find the unique date for. So I'm going to go down to my order dates and select the complete range. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to go up to my formula bar to finish adding my criteria. Since I'm looking for a unique date, I'm going to need to enter my date range twice as my criteria, and this will let the formula know that I'm looking for my unique date. So first I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my criteria, which is the same date range. Now to enter this date range again, I can manually type it out. So I'm going to enter D8, followed by a colon, and the end of my range is D28. Now after I've done this, I can close off my parentheses and then close off the complete formula, so I'll need to enter 2 close parentheses, and then select Enter to calculate. Now if I scroll back up, I'll be able to see that I have 11 unique dates located in my worksheet. Now if you're looking for a unique value, you can use the same principle. So if I go down, select my cell, insert equals, followed by sum product. Once I have sum product with the open parentheses, again, I'm going to insert 1 divided by COUNTIF formula. And once I have COUNTIF with the open parentheses, I'm going to go down and look for the number of unique values under my product type column, so I'm going to select the complete range. Once I've selected that range, I'm going to go back up to my formula bar, and I'm going to insert a comma and insert the range again. So I'm going to manually type out my range for my criteria. So once I've added my range again for my criteria, I'm going to close off both parentheses, and then select Enter to calculate. So once I've calculated those values, I can scroll up and I can see that I have 8 different values located in this particular column. Now if I were to change a value and add a new product type and select outside, I can see that that value is automatically updated within my formula. So now you've seen how to count values using the COUNTIF formula, as well as count for unique values using SUMPRODUCT and COUNTIF together in Excel. Excel's rank function is extremely useful if you want to find out where a particular value places on a list of data entries. You can also visualize the smallest and largest values in a list by using the max and min formula as well as the small and large formulas. Now, if you have a worksheet with a list of values that you would like to rank, you can use the rank formula. In order to compose this formula, I'm going to select a cell on the left-hand side of my worksheet and insert the equal symbol. Once I've done this, I can type in rank, R-A-N-K, or I can select it from the list of suggested functions below. Now once I've inserted rank with an open parentheses, I'm going to need to select my number. For example, if I want to find the rank of the value just next to my cell on the left-hand side, I can select that cell for reference. After, I'm going to need to select all of the cells that I'll be ranking. So first I'm going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to need to select my reference range. To do this, I'm going to select all of the cells on the left-hand side of this list. Once I've selected those values, I'm going to scroll back up, and I can see within the formula that I'll need to put in an order. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to first insert a comma, and I want to know where it ranks as far as 1, so I'm going to rank my values in numerical order. Now, before I close off and calculate the specific function, I'm going to have to create some absolute values. Since the values on the left-hand side of this list are not changing, I'm going to have to make them absolute. To do this, I'm going to need to go between the column letter and row number and insert a dollar symbol. Now that I've done my first range, I'm going to select again between my column letter and row number for my second set of range data. Now after I've done this, I'll need to go down to the end of my formula, select it, and close the parentheses and choose Enter to calculate the rank. So now I can see out of all of my values on the left-hand side, this value ranks number 22. If I'd like to find the rank of all of the values below, all I need to do is select my first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can double select with my mouse. And I can quickly fill out those values below to find the rank for each value. Now, if you're looking for the largest or the smallest value, you can use the max and min formula. To find the largest value, I can select the cell at the top, and I'm going to insert equals, followed by max to find the largest value. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select my range. To do this, I can go back to the left-hand side and select the complete range. And once I've done this, I'm going to scroll back up again, and I can close off the parentheses and choose Enter to calculate the max value. If I want to find the smallest value, I can do the same process but using the min formula. So I'm going to select the cell at the top, insert equals, followed by min, M-I-N, and an open parentheses. Now, if you know the values of your range, you can also type them in manually. So since I know my range goes from A to, and I know the end of the range for my column and row number. Now, once I've inserted my range of data, I can close the parentheses, and I'm going to choose Enter to calculate the minimum value. Now, if you're looking for a particular value in your data series, for example, if you're looking for the third largest value, you can use the large and small formula. For example, if I'm looking for the third largest value, I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by large. Again, I can also select it from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have that open parentheses, I'll need to select my range, or since I know my range again, I can type it in. So I'm going to put A2 colon through A31, And if I want to find the third largest value, I'm first going to need to insert a comma within my formula and type in 3 for the third largest value. Now, if your largest value is different, if you want the fourth or fifth, you may need to change this number. In order to calculate the formula, again, I'm going to close off my parentheses and select Enter on my keyboard. Now, the same goes for the smallest values. If you'd like to find one of the smallest values, such as the fifth smallest, you can use the small formula. To do this, you'll need to select your cell, insert equals, followed by small, and an open parentheses. Again, I'm going to need to insert my range, so I'm going to type it in as A2, through A31. Now, since I'm looking for the fifth smallest, I'm going to insert a comma and insert the number that I would like to find the smallest value for. This may change, again, if you're looking for the third, second, or fourth, you will need to change this number. Now, once I've entered that value, I'm going to close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see the smallest value on the left-hand side is indeed 248. Now, if any of these values change within my original range, those values will be reflected within my formulas on the right-hand side. So if I go through and I make this the largest number by replacing it with 2000 and selecting outside, I can see that all of my values and ranks have changed. So now you've seen different ways on how you can rank your values within Excel. In Excel, there are different formulas that you can use to round up or down your data values. Which one you choose will depend on how you want to perform the calculation. From my worksheet below, I can see at the top that I have a value with multiple decimal places. Now, if you're looking to round a value according to decimal places, you can use the round formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select the cell and insert equals, followed by round. Once I've done this, I can insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select the value in which I would like to round. Once I've selected this value, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to choose the number of decimal places I would like to round this value to. For example, if I want to round it to 2 decimal places, I can insert a 2, followed by a parentheses to close off the formula, and select Enter to calculate. You can also choose to round to the nearest whole number by using the round formula, so if I select the cell, insert equals, followed by round again, with an open parentheses, I'm going to select my value, insert a comma, and instead of 2, I'm going to put a 0 for a whole number, close off the parentheses, and select Enter. Now, if you would like to round to a specific even or odd number, you can use the even and odd formula. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by even, with an open parentheses. I can select my value, close off the parentheses, and choose Enter to get the nearest even number. The same goes for odd by using the odd formula, so if I select the cell, insert equals and odd, with an open parentheses, and I select my value, close off the parentheses, and choose Enter, I can see that I have the nearest odd number. Now, if you'd like to round up and round down, you can use the round up and round down formula. To round up my values to the nearest whole number, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by round up, all one word. Once I've done this, I can leave an open parentheses, select my value, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to insert a 0 so that way it's to the nearest whole number, close off the parentheses, and select Enter to calculate. The same goes for the round down formula. So if I select equals and round down, all one word, with an open parentheses, I can select my value, insert a comma and 0 to round down to the nearest whole number, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter. Now, if you're looking to round to a nearest multiple of a specific number, you can also use the mRound formula. To perform this formula, I'm going to select my cell, insert an equal symbol, followed by mRound, all one word, open parentheses, I'm going to select the value, insert a comma, and I can choose my nearest multiple. If I would like to find the nearest multiple of 7, for example, I can select that option, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter to quickly calculate. Now, if you'd like to round up or down to a specific value, you can use the ceiling and floor formulas. To perform these formulas, I'm going to scroll down just a bit, select my cell, insert equals, followed by ceiling to round up to a specific value. You can also select from the options below within the function selection. Now, once I have ceiling with an open parentheses, I'll need to select my number, and I'm going to insert a comma, followed by the value that I would like to round up to. So if I'm looking to round up to 0.5, I can select that option, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter to get that value. And to round down to a specific value, you can use the floor formula. So I'm going to insert equals, followed by floor, open parentheses, I can select my value, and I go back down and I could choose which value that I'd like to round down to. So I'm going to insert a comma, followed by 0.5, close off my parentheses, and select Enter. Now, if you would like to have an integer for your data value, you can use the truncated formula trunc. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by trunc, TRUNC, open parentheses. I can select my value, close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that it's been converted into an integer value. So as you can see, these rounding formulas are quite useful if you have decimal places that you would like to round to a specific value within your worksheet. So now you've seen how to use multiple different rounding formulas within Excel. If you've inserted text data into your spreadsheet and you need to make some changes, you may find that you can perform these modifications with the help of some of Excel's formulas: substitute, trim, and replace. Now within my worksheet below, I'd like to make a few modifications. For example, at the top of my worksheet, I have Indianapolis. If I'd like to convert this to Minneapolis, I can use the replace formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by replace. After I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select my old text that I would like to convert. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'll need to select the number of characters that I'll be replacing. Since I'll be replacing characters 1 through 6, I'll need to insert a 1, 6 within my formula. Next, I'm going to insert another comma, and I'll need to insert my replacement text. In order to add my replacement text, I'll need to first insert quotation marks, followed by the new text that I would like to replace the old text with. After I've entered my text, I'm going to close off those quotation marks, and I'm going to close off my formula by adding a parentheses. Once I'm done composing the formula, I can select Enter, and I can see that the text has been easily replaced by using the replace formula. Now, if you notice that you've made a mistake in a specific text, you can also replace specific characters. To do this, you can use the substitute formula. So if I go down below, I can see that I've written Chicago incorrectly, and to correct this error, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, and use the substitute formula. Now you can also select it from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have substitute with an open parentheses, I'm going to first need to select my old text, followed by a comma, and I'm going to need to select the text character that I would like to be replacing. To do this, I'll need to insert quotation marks, followed by the letter, or the character itself, and then close those quotation marks. Next, I'll need to insert the text that I'd like to substitute it with. So first I'm going to insert a comma, followed by quotation marks, and I'm going to replace the S with a C, so I'll put a C in there, close off the quotation marks, and insert another comma. Now, since this occurrence only occurs one time within this word, I'm going to select the number 1, and close off my formula by closing the parentheses and choose Enter to quickly substitute that text value. Lastly, if you notice that you have a lot of spaces between words in your worksheet, you can use the trim formula to quickly remove those additional spaces. To do this, I'm first going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by trim, and an open parentheses. Now all I need to do is select my cell concerned, close the parentheses and choose Enter, and I can quickly see that the text now appears as normal without the additional spaces. So now you've seen how to use replace, substitute, as well as trim to modify text within your worksheet in Excel. We generally use a base 10 number system in everyday life. You will occasionally find it useful to work in binary and hexadecimal. In Excel, you can quickly convert a number that you've inserted in and out of a variety of different number formats, including binary, decimal, and hexadecimal. Now from my worksheet below, I have multiple tables with values that I would like to convert. For example, if I go to the left-hand side, I can see that I have binary values, and I would like to convert these into decimal values. To do this, I'm going to need to use the bin to decimal formula. Now first I'm going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by bin, B-I-N, and I'm going to insert 2, followed by decimal, D-E-C. Now after I've done this, I can insert an open parentheses, select my value, close off the parentheses, and select Enter to quickly convert. Now if I'd like to apply this formula to the rest of the values within my table, I can select the first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol. Now if you'd like to convert your values from hexadecimal to decimal, you can use the hex to dec formula. To perform this calculation, I'm going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by hex, H-E-X, the numerical value 2, and decimal, D-E-C. Now I can leave an open parentheses, select my value, close off that parentheses, and choose Enter to quickly convert. Again, if I'd like to convert the values below, I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol to quickly fill down those values. Lastly, if I would like to convert from decimal to binary, I can also use the dec to bin formula. To perform this formula, I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by DEC, with the numerical value 2, and I can see below in my suggestion for functions, I'll see the option dec to bin at the top. I can double select it, and once my open parentheses has been selected, I'll need to go over and choose my value, which is in H6, close it off, select Enter to quickly convert that value. Now in order to convert the rest of the values within my table, again I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol. Now as you can see, converting your values into a different number format can be quite simple and easy within Excel. Just be sure that you have the correct formula selected because there are multiple formulas relating to converting numerical values. So now you've seen how to quickly convert your number types within Excel. If you want to perform a division in Excel and you want to obtain a whole number answer, you're going to need to use the quotient formula. You can also visualize the remainder of the equation by using the mod formula. So from my worksheet below, if I'd like to perform a simple division on my values located on the left-hand side, I can use the quotient formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by quotient. You can also select it from the list of suggested functions below, and once you've inserted quotient with an open parentheses, you'll need to choose your numerator. So I'm going to select the cell where my numerator is contained, insert a comma, followed by my denominator, which is in the cell below. Once I've done this, I can close off my parentheses and select Enter to quickly calculate my quotient. Now I know that 5 does not go into 36 evenly, and there should be a remainder. In order to calculate the remainder for this division, I'm first going to need to use the mod formula by selecting my cell, inserting equals, followed by mod, M-O-D, with an open parentheses. Now I'm going to need to select my number, which is also my numerator, insert a comma, followed by the division, which is my denominator, and then close off the parentheses and select Enter. So now I can see that 5 goes into 36 7 times, with a remainder of 1. Now this is useful if you want to quickly divide and have whole number integers rather than decimal places. So now you've seen how to use the quotient and mod formula to perform division calculations within Excel. Creating randomized numbers is often very useful if you need a randomly generated code, are holding a lottery, or are drawing lots. In Excel, there are lots of formulas and calculations that you can use to generate your random numbers. Now, if I'd like to quickly generate a random number between the values of 0 and 1, I can use the rand formula. To do this, I can select the cell where I'd like to insert the formula, add the equal symbol, and I'm going to insert the formula rand, R-A-N-D. I can also select it from the options below. And once I have the formula with an open parentheses, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate that random value between 0 and 1. Now, I can generate those values for the values below as well by going down to the bottom right-hand corner of the cell and double selecting the autofill black plus symbol to quickly fill out those values. Now, if I'm looking to generate a random value between 1 and 6, I can use the rand between formula. To compose this formula, I'm going to use the equal symbol followed by rand between, and I can select that specific formula from the options below as well. Now, after I've inserted that value, I'm going to need to define the bottom and top number. So I'm going to choose the values between 1 and 6. So I'm going to insert 1, comma, space, and 6. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate those values. You'll notice when you're generating random values with multiple columns, once you add a new generated value, the values previously entered will automatically regenerate. If you don't want this to happen, you'll need to save those values beforehand because each time you make a manipulation or change with the values that you have generated, all of the randomly generated values will automatically update. Now I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and double select the autofill option. And as you can see, all of the values have regenerated. Now another way you can generate a random value between 1 and 6 is to combine formulas such as rand and even integer. Now I'm going to generate a random value between 1 and 6 first by inserting the rand formula. So I'm going to insert equals, followed by rand, and an open parentheses, and I'm going to close off that parentheses and multiply by inserting the asterisk symbol, and 5 plus 1 for the values between 1 and 6. So when I select Enter, I can see that I have a randomly generated value between 1 and 6, but this happens to be a decimal value. If I'd rather have a full integer, I'm going to select the top cell, and I'm going to go up to my formula bar and select just before the rand formula. Now to convert this to an integer, I'm going to use the int integer formula with an open parentheses, and then I'm going to go to the end of my formula and close off that parentheses and select Enter to quickly convert that value into an integer value. After I've done this, I can autofill and regenerate my values again by double selecting the autofill option. Now, if you'd like to generate an order of play, you can also use the rank value. To do this, I can select the top cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by rank, and an open parentheses. Now I'm going to need to identify the number, so I'm going to use the generated values from column E, so I'm going to select E7. After I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need my reference column, so these are all of the values contained within this column. And I'm going to need to make them absolute, so that way it doesn't change and create random values based on the cells above or below. After I've made them absolute by inserting a dollar symbol between the column letter and row number, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to choose the order. I can choose descending with 0 or ascending with 1. I'm going to choose ascending, and then close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate the order of play. Again, if I'd like to fill out the rest of my cells below, I can use the autofill option by double selecting the black plus symbol in the bottom right-hand corner of the cell. Lastly, if you'd like to create pair groups, you can use a simple division formula. So I'm going to insert equals. I'm going to select my cell of reference, which is the order of play, and divide that. So I'm going to use / by 2 and select Enter. And I'll be able to see my pair groups. I can select the top cell and go down to the bottom right-hand corner. Again, I'm going to double select the black plus symbol to generate those pair groups. So now you've seen different ways on how to calculate random values within Excel. You can use the integrated email function to very quickly send your Excel spreadsheet to other users via email. Your email is quickly created, and you can adjust your email recipients and choose from the different document formats, including XLS and PDF. Now, if I'd like to email this workbook below, I'm first going to need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down below and choose the Share option. From Share, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have the option to email. From the email settings, you'll see that you have an array of different options on how you can share your workbook. If I want to give a standard copy of my document, I can send as an attachment. Otherwise, you'll see below that you have options such as PDF as well as XPS. On the right-hand side, you'll see the benefits of sending each file type. For example, if I send a copy as an attachment, everyone will get a copy to review. I'm going to select the top option, Send as an Attachment. Now once I select this option, my email template will open up. I can adjust the window by holding over it and dragging it up my screen. Now, once you select this option within your email client, you'll notice that an attachment has already been added. On the right-hand side of this attachment, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have an array of different options, such as opening the file, uploading it to your OneDrive or SharePoint account, as well as options to print and even save it directly to your computer. Once you insert a document as an attachment, that attachment name will automatically be added as the subject line of your email. If you'd like to modify this, you can select the subject field and choose backspace and type in your own text. Now, in order to send this email, I'll need to add a recipient by selecting the To field and typing in the name of the individual that I would like to send it to. I can select from the list of suggestions below. And in order to complete my email, I'm going to add a body by selecting the field below and adding my text. After I've composed my email, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select Send. Now, if you'd like to send your workbook by email, but you don't want others to receive a copy or make any modifications, you can send your workbook as a PDF. To do this, you'll need to go back up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and proceed back down to Share. From Share, again on the left-hand side, I'm going to select Email, and if you go towards the center, you'll see the option to share as a PDF. The advantages of sharing as a PDF means that everyone will get a PDF attachment. This is ideal if other users are working on different operating systems within their computer, they'll still be able to access and view the file. Whereas users who may not have Excel installed on their computer will have difficulty opening and viewing the file. You can also preserve the layout and formatting if you've already predefined your layout within the print layout. You can also be assured that the content cannot be easily changed. Now, to send this file as a PDF, I'm going to choose Send as PDF on the left-hand side. And once I select this option, my template will open up, and I'll be able to see the attachment directly in my email. Again, on the right-hand side, if I select the drop-down menu, you'll see the standard options to open, print, save, as well as upload to OneDrive. Now, if you'd like to open and preview the file, you can do that as well by double-selecting it, and from the window you can choose to save or to open on the left-hand side. Once I open up my file, I'll be able to view it in my browser or my PDF reader. Now, in order to leave the view, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, in order to send this email, I can again modify the subject, add a recipient, and even add a body and choose Send in the top left-hand corner. If I'd like to cancel and not send this email, I can go up to the top right-hand corner and choose the X to leave my email template. So now you've seen different ways and formats you can send your workbook by email in Excel. When using Excel, you can share your workbooks via a link. You will not only see how to share a file via a link, but how to choose editing permissions as well. Before you can share your document as a link, you'll have to be sure that it's saved to your OneDrive or SharePoint account. Once you save your file on OneDrive or SharePoint, a link will be generated. In order to access this link to share it, you have a few different options. First, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and select the Share icon. You can also access your share options by going to the top left-hand corner and choosing File. From the File menu, if you go down to Info, you'll notice that when you have a saved document on OneDrive, you'll have a notification at the top of your Info menu. Just below, you'll see the option to Share, as well as Copy the path. This will give a link to users that you can share via email or a messaging service. Now you can also access your link settings by going down the left-hand menu and selecting Share, and choosing the option Share with People on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can select Share with People. Now, from your Share menu, in order to quickly send a link to one of your contacts, you can choose to invite individuals to come edit or view your document. For example, if I want to invite somebody to edit, I'm going to select the Invite People field, and I'm going to select my address book on the right-hand side to add the users. Now from here, I'm going to go up, and I'm going to choose my address book corresponding with my contacts. From my contacts list, I can select a contact to invite, select two at the bottom of the field, and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you can also manually type out the email address of the individual you'd like to share your document with. Just below, you can choose the permissions. By default, this individual can edit. If I select the drop-down menu, I can choose Can View Only. Once I've selected the permission, I can go down and include an optional message and select Share in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see below that individual has been added to my list of people who have access to this particular document. Now, if you'd like to share a link with a user outside of your company, or you'd like to quickly share a link so that user can edit the document, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Get Sharing Link. From here, you'll see that you have two different link options. You can select and copy an editing link, or you can select and copy a view-only link. So if I want to share this document but I don't want the other individual to edit the document, I'm going to select the view-only link and select Copy on the right-hand side. Now if I go back to my Get Sharing Link menu, if I go down to the bottom and I select one of my contacts, such as Lisa, and choose an email option just to open an email template, you'll see that when you have a copied link, in order to share that link, you'll need to go within an email or messaging service, select the field, and to paste, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now if I select Enter, I can see that the link is now available, and the individual will need to select the link to access that particular file. Now in order to cancel this email, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner and choose No, Not to Save. In order to leave the Share menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the pop-out window. So now you've seen how to share your document via a link with Excel. With Excel, you can change the editing permissions for a link to be more restrictive or open, depending on your preferences. You will see how to modify the editing permissions and manage access to a shared link. Now from my workbook below, I've already shared this workbook via OneDrive, and I've also added users to share and view my document. If I go up to the top right-hand corner and select the Share icon, I'll have the opportunity to invite additional users. Now when you invite a user, you can select the field, enter their email address, or you can search for them in your address book by selecting the address book icon on the right-hand side. Now once you add an individual by selecting them from your address book, so I'm going to choose my corresponding contact's address book and select the individual below. Once I add that individual, I can choose To in the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. And you'll see below that you can choose to modify their permissions. In order to modify the permission, you'll need to select the drop-down menu just below, and you can choose between Edit and View. Now, if you want to grant permission for the user to access and modify your document, you'll need to select Can Edit. If you only want the user to be able to view the document but not make any changes, you'll need to select Can View. Now, just below, you can also include an optional message and choose Share to send them a shareable link. Once you've done this, the user will be added to your list below. Now, once you've added users to your list, they'll be able to access and edit or access and view depending on the permissions you've granted to them. Those permissions are given by a link. In order to control the permissions, you can remove the links if you no longer want to grant permission to edit your document or view your document. To access and modify these links, you'll need to scroll down the menu on the right-hand side, and you'll see below that you have two different links. So anyone with my company domain name will be able to access and view via this link. I can also see below anyone will be able to edit the link from my company as well. Now, if I want to remove the option for users to edit, I'll need to right-click over this link, and I can choose the option Disable Link. Once I've disabled the link, those users that I've shared permissions to edit will be removed from my list. Now I only have one person who is able to access and view my document. If I want to remove that permission as well, I'll need to go over the View link, right-click with my mouse, and choose Disable Link. Once I've removed this option, I can see that I am not the owner of the document, and I'll get a notification at the top of the menu that says only document owners can share their documents. I'll need to ask for permission to access this document again. As you can see, when you remove all permissions and you've been shared that document, you'll no longer have access to getting a link and sharing links as well. You'll also notice that when you select this option, your document will turn into a read-only document, and you'll need to access the document again via OneDrive. To leave the Share menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to modify link permissions within Excel. OneDrive is a service offered by Microsoft which is used to store files online. It can be used to access your documents from any location with an internet connection. This service can be accessed directly via Excel. Now, in order to share my workbook onto OneDrive, I'm first going to have to save it to OneDrive. To do this, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll see an icon, Share. Once you select this option, you'll be prompted from the right-hand pop-out window to Save to Cloud. You can also access this option via your File menu by choosing File in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Share. From the Share menu, be sure to select Share with People on the left-hand side, and again, on the right-hand side, you'll be prompted to Save to Cloud. Once you select this option, your cloud services will open up on the left-hand side. If you do not see your OneDrive or SharePoint account, you can also add a place by choosing Add a Place at the bottom of the menu. Now on the right-hand side, you can choose to add your Office 365 account or your personal OneDrive account by choosing OneDrive. From here, you'll be prompted to enter an email address. And once you've done this, you can select Next in the bottom right-hand corner. Next, you'll be prompted to enter your password. You can select the field and enter the password with your corresponding email address. After you've done this, you can select Sign in the bottom right-hand corner. Now it's going to prompt me if I want to use this account everywhere on my device. If I only want to use this on my Microsoft apps, I can select the link found in the bottom left-hand corner. So now I can see my OneDrive personal account has also been attached. Now if I want to save my document to my OneDrive professional account that I already have open, I can select it above. Once I've selected the location, I can go on the right-hand side and I can choose the exact folder where I'd like to save it. If I want to save it in my In Review folder, I can select it just below. And I can see my OneDrive folder associated with my OneDrive account has opened up. I can verify the name of my file, as well as the type below, and choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once you save your file to OneDrive, you'll be able to quickly share your file with other users. Now I can see on the right-hand side within my Share menu that I can choose to invite individuals to edit or view my document, as well as manage those permissions below. In order to leave the Share menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. If I'd like to access my documents stored on OneDrive, I can easily do that by going back up to my File menu in the top left-hand corner and going down to Open just below. On the left-hand side, you'll find your cloud storage locations such as your OneDrive and SharePoint account. In order to locate my file that I've just stored, I can select OneDrive, and I'll be able to see the files that I've just saved in the corresponding document folder. Now if I'd like to see the complete list, I'll need to go and select the back arrow just above, and I'll find a complete list of all of my folders located on OneDrive. To open a document, I'm going to go down and choose the corresponding folder or file stored directly on my OneDrive. I'm going to choose In Review, and in order to open my file, I can double select it, and my file has opened up. As you can see, you'll be able to access your files in any location once you've saved it to your OneDrive account. So now you've seen how to save your Excel workbooks directly onto OneDrive. With Excel, you can manage a workbook's version history by opening a different version of the workbook and checking it out so no one else can edit it at the same time as you. Now, if you're collaborating on a document with multiple users, you may want to view your version history. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu on the left-hand side, you can go down to History. Now, on the right-hand side of the History window, I'll be able to see previous versions of my document. I'll be able to see the time it was saved and by whom. In order to view an older version of the document, I can select an older version below, and a new window will open up with the older version of the document in read-only view. Now, if I go over and I view the changes that had been made, I can choose to restore this older version of the document by going up to the top and selecting Restore. Once I select this option, the version that was previously behind the open window has now been removed, and the current version of the document is now open at the top. If you're working on a document with multiple people simultaneously, it could be a good idea to check out the document so that way no other users can edit at the same time as you. To check out a document, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From File, be sure that you're selected on Info just below, and if you go down the menu, you'll see the option Manage Workbook. From here, if I go to the left-hand side and select Manage Workbook, you'll see the option Checkout near the top. Once you select this option, other users will not have access to that document and you'll be able to make the changes as you see fit. Once you're done making those changes, you can check it back in. So if I go back up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu, I can see from the Info tab that I have a checked out workbook notification at the top of the menu. Now if I just want to leave the checkout, if I haven't made any changes, I can select Discard Checkout just below. But if I've made changes and I want the file to be updated for other users, I'm going to select the option Check In. Now once you check back in a document, you can choose the version of the document, so if you have 0.5, 1.0, or whichever version that you would like to update, you can select that option below and choose your comments. These are the changes that you've made on the document and you want your other collaborators to know about. Once you're done selecting your options, you can check it back in by selecting OK, and the document will now be available for other users. Now, since I haven't checked out the document, I'm in read-only view. To edit the workbook, I'll need to go up to the top of the page and choose Edit Workbook. Once you're in the standard edit view, other users will be able to join in and edit the workbook at the same time. So now you've seen how to manage your version history, as well as check in and check out a document within Excel. If there are multiple individuals working on your spreadsheet, you may find the comment tool a useful way of collaborating and coordinating your additions and modifications. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to identify where there is a comment, I notice that some of my cells have a marker located in the top right-hand corner. If I hover over this particular cell, I can see a comment appear on the right-hand side. I notice that I have multiple cells with the same marker, indicating that there is a comment. If I'd like to view all of my comments, I'll need to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, if I go down below, I notice that I have my Comments toolset. On the right-hand side, I'll find the option Show All Comments. Now I can see all of my comments are displayed. If I don't want to see all of my comments, I can return and select Show All Comments again, and those comments will no longer be viewed. Now, if I select a particular cell with a comment, if I want to navigate through the different comments, I can choose the option Next or Previous to view the comments within my sheet. If I want to edit that particular comment, I can choose Edit, or I can even select to remove by choosing Delete. Now, if I find that I want to enter my own comment, I can do that as well. First, you're going to need to select the cell where you'd like to leave your comment. Next, you'll need to go up to your Comments toolset and select New Comment. Once you've selected this option, you'll see your Microsoft name if selected, and you'll be able to select the field below and enter your comment. Once you're done adding your comment, you can select outside the comment window, and if I hover over that cell, I'll be able to see my comment. If I'd like to edit the comment, I'm going to select the cell where the comment is located and go back up and select Edit from my Comments toolset. Once the window opens up, I'll see the blinking cursor. I can choose Backspace and remove the text within, and then select Outside. Now if I'd like to remove the comment altogether, I can select it and choose Delete from the Comments toolset to remove the comment from my worksheet. Now if I've accidentally removed a comment, I can always undo by selecting the Undo option in my Quick Access toolbar. Now if you find that you add comments and you notice that your username is incorrect or you'd like to update it, you can easily do this within the Excel Settings menu. To access these settings, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and if you go all the way down to the bottom, you'll find Options. From Options, be sure that you're selected on General on the left-hand side, and towards the center, you'll find the option for Username. From here, you can select the field, select Backspace to remove your username, and type in your desired name that you'd like to display within your comments. If you want to always use this name regardless of the Office account you've used to sign in, check this box. Once you've made these changes, you can select OK. And if I go back to my document to add a new comment, by selecting the cell and going back up to my comments toolset and choosing New Comment, I can see that my new username displays within my comment. This will help other users decipher who has left the comment. Now if I'd like to delete this comment as well, I can select my cell and choose Delete at the top. So now you've seen how to view, add, and manage comments within Excel. When there are lots of individuals working on the same shared document, it's vital that you can keep track of all the changes that have been made. In Excel, you can use the Track Changes tool to make sure that any changes that are made are highlighted, and these changes can then be viewed, accepted, and rejected on an individual basis. Now, if you'd like to track the changes that are being made on a worksheet, you can easily do this by going up to the Review tab. Now, in previous versions of Excel, you'd be able to find your Track Changes tool on the right-hand side of the toolbar. But with newer versions of Excel, you may need to add this feature. To quickly add the feature, I'm going to right-click over the tool ribbon and choose Customize the ribbon below. From the tool ribbon, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and verify the tab in which I'd like to add my tool. Next, I'm going to need to add a custom group. To do this, I can go down below and choose New Group, and then select Rename on the right-hand side and give my group a name. After I've done this, I can select OK, and I'm going to add my tool within the tracking group. Once I've done this, I'm going to select my tracking group, and on the left-hand side, I'll be able to find the Track Changes command by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing All Commands. Now, to find Track Changes, I'll need to browse down my list until I come across Track Changes. From the list on the left-hand side, I can select Track Changes and choose Add. Once I've added that tool, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK, and I'll be able to see it in my new group that I've just created. To activate Track Changes, I can select the icon and choose Highlight Changes. From here, I'll be able to activate Track Changes by selecting the box in the top left-hand corner. Now, when you're tracking changes, you can choose when, who, and where regarding the changes being made. If I want to be notified of any changes made at any time, I can select Where and All. If I only want to know for specific individuals, I can select Who and choose the individual on the right-hand side. If I have a select range of cells that are confidential, and if any changes are made I want to be notified, I can select Where and choose my cell range. Now I can also highlight the changes made within the screen itself. For example, once I've chosen my options, I can select OK, and select OK to save my document. Now once I've saved those changes and I go through my document and I make a modification such as selecting a cell and choosing Delete to remove the contents, I can see that the highlighted changes automatically activates. I'll be able to see the username, date, and time, as well as the action performed. If I'd like to view all of the changes made within this document recently, I'll need to go back to the Track Changes menu and choose Accept or Reject Changes just below. Now once I select this option, it's automatically going to save my document, so I can select OK to continue. From here, if I'm looking for specific changes, I can choose when, who, or where. So if I'm looking for changes from a specific individual, I can select Who, and I can see by default it's selected to everyone. To modify this, I can select the drop-down menu, and I can choose the name for an individual that I'd like to find the changes for. And then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to view all the changes that they've made. Now from the change list, you'll see the name, date, and time, as well as the action performed. I can see that the cell E6 had been modified to remove the text that had been contained there before. Now at the bottom of the list, you'll see the option to accept the change, reject, as well as accept all if there are multiple changes made, or even reject all. If I choose to reject this particular action, I can see that the text has been placed back into the document. Now if you'd like to turn off Track Changes, you can do that as well by going back up to Track Changes, selecting Highlight Changes, and unchecking the box in the top left-hand corner for tracking changes, and then select OK to confirm that action. So now you've seen how to access, activate, and use Track Changes within Excel. Excel features multiple number formats. However, there may be occasions when you need to create your own formats. Whether your value is a fraction, a currency, or a telephone number, Excel can help you display it properly. Now, when you're typing in information into Excel, you'll notice by default that your text is set to General. You'll be able to verify this format by going to your Home tab, and in the center you'll find your number group. At the top of number group, you'll see the format applied to a particular cell. So if I go down to my worksheet and I select the cell under Revenue, I can see indeed that my text is set to a general format. If I'd like to display these values as currency values, I'll first need to select my cell range. Once I've selected my cell range, I can go back up to the number group and choose the number format menu. Now below, you'll notice that you have two different options. You'll have currency as well as accounting. Depending on how you will use your data values will depend on the format applied. For example, if I'm looking just to change the appearance of my values, I can select currency. Whereas if I'm planning on performing calculations with formulas, I would recommend selecting accounting. I'm going to select currency, and I can see my values displayed below. If you don't like how your values are displayed, you can make modifications. For example, if I go back up to my number group, I notice in the bottom right-hand corner that I can remove decimal places by choosing Decrease Decimal. I can also add decimal places by choosing Increase Decimal. Another way you can modify your numbers format is by going back to the number format menu and proceeding down to the bottom and choosing More Number Formats. From the number format menu, be sure that you're selected on currency on the left-hand side once you've selected your cell range. On the right-hand side, you'll be able to make those modifications regarding decimal places, currency symbol, and negative values. Now, if I want to remove the decimal places, I'm going to choose the down arrow just next to decimal places. You can also select the field and type in your desired decimal places. And just below, if I want to change the symbol associated with my currency, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you can browse through different currency value symbols below. Besides modifying the decimal places and symbol, you'll see that you can choose your negative number format as well. If I'd rather have my negative values in parentheses with red text, I can select that option. And in order to apply my new format, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And now I can see that my currency values are displayed within my worksheet how I'd like them to appear. Now, besides modifying currency values, you can also modify the number format for percentages. For example, I can see that I've already added percentages, and if I select this cell range, I can also make modifications regarding those percentages. If you go back up to your numbers group, you'll see that you can quickly add a percentage by selecting the percentage style. You'll also find this option within the number formats menu, and you can go down and choose percentage. Now, if you don't like the default percentage display, again, you can go back down to More Number Formats, and from the menu you can select percentage on the left-hand side under Category. On the right-hand side, you can choose to modify your decimal places. So if you need to increase, you can select the up arrow, or you can select the down arrow to decrease. And again, I can always select the field, choose backspace, and type in my desired number of decimal places. Once I'm done making those modifications, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, besides modifying percentages and currencies, you may find that you have a numerical value that cannot be formatted simply by the default number formats. For example, on the right-hand side of my table, I can see that I have telephone numbers. Again, by default, my text is set to a general format, but if I'd like to add a telephone number format, I'm first going to need to select my cell range, and I'm going to go back up to the number group, and I'm going to choose the dialog box launcher found in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, this will also bring me to my number format menu, and in order to format a phone number or a zip code, you'll need to go to the left-hand side of Category and choose Special. From Special Formats, you'll see the type on the right-hand side, and I'm going to select Phone Number. Once you've done this, you can choose your locale or location of your phone number. If I select the drop-down menu, I can choose my associated language and region below. Once you've done this, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply that number format. So now I can see that my number format for telephone has been applied. So now you've seen how to add number formats as well as customize those number formats within Excel. In Excel, you can also create customized text formats. You can use the Custom Text Format menu to insert additional data to multiple cells, as well as change the appearance of existing text. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have numerical values as well as text values. Now, when inputting data into Excel, you'll notice by default that your text or numerical values is set to a general format. You can verify this by going to your Home tab and your number group, and towards the top, you'll find your number format. From here, I can see that it's set to general. Now, if I want to set this as text, so that way any data going in will be recognized as text, you can choose the drop-down menu, and if you scroll down to the bottom of the list, you'll have the option Text. Now, you can also use text for numerical values. For example, if I go up to the top cell in the top left-hand corner, if I want to input a numerical value that is longer than 15 digits, and if I select outside of the cell, I can see that the text will automatically reformat itself. Now, I don't want my data values displayed as this. If I want to display more than 15 digits, I'll need to apply a text format to my numerical values. So to do this, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to go back up to the number format menu, scroll down, and choose text. Now, once I've done this, I can select the cell, and then select outside, and I'll be able to see all of my values displayed. You can also custom format your text. For example, I have values where I'd like to add additional text to. To do this, you can use the number formatting menu. So first I'm going to select my range. And if I go up to my number formats menu, rather than selecting text, I'm going to go down to the bottom of the menu and choose More Number Formats. From the Format Cells menu, I'm going to go to the left-hand side under Category and choose Custom at the bottom. Now, in order to create my custom format, I'll need to select the type field, and I'm going to remove the current text. In order to add text to existing text within your worksheet, you can insert the @ symbol, followed by a space, and insert quotation marks. Now you can insert the term or terms that you would like to insert into your worksheet. So I'd like to add chapter, and then I'm going to insert quotation marks. And once I've done this, in order to insert my text, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So as you can see, you can quickly insert text into existing text within your worksheet. If I'd like to modify this text, I can right-click over the cell range and choose the option Format Cells. From here, I'll be brought back to my custom menu for my selected cell range, and I go back up and modify the term if need be. So I'm going to remove the lowercase c and insert a capital C. And once I've made those modifications, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So now I can see this is a quick way to modify multiple cells simultaneously. Now, if you want to modify any text color or appearance, you can do that as well. So I'm going to select my cell range, and I'm going to go back up to the number group and choose the dialog box launcher. And as you can see, you're brought to the same Format Cells menu. Now, besides adding custom text formatting, you can also modify the text appearance by going up to the top tabs. For example, if you want to modify the font, you can select this option, and you'll be able to modify the font as well as the font style and even the color. So if I want to add a different color to the text within the cell range, I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I can go down below and I can choose red, for example, and then select OK to apply that. And once I select outside, I'll be able to see that color formatting applied. Now, this is advantageous if you remove values and you select outside. If I go back and I want to add a value, I can see that the formatting is already predefined and will fill out automatically with the text within the cell range. Now, if you find that you would like to remove any custom text that you may have added, again, I'm going to go back and select my cell range. And then I'm going to go back up to my number group and choose the dialog box launcher. And from this menu, I can see that I'm already selected on custom with the custom text that I had added. Now, to quickly revert back to default, I can scroll up the custom menu and choose General. I can also do this easily from the number format menu. So if I select Cancel, and I go back up to my number group and choose the number format menu, I could choose General at the top of the menu to quickly remove that custom text. I can do the same for my value found in the top left-hand corner. Rather than leaving this as a text value, if I go up, select the drop-down menu, and choose General. Again, if I select Within, and then select Outside, I can see that my numerical value, since it is larger than 15 digits, no longer displays in its full entirety. So now you've seen how to format with text and custom text values in Excel. Excel offers a wide variety of different date and time formats. As well as applying preset formats to your data, you can also create your own customized formats. You can specify exactly which data components are displayed and even adjust the units of measurement. Now, if you're looking to add a date format, you may notice that when you type in your date, the display may not be in date format. For example, in the top left-hand corner of my worksheet under the date column, I can see that I've typed in my date, but the date does not display properly. Once I select the cell, I can verify the number format by going up to the number group, and I can see at the top that it's set to General. Now, in order to apply a date format, I can select the number format menu, and you'll see below that you have a date option. For example, if I select short date, I'll be able to see that my text has changed to a date format and matches the rest of my values. You'll notice that when you select the number format menu that you have two date options. For example, if I'd like to change my data values into the long date format, I'm first going to select my cell range, and then I'm going to go back up to the number group and choose the number format menu. From the options below, I'm going to go down and choose long date, and I can see that the values have changed within my cell range. If you'd like to further customize your date format, you can return to the number format menu, and at the bottom you'll notice the option More Number Formats. Now, once you've selected your data range, you'll see on the left-hand side that date has already been selected since this is the given format applied to these cells. On the right-hand side, you can choose the type of date format that you would like to apply to your cell range. You can browse through using the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and once you find a date format that you would like to apply, you can select it. At the top of the menu, you'll see a sample preview of what that format will look like. Now, if you don't see the date format that you would like to use, you may need to change your locale. To do this, you can select the drop-down menu and choose your corresponding language and region. Once you've chosen your date options, in order to apply these options, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my format has changed. In the center column, I can see that I've already applied a time format. But if I need to change my time format, I can select my range, and I can go up to the number group, and choose the dialog box launcher. From this menu, since I've already applied the time format, I'll be brought to the time category, and on the right-hand side, I'll see the type. Now, if I want to change the type, I can select one of the options. I can again change the locale if need be, and then select OK once I've chosen my format. So now I can see that my time format has changed and takes up a little bit less space in my cell range. Now you can also add custom time formats. I can see on the right-hand side that my duration field is a bit difficult to read. If I'd rather display it in minutes and seconds, I can easily do that by selecting my range, and I'm going to right-click over my cell selection. From this menu, I'm going to select Format Cells, and from the Format Cell menu, I'm going to select Custom on the left-hand side. Now, from here, you can browse through your custom time options by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and once I come across minutes and seconds, I'm going to select that option, and I'll be able to see the sample display, and once I've verified my custom time option, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply. So as you can see, this has changed the display of my duration and makes it a bit more visible. If you find that you've added a custom time or date, and you would like to revert back to your general format, you can also do that by selecting your cell range, and going back up to the number group, choosing the number format menu, and selecting General, and this will completely remove the format. But as you can see, it's difficult to analyze the data once you've changed the format. In order to quickly change back my format, I'm going to select the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter Z to quickly revert to my custom format. So now you've seen how to apply a time and date format as well as customize those formats within Excel. If you want to quickly modify the color applied to data in a worksheet, you can use the custom format options in Excel. Now, in order to add a custom format with color, first you'll need to select your cell range. So I'm going to go down below, hold down the left button of my mouse, and select the complete cell range that I'd like to add the custom color format to. Once I've done this, I'm going to right-click over the cell selection and choose the option Format Cells. From the Format Cells menu, I'm going to choose Custom on the left-hand side under Category. From the Category field, you'll see by default General has been selected, and in order to add a color, I'm going to select just before General. Now to add my color, I'm going to insert an open bracket, followed by the name of the color that I would like to add, such as red. Once I've done this, I can close off the bracket, and in order to apply my color, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. Now I can see that my text color has been changed, and this is quite an easy way to quickly format your cells. Now you can also add color to your cells another way. First, I'm going to select my cell range, and then I'm going to go up to my number group within my Home tab and choose the dialog box launcher in the bottom right-hand corner. From the Format Cells menu, you'll notice at the top that you have different tabs. These tabs can be used to modify the color or even the style of the text within your cell selected. So if I go to the Font tab, I can go down below and I'll find a font color option. From here, I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I can choose a light blue color, and I can also modify the fill color of those cells selected as well. To do this, I'm going to go up to the tab Fill, and just below I'm going to choose a dark blue color, and I'm going to choose a darker blue color to contrast with my light blue text. Once I've added my color, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see the color of those cells have been applied. Now, if you need to modify the custom text color, you can always do that by selecting your cell range, and you can also go back up to the number group, choose the Format Number menu, and select More Number Formats at the bottom. From this menu, you'll automatically be directed to your custom selection if you've already applied this to your text. And on the right-hand side, I'll be able to find the color that I've added. If I want to change this color, I'm going to select the field, choose Backspace to remove my color, and enter a new color between my brackets. After I've done this, I can select OK, and I can see once I select outside that my color has been applied. Now if I want to quickly remove this color, I'm going to select my range, and I'm going to go back up to my number group, select the drop-down menu, and select General, and this will remove that custom color formatting that I had applied. If I go over to my previous cells that I had selected, I can see if I select all of the cells below. If I go back up and select General, I can see that the color is not removed. In fact, in order to remove or change these colors, you'll need to go back to your Format Cells menu by selecting the dialog box launcher, going up to the top, choosing Font, and I'll need to go back and revert my font to default black, and choose my fill color, and select white, and then select OK to revert to the default view. So as you can see, you have two different ways to customize your text color, but the custom text formatting is a bit easier to modify and revert back to default, rather than changing the fill and font color manually with the Format Cells menu. So now you've seen how to use custom formatting in order to modify your text color within Excel. The format that you want to apply to your data may depend on whether a particular value meets a condition. In Excel, you can create conditional formats that will automatically be applied if certain criteria are met. You can choose different formats for positive and negative values, and even set conditional value ranges. From my worksheet below, I notice on the right-hand side of my table that I have positive and negative currency values. I would like to display them in currency values, as well as display whether they are positive or negative by indicating a credit or debit text just before the data values. To do this, I can create my own conditional formatting with the Custom Number Format menu. First, I'm going to select my range. And after I've done this, I'm going to go up to the number group and choose the dialog box launcher in the bottom right-hand corner. From this menu, I'm going to go down to Category and choose Custom. And from Custom, I'm going to go up to Type and clear the field. Now, in order to create my own conditional format, I'm going to first want to insert text before my data values. To do this, you'll need to insert quotation marks followed by the text that you would like to insert. So to indicate positive values, I want to insert credit. After I've entered my text, I'm going to close off the quotation marks, and then I'm going to insert a space, which will appear between my text and my data values. Now, to be sure that my numerical values are displayed with currency, I'm going to insert my currency symbol, which is a $sign, followed by a number symbol to indicate my data values already inserted in my cells. Now, in order to compose my negative values, I'm going to insert a semicolon, and then I'm going to insert my negative text with quotation marks again, and I'm going to distinguish my negative values with debit. After I've done this, I can close off those quotation marks, and then I'm going to insert another space, and insert my currency symbol, which is a $sign, followed by the number symbol. And in order to apply this conditional formatting, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. So now I can see that my values are distinguished with currency symbols as well as a positive and negative value with debit and credit. Now, in order to help these values stand out just a bit more, I can also add color. So since I've already selected my cell range, I'm going to right-click over that cell selection and choose Format Cells. From the menu, I'll be brought back to Custom since this is my custom selection, and I can go up to my custom formatting that I've already created. Now, in order to add color, you'll need to go before the quotation marks, and I'm going to insert a bracket. After I've inserted my bracket, I'm going to type in the color that I'd like to display for my positive values, so I'm going to leave these set as blue, and then I'm going to close off the bracket. Now the same goes for my negative value, so I'm going to select just before the quotation marks my negative value, and I'm going to insert an open bracket, followed by the color that I'd like to display for my negative values, red. After I've done this, I can close off the bracket, and in order to apply these changes, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see my positive and negative values are displayed with colors red and blue. If I want to remove all of this custom formatting, I can easily do this by selecting my cell range, and I can go up to the number group, and from the number format menu, I can select the drop-down menu and choose General at the top. This will remove the currency symbol, color, as well as the custom text that I had added. So now you've seen how to create your own conditional formatting rule with the custom number format in Excel. Conditional formatting highlights important information in a spreadsheet. By adding visual indicators to your data values, it enables you to make sense of your data and spot important cues in the blink of an eye. If you're looking to highlight important information in your worksheet, you can easily use conditional formatting to highlight important changes. For example, my column on the right-hand side indicates values that I would like to analyze. In order to add a conditional formatting rule, you'll first need to select your cell range. Once you've selected your cell range, you can go to your Home tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Styles group. From here, I'm going to choose Conditional Formatting, and from the drop-down menu, you'll find an array of different formatting rules that you can apply. If you would like to add a formatting rule directly from this menu, you can easily go down and choose your type that you would like to apply. For example, if I'd like to add a color scale, I can go down, hover over this option, and on the right-hand side, you'll see an array of different color scales that you can apply. You can also add your conditional formatting by creating a new rule. To do this, you'll need to go down towards the bottom of the menu and select New Rule. From the Rule menu, you'll find at the top that you can choose your type. You can choose to add a formula, as well as format cells that do not contain certain values. I'm going to choose the top option to format all cells based on their values. Now if I go down below, I can choose the format style. From the Format Style menu, you'll see that you have the option between color scales, data bars, as well as icon sets. I'm going to choose 3 color scale, and below I'll be able to see my minimum, midpoint, and maximum values. Now within these values, you can correspond your value criteria, as well as the color applied to your scale. For example, if I'd like to change the midpoint color, I can select the color menu, and I'm going to go down and choose a standard color of orange. Once I've selected this option, I can apply my rule by choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see my rule applied within my worksheet. Now, once you've applied your rule, you can always format it and change its appearance. For example, if I'd like to change the color scale, I'll need to go back to the Styles group and choose Conditional Formatting. From this menu, I'm going to go down below and hover over Color Scales, and again, I can hover over the different options, and if I find a different color scale that I would like to apply, I can quickly edit the rule by selecting one of these options. Now, once you've added conditional formatting to your worksheet, if you find that you would like to clear the conditional formatting, you have a few different options. For example, if you just want to clear the rule out of a certain area of your worksheet, you'll need to select the cell range where the rule is contained. Once you've done this, you can go back up to your Styles group and choose Conditional Formatting, and from the drop-down menu, if you go towards the bottom, you'll see the option Clear Rules. Now, you can clear your rules from the selected cell range, or you could choose to clear all rules from your entire sheet. I'm going to choose Clear Rules from selected cells. So now you've seen how to add a conditional formatting rule, edit your rule, as well as clear the rules you no longer need within Excel. If you have a lot of data to analyze in a short time, you can use conditional formatting rules to highlight specific cells, rows, or columns to better understand your data. From my worksheet below, I would like to analyze the values of specific cells. Now, to do this, I can highlight cells under, over, or equal to certain values. On the right-hand side, I have a column where I'd like to analyze values below a certain amount. First, I'm going to need to select my cell range. Once I've selected my cell range, I can go up to my Home tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Styles group. From here, I'm going to choose Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to select the top option, Highlight Cells Rules. On the right-hand side, I'll find the option Less Than. Now, you can also select greater than a specific value, between, or even equal to. I'm going to select Less Than, and from the Less Than menu, I'm going to choose the value less than that I would like to highlight the values for. So if I'm looking for values less than 20, I can select that option. And on the right-hand side, you can choose to modify the default format by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing from the list of defaults below, or you can go down to the bottom of the menu and create your own custom format. I'm going to leave light red fill with dark red text and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply this rule. Now, if I scroll up to my worksheet, I can see which values have been highlighted, and this will make it easier to distinguish and analyze my data. You can also highlight entire rows. To do this, you'll need to select your range of values. And once you've done this, you'll need to create a new conditional formatting rule. First, you'll need to go up to the Conditional Formatting menu. And from the Formatting menu, I'm going to go down and select New Rule. From the New Formatting Rule menu, I'm going to go under Type and select Use a Formula to determine which cells to format. Once I select this option, I'll need to compose my formula below. So I'm going to select the field and insert the equal symbol. Now, in order to analyze what's in my column to highlight my rows, I'm going to scroll back up my worksheet and I'm going to move over my rule. Now I'm going to select the column of reference and the first cell in the row. And once I select this option, I'll need to go down and modify those values. Now, I don't want to make this an absolute value, so I'm going to remove the dollar symbol between the column letter and row number. And after I've done this, I'm going to choose how I would like to highlight my cells. So if the value is above a certain value, I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, and I'm going to select the value that I would like to highlight within my text. So if I want to highlight rows that have a value above 500, for example, I can select that option. And in order to highlight these rows, I'm going to need to format them. To do this, I can select the Format option in the bottom right-hand corner. And from the Format menu, you'll see the option to format font, borders, as well as fill. Now, I'm going to choose a style for my font, such as bold, to help it stand out. I'm also going to select the Fill tab, and I'm going to highlight my rows in green. And once I select this option, I can choose OK. And to apply the rule, I'll need to select OK from the menu as well. So now I can see within my worksheet that the items that are above 500 have been highlighted, and since the entire row is highlighted, it makes it easier to see all of the content and analyze the values with my worksheet. If you would like to highlight columns, you can also do that. First, I'm going to go down my worksheet and select my second worksheet found in my workbook. Now from my second worksheet, I can see that my range of values has already been selected from the specific table. In order to add my conditional formatting rule to highlight columns, I'm going to go up to Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to go down and select New Rule. From the New Rule menu, I'm going to select the type, use a formula to determine which cells to format. Once I've done this, I'm going to go down, select the field, and insert my formula, which is equals, followed by the formula is number. Now once I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'm going to move over my formula window and select the first value in the columns that I would like to analyze with my rows. So since I want to analyze the purchase totals across all of my columns, I'm going to select this specific cell. And once I've done this, I'm going to remove the $ before the column letter, so that way I'll be analyzing the values within my rows. Now after I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and again I'll need to add the formatting that I'd like to display within my columns. To do this, I can go down to Format, and again I can go up and I can choose to modify the font, border, or fill. I'm going to leave fill selected, and I can go down and choose a specific fill color to highlight my columns that meet the criteria. Once I've done this, I can go down and select OK. Now to apply my rule, I'm going to choose OK again. And I can see the advantage of having this rule is that all the cells that have the contents within will be highlighted. Those cells that have a missing cell in the particular row will be left blank. So if I go over and I add a value, and then I select outside, once the criteria is met, that column will be highlighted. This can help you find missing information in a large worksheet. So now you've seen how to call out values for specific cells, rows, and columns within Excel. Conditional formatting enables you to apply different rules to analyze your data more clearly. Discover which tools can be used to help interpret your spreadsheet data values. From my worksheet below, I would like to better analyze my data values found in the right-hand column. Now, you have different conditional formatting rules that you can apply to help your data stand out. First, you can apply a color scheme. To do this, I'm going to first select my cell range. And once I've selected my complete cell range, I'm going to go up to my Home tab, and from the Styles group, I'm going to select Conditional Formatting. Now from the menu below, I'm going to go down over Color Scales, and I'm going to hover over the different color scales that I can apply. Once I find a color scale that I'd like to apply, I can select it. Now, as you can see, this will help my data stand out just a bit more. If I find, in fact, I do not want to use color scales, but rather data bars, I can also do that. Now, to avoid applying too many rules to one cell range, I'm first going to clear the selected cell range by going up to Conditional Formatting in the Styles group, and I'm going to go down to Clear Rules and choose Clear Rules from Selected Cells. Now, to add data bars, I have a couple different options. First, I can return to the Conditional Formatting menu, and I can go down just below, and you'll find the option Data Bars. From here, you'll find a gradient fill option, as well as a solid fill option. If I go down the menu and select More Rules, I can also select data bars from the first option in the rule type, format all cells based on their values, and if I go down below, I can choose the format style, data bar. If you don't see this option selected, you can choose the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding option, data bar. Now, you can also choose to show the bar only, and you can also distinguish your maximum and minimum values as well as types. At the bottom of the menu, you can also choose your fill color. Now, once you're happy with your data bar settings, you can select OK, and you'll see your data bar appear within your cell range. Now, depending on the color you selected for your data bar, this may hide some values. In order to change this, I'm going to go back up to my Conditional Formatting menu, and I'm going to go down to Data Bars, and I'm going to go over a data bar and choose a data bar that enables me to visualize my text more easily. Now, besides adding data bars or a color scale, you can also use icon sets. Now, to do this, I can go back up to my conditional formatting menu, and I can go down to icon sets. Now, if I'd like to continue using the current rule I have applied, but rather than using a data bar, I can go down to Manage Rules. And from the Manage Rules menu, I'm going to go up and select the rule that I have applied, and select Edit Rule. Now, whether you're creating a new rule or editing an existing rule, you're going to need to select Format All Cells based on their values, and if you go down below and choose Format Style, you can select Icon Sets. Now, you can choose your icon style just below. You can choose between colors, shapes, as well as circles, or any options to show the different values and how you want them reflected within your icon set. I'm going to leave the default 3 colors, and then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I've edited my current rule, I'm going to select Apply from the Rule Manager menu, and select Close to close the menu. Now, if you find that the colors are difficult to distinguish, I would recommend choosing a different icon set to make your values more accessible. To do this, I'm going to go back to the Conditional Formatting menu and down to Icon Sets. Now, as you can see, you can choose from shapes as well as symbols. I'm going to go down to Ratings and choose the Circle option. From here, I can see that my values are easily distinguished with an icon set indicating which value is higher than the other. So now you've seen how to better analyze your data with different conditional formatting rules in Excel. Go further with advanced conditional formatting by highlighting specific data criteria. If you need to find duplicate values, or if you'd like to hide specific values, conditional formatting provides you with these tools in Excel. Now, if you have a large worksheet with multiple values, in order to find a duplicate value, you could use a formula, or you can use conditional formatting. Now, in order to find duplicate values with conditional formatting, you'll first need to select your cell range. Once you've selected your complete cell range, you can go up to your Home tab, and from the Styles group, you can select Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select the top option, Highlight Cells Rules, and on the right-hand side, you'll find duplicate values towards the bottom. Now, you can also find this option from the New Rule menu or the More Rules menu by selecting this option at the bottom of the menu. From the New Formatting Rule menu, in order to find a duplicate value, you'll need to select the option Format Only Unique or Duplicate Values. After you've done this, you can be sure that duplicate has been selected below, and in order to format those duplicate cells, you can select Format in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, from the Format menu, you can choose to format your font, borders, or fill color. I'm going to choose just to modify the fill color, and then I'm going to go down below and choose a fill color such as orange. Once I've done this, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, in order to apply this duplicate rule, I can select OK, and I can see within my worksheet which values have been duplicated, whether it be a row or even values within a specific column. Now, if I don't want to find duplicate values in this column, I'm going to need to edit my rule. In order to do this, I'll need to go back to the Conditional Formatting menu and down to Manage Rules. From the Manage Rules menu, I can modify the specific cell range by selecting the cell selection on the right-hand side of Applies To, and I can go through my worksheet and select a different cell range. Once I've selected this cell range, I'm going to go back to the Cell Selection menu, and once I've made those modifications to my rule, I can choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if I close this menu, I can see that those values within the specific column on the right-hand side are no longer flagged as duplicate, but I can see which rows are in fact duplicates. This will enable me to make those editing changes without having to go through and read each individual row. Now, besides highlighting specific criteria, if you would like to hide values, you can do that as well. For example, if I'm looking to hide 0 values in a specific column, I'm first going to need to select my cell range. After I've done this, I'm going to go up to Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to go down to Highlight Cells Rules, and I'm going to choose the option Equals To. From the equals to menu, I'm going to insert 0, because this is the value that I would like to hide. On the right-hand side, I can choose the formatting options. I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I'm going to go down to the bottom and choose Custom Format. From this menu, I'm going to be sure that the text is indeed highlighted in white. I also want the fill color to be white as well, so I'm going to go up to the Fill option, and then I'm going to select the Font tab, and choose Color, and choose white as well. Now you can be sure that any effects have been deactivated, such as strike-through, and you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I've chosen my format, I can select OK to apply that specific rule. Now if I go through my data values and I choose one of the values and change it to 0, and then select outside, I'll no longer see that value within. This could help me flag specific criteria that may need to be changed or updated. Now if I go back to the cell and add a value, and select outside, I'll be able to see the values again. So now you've seen different ways on how to use advanced conditional formatting in order to highlight or hide specific information in your worksheet with Excel. If you have multiple conditional formats applied to your worksheet, it's a good idea to know which rule is applied first. See how to set the hierarchical order of the conditional formatting rules applied, as well as resolve rule confliction in Excel. From my worksheet below, I can see that I have multiple conditional formatting rules applied. Some of these rules are conflicting, and some are just difficult to view due to the number of rules applied to the same cell range. In order to remedy this, I'll need to adjust my rules by accessing the Conditional Formatting Manage Rules menu. To do this, I'll need to go to the Styles group found within my Home tab and choose Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select Manage Rules. Now, from the Manage Rules menu, you'll notice at the top that you can choose from Current Cell Selection, or you can select the drop-down menu to view all the rules applied to your worksheet. Now, as I can see, I have a lot of rules applied to this particular worksheet, and some rules take precedence over others. For example, if I want to apply my duplicate value first for my rules, I'm going to need to go down to the bottom of the menu, where it is currently placed last. To move it up the priority level, I can go up and choose the up arrow, and make sure that this rule is applied first. Now, in order to apply these changes, I can choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see the changes behind. I'll be able to see that my highlighted cells and rows take precedence over the icon sets, as well as the color scales. Now you may also notice that you have multiple similar rules applied. For example, I can see that I have an icon set applied when in fact this was a mistake rule that had been created. In order to remove a rule, you can select it and choose Delete Rule at the top of the menu. Now I can also see that I have similar rules applied to the same cell range. I can choose which rule is more important and more viable with my data series. Since I have duplicate values with the same colors within my color scale, I'm going to choose to in fact remove this rule altogether, since I have a similar rule with icon sets for the same cell range. Again, I can select the rule and choose Delete Rule at the top of the menu. I can also choose to apply rules and stop if true. To do this, you can go towards the right-hand side and select the checkbox. Now, once I select Apply in the bottom right-hand corner, I can see the changes I had made behind, such as removing specific rules and moving up the precedence of those rules, has been applied. Now, if one rule takes precedence over the other, if you select Stop if True, that rule will no longer be applied. To remove the Stop if True, I can uncheck the box and choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I'm done modifying the hierarchy, as well as editing or removing rules, I can choose Close from the menu. Now, if you find that you would like to remove rules, you can also do that. First, I can either select my cell range, or if I would like to remove all the rules from the current worksheet, I can easily do that by going up to my Conditional Formatting menu. And if I go down towards the bottom, you'll see Clear Rules. Now, the difference between deleting a rule and clearing a rule is quite similar. You can delete individual rules from the Manage Rules menu, but if you want to remove multiple rules simultaneously, especially from a cell range or from a worksheet, you'll need to come to the Clear Rules menu. From here, to clear all the rules in my entire worksheet, I'm going to go down and choose Clear Rules from Entire Sheet. I can also verify that my rules have been removed by returning to the Conditional Formatting menu and going down to Manage Rules. Now I can see from the menu that I don't have any rules applied to the current cell selection, and when I select my entire worksheet, I can see again that I don't have any rules applied to this particular worksheet. To leave my Rules Manager, I can select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to manage your conditional formatting rules within Excel. Excel offers a variety of different tools for finding different types of data in your worksheet. You can use the name box and go-to tools to jump quickly to locations and specific elements, and the Find tool to perform basic search queries on your data. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to see where I've selected in my worksheet, I can easily access the name box located in the top left-hand corner. The name box will indicate the column letter as well as the row number, which will easily help me identify where I am on my worksheet. You can also use the name box to jump to a specific location. To do this, you can select within the name box and type in the column letter and row number that you would like to go to. Once you've done this, you can select Enter, and you'll be quickly redirected to that specific location in your worksheet. Now you can also use the Go-To tool to go to a specific cell. To access the Go-To tool, you can go up to your Home tab, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find within your editing group that you have a Find and Select tool set. From the tools below, you'll see the option Go-To. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G to quickly access the Go-To menu as well. From the Go-To menu, you'll find a list of recently viewed cells within your worksheet. If you'd like to go to a specific cell reference, you can go down below, select the field, choose Backspace, and type in the cell reference that you would like to find. For example, if I would like to go to column B, row 3, I can type in that reference and select OK, and I'll be quickly redirected to that cell. Now, if I select the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G to access my Go-To menu, you can also access previously referenced cells by selecting the cell reference and choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner to be quickly redirected to that cell. If you're looking for a particular value within your cells, you can use the Go-To Special menu. To access this menu, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G. And from the Go-To menu, you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner that you have Special. From the Special menu, you could choose to browse your worksheet for specific elements. For example, if you're looking for a particular formula, or if you're looking for conditional formatting, you can also select that option. Another useful feature is to find blank elements within your worksheets. This is useful if you have quite large worksheets, and rather than skimming through your worksheet to find any blank cells, you can select blanks and choose OK. And if I scroll through my worksheet, I'll be able to see those blank cells quickly highlighted, and they'll stand out, and I can insert my information to quickly remove those blank cells. You can also go to specific special features directly from the Find and Select menu. So if I go back to my Home tab and choose Find and Select from the editing group, if I go down below, you'll notice in the center of the menu that you can go to special options such as formulas, conditional formatting, as well as constants. If I'd like to highlight the conditional formatting within my worksheet, I'm going to select that option, and I'll be able to see that complete column that I have conditional formatting applied to has been highlighted. Now, besides using the Go-To feature, you can also use the Find feature if you're looking for a particular element. To access the Find tool, you can go back to Find and Select from the editing group, and you can choose Find. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F. From the Find menu, you can simply type in the term or value that you're looking for. For example, if I'm looking for a particular name within my worksheet, such as a company name, I can type in that value and select Find Next in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be redirected to that search term. I can also choose the option Find All, and I'll get a complete list of that search term and where it's located within my worksheet. For example, if I'm looking for a particular value in a specific location, I can select the cell reference and I'll be redirected to that item in my worksheet. Now, if you're looking for a specific item in a cell selection, you can also select a group of cells and search for an item. So if I leave my search menu by selecting Close, if I go up and I select a cell range, and I have a specific value in mind to find, I can either use the Go To feature to go to a specific cell, or I can use the Find feature by selecting Control and letter F, and I can find a particular element. So if I'm looking for a customer name, I can type in that name and choose Find Next, and I'll see that item highlighted within my cell selection. Now, as you can see, this will save a lot of time if you don't want to look for a specific element in your entire worksheet or workbook. Now, to leave the Find and Replace menu, I'm going to select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen different ways on how to find items within your Excel worksheet. The Find tools in Excel can be customized to make your search queries more precise. See how to activate the advanced options, search for specific data formats, and customize the search behavior and range. Now, if I'd like to be a bit more precise on the item that I'm looking for within my worksheet, I can use the advanced Find options. To access these options, I'm first going to open my Find menu by selecting the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F. Now, once I opened up my Find menu, you'll notice from the Find tab itself, if you go down to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see Options. Within the Options menu, you'll see that you have additional criteria that you can specify for the item that you're looking for. If you're looking for a previous term that you may have searched, you'll notice next to the Find What menu that you have a drop-down menu where you can choose previously searched items. If you're looking for a new term, you can select the field and type in the value or term that you're looking for. If this particular cell has formatting attached, you can also search by Format. To do this, you can go towards the right-hand side and choose Format. And from the Format menu, you could choose the formatting that may have been applied to the cell that you're looking for. For example, if you have number formatting applied, alignments, or even a specific font. You can also find by border, fill color, and you can even choose by specific styles or patterns. Now, if you have a specific format in mind within your worksheet, you can also choose the format manually by going down to the bottom left-hand corner and selecting Choose Format from Cell. From here, you can select the specific cell that may have the formatting of the term that you're looking for, and you'll see a preview of that format on the right-hand side. Now, if you're not looking to search by format, you can also clear this option by selecting the drop-down menu next to Format. And you'll see the option to go back to the Format menu, choose Format from Cell, or clear the Find format altogether. Now, besides searching for formats, you'll notice below that you can set your criteria within a specific range. To do this, you can choose within a worksheet, or you could choose within the entire workbook. This is useful if you have the same term across multiple worksheets and you'd like to find all the instances for the specific occurrence. You can also search within rows or columns by selecting the bottom option. I'm going to leave the default row selected. Lastly, you can also choose to look in formulas, as well as values and even comments. If you want to match the particular case of your values, for example, I have a capital letter in the beginning of this term, I could choose Match Case. You can also choose to match the entire cell contents if you have multiple terms. Now, in order to find my value, I can go down below and choose Find Next. Once I select that option, I'll see that the term that I'm looking for has been highlighted within my worksheet. If you feel that this term may occur multiple times, you can also choose Find All. But I can see since I refined my search, I only have one search result. If you notice within your Find All results that you have multiple results below, you could choose to refine your search even more to find that specific value you may be looking for. Now, you can also use the advanced Find tools for a cell selection. So if I select Close, and I'm looking for a particular term within a certain number of rows or columns, I can select those values, and I can activate my Find option by choosing Control and letter F. And from the Find menu, I'm going to remove the current search term and type in my new search term, and select Find Next. I'll be able to see my term that has been highlighted within my cell selection. Now, if I'd like to leave the Advanced Options menu, you can always select Options, and this will collapse the menu and leave you with the simple Find menu. To clear my search, I can select the field and choose Backspace, and then select Close to leave the Find menu altogether. So now you've seen how to use the advanced find options within Excel. The selection tools in Excel can help you find and select objects that have been inserted into your worksheet. See how to open and use the selection pane and how to select objects quickly in Excel. Now from my worksheet below, I noticed that I have a lot of objects inserted. In order to get a global view of all these objects, I can use the selection pane. In order to activate the selection pane, you can either go from your Home tab towards the Find and Select tools found within the Editing group and choose Selection pane, or you can also activate this feature via the Page Layout tab within your tool ribbon, and within the Arrange group, you'll find Selection pane. Now once you've activated your selection pane, you'll see a list of all the objects inserted into your worksheet. For example, I notice that I have Chart 7. Once I select this option, that object will be highlighted within my worksheet. If you don't see your object highlighted, this means you may need to scroll down, and you'll be able to see the object selected within your worksheet. Now, the advantage of having the selection pane is your ability to hide and show your objects. This can be useful if you need to edit data behind a specific object inserted in your worksheet. To hide an object, you can select it. And once I've selected my object, I'm going to scroll up, and I'll be able to see which object I've selected. To hide that object, I can go towards the right-hand side and select the eye, and this will hide that item from my worksheet. If you'd like to hide all of your objects, you could choose Hide All at the top of the menu, and this will quickly hide those objects inserted. To show all, you can select Show All, and those objects will once again be visible within your worksheet. Now, as you can see, your items are ordered. If you'd like to change your order, you can select the item and move that item down the list by selecting the down, or you can move it up your list by selecting the up arrows. In order to leave your selection pane, you can select the X on the right-hand side. Now, if you'd like to quickly remove or simultaneously edit multiple objects, you can select all objects within your Excel worksheet easily via the Go to Special menu. To access this menu, you can either go to your Home tab and to the Find and Select menu, and you'll need to be sure that you don't have any objects selected. If I select outside of my selected chart and return to the Find and Select menu, I'll be able to access the Go to Special. You can also access this menu via the Go to menu. I'm going to select Go to Special, and from the Go to Special menu, if you go down the menu, you'll find the option Objects. Now, once you select this option, the Go to Special will automatically select all of the objects within your worksheet once you select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, as I can see, all of my objects have been selected. This is useful if you want to quickly remove all the objects inserted into your worksheet by selecting Delete. If I want to undo that process, I can always select the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter Z to quickly undo that action. Now, if I want to deselect my objects, I can select Outside. If you'd rather just select one single object, you can also go to the Find and Select menu and choose the Select Objects option at the bottom of the menu. Once you select this option, you'll be able to quickly select items, especially if items are behind other objects within your worksheet. To deactivate this feature, you'll need to return to the Find and Select menu and choose Select Objects. So now you've seen different ways on how to select items within your Excel worksheet. The Replace tools are a great way of finding and replacing specific terms in your worksheet. See how to create a search query, customize your replacement parameters, and replace cell formats. Now from my worksheet below, I have a term that I'd like to replace. For example, if a company name has changed, in order to quickly change this feature, I can go through and individually select each cell and input that text, or I can do this more quickly by using the Replace tool. In order to access the Replace tool, I'm going to go up to my Home tab and choose the Find and Select menu found within the Editing group. From the menu below, I can choose Replace. You'll also see that you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter H to quickly access the Replace tool. From the Replace tool, I'm going to input the term that I'd like to replace. So this is the original text appearing in your worksheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to choose the text that I'd like to replace it with. After I've done this, I can choose to replace the single value that I have selected for my cell by choosing Replace in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, once I select the Replace option, I can see that the text has been replaced in that particular cell, and the Find values have automatically skipped to the next value within my worksheet that I can replace. Now, if I'm assured that the values are the same and I'd like to replace all of those values in my worksheet, I can choose the Replace All function. And I'll see that I have 10 replacements that were made, and I could choose OK to confirm. And if I move over the window, I'll be able to see all those values have been changed within this particular column. Now, you need to be careful with this tool. For example, if I want to change the value living room to sitting room, I can go to Find What, select the field, and type in living. And if I go down and change this to sitting, and quickly choose Replace All, I'll see that 10 replacements were made. If I select OK, I can confirm that sitting room has been changed, but if I go to another column where a similar term, which had been Livingston for somebody's last name, I can see that their last name has been changed to Sittingston. Now, if I don't want this, I can quickly choose the Undo option found in the top left-hand corner of my Quick Access toolbar, and I can see that those values have been changed back. In order to avoid this from happening, I would recommend entering the full values of your cell. And you can also choose the Options menu found at the bottom. Within the Options menu, you could choose to match the case, and you can also choose Within and choose your specific location, such as a worksheet rather than your workbook. You can also choose to change within rows or columns, as well as particular values in formulas or comments if the option is available. Now, once I've selected this option, I can choose Replace All, and I can see that I have 9 replacements rather than 10 replacements since the surname was not changed for that particular value in that other column. I can select OK to confirm, and I can see that my values had been changed within the correct column on the right-hand side. Now, besides changing terms, you can also change the format for specific values. For example, if I want to quickly highlight information, I can use the Replace tool to do this. First, I'm going to choose to Find What. I'm going to first select the company name that I would like to change the format for, and I'm going to go to Find What. Now, once I've entered the Find term, I'm going to go down and replace it with the same term. And on the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have formatting options. I'm going to leave the first option as no format set, but I'm going to change the format by selecting Format for the Replace With. And you'll see at the top that you can choose to modify the format for font, border, or fill color if you wish. I'm going to leave it simple and select Font, and I'm going to apply a bold effect, as well as change the size. Once I've done this, I can go down and choose OK. And to apply those changes, I can choose Replace for their single value, and I'll be able to preview what that looks like. I can also see the preview in the menu itself. If I'm OK with this change, I can choose Replace All, and I can see that 11 replacements were made, and I can leave the window by selecting OK. As you can see, by using this Replace function, I can help information stand out just a bit in my worksheet. In order to leave my Find and Replace menu, I can select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to use the Replace tool within Excel. Your search queries can be customized to look at values or formulas. This can have a big impact on how successful your query is and whether you find the result that you're looking for. From my worksheet below, if I'm looking for a particular formula, I can access the Find menu by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F, or I can go from my Home tab towards the right-hand side and choose Find and Select. From the menu below, I'm going to select Find. Within the Find menu, if you're looking for a formula, you'll notice that if you type the name of the formula, for example, if I'm looking for the formula sum, and I select Enter, I don't have any search results. This means that I'll have to change the configuration of my search. To do this, I'm going to select OK to leave the notification window, and just below the search field, you'll see Options. From the Options menu, you'll be able to refine your search. In order to find a formula, you'll need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and within the section Look In, you can choose the drop-down menu. As you can see below, you'll see Formulas. Now if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select Find Next, I'll be able to see the cell where that formula is contained. I can verify within the formula bar itself that indeed this is the formula sum. If I'd like to see a list of all of the formulas containing sum, I can choose Find All. And I'll get a list below of all the cells containing the formula sum, and I can browse through by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side. Now this is a useful feature if you want to find and replace items. For example, if I'd like to replace all of the formulas containing sum with average, I can easily do that via the Replace tool. So if I go up to the top and I select Replace, I can go down below and I can choose the formula average, and I'll be able to quickly change the formula by selecting Replace or Replace All in the bottom left-hand corner. Now be sure that all of your sum formulas are ready to be changed before selecting Replace All. If you'd rather just change one single value, you can select Replace, and I'll be able to verify with that particular cell by selecting it, and I can see it's now an average formula and the value has also changed according to the formula that has been applied. If I select Replace All, I can see that 4 more replacements were made, and I can select OK to leave the window. Now I can see below that all my previous results for sum have now changed to average. I can also reverse this feature, so if I want to change all of my averages to sum, I can quickly do this from the Replace menu by typing in average, and selecting the field below, and inserting sum, and choosing Replace All. Now I can see instead of 5 replacements, I have 10 replacements, which means that I had a lot more average formulas that have been changed to sum rather than sum to average. So as you can see, you'll need to keep an eye on which cells you're replacing before selecting Replace All. If you've accidentally made a replacement that you would like to undo, you can easily do that by first leaving the notification window, and then selecting the Undo option found in your Quick Access toolbar. Now I can see that all of my results have been changed back to average. In order to leave the Find and Replace menu, you can select Close on the right-hand side of the window. So now you've seen how to quickly find formulas, as well as find and replace formulas within Excel. Freeze panes and ranges in your Excel worksheet to keep an eye on data and track more easily what you're viewing without opening multiple windows. You'll see how to use the preset freeze tools, how to create your own freeze panes, and how to use the split view. Now from my worksheet below, if I go down and scroll through my data and try to analyze, I can see that when I scroll down that I no longer have access to view my top row. Now, in order to keep my top row at the top of my worksheet at all times, I can freeze the top row. To do this, I'm going to scroll back up, and then I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the View tab. Within the window group, you'll see the option Freeze Panes. From the menu below, I'm going to select Freeze Top Row. Now if I go down to my worksheet and scroll through, I can see that the top row is now frozen, which makes analyzing the data much easier. If you'd prefer to freeze your first column, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to scroll back up, and I'm going to go back to Freeze Panes, and then choose Freeze First Column. Now I can see if I scroll from left to right, I can see that the first column is frozen, which makes analyzing my data found in the first column compared to the rest of my columns much easier. But if I scroll up and down again, I can see that the top row is no longer frozen. If you'd like to freeze your first column and your top row simultaneously, you'll need to use the Freeze Panes selection option. First, I'm going to go back up to Freeze Panes and unfreeze my current panes by choosing Unfreeze Panes at the top. In order to freeze my top row and first column, I'm going to select the row just below the top row, and I'm going to choose the column just to the right of the first column. Once I've done this, I'm going to go back up to Freeze Panes and choose Freeze Panes at the top. Now if I scroll down, or if I scroll from the left to the right, I can see that the corresponding first row and first column are frozen. If I'd like to freeze more than the first row, I can go down, select the corresponding row, and if I'd like to go over a few more columns, I can select that option as well. And I'm going to return to the Freeze Panes menu and choose Unfreeze Panes. Make my selection again, go back up to the top, and choose Freeze Panes from the Freeze Panes menu. Now if I scroll down, I can see the top 4 rows are frozen, and if I scroll from left to right, I can see that the first 3 columns are frozen as well. Now besides using the freeze tools, you can also use the split tools. First, I'll need to unfreeze my panes. After I've done this, I'm going to choose where I would like to split my document. Now once you use the split tool, you'll be splitting your document from top to bottom, as well as from left to right. So if I'd like to split my document from row 9, I'm going to select that option, and if I'd like to split my document from column F, I'm going to select that corresponding cell. Now in order to apply the split tool, I'll need to return to the window group and choose Split found at the top of the menu. Once I select Split, I can see that all the rows above row 9 have a line indicating where the document has been split. I'll also see a split between the column that I have selected and the previous columns. Now if I scroll down, I'll be able to analyze the data from top to bottom, or if I scroll from left to right, I'll be able to analyze that data as well. In order to deactivate the Split tool, I'll need to return to the window group and choose Split once again. So now you've seen how to use the Freeze Panes tool, as well as the Split tool, in order to better analyze your data in Excel. Grouping rows and columns in Excel is a great way of summarizing data and adding structure to your data tables. You can create multiple groups across rows and columns and collapse and hide them at will to control the amount of data you see at any one time. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to group data to make analyzing a bit easier, I can choose to group either rows or even columns. If I would like to group the first 3 columns in my worksheet, I'm first going to need to select those columns by selecting the first column, holding Shift, and selecting the following columns I'd like to group together. Once I've selected my columns, I can let go of the Shift key, and I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Outline group. Within the group, you'll find the Group tool at the top, and you can select the drop-down menu and choose Group. Once you select Group, an outline will be inserted, and you'll be able to collapse and expand your groups by selecting the minus option and the plus option, which will enable you to hide and show your data as needed. Now, if you'd like to remove a group, you can select the group by selecting the group outline on the left-hand side and going back up to the outline group and choosing the Ungroup option and selecting Ungroup. Now you can also group rows. In order to group my rows, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and choose the first row number, hold Shift, and I'm going to go down and choose Multiple Rows. To add my group, again, I'm going to go back up and select the Group button, and I can see that my group has been created. If I'd like to create subgroups within a group, I can do that as well. First, I'm going to select within the outline the number 2, and I'm going to select the rows within the first outline by selecting the first set, holding Shift, and selecting the amount of rows I'd like to create in my subgroup. Once I've done this, I'm going to return to the outline group and choose Group, and I can see that my subgroup has been inserted. Now if I'd like to insert a third subgroup, I can do that as well. So I'm going to be sure to select number 3 in my outline, and I'm going to go down, choose the groups that I'd like to insert as my subgroup, and return to the Group tool and select Group. Now you can see on the left-hand side when you have multiple groups, if you collapse by selecting the minus option, you can quickly hide your data. This will enable you to analyze data from one group to another within your worksheet. You can simultaneously collapse all of your data by selecting the outline number and collapsing those subgroups or main group. In order to expand the data, I'm going to go down and select the plus symbol for each subgroup. Now if you'd like to remove all of your groups, you can do that simultaneously by removing the outline altogether. To do this, I'm going to select the third section within my outline, and I'm going to go to the Ungroup menu, and just below you'll see the option Clear Outline. As you can see, all of my groups have been removed. So now you've seen how to add and remove groups within Excel. The group tools in Excel can be used to create outlines of your data. Excel can analyze your data tables and, if they are clearly structured, automatically create outlines and groups. See how to use and configure the outline tools in Excel. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to quickly insert subtotals, if I've correctly structured my table, for example, I've organized my purchase types in alphabetical order, so that way I can quickly create subtotals for the purchase total for each item, I can then go to my Data tab at the top of my tool ribbon. From here, I'm going to proceed towards the right-hand side, and within the outline group, you'll find the option Subtotal. From the Subtotal menu, you can choose your corresponding column in which you would like to configure your subtotals for. So since I would like to base it on my purchase type, I can be sure that that column has been selected from the options below. Next, you can choose your corresponding function. As you can see, I have sum selected, but if you'd rather configure a count or average function, you can select that option as well. Next, you'll need to select your subtotal too. This will be the calculation configured with your column selected. Since I just want to configure the purchase total for my purchase types, I'm going to deselect the rest of my columns and be sure that the purchase total has been selected. At the bottom of the menu, I can choose to replace current subtotals. Since I haven't created any subtotals, I can leave this option checked or unchecked. I can also choose to insert a page break between each group, which will make identifying my groups much easier. Lastly, if I want to create a summary below my data, I can check this box at the bottom of the menu. I'm going to leave this option unchecked and select OK to create my subtotals. Now, once I've inserted my subtotals, I'll be able to see each purchase type broken down with the total calculated from the purchase total column. I also have the option for the grand total at the top. Now, on the left-hand side, I'll be able to see my outline. I can collapse by selecting the minus option and collapse all of my subtotals. This will make analyzing my data much easier, and I can choose to expand any of these totals by selecting the plus option. Another way you can group your data is by creating an automatic outline. If I go down to my purchase total worksheet within my workbook, I can see that I have some data organized accordingly. Now, if I were to insert a subtotal for each of these sections by selecting the cell below, inserting the equals and sum formula, followed by an open parentheses, and I'm going to select my data values, close the parentheses and choose Enter to quickly create a sum for that section. I'm going to do the same just below the second section. After I've made that calculation, you can create automatic outlines from the group tools. So if I go back up to my outline group and choose the drop-down menu next to Group, you'll see the option Auto Outline. Once I select this option, Excel will automatically detect my groups and organize them accordingly, as you can see on the left-hand side with the outlines displayed. I can collapse and show the specific groups. Now, if I want these groups to stand out a bit, I can add some formatting. In order to do this, I'll need to go back to my outline group and choose the dialog box found in the bottom right-hand corner. From here, you'll see below that you have direction according to your summary of rows or columns, and at the bottom you'll see automatic styles. In order to help your values stand out, you can select Automatic Styles and choose Create in the bottom left-hand corner. Once I select OK from the notification window, I can see that my values stand out just a bit more and makes them more identifiable within my automatic outline. Now, if you find on the left-hand side that you don't want to view these group tools, you can choose to hide the outline. In order to do this, you can go up to the File menu, and from File, I'm going to go down and select Options. Within the Options menu, I'm going to select Advanced, and I'm going to scroll down a bit. Now, once I come across the display options for this worksheet, I'm going to go down and deselect the option Show Outline Symbols when an outline is applied. Once I uncheck this box and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, I can see that the outline no longer appears on the left-hand side, which gives me more space to view my data. So now you've seen different ways on how to use the group tools in order to better outline your data in Excel.
Manipulating data in Excel begins with knowing how to reference cells. This involves using cell coordinates to extract the specified cell's value. You can reference individual cells, a range of cells, and entire columns and rows. As you can see here, we have two tables representing the expenditure for London and Paris sites. We want to reference cells from these tables and place them in the below list. The first item on this list is Tablet Expenditure Paris site. We could copy and paste it, but it's much better practice to reference cells. To do so, first activate the cell from the list by clicking it. We need to insert an equal sign, as every formula in Excel must begin with one. Then click the cell to be referenced, which for us is Tablet Expenditure from the Paris table to the right. As you can see, Excel will display the cell coordinates, which is I3. If you know the cell coordinates, you can type them manually. To perform the action and reference the cell, simply press Enter. And as simple as that, we have successfully referenced the cell. This is useful because if the value of a cell changes, any cells referencing it will update accordingly. For example, if we change tablet expenditure from the Paris table to 150,000, we can see that the below list updates too. This is why we reference cells instead of simply copying them. We can also reference multiple cells. The next item on our list is R&D costs for flat-screen TVs for both tables. To reference two cells, we follow essentially the same process. First click the referencing cell and enter an equal sign. Then select the first cell from the left table. And then because we are performing addition, we need to enter a plus sign. Lastly, we need to select the corresponding cell from the right table. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we have successfully referenced two cells. The next item on our list is Varia Expenditure Paris. We can reference a range of cells using the sum formula. The sum formula's basic function is the addition of cell references and values. Select the referencing cell and insert an equal sign. Then enter the sum formula. This will add all the numbers in a range of cells. Double-click it from the preview to insert it. Note an open parenthesis will also be inserted. With the formula inserted, we can then click and drag over the range of cells we want to calculate. After these have been selected, close the parentheses and hit Enter. When referencing a range of cells, we can select both rows and columns. Our next item is London Expenditure. Following the same steps as previously shown, we can calculate the full range. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Click and drag over the range of cells. Close the parentheses and hit Enter. And again, if we update a reference cell, so for example, let's change this from 3 million to 4 million, we can see the below list updates accordingly. We can also perform operations over multiple non-contiguous ranges. Next, we want to calculate the R&D costs from both Paris and London. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. But because we are referencing non-contiguous cells, we need to insert another open parenthesis. We can now select our first range of cells from the London table. We should then close this parenthesis and enter a comma to separate the ranges. We then do the same for the Paris range. Open parenthesis, select the range, and close the parentheses. Lastly, we must remember to insert a second close parenthesis for the sum formula. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. Let's do the process one more time for the total costs of both sites. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Insert an open parenthesis and select the first range. Then close the parenthesis and insert a comma. For our second range, we need to insert an open parenthesis once again and select the cells. Then close the parentheses for the range and then the formula. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. We can even reference entire columns. Like before, enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Then, rather than selecting cells by clicking, we can insert the coordinates manually. Type H:H to reference the entire H column. As you can see, the entire column has been selected. Close the parenthesis and hit Enter to perform the calculation. So now any additional items added to column H will be included in the referencing cell. Referencing rows works in essentially the same way, but rather than using the above letters as coordinates, we use the left-sided numbers. This has been a basic overview of referencing cells in Excel 2019. When working with multiple worksheets in Excel, it's important to know how to correctly reference them in your formulas. Excel even allows you to reference data stored in completely different workbooks. As you can see, we have a workbook open with 2 worksheets. We have a summary worksheet currently active where we will be referencing data from separate worksheets and workbooks. Let's first calculate salaries. Because we'll be adding a range of cells, we need to insert an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Then we should switch to the worksheet we are referencing data from by selecting it from the bottom left of the interface. Note the updated formula in the formula bar. The exclamation mark indicates that this is a worksheet name. Note that if your worksheet is named using non-alphabetic characters, it will need to be enclosed by single quotation marks in the formula bar. We then need to select our range by clicking and dragging, so we'll select the salaries row. Close the formula parentheses from the above formula bar, and hit Enter to perform the calculation. Once complete, you will be returned to the original worksheet automatically. As you can see, we have successfully referenced data from a separate worksheet. We can then extend this formula to the below rows using the fill command if we hover over the bottom right of the cell and click and drag after our cursor turns into a plus icon. Excel will pull data from the corresponding cells in the London worksheet. So here we have C8 to F8, and here we have C7 to F7, and so on. We can then calculate the total in this cell by first entering an equal sign followed by a sum formula, and then selecting the above cells, closing the parentheses, and hitting Enter. Next, let's look at referencing data from a separate workbook. We want to calculate the totals from 2 worksheets in a different workbook and reference the data here. We need to create a sum formula because we're adding data, and then enter a second open parenthesis as we'll be adding separate ranges. We then need to open the second workbook from where we will be pulling data. Ours is already open, and I'm just going to open it from the taskbar. And because we want to calculate the totals, we should select the totals row. Let's take a look at our formula bar. Within the sum formula, we can see the file name within square brackets, Paris, Berlin. Beside this, we can see the worksheet name. Note the single quotation marks surrounding the location. As stated earlier, these appear here because the file name contains non-alphabetic characters. We can then close this parenthesis and enter a comma to separate the cell ranges in our formula. Then open a new parenthesis and switch worksheets from the bottom left of the interface. Again, note the updated data in the formula bar. Select the cell range from this worksheet. So again, we are selecting the totals row. And remember to close both parentheses. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. Again, we've been returned to the original document where we can see our calculation has been performed successfully. Note though what happens to the formula bar if we close the second workbook. The file hard drive location is now included in the formula. If a workbook you're pulling data from is lost, then the formula may not function correctly, corrupting results. When working with data across multiple workbooks, it's a good idea to save any results as standalone values due to the heightened risk of losing or misplacing files. To do so, simply copy the cell with Ctrl+C and paste only values in a separate cell off to the side. So we'll right-click, and hover over Paste Special and select the paste values. We can then format this to the currency, which for us is dollars. So the figures displayed are the same. Note the differences in the above formula bar. Our pasted cell is just a value. It won't be affected if the source files are lost or moved. This is a good habit to get into when referencing data across different workbooks. This has been a basic overview of using data across multiple worksheets in Excel 2019. When using the fill function or copying formulas elsewhere, it's important to know when to use absolute, relative, and mixed cell references. Firstly, let's look at relative cell references, the default reference format used in Excel. Let's start by referencing the cell for supplier 1 shutters. In the corresponding cell, enter an equal sign, select the reference cell, and hit enter. As you can see, the value corresponds to the above table, and the formula bar displays the reference cell, P2. Because this is a relative cell reference, we can extend it either up or down using the fill command, and the referencing cells will update accordingly. Click and drag the bottom right of a cell to perform this. As you can see, the new values correspond to the relative position of the originally referenced cell. So that's why this says E2, and this cell reference D2, and so on. In the same way, these values can also be extended down so that the entire table is filled. Select the row, and click and drag to extend downwards. Again, note the correctly corresponding values. Relative cell references are handy if you want to perform calculations on different data values each time, rather than continually referencing the same individual cell. When you do want to reference the same individual cell from a static location, you should use absolute cell references. Say we want to calculate the total including costs for this row. We need to combine absolute and relative references, also known as a mixed cell reference. Insert an equal sign followed by a sum formula. Create another open parenthesis and select the cell range. Close the parenthesis and insert a comma. Next, we want to reference the additional costs cell. But we need to ensure that when we use the fill down command, Excel will only pull information from this specific cell. To create a mixed cell reference, simply insert a $sign before either of the coordinates. Because we will be filling down, we only need to place a $sign after the column. So now when we fill down, Excel will only pull information from this specific cell. Then close the parenthesis and hit enter to perform the calculation. We can then extend this row using the fill command. And if we view the formula for one of the newly created cells, we can see the relative reference has updated accordingly. That's why it says B11 to E11 here, while the mixed reference has remained the same, B13. Note that if we had used the fill tool horizontally, the reference to additional costs would not have been static. To do this, you would need an absolute reference. Next, let's look at applying the sales tax to each cell with an absolute reference. First, we should delete this data by selecting it and pressing the delete key. We then need to insert our formula. Begin with an equal sign, then select the corresponding cell from the above table. Then we want to multiply this, so we'll insert an asterisk. Next, we should insert an open parenthesis followed by 1 plus. This is to account for the percentage. We should then select the sales tax cell and close the parenthesis. Before performing the action though, we need to make this reference absolute for both columns and rows, as we will be extending this cell to fill out the full table. Insert a $sign before the column and row in the formula to make this an absolute reference. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. We can now extend this across rows by clicking and dragging the bottom right of the cell. We can see in the above formula bar that we've combined relative and absolute references. The relative references have been adjusted, while the absolute reference has remained unaffected. And because we made this absolute for columns too, we can extend this row downwards, following the same process. Select the cells, then click and drag the bottom right. This has been a basic overview of choosing between absolute and relative cell references in Excel 2019. Naming data ranges in Excel allows you to refer to them in later calculations, drop-down menus, and general navigation. We look at how we can create data ranges both quickly and manually, and we then look at how we can use those named ranges in calculations. The quickest way of naming your data range is through the name box. To do so, first select the data range. Let's select the cities column by clicking and dragging. Then select the name box, which is located to the left of the formula bar. Type the name and hit Enter to confirm. And just like that, we've named our data range. A second quick way of naming a data range is by creating from selection. This time, let's name the Metropolitan County column. Again, we must select the data range, but this time we need to include the column title, so we will begin the selection from there. With the data range selected, switch to the Formulas tab. Then select Create from Selection from the Defined Names group. Word will give you the option to create names from values in the top row, left column, bottom row, or right column. Because we included the title in our selection, we should select top row. Hit OK to confirm. Though these are quick and easy ways of naming your data ranges, they lack a certain amount of control. Let's look at how we can name data ranges manually. Again, we start by first selecting the data range to be named. This time let's name the purchase total data. Then from the Defined Names group, select Define Name. This will open a window where we can insert the information manually. We can change the name. Let's rename this to Purchase so that it will be easier to reference in future. We can select the scope. You can choose to limit the functionality of the named range to specific worksheets or the whole workbook. Generally speaking, it's a good idea to allow functionality for the whole workbook. We can attach comments to named ranges from this field. This can be handy if you're working on a collaborative project. And the bottom field displays the refer to data. You can manually update the coordinates from here by typing, or if we select this icon, and then select the range from the list. I'm happy with ours, so I'll just re-click the icon to return to the previous menu. Note that by default, named ranges take absolute references. When all changes have been made, select OK. We now have 3 named ranges. To view these, select the Name Manager from the Defined Names group. Here we can see our 3 named ranges. Let's look at how we can use these to increase our workflow. We can jump to any named range through the Name box. Simply open the drop-down menu and select a data range. We can also refer to named ranges in formulae. Let's find the average for purchase total. Enter an equals sign followed by the average formula. Then, rather than selecting the data range manually, we can simply type its name. Note the preview that appears as I type. Select it by double-clicking to insert it. Then close the parenthesis and hit Enter to perform the calculation. You can see how this could save you lots of time when referencing data. We can also insert named ranges if we select Use in Formula from the Defined Names group, and then selecting one from the list. Also note that if any values change in a named range, any calculations using the named range will be updated accordingly. So if we change a value from the purchase range, let's change this from $150 to $200, we can see the average updates accordingly. To visualize all of your named ranges, select the Name Manager from within the Defined Names group. Here we can see our ranges and their respective information. And we can create, edit, or delete named ranges with the above buttons. Select Close to return to the document. This has been a basic overview of naming your data ranges in Excel 2019. It's important to know how to edit, adjust, and manage named ranges, as any changes will affect the data where the range has been referenced. We look at visualizing, editing, and removing named ranges in this video. To access the Name Manager, first switch to the Formulas tab. Then within the Defined Names group, select the Name Manager button. From this new window, we can see our named ranges displayed along with their respective information. We have 3 ranges. Note that when you create a table, it will automatically be added to the list. This information is split into columns. Naturally, the first column displays the range's name. The next columns display the cell's value, which cells are being referred to, the scope of functionality, and any comments that may have been added. If you have multiple ranges, you can apply filters from the top right drop-down menu. You can apply filters based on scope, errors, and defined or table names. From the above buttons, we can create a new name range and edit or delete a pre-existing one. Let's edit the purchase range. Select it, then select the Edit button. It's a good idea to keep names simple so they're easier to find. Let's rename this to Purchase. We can add comments and even change the coordinates manually from the below fields. Select OK once you finish editing. For edits to take place, we need to close the Name Manager. If we select a cell where the data range has been referenced, like Average, we can see that the name has been successfully updated. Lastly, let's look at how we can delete named ranges. Reopen the Name Manager, select the range, then select the above Delete button. You'll be asked to confirm. Select OK to proceed. Select the Close button on the bottom right to return to your document. When you delete a named range, any formula that previously referenced it will subsequently be corrupted. This is why the average purchase is no longer being displayed. This has been a basic overview of managing named ranges. We've seen how to visualize, edit, and delete named ranges. Using constant data values in Excel is essential to know, as it allows you to update several values by changing a reference cell. We have a worksheet here where we want to find the total price, including VAT. However, we need to account for the different VAT bands. To demonstrate why constants are useful, we should first create a calculation manually. Let's find the total price, including VAT, for the first column. Insert an equal sign, select the original price, then multiply it by 1 plus the VAT within parentheses. Remember to close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. The calculation has been performed successfully, but what if the VAT band for this item were incorrect? We would have to re-enter the formula with the correct details. This is where constant values can save you lots of time. Let's begin creating the formula. Before we continue, I'll just delete this value. Let's begin by creating the formula. Insert an equal sign and select the original price. Then insert an asterisk, open parentheses, and insert 1 plus. We now need to insert the choose formula. This chooses a value or action from a list of values based on an index number. As you can see in the preview, the first value we need to select is the index number, which in our case is the cell D5. This will reference the below VAT bands. We then need to identify these values in the formula. Enter a comma. Then we'll select the first VAT band cell. Follow the same steps for the other VAT bands. Insert a comma, then select the cell. And once again, insert the comma and select the last VAT band cell. It's important that the index number and values be cell references to allow for easier editing in future. We also need to make sure these references are absolute, so we'll insert $signs before each reference. Remember to close both parentheses, then hit Enter to perform the calculation. Like before, the calculation has been performed successfully. However, we now have much more flexibility when editing. Because our reference cells are absolute, we can extend this with the fill command. Selected, and just click and drag the bottom right. If we look at the formula bar for one of these cells, we can see that the index number has been updated, meaning Excel is pulling information from F5, which in this case is this cell. But we can also see that the constant values remain the same. If we change a VAT band, let's change this to 3, we can see the total price updates accordingly. This is because Excel knows the correct cell to reference, which in this case is the third VAT band, or F11. Similarly, if we update a reference cell value, let's change this to 15%, we can see the values update accordingly. Another way of using constant values is with named ranges. We can name a specific cell for easier referencing, meaning we won't have to select it each time we include it in a formula. Say we want to name the installation cost cell. We need to select it, then switch to the Formulas tab, and select Define Name from the Defined Names group. Then let's simply name this as IC for easy referencing. Hit OK to save your changes. So now we can easily refer to the installation costs cell. For example, if we wanted to calculate the material costs plus the installation costs, we can now insert an equal sign, select the material cost cell, insert a plus sign, and then simply type IC. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, naming constant values can save you lots of time when working in Excel. This has been a basic overview of performing calculations using constant values in Excel 2019. The indirect formula in Excel allows you to refer to a cell indirectly. This can be handy if you want to manipulate the data referenced in certain calculations in your spreadsheet without having to adjust the formulas manually. As you can see here, we currently have a summary worksheet open. We want to gather totals from the other worksheets and display them here. We want to reference the cells C16, D16 and E16 specifically. If we go to a different worksheet, we can see the figures for this side as well as totals at the bottom of the table. These totals are held in cells C16, D16 and E16. These coordinates apply to the other site's worksheets too. C16, D16 and E16. Let's return to the summary worksheet. We could reference these cells by entering an equal sign, followed by the name of the worksheet, which in this case is Paris, which is then followed by an exclamation point to let Excel know it's a worksheet we're referencing. And we then need to enter the cell coordinates, which for us is the cell C16. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. If we switch to the Paris worksheet and scroll down to C16, we can see that the total here corresponds to the figure in the summary worksheet. This is a fine way to reference data, but it can be quite time-consuming. We want to be able to use the fill command to finish our table. This is where indirect referencing comes in. I'll just delete this value before we continue. The strength of indirect referencing comes from its ability to convert text references into formulas. We will be using the countries column and cell row as our references to create our formulas. Start by entering an equal sign followed by the indirect formula. Next, we need to enter the reference text, which for us is the text contained in these two cells, Paris and C16. So we should first select the city cell. We must remember to include the exclamation mark within quotation marks because it's a worksheet. So we'll insert an ampersand, followed by a quotation mark, and then an exclamation mark, and close the quotation marks. Then insert another ampersand, and select the above cell. And as always, remember to close your parentheses. Before we perform the calculation, let's just quickly recap what we're doing here. We are asking Excel to pull the text from cell B5, which is Paris, follow it with an exclamation mark, and then pull the text from C4, which displays C16. Hit Enter to perform the action. As you can see, we have performed the calculation successfully using indirect references. B5 referenced the worksheet, and C4 referenced the total. Because of this, we can now use the fill command to extend this cell. But before we do this, we need to convert these to absolute references. To do so, insert a $sign before B and insert 1 after C from the formula bar. We can then extend these down by clicking and dragging the bottom right of the cell. And we can extend this to the right in the same way. And for example, to check if this is correct, if we switch to the Berlin worksheet, we can see that the total here corresponds to the one displayed on the summary worksheet. You can see how incorporating indirect references to your work could potentially save you lots of time. This has been a basic overview of using cell references indirectly in Excel 2019. When working with multiple worksheets, it's a good idea to use the Watch window. This tool allows you to monitor selected data entries from separate worksheets simultaneously. This is particularly useful for larger workbooks. To activate the Watch window, we first need to switch to the Formulas tab. Then on the right of the ribbon within the Formula Auditing toolset, select the Watch window button. By default, the window will be activated as a task pane. The window can be repositioned by clicking and dragging when your cursor changes icon, like so. Similarly, we can resize the window itself by clicking and dragging the outer border once the cursor changes icon. We can also dock the Watch window to the main window interface. Simply click and drag the window to Excel's border until it snaps into place like so. Remember to release your mouse once the window is in place. Once docked, the window can still be resized. Again, simply click and drag the border to adjust the size. If we click the arrow icon to the top right, we can activate the Move and Resize actions or close the window. Let's add data to our window. We'll first switch to the Berlin worksheet. Then from the window, we need to select Add Watch. To manually select cells, click the arrow icon. Then select your data. We want to select the totals from the Berlin worksheet. Then re-click the icon and select the Add button. As you can see, we have successfully added a data range to the Watch window. Let's look at the different columns and see what information the Watch window displays. The workbook and worksheet will be displayed first, followed by the data name range if it has one. Just scroll over to the right so we can see the rest of the columns. We can also see displayed the cell coordinates and values. And lastly, if we scroll down just a bit further, we can see the formula column. This is handy as we easily see both the returned value and formula details. You can resize the window's columns to get a better look at whatever information you feel is most important. Simply click and drag the border separating columns from the column's headings. Let's minimize the name column as it doesn't display any information relevant for us right now. And let's just make these a bit smaller so we can see the values. The watch window is useful as it allows us to compare different data without having to go back and forth between worksheets. For example, let's return to the summary worksheet. So if we compare the total found here on the summary sheet for Berlin, we can see after adding the individual totals that they match. Using the watch window allows you to check for errors without having to browse between locations, remember data, or print out tables. We can also jump to a watched cell by double-clicking it from the list like so. You can also close the window by clicking the X icon to the top right. And your watched cells will still be visible when you reopen the window. To remove watched cells from the list, we first need to select them, then select the above Delete Watch button. Select the X icon to close the window. This has been a basic overview of keeping an eye on your data in Excel 2019. By default, any calculations made to values in Excel are automatically updated. If data is updated, any formulae that reference it will update with it too. We look at activating and deactivating automatic updates in this video. Like previously stated, changes made to cells included in formulae will automatically update the resulting calculation. For example, if you change the first purchase type cell to $250, we can see the full purchase total will update automatically. This is because the purchase type column is being referenced in the above formula. We have the option to deactivate automatic updates. Switch to the Formulas tab and open the Calculations option menu on the far right of the ribbon. We have options to set automatic updates, set automatic updates except for data tables, or set manual updates. Let's set updates to manual. So now, if we change a reference cell's value, let's change this back to 150 and hit enter, we can see that the purchase total hasn't updated automatically. We need to perform the calculation manually to update our values. From within the calculation toolset, we have two calculation options: calculate the entire workbook or calculate the active sheet. Select Calculate Now to update any pending calculations. As you can see, our purchase total has now been successfully updated. For quicker calculations, the keyboard shortcuts for calculating the workbook and active sheet are F9 and Shift plus F9 respectively. To reactivate automatic updates, reopen the Calculations options menu and select Automatic from the list. This is the default setting in Excel, but we can change this via the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the navigation pane and switch to the Formulas tab. Under the Calculations Options heading, we can see options to set the default workbook calculation. Simply toggle an option to select it. Note that setting manual updates as default also gives us the option to recalculate the workbook before saving. If your workbook is taking a long time to save with this toggled, you should untoggle it to speed up saving time. Select OK to save your changes and return to the document. This has been a basic overview of activating automatic updates in Excel 2019. It is important to know how to audit formulas in Excel. Auditing visualizes the relationship between reference cells and data ranges. This can be extremely helpful if your worksheet seems to contain errors. You can even see if your formula uses data from a separate worksheet. To start, switch to the Formulas tab, where we will be using functions from the Formula Auditing toolset. Firstly, let's look at tracing dependence. Tracing dependence will show arrows that mark which cells are affected by the value of the currently selected cell. Let's select the Manchester cell, and then select the Trace Dependence command. As you can see, a blue arrow appears tracing the Manchester cell to the Greater Manchester cell within the Metropolitan County column. This indicates that the Manchester cell is being used by the Greater Manchester one. We can then select the Greater Manchester cell and look at the formula in the formula bar to get a greater understanding of this relationship, specifically that F2 is used by this cell. Before we continue, we should clear our worksheet by selecting the Remove Arrows command. Next, let's look at tracing precedence, which shows arrows that indicate which cells affect the value of the currently selected cell. Think of them as you would with tracing dependence, only this time in reverse order. We'll select the Purchase Total cell, and then select the Trace Precedence command. As you can see, the Purchase Total column is highlighted in blue. This is because it's a data range. And the blue arrow indicates that these highlighted cells affect the value of the selected cell. Auditing formulas essentially just visualizes the cells used in calculations, which can be much more helpful when finding errors than looking at the formulas directly. For example, if we copy the total cell with Ctrl+C and paste it in a below cell with Ctrl+V, we can see that the cells have different values. We can use these trace commands to figure out why this discrepancy appears. Before we continue, I'll just select Remove Arrows. With the incorrect cell selected, click the Trace Precedence command. We can now visualize where the formula is pulling data from. The first few cells aren't being used, and if we scroll down, we can see that the highlighting extends to below the table. Thanks to the auditing tools, we can figure out that the formula originally used relative cells, hence the discrepancy. I'll just delete this because it's no longer needed. Excel can even trace data from different workbooks. Let's select the Greater Manchester cell, and then select Trace Precedence. Note the dotted line that leads to a worksheet icon. This indicates that this cell uses data from another worksheet. If we double-click the icon, a Go-To window will open. From here we can see the reference worksheet. Select it and hit OK to jump there. As you can see, we have been brought to the reference worksheet. Let's return to our original worksheet, Customer Purchases. We can clear arrows by selecting the Remove Arrows command. And if we select the arrow beside this, we can see specific options to remove only precedent or dependent arrows. Knowing how to audit formulas means you can visualize the relationship between cells easily, even if they appear in separate worksheets.
Excel features a wide range of formula error messages. If you want to fix these problems, you're going to need to know how to identify what each message represents and how the error was produced. From my worksheet below, I've just opened up my worksheet and I notice that I have an error message that appears in a window straight away. Now, this happens to be a circular reference error. This means that when the formula was composed, the cell where the formula is contained might have been added to that formula by accident. This will cause a circular reference and the formula will not be able to calculate correctly. In order to leave this message, I'm going to select OK at the bottom. Now, if I go to a separate worksheet found within my workbook, I notice that I have a list of multiple different types of errors. These are common errors that you might find in your Excel worksheet. For example, if you see the divided by 0 error, indicated by the cell that I have selected, this means that a value cannot be divided by 0 mathematically. As I can see above, the cell in the formula bar is referencing another cell that has a value of 0. If this value were to be changed by selecting the cell itself and entering a different value, if I select outside, I can see that this easily corrects the error found below. Now you may notice that you have other error messages such as the value error. This error appears if an error in the cell reference is incorrectly defined or formatted. For example, if you have a space between two values, you may see the value error. Once you locate the error and correct it, this error will also disappear. To the right, you may notice in your worksheet that you have a reference error. This means that there is a problem with the reference used in the formula. This could be the name of your worksheet that you're using to reference in the formula or even your cell range. You also may have a common error known as the null error. This is when a cell reference is not separated correctly. For example, if you have a comma missing in your cell reference, you may not be able to compose the formula correctly, and this will give you a null error. Lastly, another type of common error that you may see is the name error. This error will commonly appear if the name of the formula is spelled incorrectly. For example, if I go back up to my formula bar, I can see that I've incorrectly spelled sum and the formula is not calculating correctly. Now, if you want to get a global picture and try to solve some of your errors, you can also activate the view to view formulas within your cells. To do this, you'll need to go up to the Formulas tab found within your tool ribbon. If you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your formula auditing group, and within that group, you have the option to show formulas. Once I select this option, I can see below which formulas are located in which cells. I can browse through my sheet, and this will help give me an idea if there's anything misspelled or potential errors that I can correct. For example, I notice in this cell here that the name of the sheet reference, London, is in fact spelled incorrectly according to my tab below. This is why I'm getting a reference error. I can easily correct it if I see the cell by selecting the cell itself, going in between, and correcting the spelling mistake. And then once I select outside, that error should be fixed. Now, if I no longer want to view the formulas, I can go back up to the Formula Auditing group and choose Show Formulas. And I can see when I go back, I no longer have a reference error for that particular error that I had corrected, and that had saved me a lot of time by simply showing the formulas and correcting those errors. In order to keep Excel checking your errors in the background, you're going to have to verify your Excel options menu. To do this, you'll need to go to the File tab, and from the Backstage view, I'm going to go down to the bottom and select Options. From the Options menu, I'm going to select Formulas on the left-hand side. And from the Formulas menu, you'll find a submenu labeled Error Checking. From here, you can choose to enable background error checking. This will ensure that as you're calculating your formulas, Excel is automatically checking for errors. If you don't want this feature activated, you can uncheck the box on the left-hand side. Now, you can also indicate the errors using specific colors. To do this, you can choose a different fill color, and you can choose from an array of options below. For example, if I want to highlight those errors in red, I can select that option and the fill color for the indicated errors will now be red. If you've checked for errors and you've chosen to ignore specific errors, you could choose to reset those ignored errors by choosing the button on the right-hand side. Now, this will enable you to see those errors that you had once ignored. Once you're done configuring your error checking options, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner of the Options menu. So now you've seen how to identify, view, and even solve potentially common errors within your Excel worksheet. You can use the error tools in Excel to check, evaluate, and debug formulas. See how to check for errors in your worksheet, use the formula auditing tools to evaluate and resolve nested formulas, and trace errors to their source. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have multiple errors. In order to identify a particular error, you can select the cell, and on the left of the cell, I notice that I have a notification icon. If I select the drop-down menu, I'll find that I have different error checking options. At the top, you'll see the name of the particular error being flagged, as well as additional options to find help, show calculation steps, as well as ignore or even edit directly in my formula bar. Now, you can find these same options by using the error checking tool as well. In order to activate your error checking tool, you can go up to your Formula tab found within your tool ribbon, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Formula Auditing group. Within the group, if you select Error Checking, your error checking tool will open up, and you'll have a window identifying where your error is located, as well as the name of the error and a brief description. On the right-hand side, you'll find, again, additional help on that particular error, as well as your option to show calculation steps, which is useful if you have nested formulas which are referencing multiple worksheets or cell ranges. Lastly, you can also choose to ignore or even edit in your formula bar. Now, the advantage of using the error checking tool is your ability to navigate through multiple errors. You'll find in the bottom right-hand corner that you can choose Next, and you can go through multiple errors in your worksheet. You may also notice that you have additional options that will appear. For example, if I want to trace this particular value error, I can choose Trace Error. Once I select this option, an arrow will appear within my worksheet, and I can view my original cell that had the error. I can follow the arrow back to the second cell that also has the same error. This cell is referenced on another spreadsheet, and if I would like to access that sheet, I'm going to need to select it. And once I select this option, it's going to give me the option to go to the specific worksheet. If I want to find the error, I may need to select both options to find the particular error being flagged. I'm going to select my second worksheet being referenced and choose OK to go to that worksheet. Now, I can see that when I trace this error, I'm brought to a specific worksheet where, in fact, a cell has an error with formatting. In fact, there's a space between these two values, which is causing the value error. In order to correct this error, I'll need to leave my error checking menu. And if I go down below, I can select the specific cell, and I can see that the cell is in fact referencing another worksheet. Now, if I want to get more clear responses, I can also choose to use the Evaluate Formula menu to go further in depth in my nested formulas and reference cells. To activate this feature, I'm going to go back to my formula auditing group and choose Evaluate Formula. Now, since I'm already at another cell which is referencing another location, I can choose to step in or step out of a particular formula. If I choose a step in, I'm going to be brought to another part of my formula. If I select step out, I'll be brought to the previous reference cell. Now, stepping in or stepping out will allow you to quickly go in and find the error location. You can also select Evaluate, and you'll be able to see that if you cannot evaluate and you're still getting an error message, that this is in fact the location of your error. If you're not finding where your error is located, you may need to select Restart and go through the Evaluate Formula process all over again. I'm going to select Restart, and I'm going to choose a Step In. Once I select Step In, I'll find the exact cell with the error, and I can choose Close. And in order to remove this error, I'm going to select it, and I'm going to go to the formula bar, remove the space, and then once I select Outside, that error should be resolved. If I return to my previous worksheet where the error had been contained, I can see, in fact, that the error has been solved, and I still may see my trace arrows. In order to remove these arrows, I can go back to my formula auditing group and choose Remove Arrows to remove the trace. Now you've seen how to identify, use your error checking tools, as well as evaluate formulas to quickly debug and find the error being flagged within your Excel worksheet.
If you have taken out a loan, Excel can help you to estimate and manage your repayments. You can break the payments down into your interest repayments, your loan repayments, and your total repayments per period. When calculating repayments, the total period of the loan must be the same number type as the period being calculated. I'm going to start with a time period of years. I'm going to add the total loan period as 10 years. So I'm going to click on this cell and enter 10 and then press the Enter key. I also have my interest rate at 3% and my loan value at $10,000. I want to start by calculating the total payment per year. To do this, I need to use the PMT formula. So I'm going to click in the table I have below. I'm going to enter the equal symbol, then type in PMT. I'm now going to double click on the PMT formula from the menu. An open parentheses appears and I can enter my data. The first data you need to enter is your interest rate. So click on that cell. I'm going to add a comma. Now I'm going to add the total period of the loan, which is 10 years. So I'm going to click on that cell, add a comma, and finally I need to add the total loan amount. So I'm going to click on the cell where I have that value. I'm going to add a close parentheses and then press the Enter key. And I can see the calculation where I can see the total I'll be paying per year including the principal loan and interest. If you reduce the total period of the loan, then the total payment per year will increase. And if you increase the total period of the loan, then the total payment per year will decrease. So for example, if I click on the cell where I entered 10 earlier and change that to 15 and press enter, I can see the total payment has decreased. If you want to know how much interest you're going to pay in a specific time period, first define that time period. For me, I'm going to click in the cell just above my total loan period, and I want to know the interest for 5 years. So I'm going to enter number 5 and click on the enter key. I'm now going to click on the cell where I'm going to add the formula to calculate the interest payment. To do this, I need to use the IPMT formula. So I'm going to click on the equal symbol, type in IPMT, and double click on the formula from the menu. An open parentheses appears. Again, I'm going to start with the interest rate. So I'm going to select that cell, add a comma. I now am going to add the period wanted, which in my case is 5, add a comma, add the total period, which is 15, click on that cell, add a comma, and finally enter the total loan. So I'm going to click on the cell where I have that. I'm going to add a close parentheses and press enter. So here I can see the interest that will be paid in the 5th year. If you want to calculate how much you'll pay of the principal loan that doesn't include interest, you can use the PPMT formula. So select your cell, press equals and type in PPMT. I'm now going to double click on the name of the formula. An open parentheses appears and I can add my data. So I'm going to start with the rate, which is the interest rate, 3%, add a comma. I now need the specific period, which is 5 years. So I'm going to click on that cell. Then I'm going to click on the total loan period cell, add a comma, and add the loan value by clicking on that cell. And I'm going to add a close parentheses and press enter. If you change the calculation to a later year in your repayment schedule, the interest will be lower and the principal loan repayment will be higher. So if I click where I added 5 years and change that to 10 years and then press enter, I can see that the interest has gone down and the principal loan repayment has gone up. If you don't want yearly results but monthly results, to know what your monthly payments will be, you need to change your data to reflect this. As I said earlier, when calculating repayments, the total period of the loan must be the same number type as the period being calculated. And so I'm going to change this from years to months. So I'm going to click on my cell where I have my total loan period. I'm going to delete 15 and I'm going to add 120. So this is going to be a 10-year period of 12 months and then press enter. I'm going to click on the cell where I have my time period, delete 10, and I'm going to add 60 to have a 5-year period of 12 months, so 60 months in total, and then press enter. It's also important not to forget to modify your interest rate, so I need to divide my current interest rate by 12. So I'm going to double click on that cell and change 3 to 0.25, and then press enter. So here I can see the results for my different calculations now reflect monthly payments and not yearly payments. So in this video, you've seen how to use formulas to estimate loan-related costs with Excel 2019.
If you use formulas to obtain certain results in your table, you can use the Goal Seek tool to reach a target value. This means that rather than adjusting the values and performing the calculations yourself, Excel can automatically obtain the value that you're looking for by modifying the necessary variable in your table. Now, before using the Goal Seek tool, you're first going to have to be assured that you have a cell with the formula contained. For example, below, I would like to calculate the sales price for this particular item. To do this, I'm going to first insert the equal symbol, followed by an open parentheses. Then I'm going to choose my fixed cost plus my variable cost, and then I'm going to close the parentheses and I'm going to multiply this by my margin. So I'm going to insert an asterisk, followed by my margin, and then choose enter to quickly calculate my sales price. I can choose to autofill this option for the second item in my table by selecting the first cell, going down to the bottom right-hand corner. Once I see the black plus symbol, I can simply drag this over and quickly calculate that particular sales price for that item. Now I can also use a formula in a different field. For example, if I want to calculate the margin for this particular item, I'm first going to select the equal symbol, followed by the sales price, and I'm going to divide this. So I'm going to insert a forward slash, and then an open parentheses, and I'm going to choose my fixed cost plus my variable cost, close that parentheses, and then select enter. Now, depending on what you're willing to modify in your goal will depend on which formula you'll be selecting. For example, this is my margin, and I'm going to make this my variable when calculating for my sales price. So in order to use the Goal Seek tool, I'm going to go up to my Data tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your forecast group. If I select What If Analysis, I'll find the option Goal Seek. Now for the Goal Seek, I'm going to have to choose my set cell, which is the cell that is containing my formula. To do this, I'm going to go down below and choose my set cell, and then I'm going to select my value, which will be my goal. So if I would like to change my sales price to $200 rather than $214, I'm going to enter that value, and I'm going to choose my variable cell, so my changing cell, by selecting the field. I can also choose the cell selection icon. I'm going to choose my margin as my variable, and then I'm going to select the cell selection icon once again. Now, once I've set my goal for my set cell and my target value, I'm going to select OK, and I can see below that I have my results. So in order to reach a target of a $200 sales price, I'll have to reduce my margin to 1.21. If I'm OK with this, I can see above that I can choose to keep my Goal Seek in my cell by selecting OK. Now, if I do the same type of calculation for the second product in my table, for example, I'm going to select the sales price, return to What If Analysis, and choose Goal Seek. I can see that I already have my set cell selected. If I would like to try to target this value to 100, and I select my margin as my variable cell, and I return to my cell selection icon. If I select OK, I can see that I'm going to have to drastically reduce my margin in order to reach this target of $100 sales price. Now, if I don't agree with this particular Goal Seek, I can also select Cancel, and my values will return to their previous value within my table. As you can see, the Goal Seek will help you test out specific ideas and targets without having to modify your table in any particular way. So now you've seen how to use the Goal Seek tool within Excel. If you have a mathematical problem in your table which is governed by various different constraints, you can attempt to solve it automatically using Excel's Solver tool. You simply need to select the value that you wish to optimize, minimize, or otherwise adjust, and input the various constraints that will have an impact on your result. Now from my worksheet below, I have a list of resources as well as resource constraints. I'm looking to maximize my profit, which is located in the bottom left-hand corner, by choosing which items that I can produce to maximize that profit. Now, in order to make this calculation, I can use the Excel Solver tool. But first, I'm going to need to activate the Solver add-in. To do this, I'm going to go to the File menu, and within the Backstage view, I'm going to go down to Options. From the Options menu, I can select Add-ins on the left-hand side, and at the bottom, I'm going to be sure that Excel Add-ins has been selected, and I can choose Go. From the menu, I'm going to select the checkbox next to a Solver add-in, and then select OK to activate this add-in. Once the Solver add-in has been added, I'll be able to access that add-in by going to the Data tab within my tool ribbon, and on the right-hand side, I notice that I have a new group labeled Analyze, and I can find the Solver tool here. Once I access the Solver parameters, I can choose my objective. For example, my objective is to maximize my profits, so I'm going to choose the cell selection icon, and I'm going to choose the cell corresponding with my profit. Once I've done this, I can select the cell selection icon once again, and just below you can choose what you would like to perform. So I'm going to maximize my profits, but you can also choose to minimize a specific value, or if you'd like to customize further, you can choose the value of a specific value as well. In order to maximize my profit, I'm going to have to choose my variable cell range. To do this, I can select the cell selection icon once again, and I'm going to choose the production of these 3 different items found within my company. Now, once I've selected that cell range, I'm going to need to add constraints. To add a constraint for this problem, I'm going to select Add on the right-hand side, and you'll see that you'll need a cell reference, condition, as well as your constraint value. Now, my cell reference for my first constraint will be the in-use resources, followed by the condition, which can also be changed if you select the drop-down menu. Now, I'm going to leave my condition as less than and equal to, and then I'm going to add my constraint by selecting the cell selection icon, and I'm going to choose my available resource for that particular constraint. Now, if I select the cell selection icon once again, I can choose to add multiple constraints by selecting Add, and I can go about adding my in-use cell reference, followed by my condition, and then my constraint cell, and select those values. Now, you can add as many constraints as you need to solve your problem, so I'm going to add one more constraint, leave my condition as is. I'm going to add one more cell reference, leave my condition as is, and I'm going to add one more constraint. Once I'm done adding all of my constraints, I can select OK in the bottom left-hand corner, and I'll be brought back to my solver menu. Now, if you find that you need to change a particular constraint, you can select that constraint and you can choose Change to edit your constraint on the right-hand side. You can also choose to remove your constraints you no longer need by selecting the Delete option or resetting your constraints altogether. Now, once you've added your set objective, your variable cells, and your constraints, you're ready to solve your problem. To do this, I can select Solve in the bottom right-hand corner, and if I move over this window, I'll be able to see I'll need to produce 9 DVD players in order to maximize my profits. Now, from the solver results, you'll see that you have the option to save your results by selecting OK. If you select Cancel, those results calculated within your table will not be saved. You can also choose to save the scenario separately. I'm going to select OK to keep the results for that particular problem. So now you've seen how to activate and use the solver tool in order to maximize a specific value in your Excel worksheet. In Excel, you can use one-click forecasting to make predictions based on historical data. You can also adjust the timeline and seasonality settings to make changes to the forecast data once the sheet has been inserted. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have past data regarding earnings, and if I scroll down my worksheet, I have a few months that I would like to make predictions for. Now, this is great if you want to use a forecasting sheet. In order to create a forecast for these values, I'm going to select all the values in my table, including the column headers. Once I've selected my data range, I'm going to go up to the Data tab within my tool ribbon, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Forecast group. From here, you'll see the option Forecast Sheet. From the Create Forecast Worksheet menu, you'll see below that you have a chart indicating your values, as well as your time period below. Now, you'll see towards the right-hand side that you have your estimated forecast, as well as your lower confidence bound, as well as upper confidence bound forecast. Now, if you'd prefer to view this chart in a bar chart format, you can select the column chart option, and you'll see below that you have the same values but broken down in a column chart format. Now I'm going to return to the line chart option, and below I'll be able to make some modifications to my forecasting sheet if need be. For example, I can choose to extend my forecast by selecting the calendar for forecast and below, and I could choose to navigate to a future date by selecting the arrows at the top of the calendar, and I can go all the way to the end of July, for example, and select July 31st, and I can see that my forecast has been extended at the end of my forecast predictions. Now, if I'd like to go further and modify my forecast sheet, you'll find that you have your options menu found in the bottom left-hand corner. From here, you can also choose to modify your forecast start date, as well as your confidence interval. If you'd like to remove the intervals altogether, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side, and you can see from the chart above that I no longer have an upper and lower bound confidence level. If I'd like to re-enable this feature, I can select the checkbox on the left-hand side again. Now, if I move this window up just a bit, you'll be able to access additional modifications such as your timeline range, value range, and even aggregate duplicates. Once you're done choosing your forecast worksheet options, you can choose to create your worksheet by choosing Create in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once your sheet has been created, you may see notification indicating that the forecast sheet is now located within your workbook below. You'll still have access to your previous table by selecting the corresponding tab. Now, if I return to my forecast worksheet, I can see that my chart has been inserted over my table, and I can move this over to the right-hand side if I need. On the left-hand side, you'll find your forecast table, which is easily modifiable if your values happen to change. For example, if I want to change a specific value from a past date, I can go up to that value, and I can choose to reduce or increase it. And if I select outside, I can see that those values have been changed within my forecast, as well as reflected on my chart on the right-hand side within my forecast sheet. Now, if you want to make more major changes, such as the start or end dates, you'll have to create a new forecast worksheet by going back to your forecast group and choosing Forecast Sheet and making those modifications within the Options menu. It's nice seeing how to quickly create a forecast sheet within Excel. Data tables are a great way of testing different what-if scenarios when working on data. You can use data tables to create calculations using one or two variables, and once the data table has been created, you can adjust the values and change the calculation options. Now, from my worksheet below, I can see that I have two separate tables. The table in the top left-hand corner contains a product that I would like to calculate the total profit per unit for. In order to calculate the profit quickly, I'm going to insert an equal symbol, followed by the product sold, and I'm going to multiply this by my price per unit and cost per unit. So I'm going to insert an asterisk, open parentheses, and I'm going to select the price per unit and insert a minus symbol to subtract the cost per unit and close the parentheses. Now, when I select Enter, I can see that I have a total profit per unit. Now, if I happen to want to change the cost per unit or the price per unit variable, I can choose to use data tables to test these what-if scenarios. On the right-hand side, I have this particular table set up where I can modify the price per unit as well as the cost per unit while referencing my total price per unit. In order to reference my total price per unit, I'm going to need to select the cell above, insert the equal symbol, and I'm going to reference the cell that I've just calculated and then select Enter. Now, in order to create a data table, I'm first going to need to select my scenario table, including all of my variables as well as my reference price per unit. Now, once I've selected the cell range, I'm going to go up to the Data tab within my tool ribbon, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your forecast group, and if I select What If Analysis, I'll find the option Data Table at the bottom. Once I select this option, I can choose my row input cell and column input cell. Now, these are the values found within my base table located in the top left-hand corner. So I'm going to choose my current price per unit for row, and then for the column input per unit, I'm going to select the current cost per unit just below. Now, in order to insert the what-if scenarios for the variables that I've just added within my scenario table, I'm going to select OK. And you may need to readjust your column width to see those values. So I'm going to move over, and I'll be able to see that all those values for each of the values in the scenario have automatically been calculated in my scenario table. Now, if I wanted to change one of the variables located for my cost per unit, for example, I can select that cell, and I'm going to increase the cost per unit for the cell to test out the scenario. Once I've done this, I can see that all of the values have automatically been recalculated. Now, this is useful if you want to test multiple variables within your table. But if you want to avoid accidentally recalculating all your values each time, you can access your calculation options. To do this, you'll need to go up to the Formulas tab within your tool ribbon, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your calculation group and your calculation options. Now I can see by default it's set to automatic to automatically recalculate when any changes are made. But if I don't want to affect data tables, I can go down below and I can choose automatic except for data tables. This will avoid my data table being automatically updated if a change happens to be made by accident or changes are made on other sheets. Now if I go down and I make a change, for example I'm going to revert this back to 330 and then select outside, I could see that no automatic calculations have been made. If I want to revert back to automatic calculations including data tables, I'll need to return to the calculation options menu and I'm going to choose automatic. Now I can see that my values have been recalculated according to those changes that had been made. So now you've seen how to use data tables as well as modify your calculation options regarding those data tables in Excel.
You can create a pivot table in Excel to analyze selected data from your table. Pivot tables are highly customizable and can be used to extract patterns and trends you may have initially missed in your data. As you can see, we have a table here containing various types of data like customer ID, date of birth, and so on. But it's currently hard to make sense of it. We want to create a pivot table to allow for new points of analysis. First, we should select the required values, which in our case is the entire table. Then switch to the Insert tab, and within the Tables group on the left of the ribbon, select Recommended Pivot Tables. This will open a window with a list of recommended pivot tables. For example, if we select the second option, we can see Excel is suggesting to create a pivot table for a sum of purchase total by metropolitan county. Browsing and using the predefined pivot tables can give you a fresh perspective for analysis. Alternatively, you could create a pivot table from scratch by selecting the blank pivot table button from below. For now, let's select Cancel and see how else we can insert a blank pivot table. Select Pivot Table from the Tables group. From here, we can still update our data range, or use an external data source. I'm happy with our selection, so we'll leave it as is. With the range selected, we should then choose where we want the pivot table to be placed. We can create a new worksheet or place it in an existing worksheet. Let's place it in a new one. When all configurations have been made, select OK to create your pivot table. So this is our blank pivot table interface. We have the pivot table itself in the worksheet where we will be building our report, and a side panel from where we will be pulling data. Also note the Analyze tab will automatically be selected. Let's take a closer look at the side panel. Displayed first are the fields. We can see these fields correspond to the column headings from the original worksheet. We then drag specific fields to the below areas, filters, columns, rows, and values, to create a unique point of analysis. We'll take a more in-depth look at this shortly. We can change the arrangement of the side panel if we select the cog icon, and choose one of the alternate options. We can have field and area sections appear side by side or stacked, and even hide certain sections. We can also choose to sort data alphabetically or in source order from below. From the Show group on the right of the ribbon, we can see options to show or hide the field list and field headers. This can be useful if you're unsure about how to build a table. Now that we understand the pivot table interface, let's look at building a pivot table. As stated earlier, we need to drag selected fields to the below areas to change how we visualize data. Let's first drag company to the column area. Find it on the list, and click and drag it to the column area. As you can see, the company names are now being displayed as columns in the report. Let's also drag purchase type to the row area, and purchase total to the value area. So now, in our report, we can see each company's purchase totals for each product type thanks to pivot tables. We can deactivate live updates if we check Defer Layout Update from the bottom of the side panel. With this checked, you'll need to select the Update button to visualize any changes you may have made. We can visualize values if we hover our cursor over them. For example, if we hover over this cell with a value of 790, we can see a box appears telling us further information. To clear a pivot table, open the Actions menu from the ribbon, open Clear, and select Clear All. To delete a pivot table, right-click the sheet name and select Delete. Select Delete again to confirm. This has been a basic overview of creating a pivot table in Excel. Pivot tables are highly modifiable. You can change which fields have been inserted and change the performing calculations. You can also ensure that your pivot table uses the most recent data from the original table. As you can see, we have already created a pivot table where each location's purchase total for each product type is visible. To activate a pivot table, simply click any of its cells. The side panel appears, and we can also see two new tabs, Analyze and Design. Click away from the table to deactivate it. When working with pivot tables, the data you're pulling from the original table may be changed or updated. In this case, you'll also need to manually update your pivot table to ensure your analysis is based on the latest data. Let's return to the Customer Data worksheet and update the first entry's total to £200. Next, let's return to our pivot table, activate it, and switch to the Analyze tab. Then within the Data group, open the Refresh menu and select Refresh. Note the updated table. We can also refresh a table by right-clicking it and selecting Refresh. We can move fields from one area to another, which will affect the appearance and analysis of the table. For example, let's move purchase type from rows to columns by clicking and dragging. We can also move fields by clicking the arrow beside it and selecting the new destination. Let's move Metropolitan County to rows. Note our updated table. Purchase type now occupies the columns, while the row is reserved for Metropolitan County. We can remove fields from a report if we select the arrow beside it and select Remove Field. Or we could click and drag the field back to the field list. A third way to remove fields is by unchecking their box from the field list itself. I'll just return purchase type to keep our report intact. We can further edit specific field settings. Click a field's arrow and select Field Settings. From this new window, we can rename our field and update subtotals, filters, layout, and print. By default, the calculation performed on values is the sum formula. We can change this through the settings. The same settings menu is also accessible from the Active Field group. Just select the field cell in the table itself. So we'll be selecting one of the values, and then select Field Settings from the Active Field group. We can rename the field and select a new calculation. Let's set this to Average and hit OK. As you can see, the average is now being displayed instead of the sum. This has been a basic overview of editing a pivot table in Excel. You can change your pivot table's formatting settings to improve its appearance. You can change the style, color settings, and even the fonts used. To access the pivot table style settings, we first need to select it, and then switch to the Design tab. From the Styles menu, we can apply a new preset style. We can choose some light, medium, and dark categories. Click a style to apply it. Within the Style Options group, we can choose to apply special formatting to column and row headers with these checkboxes, and make the rows and columns banded to improve legibility. If you don't like any of the presets, you can create a custom style. Open the Style menu, and select New Pivot Table Style from the bottom of the drop-down menu. We can name the style from the above field. Let's call this Custom Style. We then need to select the element we will be customizing. We can select the whole table or specific rows and columns. Let's leave our set to the whole table. With your chosen element selected, then click the Below Format button. From this window, we can update the font, border, and fill. Click OK to return to the original window. These same formatting options can be applied to specific elements like stated previously. Individual strip sizes can also be adjusted from the drop-down menu below the preview. Click OK to save your new style. Within the Layout group, we have different display options. We can choose to hide subtotals or show them at the top or bottom of the group. We can adjust how and where grand totals get displayed. We can show the report layout in compact, outline or tabular form and choose to repeat all item labels. And we can choose to insert a blank line after each item or not. From the Home tab, we also have standard formatting options. Simply select a cell, then make adjustments from the font and alignment group. We can, for example, make it bold and increase its size, or align it to the right. Play around with these different settings to find the right style for your pivot table. This has been a basic overview of formatting a pivot table. You can move, copy and reuse your pivot table after it's been inserted. Copying your pivot table allows you to make changes as you see fit. We can copy and paste pivot tables like we would any other table in Excel. We first need to select it, then press Ctrl+C to copy the selection. Next, we need to select where we'll be placing the copied table. Let's select cell D3 so our tables will appear side by side. Simply press Ctrl+V to paste the table. I'll just expand these columns by double-clicking their borders. And just like that, we've copied and pasted a pivot table. We can select and copy pivot tables in other ways. With the table activated, switch to the Analyze tab. Then open the Actions menu, open Select, and select Entire Pivot Table. We can also copy a selection by right-clicking and selecting Copy. We can paste this into a separate worksheet. Simply switch worksheets, right-click, and select Paste. And again, I'll just expand this by double-clicking the borders. If you don't want multiple copies of your table, you can move it rather than copying. With the pivot table selected, switch to the Analyze tab. Open the Actions menu and select Move Pivot Table. From here, we can choose where we want our table to be placed, in a new worksheet or an existing one. Let's create a new worksheet and hit OK. As you can see, our table has been placed in a new worksheet. And I'll just expand this again so we can see the contents. And if we return to the previous sheet, we can see that it's now empty because we moved the table instead of copying it. I'll just return to the new worksheet. Once moved, the table can still be edited as before. All links and fields will remain in place. We now have multiple pivot tables spanning separate worksheets. However, they are still pulling information from the same source. We can edit a copied pivot table to create fresh analysis without spending time creating a new pivot table from scratch. Let's add the city field to the rows area and company to columns. Because we copied the pivot table, we can update it to present new patterns based on the same data source, potentially saving you lots of time. This has been a basic overview of copying and reusing your pivot table. You can use pivot tables to sort the data values you are analyzing. You can use the automatic sorting tools, drag and drop labels, and sort your data by value. When you create a pivot table with columns or rows, automatic sorting options will also be inserted. For example, if we click the arrow beside row labels, we can see options to sort from oldest to newest or newest to oldest. Similarly, if we open the column sorting options, we can see options to sort alphabetically. These sorting options will vary depending on the data in the field. We can also right-click a value, hover over Sort, where we can see the same auto-sort options. We can manually move values in a pivot table too. Simply select a cell, then drag and drop once an arrow icon appears beneath the cursor. Alternatively, you could right-click a value, hover over Move, and select either Move Up or Down or End to Beginning. Excel offers extra custom sorting options. To access these, we can right-click a value, hover over Sort, and select More Sort Options. I'll just cancel this for now and look at the other way we can access this menu. We could select the auto sort button and then select more sort options from here. From this menu, we can choose to sort manually, ascending or descending. If we toggle ascending and open the drop-down menu, we can choose which field to sort by. Similar options are available if we toggle descending. Before selecting OK, we should read the summary to ensure we have the correct settings applied. As you can see here, Excel is putting it in simple terms that with this option toggled, we will be sorting purchase date in descending order. Click OK to sort your data. This has been a basic overview of sorting data in your pivot table. Depending on the data you're working with, the values in your pivot table can be filtered in many ways. You can use the standard filter tools to show or hide particular values, select and hide groups of values, and even define a field that will serve as a tables filter when setting up your pivot table. We can apply filters to our pivot table using data fields. Simply click and drag the field you want to base your filtering on into the filters area. Let's drag purchase type. We can see that the filter has been added to our pivot table. Click the arrow to open the filter menu. We can use the search field to search for a specific term or select one of the categories from the list. Hit OK to apply the filter. With this applied, only bathroom sales are now being displayed. We can also apply multiple filters. Open the filter menu once again, toggle select multiple items, and choose your combination of filters. Let's add kitchen and select OK. So now bathroom and kitchen sales are being displayed. To clear filtering, we just need to open the menu and check all from the list. Once again, click OK to apply your changes. We can also apply filtering to row and column labels. Click the arrow beside a label name and check or uncheck the option you want to show or hide. Click OK to apply the filter. We can combine column and filter rows. Let's open the column label and uncheck some options, and hit OK. As indicated by the filtering icon that appears on the column and row labels, we can see we have successfully applied filtering to both columns and rows. Combining filters allows you to drill down into data. To clear label filtering, just open the menu and select Clear Filtering. And let's just do that again for row labels. Open the menu and select Clear. Next, let's look at filtering through selection. In pivot tables, we can choose to keep only selected values rather than manually filtering individual values via field or row filters. First, select the data, then right-click and hover over Filter. From here, we can choose to either keep or hide selected items. Let's keep our selection. As you can see, we have successfully filtered out any items not included in the selection. To clear this filtering, right-click the table, hover over Filter, and select Clear. This has been a basic overview of filtering a data table. You can choose between label and value filters when filtering your data. With label filters, you can show and hide data based on the label associated with data values, while value filters can be used to analyze the actual values associated with your table's entries. First, let's look at applying label filters to our row labels. We'll use the date data as our example. Open the filter menu by clicking the arrow icon beside the associated label. From here, we can access label filters by hovering over date filters. Here we can see different date-related presets such as next week, this week, or last week, as well as customizable queries like before, after, and between. Let's apply the this quarter filter. So now only dates from this quarter are being displayed. Next, let's look at using value filters. Let's open the filter menu for rows once again, and then hover over value filters. Value filters differ in that they create filter queries based on data values. We can apply specific filters with the equals and does not equal options, use the greater than and less than option to hide defined ranges, and use the between and not between options to create filtered parameters for your values. Let's select less than. From this new window, we need to set the sum of what the purchase total is less than. Let's enter 300 so that only totals less than 300 will be displayed, and hit OK. As you can see, our filter has been successfully applied. We can even create custom label filters. Reopen the filter menu once again, hover over date filters, and select custom filter. Because we're filtering the date, we're essentially choosing a time period to view data from. If we open the menu on the left, we can choose how to set parameters. Let's set this to is after. We can then open the date picker on the right of the field and choose a date. Let's select May 1st so that we'll only see results following that date. Click OK to apply the filter. So now we're only seeing values from after the 1st of May thanks to our custom filter. We can even view the top 10 values if we open the filter menu, hover over value filters, and then select top 10. This can be further customized. We can choose to show or hide the top or bottom. We can include more or fewer items, and even change what we'll be filtering. Click OK to apply the filter. We can now see clearly displayed our top 10 items. To clear filtering, we can open the filter menu and select clear filtering. Alternatively, you could right-click a value, hover over filter, and select clear. This has been a basic overview of using label and value filters. Creating data groups in your pivot table is a good way to sort and organize your data. You can group your data by month, year, or category. You also have options to temporarily hide data that is not required, helping you to concentrate on specific data in your table. As you can see, we have already created a custom pivot table where rows are occupied by purchase date, while columns are displaying the purchase type. First, let's look at grouping a selection manually, which can be useful if you're looking to group text values. Start by selecting the data you want to group, then switch to the Analyze tab, and select Group Selection from within the Group toolset. As you can see, we have created a group manually from selection. I'll just undo this with Ctrl-Z before we move on to automatically grouping data. If you're working with dates or numerical data, you can use the Group Field tool to automatically group data values. To do so, we could select the cell, and then select a group field from within the Group toolset, or right-click a data value, and select Group. From the Grouping dialog box, we can specify a start and end date, and specify subset groupings in 2 different categories. If desired, you can create multiple groupings which will create groups and subgroups. If you're grouping by days, you can specify the number of days from the below field. Let's group these into months and days and hit OK. As you can see, we have successfully created groups for the different months and subgroups for each day. We can show or hide groups by clicking the minus and plus icons that appear beside their names. We can also expand or collapse all groups from within the active field group by clicking these icons. If we double-click a data value within a group, we can see options to add details. If you add a detail, it will add groupings with the selected data. For example, if we select city and hit OK, we can see that the city for this date has been added as a new level with the group. Additional data groups are also added as fields to the pivot table fields list, which we can see here for city. To clear a group, first select the group in the table, and then select Ungroup from the Group toolset. We can also ungroup fields by clicking and dragging from the areas below the field list, or we could right-click a value and select Ungroup. This has been a basic overview of grouping data in a pivot table. Slicers can be used to filter and manipulate data in a pivot table. As opposed to filters, they give a clear visual guide as to the contents being displayed. As you can see, we have already created a pivot table with company names being displayed in the columns and purchase type and date being displayed in rows. And to insert a slicer, we first need to switch to the Analyze tab and select Insert Slicer from the filter group. This would open a new window from where we can choose which fields we want to insert slicers for. We can insert slicers for multiple fields. Let's check company and purchase type from the list, and hit OK. Slicers exist in their own individual panes. They can be rearranged by clicking and dragging the top portion when an extra icon appears beneath the cursor, like so. Let's just rearrange these so everything is visible. Slicers act in similar ways to filters. For example, if we only wanted to view bathroom sales in this table, we'd simply have to select from the purchase type slicer. Note our updated table. We can apply filters combining slicers. Let's narrow down our table to bathroom sales for homotic. Again, note the updated table. Furthermore, we can apply multiple criteria at the same time using the multi-select button. Toggle multi-select by clicking the above list icon on the slicer. With this toggled, we can now apply multiple criteria in the slicer. For example, let's add kitchen and living room to our selection. Simply re-click a selected item to remove it from filtering. As you can see, we are able to filter and sort data in a few clicks thanks to slicers. To clear filtering on a slicer, click the icon to the top right. Note that this will only clear filtering for the selected slicer. You will need to clear each individual slicer to remove all filtering. To delete a slicer, simply select it and press the delete key. Let's do that again for our second slicer. Select it and press delete. Slicers are a good alternative to filters as they allow you to manipulate data in a more visual, intuitive way. Slicers can be used to filter and manipulate data in a pivot table. As opposed to filters, they give a clear visual guide as to the contents being displayed. You could even customize the appearance of your slicer, use slicer styles, button controls, and the resize tools. As you can see, we have a workbook open with a slicer inserted. Let's look at the different ways we can customize this. From the Slicer Tools Options tab, we can apply some changes. We can update slicer captions. On the left of the ribbon, within the Slicers group, we can update the name from the slicer caption field. Let's rename this to City, and hit Enter. We can also adjust the actual name via slicer settings. By default, slicers will be named after the field source, so changing your slicer's name can be a good idea when working with formulas. We also have options to rename the caption or even disable the header entirely. Let's just click OK and return to the main portion. It may be a good idea to change your slicer's style to help distinguish it from the table. Open the Slicer Styles menu from the ribbon. We can choose from light and dark categories. Select a style to update your slicer. If you don't like any of the presets, you can create your own custom style. Open the Styles menu and select New Slicer Style. We won't do that right now though. We can also resize the slicer itself. This is especially handy to know when working with multiple slicers. Simply click and drag one of the surrounding handles to do so. We can also adjust the width and height manually from the size group. You can use the arrows to adjust the size, or insert the figures manually. Note that adjusting the slicer width will automatically adjust the button width too. For more extensive formatting options, select the dialog box launcher from the size group. This will open a side panel where you can configure the position, layout, size, and properties of the slicer with more precision. Close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. We can configure a slicer's buttons from the Buttons group. We can increase or decrease the number of columns from the above field. Increasing the number of columns will display more items, but at the cost of legibility, so we'll return it to 1. We can also increase or decrease the button's height and width. We can adjust these settings with the arrows or insert the figures manually. Find the right settings so that you save space in your document but also maintain legibility. If we reopen slicer settings, we can see more configuration options. We can have items appear in ascending or descending order, and we can choose to hide items with no data or visually indicate items with no data. Click OK to return to the document. This has been a basic overview of customizing your slicer for pivot tables in Excel. The timeline tool is a great way of working with dates in your pivot table. It's dynamic and, like a slicer, gives you a clear visual of how you're working with your data and what will be displayed. Before we start, it's important to note that for the timeline tool to be functionable, the date values must be available in the pivot table, which, as you can see in our table, they are. With our table selected, we then need to switch to the Analyze tab and select Insert Timeline from within the Filter group. Select the timeline field, which for us is Purchase Date, and select OK. With the timeline inserted, we can then move and resize it like we would a slicer. Let's just move it over here and scroll to the left, and then extend it so we can see the full year. We can further customize our timeline from the Timeline Options tab. We can update the caption from the Timeline group, apply styles from the Styles menu, manually adjust the size from the Size group, and choose to show or hide the header, scroll bar, selection label and time level from the Show group. Now let's look at actually interacting with the timeline. As you can see, we have a timeline based on purchase date. To apply filters using the timeline, simply select the month you want to isolate from the timeline. So now, only results from May are being displayed. We know what date we have selected from the selection label at the top left of the timeline. We can extend our selection by clicking and dragging the data ranges handles. And from the top right, we can change the time level. These options will vary depending on the type of data in use. Let's leave it set to months. We can clear the timeline's filtering by selecting the Clear button to the top right. To delete the timeline, simply select it and press the Delete key. This has been a basic overview of using the timeline in pivot tables. You can analyze the data in a pivot table to look for trends. In this video, we look at organizing fields appropriately, adding extra levels of detail to drill into data, and inserting multiple value fields in a single table. As you can see, we have a pivot table created, but we haven't created any fields yet. Let's look at how we can use pivot tables to find trends in your data. If we quickly switch to the table we will be pulling from, which is orders, we can see several different columns, each with their own values. Currently, the table is organized based on order reference, but we can use our pivot table to change the angle of analysis. For example, we could focus on item codes and cross-reference with cities. To do so, we should switch back to the pivot table, and from the field list, drag item code to the row area and delivery center to the column area. So just click and drag item code to the row area and delivery center to the column area. Next, we need to build out our data by populating the values. Let's drag order value to the values area. Let's take a second to inspect our new point of analysis. The row displays the order item while the column displays the location. The order value is then being cross-referenced in the value cells, and the grand total is being calculated at the last column and row. This is how pivot tables allow you to find trends. Next, let's look at how we can drill further into and then analyze our data. For example, let's remove delivery center from the column area by clicking and dragging back to the field list, and then add date to the row area. Note how month grouping has been automatically applied. We can expand these by clicking the plus icon beside the month name. With this expanded, we can see each day an order was placed and what was ordered on a given day. We can also collapse specific levels of detail by right-clicking, hovering over Expand/Collapse, and selecting Collapse. We can further drill into specific data values. For example, if we wanted to view all values that correspond to this item code on this particular date, we just need to double-click at the intersection in the table like so. This will create a new sheet with a data table and corresponding data entries only. We can now see each column for this specific value. This is useful for working with data values from a pivot table report. Let's return to our pivot table and look at how we can add multiple values to our report. Currently, the only values being displayed are for order value. The calculation being performed on these is sum. That's why the total is displayed here. Let's add order reference to the values area so that we can see the number of orders made for each item. Note that the calculation being performed is count, so we now know that there were 31 orders placed in January. If we add quantity to the values area, we can then see displayed the number of items for each order and the sum of each month. If you don't want the sum displayed, we can change the calculation through the field settings. Right-click a value and select Value Field Settings. Then from here, just select a new calculation. Let's find the average quantity and hit OK. So now the average quantity is being displayed rather than the total. By organizing your fields correctly, drilling into your data and adding multiple value fields, you can analyze data in your pivot table with greater control and ease. When working with data from different tables, you will need to add them to the data model in your workbook. A data model allows you to pull data from multiple tables, essentially building a relational data source inside an Excel workbook. Once inserted, we'll then look at how to create, edit, and manage relationships between fields in order to get the data values working together. First, let's look at how we can add a data table to the data model when creating a pivot table from scratch. This is handy to know if you plan on using multiple data sources later. To do so, switch to the Insert tab, then select Pivot Table from the left of the ribbon. Then from this window, check the bottom box. With this checked, the table will be added to the data model once the pivot table has been created. However, we'll select Cancel and move on to how we can add a new data source to an existing pivot table. If we switch worksheets, we can see we have already inserted a pivot table. However, it's pulling data from a single source, the orders table we just saw previously. We want to source the location worksheet in our pivot table too. We can add a new table to the data model, scroll to the bottom of the field list and select More Tables. This will copy the existing pivot table using the data model. Select Yes to confirm. As you can see, a pivot table in a new sheet has been created. Our new pivot table has two data sources, location and orders. Also note the new tabs that appear on the side panel, Active and All. If we compare this to the original worksheet, we can see that these don't appear here. Let's return to our new pivot table and toggle the All tab. From here, we can add a data source from our second table. We just need to visualize it by clicking the arrow beside its name, and then drag the field to the below area like you would normally. Let's add State field to the Filters area. When you add sources from multiple tables, you will be prompted with an alert informing you that relationships between tables may be needed. This is to ensure the data matches up. You can select Auto Detect or Create. If we select Auto Detect, Excel will detect and create relationships from the two tables. As you can see, one relationship has been created. If we select Manage Relationships, we can see the relationship found between the two tables was for Delivery Center. Select Close to return to the workbook. As you can see, we have successfully sourced a second table in our pivot table. We can apply filters based on state because Excel detected the relationship between these worksheets. And if we look at our field list, we can see our two tables, location and orders. We can add fields from both sources in the usual way. It's also important to note how to manage relationships between fields. Select Relationships within the Calculations group. This will open the Manage Relationships dialog box we saw earlier. We can see the table, which is Orders, and the related lookup table, which is Location, and their related fields, which is Delivery Center, within the parentheses. And we can perform different commands with the buttons on the right. Let's delete this relationship so we can look at recreating it manually. I'll select it and just press the Delete button. Select OK to confirm. Select New. We need to choose our table, which is Orders, our related table, which is Location. Then we need to select the columns we'll be creating a relationship from, which for us is Delivery Center. Click OK to finish creating the relationship, and select Close to return to the worksheet. If you've created the relationship successfully, you'll be able to combine data from multiple sources. Because we did so, our state filter remains intact. This has been a basic overview of inserting a data model using data from multiple tables and then creating and editing relationships between fields. You can pull data from external sources such as an Access database and analyze it in a pivot table. This will allow you to reuse data and take advantage of field relationships that already exist in the database. First, let's look at the data in the access file itself. Here on the left, we can see our different tables. We can view the relationships between these if we switch to the Database Tools tab and select Relationships. We can now see the relationships between our tables. We can see that customers is linked to orders, which is linked to items, which is linked to suppliers. And the connecting lines indicate the values that connect these tables. So we now know that customers and orders are linked by customer ID and customer reference. Now that we understand the relationships in this database, let's look at importing a database with Excel. I'll just open a blank Excel workbook from the taskbar and close the access file. In Excel, switch to the Data tab. Then open the Get Data menu on the left of the ribbon. You can import from File, Database, Azure, and other or online sources. Because we are importing from an Access file, we should hover over from Database and select from Microsoft Access Database. We then need to find our file, either save to the desktop, select it, and click Import. This will open the Navigator interface. From here, we can choose which tables to import. To select multiple items, we must first toggle the Multiple Items box. Then select the tables to be imported. Let's import customers and orders. Notice the preview on the right and select Load to finish importing. Once loaded, the tables will appear in the Queries and Connections side panel. We can see our two tables in the Queries tab, and if we switch to Connections, we can see the data imported from imported tables has been added to the data model. To create a pivot table from this, we need to switch to the Insert tab, and then select Pivot Table from the left of the ribbon. From here, we need to ensure that Use this workbook's data model is checked. With this checked, Excel will create a pivot table based on the data we just imported. We then need to choose where we want to place our pivot table, in a new or existing worksheet. Because we're working with a blank sheet, we'll just leave it toggled to existing and hit OK. We can now close the Queries and Connections side panel as it's not needed. If relationships existed between data sources in an Access file, we can also visualize them here in Excel. From the Analyze tab, select Relationships within the Calculations group. From here, we can see the two tables, Orders and Customers. And within parentheses, we can see the relationship, Customer Reference and Customer ID. If you want to create a new relationship, you can do so via the New button on the right. For now, let's select Close and return to the worksheet. After the database has been imported and the pivot table created, we can then begin inserting fields from the data model. From the All tab, we can view the multiple available tables. Open these by clicking the arrow beside them, and then simply drag and drop the desired fields to the below areas like you would any pivot table. This has been a basic overview of analyzing your database tables in a pivot table. You can insert calculated fields that use already inserted data in the pivot table. This is handy if the calculations you want to perform are not in the source data table. When you create a calculated field, it will be added to the field list where it can be manipulated like a field. Calculated fields are also handy as they allow you to use data from multiple existing fields. As you can see, we have a pivot table already created. Each location is displayed in rows while the item codes are displayed along columns. The values being referenced are sum of order plus VAT. Say we want to calculate a bonus for each order over $20,000. We can do so using calculated fields. With your table selected, switch to the Analyze tab. Within the Calculations group, open the Fields, Items and Sets menu and select Calculated Field. On the top portion of this new window, we have the name and formula bars. First things first, we should update the name. Let's call this Order Bonus. We then need to insert our if-then-else formula. Like all formulas, they must begin with an equal sign, And because our formula is dependent upon a value being over $20,000, we should then insert if, followed by an open parenthesis. We then need to reference order value plus VAT, so we'll find it from the below list, select it, and then select Insert Field. This is what makes calculated fields so handy. We can reference data within the pivot table without having to reference the original table. We should then enter a greater than sign followed by 20,000. We then need to insert a comma and reference order value once again. We can do so by double-clicking. We then need to multiply this by 0.1 as we want the bonus to be 10%, so we'll insert an asterisk sign followed by 0.1. Lastly, enter a comma followed by 0 to act as the else function in our formula. Remember to close the parentheses. Click Add to add the field, and click OK to return to the worksheet. As you can see, our calculated field has been added to the values area and our table has been updated. If we look at a figure larger than 20k, for example here, we can see the correct bonus figure beside it, meaning our calculation has been performed successfully. We can still edit a calculated field after it's been added. From the Analyze tab, open the Fields, Items and Sets menu once again, and select the calculated field. To edit a field, find it from the list, ours is Order Bonus, open the drop-down menu beside the name bar, and select the field. With this selected, we can make changes in the below formula bar. For example, let's change this to 30,000. Select Modify to update your calculated field. To delete a field, simply select the Delete button. Click Close to return to the workbook. This has been a basic overview of using calculations in your pivot table. By changing the summary calculation or applying a comparison, we can adjust how we work with values in a pivot table. When comparing values and totals, you can visualize data ranked as a percentage or as a difference. To begin editing a value field, we should click the Value Field arrow, and then select Value Field Settings. By default, the summary calculation for values is Sum. From the Summarize by Values tab, we can change this. For example, let's set this to Average. Also note the above custom name will change automatically too. We'll set this back to Sum for the sake of demonstration. If we select the below Number Format button, we can set a specific numerical type for this calculation. We have different categories here on the left, and further configuration options here in the middle. We leave it set to currency as we are working with sales. Click OK to return to the previous window. Next, let's look at adding a comparison via the Show Values As tab. From here, we can apply a comparison within the pivot table. Currently, Show Values is set to No Calculation. If we open this menu, we can choose from different options. We can make comparisons based on the percentage of the grand, column and row total, as well as more specific comparisons. Let's set this to percentage of grand total, and hit OK. As you can see, our values are now being visualized as their respective percentages of the grand total. That's why this here is 100%. We can access the settings we just previously saw by right-clicking a value and hovering over Summarize Values By to change the calculation, and Show Values As to change the aspect of comparison. Let's return this to No Calculation. We can also make custom comparisons. Right-click a value in the pivot table and select Value Field Settings. From here, switch to the Show Value As tab. In certain cases, custom calculation will also open additional options to specify base field and item. Open the drop-down menu and select Percentage of. We then need to choose our base field from the left-sided list. We'll select Delivery Center. We then need to choose our base item. We can compare values against a specific delivery center. For example, let's choose Denver and select OK to confirm. We can now compare each location's order plus VAT based on percentage. because we selected Denver as the base item, it's appearing as 100%. With this in mind, we can now compare the figures from other locations and gauge the difference. This has been a basic overview of comparing values in a pivot table. You can present pivot table data in a more visual way with pivot charts. You can create a pivot chart from scratch or convert already inserted data in a pivot table. Once created, you can manipulate your chart using the pivot chart and pivot table controls. To begin, let's look at creating a pivot chart from scratch. Like with normal charts, when creating a pivot chart, we need a table and data range to convert, which we have here. Select your range, then switch to the Insert tab. Within the Charts group, select Pivot Chart. From here, we can configure the selection and choose where the chart is to be placed. Let's place it in this worksheet, just below the original table. Click OK to create your pivot chart. Note that when you create a pivot chart from scratch, a pivot table will also automatically be inserted. You can create a report by clicking and dragging the fields to the below areas. Note that updating the pivot table will automatically update the pivot chart and vice versa. Let's switch worksheets to delivery centers and look at how we can insert a pivot chart from an already inserted pivot table. With your pivot table activated, switch to the Analyze tab. On the right of the ribbon within Tools, select Pivot Chart. This will open a list of available charts. On the left we have the different categories and the varying styles are available along the top of the pane. And we can hover over an option to preview it. Let's go with the clustered column chart. Click OK to insert it. As you can see, we have successfully inserted a pivot chart. Note that the pivot table's fields have been transferred to the pivot chart. However, also note the areas for pivot charts differ. We now have filters, legend, axis, and values. And if we look at the chart itself, we can see the item code serving as the legend. Delivery center is being displayed on the x-axis. And the sum of order value represents values in the chart and hence the y-axis. We can move the chart like normal. Simply click and drag the chart area to move it to a new location. We can also resize the chart by clicking and dragging one of the surrounding handles like so. Alternatively, you could resize the chart from the Size group within the Format tab. Pivot charts are editable like pivot tables. What the chart displays is entirely dependent upon which area you place your fields. As stated earlier, updating the pivot table fields will have a direct effect on the pivot chart and vice versa. For example, if we add the order date field to the axis area, note both the updated chart and table. I'll just move this out of the way for a second so we can see our pivot table. We can apply filters in the chart. For example, if we open the Delivery Center label, we can apply filters based on this field. Let's deselect Denver and hit OK to apply it. The plus and minus icons at the bottom right of the chart area allow us to expand or collapse the entire field. To quickly change the angle of analysis, switch to the Design tab and select Switch Row/Column from the Data group. Pivot charts are a good way of presenting your pivot table data in a more visually digestible way. This has been a basic overview of inserting a pivot chart in Excel. Once inserted, you can further edit your pivot chart. In this video, we look at changing the chart type, applying and customizing chart styles, changing the layout, and adding chart elements. You can change the chart type without having to recreate the entire table. Simply right-click your chart and select Change Chart Type. This will open the chart menu from where you can update your chart type. Let's change this to a bar chart. Click OK to make the change. We can also access this menu if we switch to Design and select Change Chart Type from the right of the ribbon. Also available on this ribbon are the different chart styles. We can apply a style from the Chart Styles menu, hover over a style to preview it in the document itself, and select one to apply it. From the Colors menu, we can apply a colourful or monochromatic colour scheme. Let's apply a colourful one. From the Quick Layout menu, We can change the combination of elements that get displayed. We leave ours as is. We can update chart elements manually if we select the green plus icon beside our chart, and then toggle the elements we want to add or remove. Alternatively, you could use the Add Chart Element menu from the left of the ribbon on the Design tab. We can even further customize individual elements in the pivot chart. Switch to the Format tab, then select the element you want to edit. With the element selected, simply apply changes from the Shape Styles group. We can choose from presets, or select a custom fill, outline, and even apply effects. Let's go with one of the presets. If the element you're changing has text, you have extra formatting options from the Word Art Styles group. We also have further, more advanced customization options from the Shape Dialog box launcher. From this side panel, we can update the fill and line, apply effects, and update series options. Close this side panel by clicking the X icon. Knowing how to modify your pivot chart can not only make your chart look nicer, but also make the data it's presenting more intelligible. This has been a basic overview of modifying your pivot chart in Excel. Pivot tables are highly customizable. The pivot table options can be used to change how null data values and errors are displayed, customize which data controls are active and visible in your table, and even ensure that you are working on the most recent information by telling Excel to refresh the data every time you open your workbook. First, let's look at the different ways we can configure a pivot table's display options. As you can see, we have a pivot table here displaying grand totals. If we switch to the Design tab and open the Grand Total menu on the left of the ribbon, we can see options to show or hide for rows and columns, or show for only rows and columns. For example, let's turn this off for rows and columns. Note the updated pivot table. Let's just reopen the Grand Totals menu and show grand totals for rows and columns. We can also access these options if we switch to Analyze, open the Pivot Table menu on the left, and select Options. From here, switch to Totals and Filters. From here, we're going to check to show grand totals for rows and show grand totals for columns. If we switch to the Layout and Format tab, we can see further display options. Under the Format heading, we can assign custom text or symbols to represent error values. Just check the box and insert your text or symbol. Let's have error values be represented by the percentage sign. Below this, we can change how empty cells get displayed. You can insert a custom symbol or text. Let's set this to the letter E. Click OK to apply your changes. Note our updated table. Each empty cell is being represented by the letter E. It's also important to be comfortable with display options related to printing. Reopen the Pivot Table Options menu and switch to the Printing tab. From here, we can choose to print expand/collapse buttons, repeat row labels on each printed page, and set print titles. Next, let's look at customizing your pivot table controls. Switch to the Display tab. From here, we can show or hide the expand and collapse buttons. And we can also choose to show or hide field captions and filter drop-downs by checking this box. We can also deactivate the Show Detail tool. Switch to the Data tab and uncheck Enable Show Details. With this deactivated, double-clicking a row item won't open the Show Detail menu. Just below, we can check the option to refresh data when opening the file. With this toggled, the data your pivot table is pulling will be automatically updated each time you open the file. It's a good idea to keep this checked if the original table updates its data frequently. Click OK to save your changes and close the Options window. Click OK again to confirm. This has been a basic overview of configuring your pivot table in Excel.
In Excel, you can use the SUMIF and SUMIFS formulas to perform a sum calculation on certain data values in your range. All you need to know is how to specify the conditions that your qualifying data values have to meet. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have a table of values that I would like to analyze a bit further. For example, if I'm looking to total the total order values for unpaid orders within this table, I can use the SUMIF formula. You can use the SUMIF formula to sum the values in a range that meets criteria that you specify. Since my criteria is unpaid orders, I'm going to apply this to my order values to have a sum of the order values that are unpaid. Now I'm going to go up to my table that I've created for reference, and I'm going to select my cell and insert equals followed by SUMIF. Now I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'm going to need to select my range where my criteria is found. Since this is unpaid orders, I'm going to select the paid and advanced column range. And once I've selected the column range, I'm going to scroll back up, insert a comma, followed by the criteria, which is unpaid orders, which is mentioned as no in this particular column. So I'm going to insert quotation marks followed by no, close those quotation marks and insert another comma. Lastly, I'll need to insert the sum range. So this is my order values, and I'm going to select the entire column. And once I've selected that data range, I can go back up, close off the parentheses, and select Enter. So now I quickly have reference to the unpaid order total values within my table below. You can also do the same exact formula with dates. For example, if I select the formula that I've already composed just below, I can see that I have my criteria range, which happens to be my date column found within my table. Now, if I'm looking to total the values after a particular date, you can see in my formula above I have within quotation marks the greater than symbol, so this is after, and the date referenced. Lastly, I have my order value column selected again, so that way I can compose the total order values after that particular date range. Now, if you'd like to go a bit further and add multiple criteria, for example, I would like to calculate for unpaid orders and after a specific date, I'm going to need to use the SUMIFs formula in order to do this. First, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by SUMIFs with an S. I can also select from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have my open parentheses, I'm going to now choose my sum range first. So this will be my order value column. If I know the values, I can insert those values manually and then insert a comma. Now I'm going to need to choose my first criteria range, and since this is unpaid, I'm going to again need to reference my paid in advance column. So I'm going to select the first value and I'm going to insert the complete range manually and then another comma. Now after I've done this, I'm going to determine my criteria, and since this is unpaid again, I'm going to insert quotation marks followed by no, since this is referenced in the column itself, and close off those quotation marks. Next, I'm going to insert another comma. Now, in order to add my second criteria, I'm going to need to choose my criteria range, and since this will be the date column, I'm going to go over and select the complete date column. And after I've referenced the date column, I can again insert another comma, and I'm going to need to choose my criteria for that particular column, which are dates after a specific date in that column. To do this, I'm going to insert quotation marks followed by the greater than for after, and then my specific date in my column. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly calculate the values. If you'd like to go even further, you can use this same formula with a date range. If I select the cell below, you can see I have referenced above the same formula, but I've added an additional criteria with a date range. I've also included the equal sign with the greater than symbol, so that way I'm including the date and all the dates between the specific date range. This will help you save a lot of time if you're looking for specific values and totals within a date range. Now, if you need to go up and modify any of the values within the criteria, for example, if I want paid orders to the reference criteria for no, and I'm going to change this to yes, and if I select Enter, I'll see the paid values within that specific date range. So now you've seen how to use the SUMIF and SUMIFs formulas within Excel. The if function is made up of a range, a condition, a value if true, and a value if false. it can be used to display one message if a condition is met and another if a condition is not met. In Excel, you can use qualifying conditions to perform an analysis on a data entry and display a particular value or message depending on the result of the logical test. Now for my worksheet below, if I would like to display whether or not an order will receive a discount, I can use the if function. For example, if I'd like to use a simple logical test with the if function, I can determine whether or not an order will receive a discount based upon whether the order receives a promotional code. To do this, I'm going to select the cell on the right-hand side and I'm going to insert the if function by selecting equals and typing in if. I can also select if from the list of functions below. In order to compose the if function, you'll need to perform a logical test. For example, if the value is yes within column D, I would like to apply a discount. So first, I'm going to select a cell from column D, insert the equal symbol, and quotation marks yes, and close those quotation marks. Now, if that value is true, I want text to be displayed in the cell. First, I'm going to insert a comma, and the text that I would like to display if true will be quotation marks, discount, and quotation marks again. Now, if the value is false, I want to display no discount, so I'm going to use quotation marks, no discount, close the quotation marks. Now, in order to calculate the formula, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. Now, I can see the first order will not receive a discount since it does not receive a promotional code in column D. To apply this to all the cells below, I can select the first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon. As you can see, this will give you a better visual representation with a message rather than just a simple yes or no or a number. Now, if I'd like to go further and add more criteria to this particular if formula, I can do that as well by combining if and functions together. To do this, I'm first going to remove the current formula from the column on the right-hand side. Now I'm going to go up to the top, select the first cell, and insert the equal symbol followed by if, and two open parentheses since I'll be adding the and function as well. First, I'm going to have to perform the first logical test, so I'm going to perform a logical test where if the order has been paid and receives a promotional code, that particular order will receive a discount. So my first logical test will be concerned with the paid column, so I'm going to select the first cell, and if this is equal to yes with quotation marks, that will be my first logical test. But since I'm adding a second logical test, I'm going to close off the first parentheses, and I'm going to multiply this by the and function, so a and d. I can also select it from the list of functions below. And I'm going to add my second logical test, which will be column D, row 2. And if this is also equal to yes in quotation marks, I'm going to then close the parentheses for and as well, insert a comma, and I'm going to have to choose if my if true. Both of these conditions must be true before I can apply the true value. So my true value will be a 20% discount. So I can insert that text, and I'm going to close off the quotation marks, followed by the if false. So if the values in column C or column D read as no, this is going to be a false statement, and the text that will appear is no discount. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks, close off the parentheses for the formula, and select enter. So now I can see the first order does not receive a discount, but if I select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner and double select the autofill icon, I can see which of my orders will receive a 20% discount. Now if I need to go back and edit one of the cells, I can select the cell, and I can go up and I can modify the text if true or if false. For example, I can also shorten this and just make it a simple no, select outside, and I'll be able to see those changes. I can apply it downwards, and this will help the discount stand out even more. So now you've seen how to insert a conditional message formula with Excel. In Excel, the if formula can be used in conjunction with other formulas. You can create conditions based on calculations and analyze your data in a variety of different ways. For example, this can be very useful when it comes to applying a discount on a data entry that has to be over a particular value to qualify. Now from my worksheet below, if I would like to conduct a simple logical test to determine whether or not a order value will receive a 5% discount, I can use the if formula. To do this, I'm going to select the cell, insert the equal symbol followed by if and an open parentheses. Now once I've done this, I'm going to have to perform my logical test, so I'm going to select the column value concerned. And if this value is greater than, so I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, $1,500. I'm going to insert a comma. I want the text value yes to be placed within this particular cell. Now after I've inserted yes with quotation marks, I'm going to then insert a comma, and if this value is not true, I'm going to insert quotation marks and no will appear in the cell. Now after I've added the logical test and the values if true and false, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. So I can see that this particular value in this cell will receive a 5% discount. If I want to apply that to all of the cells below as well, I'm going to select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon. Now, if I want to calculate the price after discount, this will be useful if you've already calculated an if function pertaining to the values that you would like to apply a discount to. For example, you can use the if formula again by selecting equals and if, followed by an open parentheses, and I'm going to select the value that I've just calculated under column K, and if this value is equal to quotation marks yes, and close off those quotation marks, I'm going to choose my if true and if false value. So if this value is true, I'm first going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert the calculation that I'd like to perform to apply the discount. So to do this, I'm going to select the order value and multiply this by inserting the multiplication symbol, also known as an asterisk. And I'm going to give it a 5% discount, so I'm going to put 0.95 to multiply that value by. And if I'd like to calculate for if this value does not receive a discount, I'm just going to select the cell value as is in the order value column. Now once I've done this, in order to calculate, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. And I'll be able to see that value with a discount applied, since this order does receive a 5% discount. If I'd like to apply it to all the cells below, again I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon to apply the formula to the rest of the cells below. I'll be able to see those values that do not receive a discount will remain the same value as the order value column. Now you can also double check your findings by calculating your price after discount another way. To do this, I'm going to need to calculate with my quantity and total price per unit to come about the same calculation. So to do this, I'm also going to use the if formula and insert equals followed by if and an open parentheses. This time I'm going to select quantity and I'm going to multiply that by the total price per unit. After I've done this, I want to make sure that this value is indeed greater than $1,500, and that will be my logic test. So if this value is true, I'm then going to calculate the value with the discount applied. To do this, I'm going to first select the quantity, multiplied by the total price per unit, multiplied by the discount, which is 5%, so 0.95. And if the value is not true, so I'm going to insert a comma, the value if not true will just be the standard quantity multiplied by the price per unit. Now after I've done that, I can close off my parentheses and select enter to quickly calculate the price after discount. Now this will enable me to verify that indeed this calculation made previously in column L is indeed true, even though I went about another way on calculating the same value. In order to apply to the rest of the cells below, I can select the top cell and double select to autofill my cells below. So now you've seen how to perform complex conditional formulas in order to apply discounts and even check your calculations within Excel. If you want to return more than 2 possible messages in Excel, you can. However, you will have to embed multiple if formulas within one another in order to obtain multiple result options. Now from my worksheet below, if I would like to conduct a simple logical test to determine whether an order value will receive a 5% discount, I can use the if formula alone. To do this, I'm going to insert equals, followed by if and open parentheses, and I'm going to have to choose my logical test. So I'm going to choose my order value, and if this value is greater than, so if I insert the greater than symbol, $500, so I'm going to insert the message that I'd like to appear in this particular cell. First, I'm going to insert a comma, then I'm going to use quotes and yes for the first if true, and if it is not greater than 500, I'm going to insert a comma, and I want the text to display no. Close those quotation marks, and I'm going to close the parentheses and select enter, and I'll be able to see whether or not that particular order will receive a 5% discount. Now I can apply this to the rest of the cells below by selecting the top cell, and once I see the autofill symbol, I can double select in the bottom right hand corner to apply that to all of my cells below. Now if you want to go a bit further about your discount, you can apply an if formula and embed it within another if formula to add more criteria. For example, if I want to apply 2 different discounts and no discount depending on the value within the order value, I'm first going to insert one if formula by selecting equals and if within open parentheses. Now the first logical test will be the order value greater than 500, like the first calculation. But now instead of adding a true and false value, I'm first going to add another logical test. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma followed by the if function again, and I can select it from the list of functions below. And I'm going to choose my second logical test. So I'm going to select the same value, but if this value is greater than 1,000, I'm going to apply specific criteria. Now, I'm going to insert a comma, and if this value is greater than 1,000 or 500, I'll have 2 different values. The first value, if this is true, will be a 15% discount for those values above 1,000. Now, after I've put that value in quotes, I'm going to put a comma, and if this value is not true, this is going to be simply a 5% discount because the value will still be over $500. After I put the false criteria in quotes, I'm going to close off that parentheses, and if the value is not greater than 500 or 1,000, I'm going to be sure that there is no discount applied, so I'm going to put in a comma, quotes, no discount at the end. After I've put that in quotation marks, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and once I select enter, I'll be able to see which type of discount will be applied to a particular order. Again, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon to apply that to the rest of my values below. I'll be able to see which values will receive a 5% discount and which will not receive a discount at all. Now, to go even further with this calculation, I can also make the calculation rather than showing text. To do this, I'm going to select my top value, and rather than writing 15% or 5% or no discount, I'm going to make those calculations. So to do this, I'm going to need to select within my formula bar, and I'm going to remove the quote 15%, and I'm going to leave the comma in there, and I'm going to make the calculation. So to do this, I'm going to select the order value, and I'm going to multiply that by a 15% discount, so I'm going to multiply that by 0.85%. And in order to leave a 5% discount, I'm going to again need to select within my formula bar and select backspace, remove the quotation marks, and I'm going to multiply this value, order value, and I'm going to multiply the order value by a 5% discount, which will be 0.95%. Lastly, since there's no discount, I'm going to remove the no discount with the quotes, and I'm just going to leave the order value as is with no discount applied. Now, once I've done that, I can select enter, and I'll be able to see the calculation with the discount applied, whether it be a 15%, 5%, or no discount if the order value does not qualify. To apply this to all of my cells below, I can select the top cell, and again, when I see the autofill icon pictured as a black plus symbol, I can double select to apply that to all of my values below. This is quite useful because if you find you need to come back and you want to give a larger discount, for example 20%, you can come back and I can change that to 0.80, select enter, and I'll be able to see those values changed. I can go back and apply this to multiple values, and I'll be able to see those values applied. So now you've seen how to create multiple conditions with the if formula in Excel. In Excel, you can combine qualifying and alternative conditions in your if formula. This can allow you to specify various different optional conditions that can be met when calculating your formula. Now from my worksheet below, I have a list of orders. If I would like to apply a discount to my orders, I have a couple different options. If I want a single criteria to be met to apply a discount, I can use the if formula by itself. But if I have multiple conditions, I would recommend using the if and or the if and formula together. Now if I have two specific criteria that can be met, I can use the if and or formula. So whether one of those criteria are met or both of those criteria are met, I'm going to apply a discount. Now to compose the formula, I'm going to use the equal symbol followed by if and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert the or formula with another open parentheses. Now after I've done this, I'm going to have to specify my logical criteria. Now the first criteria will be whether or not the order has been paid in advance. To establish this criteria, I'm going to select the cell of reference, and if the cell is equal to yes, with quotation marks, I want to apply a discount. Now my second criteria will be whether or not the order is over a certain amount. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert the order value cell, and if this value is greater than, so I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, $2,500, I'm also going to apply a discount. Now once I've established my logical criteria, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to have to establish if my value is true, which discount I'll apply. To do this, I'm going to insert another comma, and if this is true for either of these criteria, I'm going to apply a 20% discount. To do this, I'll need to select the order value, and I'm going to multiply that by 0.8 to apply a 20% discount. If neither of these criteria are met, I'm going to leave the order value as is. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma and select the order value cell once again. After I've composed my logical test as well as my if true and if false values, I'm going to close out the parentheses and select enter. Now I can see that the top order meets both criteria, so the discount was applied. If I'd like to see if the rest of my orders receive a discount, I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon to quickly fill out my cells below. Now I can see if one criteria is met, a discount is applied. I can also see if neither criteria are met, that no discount is applied. If you want to establish multiple criteria that need to be met before you apply your discount, I would recommend using the if and formula together. Rather than meeting one or the other, you'll need to meet both criteria in order to apply your value. Now to compose this formula, I'm going to select the top cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by if. Then I'm going to insert an open parentheses, followed by or, because I'm going to be including more than one criteria, and another open parentheses. Now my first logical criteria will be whether or not the order has been paid in advance, so again I'm going to select the corresponding cell reference, and if this value is equal to yes, I want to apply the discount. After I've added yes with quotation marks, I'm going to close off the first parentheses. Now, since I need to include two criteria that need to be met, I'm going to use the AND formula. In order to insert this, I'm first going to need to multiply by the AND formula, so I'm going to insert a multiplication table, followed by and an open parentheses. Now, my second logical criteria that needs to be met is whether or not the order value is over a specific amount. Now, to define this, again, I'm going to need to select my cell of reference, which is my order value cell. And if this value is over 2,500, again, I'm going to use the greater than symbol, and 2,500, I'm going to apply the discount. Now, both of these criteria need to be met, and this is why I've inserted the multiplication and the AND formula. So after I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to decide if true and if false. So if both of these criteria are met, I'm going to apply 20% discount, and again, I can do this by selecting my order value cell, and multiplying this by 0.8 to apply 20% discount. Now, if both of these criteria are not met, I'm going to leave the order value as is, and to do this, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by the order value cell once again, and I'm going to close off the parentheses, and select Enter to calculate. So I can see again, since both criteria were met at my top order, that a discount has been applied. Again, if I'd like to see this applied to the rest of my cells below, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can go through my orders and I can see if one criteria is met and the other is not met, that I will not receive a discount. For example, I can see that I have an order over $2,500, but this order was not paid in advance, so therefore I do not receive a discount. Whereas when I used the if and or formula alone, I did get a discount because one of the criteria had been met. So now you've seen how to use the if, or, and formulas in conditional formulas. In Excel, you can use the sum product and date formulas to extract specific values from an existing data table. This can be very useful if you're looking to find a total number of purchases in a particular date range. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have a list of orders with specific dates. Above, I've created an order summary table where I'd like to extract specific information, such as how many orders are in a specific month within a specific year. Now, in order to extract this information that I've defined, I'm going to use the sum product formula along with the year and the month formula. So to compose my formula, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to select the formula bar above, and I'm going to compose the formula by inserting the equal symbol, followed by sum product. Now after I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses. Since I'll be using multiple formulas such as the month and the year formula, I'm going to insert another open parentheses, followed by the month formula. You'll also see the option to select your functions below, and you can double select this option to insert it. Now, the first bit of information I'd like to extract from my worksheet below is the month. In order to do this, I'll need to select my range, which will be the total values within my column, so I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse, and I'm going to select the complete range. Now once I've done this, I'm going to close off the first parentheses, and I'm going to insert the equal symbol, followed by the order summary cell that I've selected for the 12th month. And now I'm going to need to calculate the year, so in order to do this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to multiply this by the year formula, so I'm going to insert an asterisk and another open parentheses, followed by the year formula. Once I've done this, I can open up another parentheses, and I'll again need to select my range. If I know my range, I can simply type it in, since it's the same range as I used before, E7 through E40. Once I've defined the range, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to put equals, followed by my reference cell for the year 2018. Now after I've done this, I'm going to close off all of my formulas by closing off the parentheses twice. To extract the information that I'm looking for how many purchases I have in the 12th month of 2018, I can select Enter. So I can see I have a total of 19 orders within the 12th month of 2018. Now, the great thing about this is once you've set up your summary, you can make the modifications to the reference cells to get the data that you need. For example, if I'm looking for the 11th month, I can select this cell, select the 11th month and select outside, and I'll be able to see I have 6 orders within that month. I can also change the year, so I'm going to go to 2019, and I'm going to select for the first month, select outside, and I'll be able to see the total number of purchases. So now you've seen how to set up a summary calculation by using the sum product, year, and month formula within Excel. In Excel, you may sometimes need to find a cell value by using its positional coordinates in a table. You can do this with the match and offset formulas. For example, if I would like to find a specific month located in my table on the left-hand side, I would like to identify the month number for October. To do this, simply I can use the match formula by selecting a cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by match and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to need to define my lookup value, which happens to be October, which I've referenced above. Next, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my lookup array, which will be the range of values where I'm looking to match the lookup value. After I've selected my range, I'm going to insert another comma, and you'll see below that a drop-down menu appears. Now, if you're looking for an exact match, you can select 0 or type in 0 with your formula. You'll also notice that you can use 1 for less than and -1 for greater than if you're looking for those type of values. I'm going to select 0, close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that October is indeed the 10th month. This can be useful if you're going to calculate profit totals, for example, because you'll have the reference formula that you've established with the match formula. Now, if I'm looking to calculate the profit total up to October for year 3, I'm going to use the offset formula to do so with reference to my formula just above. To do this, I'm going to select the cell just below, insert equals, followed by offset, and an open parentheses. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to define my reference, which will in fact be the year, and I'm going to have to define my rows, columns, heights, and width. So I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to have to define my rows, which happens to be the 10th row because I'm calculating the profit total up into October. So to do this, I can select my cell reference above, which I've just calculated with my match formula. After I've done this, I can insert another comma, and I'm going to define the year, which will be the column width. So I'm going to select the year 3 cell reference, close off that parentheses, and select Enter. Lastly, if you'd like to create a rolling total, you can do that as well. So in order to do this, I'm also going to use the offset formula along with the sum formula. To do this, I can select my cell, insert equals, followed by sum, with an open parentheses, and the offset formula with an open parentheses as well. Once I've done this, I'm going to again need to define my reference, which will be the year. So I'm going to select the year cell, followed by my rows, columns, height, and width. So I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to define my rows, which is just going to be 1 since I'm referencing from January. So I'm going to insert 1, followed by another comma, and I'm going to need to define my columns. Now, depending on the year that I'm referencing, I'm going to reference year 3. I'm going to select this option, insert another comma, and then I'm going to need to define the height, which will be the month that I'm calculating to. So if I'm calculating to October from January, I'll need to define that as so. So I'm going to reference the cells above where I've just calculated the month number 10. So I'm going to calculate a rolling total from January to October, insert another comma, and I'm going to need to define the width, which again will just be 1. Since I'm only calculating from year 3 up until October. Now, once I've defined my criteria, I can close off both parentheses and select Enter to calculate. So I can see my rolling total from January all the way down to October will be reflected within this particular cell. The great thing about establishing with a match and offset as well as sum formulas is that you can reference using coordinates that you've defined clearly in a separate table. So as you can see above, I had previously defined October as well as the year 3, but if I were to change any of these values, for example, I'm looking to reference year 1, I can select that option, and I'll see that my profit totals as well as rolling totals will change. If I want to go up and change the month, I'm going to modify this to July. I can select that option, and I can quickly see the values accordingly. This will help you keep an eye on your values within a specific range if you've defined those coordinates within your table. So now you've seen how to use the match, offset, and sum formulas together in order to calculate values within a table. If you are constantly updating your tables and adding new data entries to your Excel worksheet, you can create conditional formulas to keep up to date with your new additions. Once you've inserted these calculations using the formulas such as counta and offset, you will not need to modify them again or adjust the data ranges that they reference. For example, if you have a large worksheet or a large table and you'd like to quickly count the values within that table, you can easily do this using the counta formula. Now, in order to count the number of orders that I have in my table located on the left-hand side of my worksheet, I'm first going to select a cell, and I'm going to use the counta formula by inserting equals, followed by counta, and an open parentheses. Now, since I'm looking to calculate how many orders I have, I'm going to select my column E. After I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses. And within your table, if you have a header, for example, you will not want to count that in your orders. To remove the header, I'm going to insert a -1 and then select Enter to quickly count. So I can see indeed I have 11 orders. Now again, if your worksheet is quite large and you'd like to keep an eye on your last order value, you can also use the offset formula. To do this, I'm going to select my cell just below, insert equals, followed by offset and an open parentheses. Now, since I'm looking to calculate my last order value, I'm going to be focusing on column E where my totals are located. So my first reference will be E2 for my reference value, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to define the rows. So since I've already calculated the total number of orders, I can reference that order formula just above. And again, I'm going to do -1, followed by a comma, and the width is just going to be focusing on this single column E, so I'm going to insert a 0. Now after I've done this, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that my last value is $20. Now if I go about making changes to my table, for example, I'm going to insert a new row just below by right-clicking and inserting a row. If I go down and add an additional value such as 45, select Outside, I can see that my values have changed on the right-hand side. I now have a last order value of $45, and I have a total number of orders that indicates 12 orders. Same goes for if I remove orders. So if I go to the left-hand side, and I'm going to hold Shift and select multiple rows, right-click, and I'm going to remove these rows, I can see that my last order has not changed, since my last order is still 45, but my total number of orders have changed since I've removed some rows. As you can see, once you set up these formulas, you can make changes and modifications to your table, and your formulas will still work since the reference values will automatically update as your data entries have been added or removed. So now you've seen how to use the counter and offset formulas to keep up to date with your table values in Excel.
Excel features several different formulas that can be used to return precise information relating to a particular month, day, or year. There are also formulas for calculating workdays and days elapsed between dates. As you can see, we have a table of orders and a list of dates said orders were made. We can use this list to extract date values such as the day, month, and year of a given cell. To find the day of a date, first select the cell, then insert an equal sign followed by the day formula. Then select the date value, close the parentheses, and hit Enter. As you can see, our day value corresponds to the date in our list, the 7th. We can then fill down the rest of our list by clicking and dragging. We can find the month of the date value in a similar fashion. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the month formula. Select the date value, close your parentheses, and hit Enter. Our month value corresponds to the date in our list, February. And again, we can fill out the rest of the list by clicking and dragging. And lastly, we can find the year in essentially the same way. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the year formula. Select the date value, close your parentheses, and hit Enter. And I'll just fill down like shown previously. We can use Excel to find more specific information like a date value's weekday. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the weekday formula. We then need to select the date value and insert a comma. Weekdays are displayed numerically with this formula, so we need to specify how we want to order them. For example, we can use numbers 1 through 7 where 1 represents Sunday and 7 Saturday, or 1 through 7 where 1 represents Monday and 7 Sunday, and so on. Let's have 1 represent Monday by double-clicking it from the list. Close your parentheses and hit Enter. We now know that this order was placed on a Wednesday, and like before, I'll just fill out the rest of the list. We can use date formulas to perform more complex calculations like days elapsed between orders. Select the cell, then enter an equal sign followed by the days 360 formula. This formula uses a start and end date to calculate the days in between. So we should select our start date, insert a comma, and select the end date. Lastly, we need to enter another comma and choose our method. False is the US method of date keeping and true is the European way. Let's go with European. As always, close your parentheses and hit enter. We now know that 41 days elapsed between our first two orders. Let's fill down to complete the list. Excel allows for more specific calculations. We can calculate workdays elapsed between orders using the network days formula. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by network days. We then need to select our start date, insert a comma, and select the end date. You have the option to include holiday days in this formula too, but we won't do that right now. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know that 28 working days elapsed between our first two orders, and let's just fill the rest of our list. We can also calculate the date in a certain number of days, which can be handy if forecasting deadlines. So, for example, we want to find the target delivery date, which is 3 days into the future from the order date. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the workday formula. With this formula, we choose the start date, then specify the number of working days, so we should insert a comma followed by 3 to find the target delivery date. You also have the option to include holidays here too, but we won't do that right now. Close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. We have now found the target delivery date for our first order. We can perform the same calculation but include weekends. Insert an equal sign followed by the workday.intl formula. Like before, we choose our start date, insert a comma, and specify the number of days, which is 3. We then need to insert another comma where we will be prompted with the option to specify the weekend. Let's set Saturday and Sunday to be our weekend. Close the parentheses and hit enter. The target delivery date is now being displayed, but weekends are also being accounted for. I'll just fill out the rest of this list to complete our table. You've now seen how you can use formulas to retrieve information with dates in Excel. Some formulas in Excel can be used to automatically find a date according to specified criteria. You can find the current day and time and the equivalent date from a previous or future month, which are handy if you need to perform calculations based on fixed dates. As you can see, we have a list of different specific days and dates we want to find. We can do so using different automatic formulas. To start, let's find today's date. Select the cell, enter an equal sign, then simply insert the today formula, close your parentheses, and hit enter. And as easily as that, we have added today's date automatically. We can be even more specific by including the current date and time with the now formula. Select the cell, insert an equal sign followed by the now formula, close parentheses, and hit enter. Note that this will update with each workbook update or manual refresh. Let's move on to slightly more complex calculations by working with month ends. We can use the EO month formula to find the last day of a given month, whether it be the previous, current, or future month. First, let's find the last day of last month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. We then need to choose our start date, so we'll reference today's date we previously inserted. Then insert a comma, and because we want to know the last day of last month, we need to insert -1. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, Excel has correctly found the last day of last month. Following essentially the same steps, we can find the last day of this month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. Then reference today's date and insert a comma, but this time insert 0 as we want to find the last day of this month. Close the parentheses and hit enter. Let's go through this one more time to find the last day of next month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. Then reference today's date and insert a comma followed by 1. As always, close the parentheses and hit enter. Note that we aren't limited to the immediate months relative to the reference date. We can find a date from 2 months away by inserting 2, and so on. Last, let's look at returning dates in past or future months. Using the eDate formula, we can find the reference date from the previous and next months. Insert an equal sign followed by the eDate formula. Reference today's date, then insert a comma. And because we want to find this date for last month, we should insert -1. Close the parentheses and hit enter. And following the same steps, we can find this date for next month. Insert an equal sign, followed by the eDate formula. Reference today's date, insert a comma, but this time insert 1. Close the parentheses and hit enter. Knowing how to perform calculations based on a fixed date can be very useful, especially when working with future dates. Excel's rank function is very handy if you want to find a particular value in a data list. You can also find the smallest and largest values in a list by using the small and large formulas. So here we have a table of products on the right, and from here we want to find certain values and place them accordingly in our quantity list. To start, we need to find the minimum quantity. We can do so by inserting an equal sign followed by the min formula. We then need to select our range, which for us is the quantity column. Excel will find the lowest value from this range and display it once the calculation has been performed. Close your parentheses and hit enter to do so. We now know that the lowest quantity from the list is 1. We can find the largest using the max formula. Insert an equal sign followed by max. Select the range, close your parentheses and hit enter. We now know that the largest quantity is 14. We can find the rank of a given value amongst the range using the rank.eq formula. For example, say we wanted to know where the quantity of coffee makers ranks in relation to the full list. Insert an equal sign followed by rank.eq. We then need to choose the value to be ranked, which for us is quantity of coffee makers. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. Then we need to choose the range we are comparing it against, which is the quantity list. Again, insert another comma. Finally, we can choose to rank in ascending or descending order. Descending will start with the highest value, while ascending will start with the lowest. Let's go with descending. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know that the quantity of coffee makers is the 4th largest of the 6 products. It's a good idea to use absolute cell references for cell ranges when ranking values, as it will allow you to fill down or replicate the formula in a list and still refer to the same fixed range. We can make a reference absolute by placing $signs before the coordinates in the formula, like so. It's also important to note that if identical values are ranked, they will be given the same rank and the next rank is skipped. Next, let's look at using the large and small formulas. We can use these formulas to find a chosen rank amongst the data range. For example, say we wanted to find the 5th largest quantity from our quantity list. Insert an equal sign followed by the large formula. We then need to choose our range, which is the quantity column. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. We then need to choose our rank. We have 6 products where 1 equates to the largest, 2 the second largest, and so on. We want to find the 5th largest, so we'll insert 5. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, Excel is displaying the 5th largest value of the quantity list, which is 8. The small formula works in essentially the same way. This time let's find the 3rd smallest value. Insert an equal sign followed by the small formula. Select the range. Insert a comma. And this time let's reference cell B6 rather than inserting it manually. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know the 3rd smallest quantity is 10. We can find the smallest value if we insert 1 in cell B6. This is because we referenced the cell in the original formula as opposed to inserting it manually. This has been a basic overview of finding the largest and smallest values in a list. You can use Excel functions to separate your data entries and extract the individual elements you need. We look at using the search, then, left, right, and mid functions to separate data into multiple cells in this video. As you can see, we have a row with a list of customer names. We want to extract different aspects of this data and place them in the table. To start, let's look at working with characters in text strings. We can use the len function to find the number of characters in a text string. Select the cell, which is the first character length cell. Type equals, followed by len, which we'll insert by navigating down and then selecting tab. Select the reference cell, which is our customer name cell, close the parentheses, and hit enter. We now know that there are 12 characters in this cell, 4 for John, 7 for Simpson, and 1 for the space. And I'll just fill this out for the rest of the column by selecting it and then clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. And move on to our next first name length cell. Next, let's look at using the search function to find just the first name length. Search can be used to locate a character and subsequently return the character number for a located value. Insert an equal sign, followed by the search function, which I'll insert with the tab key. The first argument we need to insert is find text, which in our case is the space character, so we'll insert quotation mark, space, quotation mark, and then a comma to move on to the next argument. Next, we need to choose our reference cell, which again is A2, or our first customer cell. Insert a comma to move on to the final piece of the argument, where we need to choose where to begin the search. Because we want to start from the first character, we should insert 1. And close the parentheses. Before we perform this calculation, we need to subtract 1 to account for the space character. So to quickly recap, we are searching for the space character in cell A2, starting from the first character. Because the space will be included in the character number, and because we only want to find the first name length, we are subtracting 1 to account for this. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, our calculation was performed successfully, and I'll just fill this out by selecting it and clicking the bottom right corner. We can find the last name length quickly and easily by subtracting first name length from character length. So I'll select this cell, insert an equal sign, reference the character length cell, insert a minus symbol, then reference the first name length cell, and -1 to account for the space. Hit enter to perform the calculation, and once again, I'll just fill this out by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. Next, let's look at extracting string data from our cell. Using the left or right functions, we can extract data from a cell from a particular direction. Let's extract the first name. Insert an equal sign, followed by the left function, which I'll insert with the tab key. Then select the reference cell, which is again our customer name cell. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument, where we need to specify the number of characters, which we can do by referencing the first name length cell we found earlier. This will extract the first 4 characters starting from the left in our customer name cell. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, we have successfully extracted the first name from our customer cell. And we can fill this down by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. Using the right function, we can find the last name in the same way. Insert equals right with the tab key. Select the reference cell, which again is our customer cell. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. And select the last name length cell. Then close parentheses and hit enter. And again, we'll just select this and fill it down by clicking and dragging. We know how to extract data from a particular direction, but what if we wanted to extract data from a specified point within the cell, such as the initial from our customer full name column? We can extract text from inside a string with the mid function. Insert an equal sign, followed by mid, which I'll insert with tab. The first argument we need to select is the text we are extracting from, so I'll select the first member of the full name column, John J. Simpson, and insert a comma to move on to the next argument, which is the location of the first character to extract from. We'll reference the first name length, which will start the extraction at the last letter of the first name. We want the middle initial though, so we'll just add 2 to this to account for that. And insert a comma to move on to the final argument, which is the number of characters to extract. We'll insert 2 as we want to extract the initial letter and period. So to recap, we are extracting string data from the customer full name column. The extraction will start at the first initial character because we are adding 2 to the first name length. The extraction will then pull 2 characters from this starting point, as that's the number we specified in the final argument. Close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we have successfully extracted the middle initials with the mid function, and so I'll just fill down before we continue, by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. We can also separate data into columns using the text to columns function. Select your data range, which for us is the customer column, then switch to the data tab, and select text to columns from within the data tools group. This will open a new window where we can configure how our data will be separated. We want to make sure delimited is toggled, and then click next. We then need to specify the delimiters. Because our data is separated by spaces in each cell, we want to untoggle tabs and toggle space and hit next. Lastly, we need to choose the destination. Select the arrow icon to do so manually. Then select the range, which is our customer names column. Then re-click the arrow icon. Click Finish to perform the conversion. Click OK to confirm. We've now seen how you can separate data into multiple cells using several different functions in Excel. The concat and text join formulas can be used in Excel to combine in a single cell data taken from multiple cells in your worksheet. Before we begin, it's important to note that the concat formula has superseded the concatenate formula. Concatenate still works but has less functions than concat. We can use the concat formula to combine different data cells with user input data to form a single cell value. We want to use these first initials and surnames along with manually inserted data to create an email address list. Insert equals concat, then select the first cell and insert a comma. We want to separate with a period, so we'll insert a period between quotation marks as its user input data. We should then insert another comma and select the second cell reference. Lastly, we need to insert the domain, so within quotation marks, we'll insert @zabrowski.com. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, the concat formula has successfully combined cell references and user input data to create an email address. Also note the already inserted lowercase column that uses the lower formula to reference and convert the email address. Concat differs from concatenate in that concat allows you to include data ranges when referencing. For example, let's create an email address without a period separating the first initial and surname. Insert the concat formula. Then select both the first initial and surname cell. Then insert a comma, followed by the domain within quotation marks. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, concat allows us to use data ranges as arguments. Next, let's switch worksheets and look at the text join formula. Text join is handy as it allows us to combine text but also ignore empty cells, which is useful for larger data sets. We can set rules and delimiters as part of the formula and then apply it to the data set. Insert the text join formula. The first argument we need to specify is the delimiter. The delimiter is the character that will separate values in a string. We want spaces to separate ours, so we'll insert a space within quotation marks. And insert a comma to move on to the next argument. Next, we need to specify whether to ignore or include empty cells. We want to ignore, so we'll select true. And insert another comma. Now that we've set rules, we just need to select our cell references, which are title, first, and surnames. Remember to separate these with commas. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We can see our cells have been separated by spaces. And if we fill down, we can see the empty cell has also been ignored. You've now seen how to use the concat and text join formulas to combine data values in a single cell. The sum product formula can be used to link calculations using multiple arrays and subsequently produce a summary of a data table. This is very useful if you need to use data that has already been added to a workbook and you don't want to break up complex data tables. Before we begin, it's important to note that all arrays used in a sum product formula must be the same dimensions. If not, the calculation will produce an error. To first demonstrate sum product, let's look at calculating the grand total from our items and price columns. Because our price list displays the cost of a single item, we can't simply perform a sum calculation on the list of prices. Each price must be multiplied by the quantity. This is where sum product is useful. In the grand total cell, insert an equal sign followed by the sum product formula. Then select the first array, which is the items column. Separate arguments with a comma. Then select the price column as a second array. close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, we have successfully used the sum product formula to find the grand total for all items. We can also use sum product with nested formulas and defined values. Say we want to find the total expenditure for each customer in the table. In the customer total cell, insert a sum product formula. In our first nested formula, we want to define the customer name, so we should open new parentheses, select the customer list, insert an equal sign, and define the first customer, which is cell E2, and close parentheses. We then want to multiply this by items, so we'll insert an asterisk, open parentheses, and select the items column. Then close the parentheses and multiply this by the price array in the same way. Remember to close both parentheses. Before we perform this calculation, we need to convert these to absolute references, bar the cell value defining customer name, as we'll be using the fill down command. So I'll just insert $signs after each column and hit enter. We can then fill this down to complete our customer totals list. This has been a basic overview of creating automatic reports using the sum product formula. In Excel, you can use the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP formulas to cross-reference the contents of two lists. If a value is found, it is returned. If not, an error is returned. This can be handy for checking missing values in your lists. As you can see, we have lookup codes and a code list. We want to cross-reference the code list to see if lookup codes will be returned. We can do so using the VLOOKUP formula. We'll begin by inserting the VLOOKUP formula in the first lookup result cell. The first argument we need to insert is the lookup value, which for us is the first lookup code, cell C2. The next argument is the table array, our code list. Because VLOOKUP takes data from columns, we need to specify the column index number. In our case, we'll insert 1 as the code list is from the first column. And lastly, we can range lookup to be approximate or exact match. Let's select false so our formula will only find an exact match, and close parentheses. Because we plan on filling this down, we should turn the reference range into absolute references, so I'll place $signs accordingly. Hit enter to perform the calculation, and then fill down for the rest of the list. If a cross-referenced result has been found, it appears in the list. If no result is found, an error is returned. If we click an error indicator, we can see that value not available error appears. Let's switch worksheets and look at cross-referencing with HLOOKUP. HLOOKUP works in essentially the same way as VLOOKUP, but a cross-reference horizontally as opposed to vertically. We are going to use the order value from the main table and cross-reference it with the secondary value and discount table to find and apply the discount at checkout to the total price. Insert the HLOOKUP formula and then reference the lookup value cell, which for us is B6. We then need to choose our table array, which is the secondary table. Remember to convert these to absolute references as we'll be filling down. We then need to specify the row index number. Because we want to find the discount percentage, we'll insert 2 to specify row 2. And lastly, we can choose approximate or exact match. Let's go with exact. Close parentheses and hit enter to perform the cross-reference. And then fill down. Because the total column was already multiplying order value by discount, our total at checkout has now been found. This has been a basic overview of using VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP to cross-reference data in Excel. In Excel, you can use a calculation combining the if and VLOOKUP formulas to search for a value in two separate tables. This is very useful if you want to consult multiple data sources and use them to automatically complete a summary table. Before we look at any formulas, we should take a second to set up the example. As you can see, we have data tables for two suppliers, Home Service and Zebra Sky. And just below, we have the summary table. We want to find the supplier price per unit based on item code, and then supplier. We can use VLOOKUP to search for item codes. However, because the suppliers vary, we'll need to use an if variable in the formula. It's important to note before we continue that the supplier tables have been named. If we open the name box, we can see our named ranges, Home Service and Zebra Sky. This will make referencing them in the formulas much easier. And if we select one, we can see that this range doesn't include headers. Also note that item codes have been sorted alphabetically. Now that we know what we need to do, let's look at actually using formulas. Because the data list is vertical, we need to use a VLOOKUP. The first argument we need to insert is lookup value, which in our case is the item code. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. We then need to insert our if variable because of the varying suppliers, so I'll type if and open new parentheses. Within an if formula, we have three arguments: logical test, value if true, and value if false. Our test will be for supplier, so we'll select the cell B12. We then need to insert a conditional. So, if B12 equals Zebra Sky, remember to include this within quotation marks, then our true value should consult the Zebra Sky table, which has been previously named. Naturally then, the value if false will be the Home Service table. We can now close this parenthesis and return to our original formula. Here we need to insert a comma to move on to the next argument, and specify the column index number. Because we're finding supplier price, we'll specify column 2. And lastly, we'll select false as we want an exact match, and close parentheses. Let's quickly recap what we're doing before we perform the calculation. We are first looking up item code, D12. Then the formula will check supplier. If it says Zebra Sky, the formula will consult the Zebra Sky table. If not, it will consult the Home Service table. Then within these tables, the formula will pull data from the second column, which is supplier price. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, our calculation was successful. The price and supplier match the corresponding data table. We have $157 here, and if we check the supplier, we can see it's Zebra Sky, and if we go to the data table, we can see that the price matches here, $157. We can then fill this down to complete our table. And if we check a Home Service item, we can see that the price corresponds here too. If you change the supplier name in the table, let's change the first item to Home Service. We can see the price updates automatically as the supplier reference has been updated. This has been a basic overview of performing a search across two tables using the VLOOKUP and if formulas. You can use the VLOOKUP formula to perform lookup operations with lists and return corresponding values. This can be handy if you need to quickly retrieve data and fill out your tables. As you can see, we have a table here with columns for city and state. If we switch worksheets, we can see the reference table containing a list of cities and their corresponding states. We can use VLOOKUP to find and return corresponding values and complete our original table. Before we start, it's important to note that if you're performing an approximate match, the data should be sorted in reference according to reference value. However, if performing an exact match, the data doesn't need to be sorted. Let's return to our original worksheet. Begin by inserting a VLOOKUP formula. Then select the lookup value, which for us is F2 from the city column. We then need to select our array, which is located in the second worksheet. We need city and state, so we'll select these columns from the table. Remember to change these to absolute references if you plan on filling out your table. Next, we need to specify the column index number. We are essentially choosing which column we want to pull data from and place in our table. Because we're inserting states, we should insert 2. And lastly, we'll select false as we only want exact matches. Close parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we've been returned to the original table and our formula has worked successfully. We can then fill this down to find and display the corresponding states. If you don't have a separate data source, you can use VLOOKUP in a single formula using an array constant. This can often be neater, but it also requires you to build a full reference table within a single formula. Begin by inserting a VLOOKUP formula and selecting the lookup value. To build an array in a formula, we must use curly brackets. It can help to visualize anything within these curly brackets as cells in a table. The text in each cell needs to be within quotation marks. Our first item is San Francisco. To create a horizontal split or jump to the next column, we insert a comma. We now need to insert the state, which is California. To create a new row, we separate items with a semicolon. Our next city is New York. Which is, of course, in the state New York. Again, I'm creating a new row by inserting a semicolon. And let's insert one more city, Rochester, which is in the state of New York also. Once finished, remember to close curly brackets. Before we continue, let's imagine what this array would look like as a table. We have 6 items split into 2 columns. The first column is for cities, San Francisco, New York, and Rochester, while the second column is for states, California, New York, and New York. Horizontal splits are marked with commas, while new rows are marked with semicolons. Returning to our VLOOKUP formula, we need to specify the column index number. So we'll insert a comma to move on to the next argument. And because we're inserting states, we'll select 2 because we're pulling data from the second column. And lastly, let's set this to false. Close parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, our formula has worked successfully. We can then fill this out as far as our array allows us. Note the error message for Santa Barbara as it wasn't included in the original array. This has been a basic overview of using VLOOKUP to insert data automatically. You can connect multiple services to your account and view the details associated with your Office installation in Excel. We'll also look at managing your connected services such as SharePoint, OneDrive, and the Office Store, all from your Microsoft account. First, let's look at how we can consult an Office account. On the right of the title bar of the Excel window, your account username is visible. Clicking your username will open a drop-down menu. From here, we can view the account via a web browser or get details on the account by selecting Account Settings. We can switch accounts from this drop-down menu too. We can also access Account Settings if we go to File, then select Account. Here on the left, we can see user information such as the email address associated with this account and user photo. Just below, we have links to sign out or switch account. Next, let's look at viewing our Office product information. Here displayed on the right, we can see our subscription model and sign-in details. Just below, we have the option to change the product key. We can configure Office updates too. We have options to perform an update now, disable updates altogether, view the update history, or view further information on updates. From this same pane, we can view and add connected services. Some services may automatically be added when signing in with an Office account such as SharePoint or OneDrive. We can add a service with the below button. If we hover over Storage, we can add additional OneDrive or SharePoint sites. We can also add other sites and Office Store apps which can use your personal Microsoft account to add sites and additional services. Let's select Storage and connect a Microsoft account to add a personal OneDrive account. You'll need your email address and password to do so. As you can see, we have successfully connected a personal OneDrive to Excel. To remove a service, simply select the Remove link and then click Yes. Note that some services can't be removed because they're connected to an Office account used to sign into or activate Office 2019. That's why OneDrive and SharePoint appear here without the Remove link. This has been a basic overview of managing your account and connected services. You can use add-ins to get the most out of Excel. You can browse or search the add-in store, easily install an add-in, and access the Manage Install add-ins from the Office ribbon. To access add-ins, first switch to the Insert tab, where we will be working from the add-ins group. We can access the add-ins store by clicking Get Add-ins and view already installed add-ins by selecting My Add-ins. On the right, we can see some recommended ones, Bing Maps and People Graph. Let's add maps. You may be asked to trust the add-in before proceeding. I'll just zoom out so we can get a better view of the add-in. Click Trust this add-in to approve. And as simple as that, we have added an add-in. With this add-in, we can provide supplementary materials for our data. Next, let's look at browsing the add-in store. From the add-ins group, select Get Add-ins. This is the add-ins store. On the left, we have a list of the different available categories. You can further sort the display too. Click the arrow at the top right to open the sorting menu. We can sort by suggestions, rating, or name. For example, if we select rating, it will sort them so that the higher rated add-ins appear at the top and the lower rated ones appear at the bottom. We can search for add-ins using the above search box. Let's search for Colorizer. Hit Enter to perform the search. Click the green Add button to add it immediately to Excel, or click the add-in name to view more details. Here we can see further details including a more extensive description and reviews. Click the green Add button to add. As you can see, our add-in has been successfully added and now appears as a side panel. Once you insert an add-in, it will be available in either add-in groups or the My Add-ins menu. If working with multiple add-ins, it's important to know how to manage them. We can view our add-ins if we open the Add-ins menu. From here, we can see recently used add-ins, view all, and open the add-ins options menu. We can also access our add-ins if we select Get Add-ins and switch to the My Add-ins tab. From here, we can select an add-in, then click the below Add button to add it. Let's reopen our Add-ins tab. If we click the three dots beside an add-in, we can see options to view details or rate and review. If we switch to the Admin Managed tab, we can see any add-ins managed by your organizational admin. Let's return to the My Add-ins tab. If we click the Manage My Add-ins link to the top right, a web browser will open where you can manage available Office add-ins. I'll just close this window for now. To remove an add-in, we need to open the add-in menu, then click the three dots and select Remove. Select Remove again to confirm. Click the Close button to close this menu. This has been a basic overview of installing and managing add-ins in Excel. You can create your own custom templates in Excel. Once you have a base workbook ready, you can save it using the Excel template format to your default template location for further reuse. As you can see, we have a base workbook here we want to turn into a template. Before we save this as a template though, we need to check the save location for custom templates. By default, custom templates are saved to the templates folder. We can access this folder by typing the following into Cortana search. So that's %appdata %Microsoft /templates. This will open an Explorer window with a list of already added templates. This is where we want to save any future templates. We can see the folder path from the above navigation bar. Let's minimize this and return to Excel. We can double check the default save location if we go to File, then Options, and switch to the Save tab. Here, beside default personal templates location, we can see our template save location. If yours is blank, you can copy the path from the File Explorer and paste it here. You can modify this if necessary too, but we won't do that right now. Now that we know our template will save to the correct location, let's close this window and look at how we can save a workbook as a template. Go to File, then select Export, click Change File Type, select Template from the list on the right, and then click Save As. If you're not directed to the default location automatically, you can copy it from the File Explorer seen previously. We'll just open it, activate the navigation bar, press Ctrl+C to copy, return to our save window, activate this navigation bar and press Ctrl+V to paste it here, and press Enter to select it. These steps are important because if your template isn't saved here, it won't appear in the Personal tab of Templates view in Excel. Once the correct location has been found, name your template and hit Save. Let's call this Estimated Values template and click Save. Now let's look at how we can use a custom template. I'll just close this workbook for now and reopen Excel from the taskbar. From the Start page, switch to the Personal tab. From here, we can see any templates saved to the default save location, including the template we just saved, Estimated Values template. Simply click it to open it. We can now work on this template and save it as a separate workbook while the template itself will remain. To delete a template, we must delete the file from the default template location. I'll just close this workbook once again and reopen our File Explorer. Find your file, select it and press Delete. Removing a template from here will also remove it from the Personal tab in Excel. So if we open Excel once again and switch to the Personal tab, we can see our template no longer appears here. You've now seen how to create and manage a custom template in Excel. If you frequently use Excel, you'll want to know how to customize its user and input behavior. We look at activating and deactivating the live preview function, switching off the quick analysis tools, hiding the mini toolbar, and more in this video. Before we look at configuring functions, let's demonstrate some of Excel's toolsets. When you select text in a text box, a mini toolbar appears. This can be handy as it allows you to quickly format text. Another function Excel uses is live preview. To demonstrate this, with a cell selected, let's open the font size menu from the Home tab and hover over sizes to preview them in the document itself. Live preview can be handy as it allows you to see what changes will look like before actually making them. And lastly, we can access the quick analysis tools if we select a range and then click the quick analysis icon that appears to the bottom right. This gives you quick access to formatting, charts, totals, tables and sparklines. Though each of these functions serves a practical purpose, you may want to deactivate them. To do so, go to File, then Options, where we will be configuring under User Interface Options in the General tab. Uncheck the Show Mini Toolbar box to deactivate the mini toolbar after selecting text. Just below, we can deactivate the Quick Analysis options on selection. This will also hide the Quick Analysis button. And beneath this, we can disable Live Preview by checking the Enable Live Preview box. Let's return to the workbook and see have the features been disabled. If we select some text, we can see that the mini toolbar no longer appears. Similarly, if we mouse over font size, we can see that Live Preview has also been disabled. And if we select a range, the Quick Analysis button no longer appears. Though disabling these gives you less functionality, it can create a more streamlined workflow. We can also customize screen tips. Screen tips are short descriptions that appear when you hover over tools and options. For example, if we hover over the clear icon, we can see Excel gives a short description on the clear commands functionality. If you're comfortable with Excel's commands, you may want to disable screen tips so they don't get in the way. To do so, go to File, then Options, and move your mouse to User Interface Options within General. From here, open the Screen Tip Style menu. We can set it to display descriptions and names, only the command name, or hide screen tips entirely. Let's set it to Don't Show Screen Tips. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. And if we hover over the Clear command once again, we can see that the screen tip no longer appears. This has been a basic overview of configuring user and input behavior in Excel. You can configure the default formula options in Excel so that they perform the desired calculation by default. In this video, we look at adjusting your default cell reference format and how to turn off formula autocomplete. Before we disable anything, let's first highlight certain functions and demonstrate some formula tools. As you may already know, by default, columns and rows are represented by letters and numbers respectively. A cell's coordinates are then where the column and row intersect. We can view a selected cell's coordinates from the name box to the top left of the interface. Using this name box, we can jump to cells manually in the worksheet. For example, if we type A3 into the name box and hit Enter, note the new selection. We can also use the name box to view any named ranges by clicking the box's arrow. The name box can also be used to view cell references. You may have already noticed that when you type a formula, autocomplete can be used to quickly complete the formula for you. For example, if we enter an equal sign followed by AV, we can see a list of possible formulas based on what we've typed. We can quickly add one by double-clicking it from the list. I'll just press Escape to cancel this before we continue. Another formula tool is the ability to refer to data ranges using table names in formulas, as long as the data range has been formatted as an Excel table. Now that we've established formula options, let's look at configuring them. We can change the referencing style so that we can refer to both rows and columns numerically. To do so, go to File, then Options, and switch to Formulas. Beneath the Working with Formulas heading, check the OR1C1 referencing style box. If desired, you can disable Formula Autocomplete. Just below, uncheck the Formula Autocomplete box. With this disabled, we will no longer be able to see previews when typing formulas. And beneath this, we can disable the Use Table Names in Formulas function. With this deactivated, you will have to reference data ranges rather than the table name. Click OK to save your changes and return to the workbook. As you can see, both columns and rows display numbers now. And that these numbers are preceded by OR to indicate row, or C to indicate column in the cell coordinates. And if we begin typing a formula, we can see that autocomplete has been successfully disabled. This has been a basic overview of configuring your default formula options in Excel. Excel's default settings can be modified to suit your preferences. You can specify how many worksheets are created in a new document, the default font use, and even the view mode that is active when the workbook is first opened. To start, let's look at adjusting our workbook defaults. Go to File, then select Options, and scroll to the When Creating New Workbooks heading. We can change the default font from the top drop-down menu. For example, let's change this to Arial. So now each time we open a new workbook, any text inserted will be done so using the Arial font. Similarly, we can adjust the default font size. Let's change this to 12. We can also change the default view. We can leave it set to normal view or change it to page break preview or page layout view. Let's change it to page layout view. And lastly, we can adjust the default number of worksheets in a workbook upon opening. Let's change this to 3. Select OK to confirm. Note that you will need to close and restart Excel to allow changes to take place. With this in mind, let's close this document and reopen Excel from the taskbar. And select a blank workbook. As you can see, our defaults have been successfully changed. Page layout view is now the default view. We have 3 worksheets. And if we type, we can see we are typing in Arial font size 12. Next, let's look at adjusting Excel's input and navigation default. Go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced, where we will be making changes under the Editing Options heading. By default, the selection's direction of movement after pressing Enter is down. We can change this from the top drop-down menu. We can move it down, right, up, or left. We can enable or disable fill handles by checking or unchecking this box. Fill handles allow you to extend data patterns by clicking and dragging the bottom right of a cell or selection. We can choose to allow or disallow editing directly in cells. With this activated, you can edit a selected cell by simply typing. With this deactivated, you need to enter edit mode before making changes. And we can enable or disable autocomplete for cell values. Autocomplete will complete cells based on already inserted data in the same column. We can also enable or disable flash fill, which will automatically complete data in a column intelligently. Lastly, let's look at adjusting recent and pinned settings. In the Advanced tab in Options, scroll to the Display heading. From here, we can change the number of recent workbooks that gets displayed. It's currently set to 50. Below this, we can toggle the option to quickly access recent workbooks. With this checked, a certain number of workbooks will be visible from the File Backstage view beneath Options and Account. You can update this certain number from the field on the right. And finally, we can adjust the number of unpinned recent folders. This is handy if you're using a large number of folders frequently. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. This has been a basic overview of customizing your document default settings. It's important to know how to configure your save options when working in Excel. In this video, we look at adjusting the default save format and location. To access save options, go to File, then Options, and switch to the Save tab. From here, we can configure the default save format. By default, Excel files will save as XLSX files. We can change this from the top drop-down menu. Let's change this so that by default, documents save as an older version of Excel. Just below, we can change the frequency at which auto-recover saves information. It's currently set to save every 10 minutes. Or turn it off completely by checking this box. Auto-recover is used to automatically save documents in the event of a crash or error when manually saving. Note that it doesn't replace saving manually. If we check the Save to Computer by Default box, Excel will suggest a location on the computer rather than an online location such as OneDrive by default. We can also change the default save location on the computer itself from the below bar. Let's select OK to save our changes and demonstrate our new configuration. I'll just open a new workbook by pressing Ctrl N. Then I'll quickly save it by pressing Ctrl S. Note that the Documents folder appears here as it's been set as our default save location. However, I want to save this to our desktop, so I'll select Browse, and then select Desktop, and click Save. And if we go to our desktop, so I'll just minimize these, We can see our file has been saved as an older version of Excel like we set as default earlier. This has been a basic overview of customizing your save options in Excel. You can customize the interface in Excel to best suit your needs. In this video, we look at changing the background and theme, customizing your Office copy, and changing your window and status appearance, as well as language settings. First, let's look at changing the background and theme. Go to File, then select Account from the bottom left. We can change the Office background from this drop-down menu. Note the previews in the top right corner as I hover over the available options. Select the style to apply it. We can also change the theme. We can choose from colourful, dark grey, black and white. Let's change this to dark grey. Note that this isn't simply a stylistic choice. Having a darker interface can improve legibility, especially when working at night. Next, let's look at customizing our Office copy. Select Options, and within General, scroll to the Personalize heading. From here, we can change the username. We leave ours set to homotic, and choose to toggle Always use these values regardless of sign-in. This will override any user indicators or settings specified by the Office account being used. We'll untoggle this for now though. We also have below the same background and theme options seen earlier. Now that we've customized Excel's interface, let's look at customizing the window and status bar appearance. At the bottom of the General tab, we can see Startup options. We can choose to show or hide the start screen when the application starts by checking or unchecking this box. If this is deactivated, you will be taken to a new blank workbook when opening Excel, unless opening an existing workbook. If activated, Excel will open on the start screen. Let's hit OK and return to our document to look at how we can customize the status bar. The status bar appears along the bottom of the interface and displays different information and functions related to the worksheet. For example, our status bar currently displays the zoom tool. We can customize this by right-clicking it, and then checking or unchecking the features you want to show or hide. Figure out which tools work best for you and update your status bar accordingly. You may also want to change the language settings in Excel. Before we go into the setting, we should highlight how Office distinguishes between language settings. We have the display language, which is found in buttons, menus and other controls seen here in the ribbon, and the editing language, which is used for proofing documents with things such as spelling and grammar. We can configure these via File, then Options, and select Language. From here, we can set the editing language preferences and display language preferences. Any installed languages will appear in this box. As you can see, the default editing language is UK English and so is marked in bold. Note that you can add additional editing languages from the below drop-down menu. Here we can see a list of available languages. Simply select one. We'll click French, then click Add to add it. If desired, we can then set this as default by selecting it, then clicking Set as default. But note that you will have to restart Office for it to take effect. We'll cancel this for now. You can remove a language from the list by selecting it and then clicking Remove. We have similar options for the display and help languages. Any installed languages will appear in these boxes. You can change the order of preference by selecting a language in the list and then clicking the up arrow. Note it's now the default language because it's listed first. You can downgrade a language by selecting the down arrow. Note you can install a display language from office.com with the below link. Selecting this will redirect you to a web page where you can download and then install language packs. However, we'll close this for now with the X icon. Select OK to save your changes and return to Excel. Note that you will need to restart Office for language changes to take effect. This has been a basic overview of customizing your interface in Excel. You can add shortcuts to the Quick Access toolbar in Excel. The toolbar is accessible from nearly all screens in Word, so adding frequently used tools can really speed up your workflow. The Quick Access toolbar is located to the top left of the Excel window. As you can see, we currently have 3 shortcuts: Quick Save, Undo, and Redo. We can easily add some more. simply click the arrow to the right of the tools to view a list of different shortcuts we can add. Let's add the Email and Quick Print tools. Select it from the list, and do the same for other functions. Open the menu and select it from the list. Note the new icons on the toolbar. We can now quickly email or print this document from the toolbar. The drop-down menu only displays the most popular commands. If the command you want to add doesn't appear here, you can access a longer list by selecting More Commands. From this new window, simply select the command from the left list. Let's add Copy, and then click the Middle Add button. We can adjust the order in which the icons on the toolbar appear from here. Select the command, then click the up or down arrows to the right. We can remove commands in the same way we added them. Select it from the right list, and click the middle Remove button. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. Note our updated toolbar. We can also remove tools by clicking the arrow on the toolbar and unticking the command, or by right-clicking directly on the icon itself and selecting Remove from Quick Access Toolbar. Again, note the updated toolbar. We can even adjust the toolbar's position. Select the arrow on the toolbar once again and select Show below the ribbon. Note the toolbar's new position. Follow the same steps to return it to its original position. Open the drop-down menu and select Show above the ribbon. This has been a basic overview of customizing the Quick Access toolbar in Excel. The Office ribbon is the most important element in Excel as it houses all the tools used when creating a workbook. You can also customize it to add your own tabs and functions, giving you greater creative control and increasing your workflow. As you may already know, we have a list of tabs and the commands displayed on the ribbon vary depending on which tab is selected. Let's look at the different ways we can customize the ribbon. If you want more space for the document itself, you can quickly hide the ribbon by double-clicking the selected tab, like so. We can show the ribbon temporarily by clicking any tab once, but note if you click the document, the ribbon will hide once again. To return the ribbon permanently, simply double-click the tab. Now, if we click the document, the ribbon remains in place. We can view more display options if we click the ribbon icon to the top right of the window. We can auto-hide the ribbon. This will hide the ribbon, leaving only the document. We can show the ribbon again by clicking the above toolbar once it turns green. Clicking anywhere in the document will hide it again. The ribbon display options are also accessible here at the top right of the interface. We can choose to show only tabs, which will naturally only show tabs. Clicking a tab will show commands, and clicking the document will hide it. And lastly, we can set it to show tabs and commands, which will return it to its default state. We can even create custom tabs. To access the ribbon's options menu, go to File, then select Options, and switch to the Customize Ribbon tab. The list on the left displays commands, while the right list displays our tabs. Let's create a custom tab. Select the New Tab button below the tab list. We then need to name our tab. Select it, and click the below Rename button. Type the name and hit OK. Let's call our tab Sharing. Then we need to do the same for the group. Select it and click the Rename button. Let's call this group Email. You can also give your group a symbol if you want. Next, let's look at adding some commands. Currently, only the most popular commands are being displayed. Open the above drop-down menu to change the commands displayed. Select commands not in the ribbon to view new options. Let's add the email command to our sharing group. Find it from the list, select it and click the middle Add button. Let's reopen the drop-down menu and view a new list of commands from the File tab. Let's add some more email commands, email as PDF attachment and email as XPS attachment. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. As you can see, our custom tab and commands have been successfully added to the ribbon. Tabs can be easily removed. Reopen the Customize Ribbon tab by right-clicking the ribbon and selecting Customize the ribbon. From here, select your Custom tab and click the middle Remove button. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. As you can see, our ribbon has been returned to normal. The ribbon is the most important element in Excel, so knowing how to customize it is an essential skill. This has been a basic overview of customizing the ribbon in Excel.
Excel allows you to import data from a text file and edit as you need. With Power Query, you can transform the data to fit your Excel file and then replace the data to highlight what you want to show. If you update the source document, the Excel file can be updated to incorporate the changes. If you would like to import a text file into Excel, you can easily do this by going up to the Data tab found within your tool ribbon. From the Data tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side, and within the group Get and Transform Data, you'll find the option From Text or CSV. Once you select this option, your File Explorer will open up and you can choose your text file from your computer. I'm going to choose my desktop where I've stored my file, and then I'm going to select my text document, which happens to be from the Notepad application. Once I've selected my text document, I can choose Import in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, before importing the document, you can verify your file origin, the delimiter, as well as the data type detected. You'll also see a preview of the document and what the contents will look like once you import it into Excel. In the bottom right-hand corner, you can choose your import options. If you would like to edit your document straight away, you can choose the Edit option. You can also access the Edit option after you've imported your document. If you would like to import automatically, you can select Load. You'll also see the option by selecting the drop-down menu to load to another workbook. I'm going to select Load to load into my blank workbook that I already have open behind. Once you import your document, you'll be able to see your columns and information contained below. On the right-hand side, you'll see the query menu that will appear indicating the document that you have loaded, and if you hover over it, you'll be able to see the information regarding your import. Now, if you would like to delete the import, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose the Delete option. Now, once you've imported your document, if you find that you would like to edit any details, be sure that you select within the document, and you can go up to your tool ribbon, and you'll see the option Query Tools, and you'll have access to the Query tab. From here, if you go to the left-hand side, you'll see within the Edit group that you can choose Edit to start editing your data. From the Power Query Editor, you'll have access to multiple tabs as well as the tools that you can use to modify your data below. You can also manually modify the data by easily selecting it, right-clicking with your mouse, and choosing Replace Values. From the Replace Values menu, I'm going to choose a new value to replace the existing text with. After you've done this, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and this will update those values. Now, this will not modify the source document, but if you modify the source document, you can easily modify your import by syncing your import. Now, in order to leave the Edit menu, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner. You can choose to keep your changes, or you can choose to discard if you don't want to keep the edits you have made. I'm going to select Discard. Now, if I'd like to make the same editing change, but within my source document, I'll first need to access that source document, which is contained on my desktop. To do this, I'm going to quickly minimize Excel, and from my source document, I'm going to double select it to open it, and I'm going to go up and modify the area that I would like to change within my document. Once I've done this, I'm going to remove the text and replace the text. After I've made those modifications, be sure to save your source document, and you can leave the source document and go back to Excel where you have your imported text document. Now, in order to sync the changes that you have made to your source document, you'll need to go back up to the Query tab and to the Load group on the left-hand side. From here, you can choose Refresh, and you'll be able to see the information changed within your document. So now you've seen how to import a text document into Excel. Excel allows you to import data from a CSV file and edit as you need. With Power Query, you can transform the data to fit your Excel file and then replace the data to highlight what you want to show. If you update the source document, the Excel file can be updated to incorporate the changes. If you would like to upload a CSV file into Excel, you can easily do this by going up to your tool ribbon and choosing the Data tab. From the Data tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side, and within the Get and Transform Data group, I'm going to choose from Text or CSV. Once my File Explorer opens up, I'm going to choose my file location, which happens to be my desktop. From here, I can choose my CSV file, and this can be a contacts list or emails for my example. And once you've selected your file, you can choose Import in the bottom right-hand corner. From my file, I'll be able to see the file origin at the top, the delimiter, as well as the data type that has been detected. Below, I'll find the data itself included in columns. Now, since my document is containing emails, I'll see information such as the subject and body of the emails. Now, in order to import this CSV file, if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, I have a few different options. For example, if I'd like to edit the data immediately, I can select Edit. You can also access the Edit option after importing your document. If you would like to import the document into a different workbook, you can choose the drop-down menu and choose Load to select another workbook. But if you'd like to load it into your current workbook, you can select Load. Once you've imported your file, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have your Query panel, and from here you can hover over the document that you've imported. From the menu on the left-hand side, you'll see the option to edit, as well as delete in the bottom right-hand corner if you'd like to remove the document. If you find that you'd like to edit the contents, you can also do this by selecting within your document and going up to the top, and within your tool ribbon, you'll find Query Tools along with the Query tab. On the left-hand side, you'll find the Edit group, and from the Edit group, I'm going to select Edit. From the Power Query Editor, you'll find that you have multiple tabs with tools below in order to modify and change any aspect of your imported document. You can also manually update the information by going over it and right-clicking with your mouse. Once you've done this, you can choose the option Replace Values. From here, I'm going to choose my replacement text for the value that I've selected. Once you've done this, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be able to see your text is replaced. Now, you can also modify your information by modifying your source document. So to do this, I'm first going to leave the Power Query Editor by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. It's going to prompt me if I want to save my changes. If I do, I can choose Keep, or I can select Discard. Now, to modify my document via my source document, I'm first going to need to minimize Excel. And my source document happens to be located on my desktop, so I can double select it to open it. Once I've opened the source file, I'm going to go to the top left-hand corner, and I'm going to select the cell that I'd like to modify and insert my new contents. After I've done this, I'm going to need to save my document by selecting the Save icon in the top left-hand corner. After I've saved the document, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner to leave my source document. Now, once you've made changes to your source document, you'll need to refresh your imported document. To do this, you can select your document on the right-hand side. And once you've done this, you can go up to the Query tab. And from the Query tab, you can go to the left-hand side and you'll see the Load group. From here, I'm going to select Refresh. And I'll be able to see the content within that I had changed is now modified according to my source document changes. So nice seeing how to import a CSV file into Excel. You can use the lookup formula to find a value in a double entry table that you have created in Excel. You can also use the index formula to return a particular value in a table if you know the row, column, and coordinates, which can be easily found by using the match formula. Now, from my workbook below, I have two separate sheets, and one of my sheets contains a summary sheet where I'd like to find specific information regarding my table. Now, my table is located in my second sheet, supplier orders. And rather than going through my table and trying to find specific information, I can use specific functions in order to extract that data easily. So if I return to my summary table, and I would like to find an order reference based on a specific date, I can easily use the lookup function. In order to use the lookup function, I'm going to go down just below, select my cell, and insert equals, followed by lookup and an open parentheses. Once I've inserted the function with an open parentheses, I'm going to need to insert specific values. First, I'll need to define the lookup value, which happens to be the date above. Next, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by the lookup vector, which happens to be all of the dates located in my table. To access this, I'm going to need to go down and select my sheet where the table is contained. And I'm going to select all of the date values located in this particular column, and I'm going to exclude the header. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm also going to need to insert the result vector. So since I'm looking for the order reference, I'm going to select all the values contained in the order reference column, and I'm going to again exclude the header. Now, once I've selected those values, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to select Enter. And I can see that I have the order reference for this particular date. If I were to change the date by selecting the lookup value, I'm going to go up and change this to a different day. And then I select Enter. I can see that the order reference will automatically update. Now, besides looking up specific values, you can also find row references and column references by using the match function. For example, if I'd like to find the row reference for this particular order reference, I'm first going to go up, select my cell, and I'm going to insert equals, followed by match, and an open parentheses. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to select my date for the reference, followed by a comma, and then I'm going to need to select my lookup array, which happens again to be my dates. So I'm going to return to my previous sheet with my table, and I'm going to need to select all of the date values. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that row 7 is in fact the row reference for this particular date. Again, if I go up and I change the lookup value once more, and I change this to another date, and select Enter, I can see that the row reference will also update automatically, along with the order reference I had previously calculated. If you'd like to find the column reference, you can do this as well. For example, I would like to find which column corresponds with quantity, which happens to be a header in my table. To do this, I'm going to use the match formula once again. So I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by match, and an open parentheses. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to choose my lookup value, which happens to be quantity just above. Then I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to select my lookup array, which happens to be the headers in my table. So I'm going to return to my supplier order sheet, and from my table, I'm going to go up to the top and select all of the header values. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and you'll see that you have a drop-down menu. You can choose between less than, exact match, or greater than. I want this to be an exact match, so I'm going to insert 0. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses for my function and select Enter, and I'll be able to see that the column reference is 5. Now, be aware if you go back to your table, your headers are not numbered but lettered, so you'll need to count over the number that corresponds with the result. Since I had 5 as my result, I can see the 5th column happens to be quantity. Now, if I return to my summary sheet, I can see below that I have a search result option. Now, since I have coordinates that correspond with columns and rows, I can use these coordinates to find specific values by using the index function. First, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by index, and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to select my array, which happens to be all the values located in my table. So I'm going to need to go back to my supplier order sheet, and I'm going to select all the values, including the headers. Once I've done this, I can insert a comma. Next, I'm going to need to select my coordinates, which I've already composed on my summary sheet. So from my summary sheet, I'm going to choose my first coordinate, which happens to be the row number or the row reference I calculated with the match formula. After I've done this, I can insert a comma, and then I'm going to select the column reference, which I've also calculated with the match formula just below. After I've input my coordinates, I can close off the function by closing the parentheses and then select Enter to quickly calculate. Since the row reference is 1 and the column reference is 5, I'll get the result as the header name. But if I go up and I change the date for a particular date value, and I select Enter, I can see that all of my values have automatically updated, and the search result for the quantity value in these coordinates happens to be 5. I can also double check by going back, and if I see column 5, row 7, I can see indeed the quantity value is indeed 5. So now you've seen how to use the lookup, match, and index formula to quickly look up information in a table in Excel. The ifs and switch functions allow you to test multiple conditions without nesting the if function. With ifs, you can use different operators, and with the switch, you can get the result for a non-exact match. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have a list of grades, and on the right-hand side, I've created a table with the grading scale. Rather than entering each letter value for the corresponding grade manually, I can use the ifs function to save a lot of time. To use the ifs function, I'm first going to select the top cell, insert equals followed by ifs with an S and an open parentheses. Now, for the ifs function, you'll need to insert a logical test and the value if true. First, I'm going to select my value, which happens to be the score found in column D. If this score is greater than or equal to the value found in column G, I want the letter grade to be an A. So I'm going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert the value reference, which happens to be the letter grade A. I can go through and add multiple logical tests for the specific value, so that way I can get the corresponding value as the result. Once I insert the first value, I'm going to do the same logical test, but I'm going to go down through each score and each letter grade to enter those values. So again, I'm going to put D2 is greater than or equal to, and the next value will be G3 with a comma, and if that is true, I want the value to be H3. Now I have two logical tests, and I'm going to go through and add the remaining 3 for the remaining 3-letter grades. I'm going to enter the same greater than or equal to, and once I'm finished, I'll be able to quickly calculate the letter grades. Now, once I've composed all of my logical tests containing all of the letter grades, I can close off the parentheses and then select Enter. So now I can see the corresponding letter grade with this particular score. If I'd like to autofill this down to the remaining scores, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill black plus symbol to quickly fill out those values. Now, you'll see if you do this that you have some corresponding values that don't necessarily match up with the score. This is because I did not put absolute values for the score and the letter grade. This is essential to get the correct corresponding score and letter grade for your value. So I'm going to go back up to the top cell where I composed my original ifs formula, and I'm going to go up, and between each value for G and H, I'm going to insert a dollar symbol to make these values absolute, so that way they do not change with the other calculations for the scores below. So now you can see I've inserted a dollar sign between each of the values for column G and column H, so that way they are all absolute throughout my entire function. Now I can select Enter, and I'm going to go back up and re-autofill by selecting the autofill option, and I can see now all of the values correspond with the score and their letter grade. As you can see, this can save you a lot of time if you want to quickly calculate grades. If you would like to replace or switch text, you can use the switch function. I'm going to go down and select my second sheet where I have some topics contained. Within these topics, rather than displaying the text, I would like the text to be displayed as a particular website. To do this, I'm first going to select my cell and insert the switch function with equals, switch, and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to need to insert my expressions followed by the results. If my expression happens to be H2 and the value is history, I want the website corresponding with this particular topic to be displayed. To compose the rest of the formula after selecting the expression, I'm going to insert a comma, and the first value will be contained within quotation marks, history, and then I'm going to close the quotation marks followed by a comma. Now I'm going to place the result if the text or topic happens to be history. I'm going to again insert quotation marks, followed by the website that I'd like to appear in its place. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and insert a comma. If you have multiple values that you would like to run through within your text, you can enter those values and results. For example, I'm going to insert English, as well as leave an unexact or unknown value. So again, I'm going to insert quotation marks, followed by English, close off those quotation marks, insert a comma, and then I want the value to be replaced by a website. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks again. Now, the advantage of using the switch formula is your ability to add an inexact value. So if there is no corresponding value for one of my topics, I can insert an unknown option. So to do this, I'm going to insert quotation marks and unknown, close off those quotation marks, and then close the parentheses and select Enter to calculate the function. So now I can see if the topic is history, it will automatically be switched with the corresponding website. If I autofill by selecting the top cell and double selecting the autofill option, I can see below that the corresponding website will match the corresponding topic. Now, since I did not put in a website for physics, it will automatically put the default unknown, which I had entered at the end of the function. This is quite useful if you do not have specific values and you want to be able to quickly visualize those in your document. So now you've seen how to use the ifs function as well as the switch function within Excel. If you need to calculate the average in a certain range, but have a criteria to apply, you can use the average if function. Excel also proposes the average ifs function to calculate the average in a range if you have more than one criteria. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have a list of grades on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, I would like to calculate the average for certain criteria. For example, I would like to calculate the average for scores above 80%. To do this, I'm going to use the average if function, and first I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by average if, and an open parentheses. Next, I'm going to need to select my range. Since I would like to calculate the average for my scores above 80, I'm going to select my scores as the range. Once I've done this, I can insert a comma, and I'm going to need to insert my criteria. Now to insert the criteria, I'm going to put in quotation marks, and I want to calculate for values above 80, so I'm going to put in the greater than symbol and 80, and then close off the quotation marks. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses for the function and select Enter to quickly calculate the average for values over 80. Now you can also use the average if function for more than one criteria, as well as the average ifs function. For example, I would like to calculate the average for the values that fall within the fall semester. To do this, I'm going to select the cell just below, and I'm going to insert equals, followed by average if, and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to need to select my range, which happens to be my semesters, and I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my criteria, which will be fall, and I'm going to put this in quotation marks. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to calculate the average range, which happens to be my scores. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses, and then select Enter to calculate the function. So now I can see that the average for this particular semester is 87.14. Now you can also use the average ifs function for multiple criteria. For example, I'd like to calculate the average scores for the year 2018. To do this, I'm going to select the cell and insert the average ifs function with an S. After I've inserted the function with an open parentheses, I'm going to need to select my average range, which again happens to be my scores. After I've done this, I can insert a comma, and I'm going to need to choose my criteria range, which happens to be my years. Next, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my criteria, which happens to be the year 2018. I'm going to put this in quotation marks, and then close off the function by closing the parentheses and choosing Enter to calculate. As you can see, you can use both the average if as well as the average ifs function for multiple criteria if needed. So now you've seen how to use the average if and average ifs functions within Excel. The min-ifs and max-ifs functions allow you to find the minimum and maximum value in a range after applying one or more criteria. You can use logical operators and wildcards for partial matching if necessary. Now from my worksheet below, I can see on the left-hand side that I have a list of grades, and on the right-hand side, I've created a table where I'd like to analyze these grades. For example, if I'm looking to find the lowest grade for fall, I can use the min-ifs formula along with specific criteria. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to insert equals, followed by min-ifs with an S, and an open parentheses. Now after I've done this, I'm going to need to choose my range. This is the range that will be analyzed for the grade. I'm going to go to the left-hand side and select my list of grades. Now after I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'll need to choose my criteria range. Since my criteria range will in fact be fall, I'm going to need to select all of the semesters located just to the left. Once I've selected my criteria range, I'm going to insert another comma, and then I'm going to insert my criteria. Since I'm looking for the lowest grade in fall, I'm going to type fall in quotation marks. After I've done this, I can close off the function by closing the parentheses and then selecting Enter to quickly calculate. So now I can see that the lowest grade for fall is in fact 69%. You can do the same for the highest values. In order to do this, you'll need to use the max-ifs formula. In order to enter this formula, I'm going to select the cell below, insert equals, followed by max-ifs and an open parentheses. Again, you'll need to select your max range, which in fact will be my scores once again. And then I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my semesters once again, since I'm looking for spring. Insert another comma, and my criteria will be the highest grade in spring, so I'm going to put spring within quotation marks. Once I've done this, I can close off the function by closing the parentheses and then selecting Enter to calculate. As you can see, this is a quick way to find the maximum value for a specific criteria. You can add multiple criteria to either the min-ifs or the max-ifs formula. For example, if I have more than one criteria, for example, I would like to find the highest grade for fall and the year 2018, I can combine these criteria within the max-ifs formula. To do this, I'm going to select my cell below, insert equals, followed by max-ifs and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'll need to choose my range, so once again, I'm going to select the scores, followed by a comma, And then since the first criteria will be the semester, I'm going to select this criteria range. And I'm looking for fall once again, so I'm first going to insert a comma, and then fall in quotation marks, followed by another comma. And since I'm going to add a second criteria, I can choose another criteria range. I'm looking for the highest grade for fall 2018, so I'm going to choose the years for my second criteria range. Once I've done this, I can insert a comma, followed by 2018 in quotation marks. Now, you can continue adding criteria and ranges, but I'm going to close off this function and then select Enter to calculate, and I'll be able to see that specific grade given the criteria that I've placed within the function. So now I've seen how to use the min-ifs as well as the max-ifs functions within Excel. You can use the COUNT-IFs function when you need to count the number of cells that meet one or more criteria. With COUNT-IFs, you can apply more than one criteria in more than one range. Excel also offers the NOT function that returns the opposite of a logical value. So from my worksheet below, I would like to analyze the table of information located on the left-hand side. For example, I would like to count the total number of scores that fall over the 75% range in the fall semester. In order to easily do this, I can use the COUNT-IFs formula. This allows me to define criteria and the range where the criteria is contained. In order to use the COUNT-IFs formula, I'm going to select the cell just to the right, and I'm going to insert an equal symbol followed by COUNT-IFs with an S and an open parentheses. Now, after I've inserted this information, I'm going to need to choose my first criteria range. Since I'm looking for scores above 75%, I'm going to choose my score range first. After I've done this, I can insert a comma, and I'm going to need to insert my first criteria. Since I'm looking for scores above 75%, I'm going to put greater than 75% within quotation marks. After I've done this, I'm going to insert another comma, and I'm going to insert my second criteria range. So since I'm looking for these values within the fall semester, my second criteria range will be my semester's range. After I've done this, I can insert a comma, and the second criteria will be fall, so I'm going to insert that within quotation marks. After I've done this, I can close off my function by closing the parentheses and selecting Enter to calculate. So now I can see I have a total of 6 scores that fall above the 75% range in the fall semester. Now, if I want to get more specific with analyzing my data, for example, I would like to see if certain scores meet the criteria to pass or fail, I can use the NOT formula. This is a simple logical test which will give me a true or false response. For example, if I select the cell at the top of this column, I'm going to insert the NOT formula by inserting equals, followed by NOT, and an open parentheses. Now I'm going to choose my logical test, which will be whether or not the score is above 75%. So to do this, I'm going to select the score, and I'm going to put less than, because it's going to give me the opposite value within the logical response. And after I've entered 75, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter. So I can see, in fact, that this result is false, and this person has not passed the exam. I can apply this to all the cells below by selecting the top cell and choosing the autofill option. Now, if I want to get more precise on whether or not a person has passed or failed, I can combine the NOT formula with the IF formula. To do this, I'm going to select my top cell once again, and I'm going to remove the contents. Now I'm going to insert the equal symbol followed by if and an open parentheses. After I've done this, I'm going to insert the NOT function and an open parentheses. Now I'm going to perform the logical test, and this time I'm going to put the value 70 is greater than 75. Now once I've done this, I can close off my parentheses, insert a comma, and I'm going to choose the value if true and the value if false. Now be careful, because if you've mixed these up, you'll get the opposite value according to the logical test you performed with the NOT function. So my first value, if true, I'm going to put into quotation marks, fail, and then close the quotation marks, and then insert a comma. Now if the value is false, I want it to read as pass, so I'm going to put this in quotation marks. And then once I put this in quotation marks, I can close off the if function by closing the parentheses, and then selecting enter to calculate. So I can see, in fact, the first value has failed to pass the exam final grade. If I'd like to apply this to the cells below, again, I can select the top cell and choose the autofill function to quickly view whether or not the score has passed or failed the exam criteria. So now you've seen how to use count ifs as well as not, and even combine if and not together to evaluate criteria within a table in Excel. If you need to calculate how many months it will take you to reimburse a loan according to a fixed monthly payment and rate, you can use the NPER function. You can combine the NPER function with the if and or functions to forecast data to meet one or more criteria. In order to calculate how many months it will take me to repay a loan, I'm first going to need to have some specific information. For example, I'm going to need the interest rate for my loan, and below I can enter this as a percentage or a decimal value. Since I'm going to be using 10%, I'm going to insert this as a decimal value. Next, I'm going to need to define the loan amount. I'm going to make this a loan of $10,000. And lastly, I'll need to define the payments. Now this value needs to be negative in order for the NPER function to calculate correctly. So I'm going to make my payments $150 a month. Now in order to calculate how many months it will take me to repay this loan, I'm going to use the NPER function. So I'm going to select the cell below, insert equals followed by NPER and an open parentheses. After I've done this, I'm going to need to select the criteria, and this specifies first I need to select the rate. Now, since I'm going to make this a monthly payment, I'm going to divide this by 12. You can also do this by weeks, if you wish. Just be sure to divide by the correct number that you would like to calculate your repayments. After you've done this, you can insert a comma, and then I'm going to select my payment, which happens to be $150 per month, followed by another comma, and then select my loan amount. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses and select enter to see how many months it will take me to repay this loan. If I change my payments, for example, I'm going to switch this to $300 a month, and then select outside, I can see that it only takes me 39 months to pay this loan back. Now, if I'd like to apply this information with the if function in order to determine whether this loan is approved or not, I can easily do this. First, I'm going to select my cell below, insert equals followed by if and an open parentheses. Next, I'm going to insert the NPER function, so NPER, and another open parentheses. Next, I'm going to need to select my rate once again, divide it by 12, and insert a comma. I'm going to again select my payment, insert a comma, and then my total loan amount, and then close off the first parentheses. Now I'm going to need to define my logical test. So if this value is greater than a certain amount, I want certain text to appear. For example, if my payment total months surpasses 45, so if I put in greater than 45, I want the loan to be refused. So I'm going to insert a comma, and if this value is true, I'm going to insert quotation marks, refused, and close the quotation marks. If this value is false, I want it to be approved. So I'm going to insert a comma, followed by quotation marks, approved. And in order to calculate, I'm going to close off the if function with the closed parentheses and then select enter. So now I can see since the value of total months is less than 45, my loan will automatically be approved. But if I go up and change the payments back to 150 and then select outside, I can see now the loan is refused since the total months is greater than 45. You can also apply the same logic to other criteria such as age. For example, if I don't want to approve a loan for people under the age of 18, I can define this with NPER and if once again. I can combine it with or to add this additional criteria. Now I'm going to put the age as 20 for now, and I'm going to go down to the age approval. Now from here, I'm going to insert the if function, so I'm going to insert equals followed by if and an open parentheses. Now I'm going to insert the or function, followed by another open parentheses, and then the inper function with an open parentheses. Now I'm going to need to find my rate again, divided by 12, with a comma, my payment, a comma, as well as the total loan amount, and then close off the first parentheses. And again, I'm going to choose the logical test, so if the value is greater than 45 months of repayment, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to add this additional age criteria before putting the approved and refused. So I'm going to insert an open parentheses, followed by the value I have determined for the age. If this value is less than 18, then I want this value to be refused, and this is part of the or function. So I'm going to close off this parentheses, and then close off the second set of parentheses. Now after I've inserted my comma, I'm going to finish off my if function by putting refused and approved for if true and if false. I'm again going to put these values within quotation marks. Separate them with a comma, and I'm going to put approved, quotation marks, and then close off the if function. After I've entered all these values, I can select enter, and I can see that the loan is refused, not only because of the age, but also because the total months. So if I go up and I change the value to $300 per month, I can see that the loan is approved since the age and the amount is okay. But if I go down and select the age, and I change this to 15, for example, and then select outside, I can see that the age approval has been refused. So now you've seen how to use the and per function and combine it with the if, as well as the or function, to apply multiple criteria to your loan repayments.
In order to automate tasks more easily, you can record macros. See how to record macros and perform actions that can be implemented in your Excel workbooks. From my worksheet below, if I would like to record a macro, I'll first need to go up to the View tab found within my tool ribbon. On the right-hand side, I'll find the Macros group. From here, I can select the drop-down menu just below Macros. From this menu, I'm going to choose the option Record Macro. Now from the Record Macros menu, you'll see that you have a few different options. First, you'll need to give your macro a name. This will help you distinguish what your macro actually does. I'm going to be clearing the formatting of my worksheet, so I'm going to name my macro Clear Formatting. Once you've named your macro, you can add a shortcut key. This is useful if you want to quickly perform your macro action without having to open the Macros menu each time. I'm going to use Ctrl plus the letter R to remove formatting. Next, you can choose where you would like to store your macro. By default, it's going to choose your workbook, but if you'd like to change this, you can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have alternative options such as your personal macro workbook or a new workbook altogether. I'm going to leave this workbook selected. Lastly, you can leave an optional description of your macro and what it does. Once you've added all of these details, you can choose OK at the bottom of the menu, but be aware once you select OK, your actions will be recorded. I'm going to select OK and perform my macro actions. Now since I'm going to be clearing the formatting, I'm first going to select all of the cells in my worksheet, and I'm going to go up to my Home tab, and on the right-hand side, within the Editing tool set, I'm going to select Clear and choose Clear Formats. Once you're done performing your action for your macro, you can return to the View tab, and on the right-hand side, you can select the drop-down menu for macros and select Stop Recording. Now that you've recorded your action, if you don't want that action necessarily performed straight away, you can select Undo. If you would like to redo the action, you can run your macro. In order to verify that your macro has indeed been created, you can easily do this by selecting the macros icon, and this will bring you to your macros list. As I can see below, my macro has been created. In order to leave the macros menu, you can select Cancel or the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to record a macro within Excel. Once you start recording macros, it's important to save your workbook as an Excel macro-enabled workbook. See how to easily save and identify Excel macro-enabled workbooks. Once you start recording macros, you'll need to save your workbook as a macro-enabled workbook to easily access and run your macros. First, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and you'll see within the Quick Access toolbar that you have a Save option. Once you select this or use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter S, you'll see that a dialog box will appear. Now, if you want to save your document without the macros, you can choose Yes. If you want to save your document as a macro-enabled workbook, you can select No. And you'll automatically be redirected to the Save As menu found within the File menu. Now, from here I'm going to choose my save location, so my PC, and then I'm going to select my desktop. Once you select this option, your File Explorer will open up. Below, you'll have the name of the document and the document type. Now here, you'll need to change this to a macro-enabled workbook. To do so, you'll need to select the drop-down menu and choose Excel Macro-Enabled Workbook. Once you've done this, you can select Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once your document has been saved as a macro-enabled workbook, you'll be able to easily find it in your save location. For example, I've saved mine on my desktop, so I'm going to minimize the application. And if I go to the top left-hand corner, I'll find my macro-enabled workbook. Now I can see that I have my original file, which is not a macro-enabled workbook, and you'll be able to see that the icon differs. And if you hover over the icon, you'll be able to see that this is a type Microsoft Excel macro-enabled worksheet, whereas the one on the right is not. If you have a macro-enabled workbook, you can save back to a standard free Excel worksheet. To do this, I'm going to return to my macro-enabled workbook. And if I go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, I can go down and select Save As. Now from here, I'm going to choose my computer again and select my desktop. Once my File Explorer opens up, I'm going to rename my file since I already have the same file name located on my desktop. And I'm going to choose to change the type. From here, I'm going to choose Excel Workbook, and I can select Save. Now the same dialog box will open up because my original file is a macro saved document, and if I'd like to save it without macros, I can select Yes. Now if I minimize the application once more, I can see the document that I've just saved does not have macros enabled because the icon is not the same as my macro-enabled worksheet, and if I hover over it, I can again see this is just a standard Microsoft Excel worksheet. So now you've seen how to save your workbook as a macro-enabled workbook within Excel. Excel's macro tools are available in multiple locations. You can add macro recording to your status bar for easy access. You can also access more advanced macro tools by activating the Developer tab in your tool ribbon. In order to access the standard macro tools, you can easily access this via the View tab found within your tool ribbon. From the View tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find Macros, and from the Macros menu above, you can select the drop-down menu. From here, you can view your macros, record macros, and even use relative references. Now, if you would like to quickly record macros, you can also activate the status bar record macro feature. To do this, you'll need to go down to the bottom and right-click over your status bar. Once you right-click over your status bar, you'll see above that you have an array of tools that you can activate. Now, if you go above, you'll find the option Macro Recording. Once you select this option and select outside of your status bar menu, you'll see that you have an icon for recording your macros. Once you select this option, you'll automatically be redirected to the Record Macro menu, where you can name your macro and set up your macro keyboard shortcut and choose OK to start recording. Now to cancel this action, you can select Cancel. Another way you can activate more advanced macro tools is to activate your Developer tab. To do this, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and right-click with your mouse. From the drop-down menu, you can choose Customize the ribbon. From the Customization menu, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have a tab Developer. To activate this tab, you can select the checkbox on the left-hand side. Once you've activated Developer, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll see that the tab above in your tool ribbon has been activated. Once you activate this tool, you'll see that you have 4 different groups below where you'll be able to easily access different tools. On the left-hand side, you'll find your Code group where you'll be able to access your macros directly, record macros, and even manage your macro security. As you go towards the right, you'll see different tool sets such as add-ins, controls, as well as XML. Now, if you find that you no longer need the Developer tab or no longer want to have it appear in your tool ribbon, you can easily deactivate it by right-clicking over the tool ribbon with your mouse once again and choosing Customize the ribbon. On the right-hand side, you'll be able to locate your Developer tab with all of the tool groups below. Now, to deactivate the tab, you'll need to uncheck the checkbox and then choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see above, I no longer have the Developer tab. The same goes for your status bar tool, so if you no longer want the macro recording located in your status bar, you can right-click over your status bar, and you can select macro recording to easily remove that tool from your status bar. So now you've seen how to access and activate macro tools within Excel. The Visual Basics Editor is an application easily accessible via Excel to manage your macros and workbook VBA code. The Visual Basic Editor in Excel is useful to create and edit advanced macros in Excel. To access the VBA editor, you'll have to have activated your Developer tab. Once you've done this, you can select the Developer tab, and if you go towards the left-hand side within the Code group, you'll find the option Visual Basic. You can also access the Visual Basic editor by selecting the keyboard shortcut Alt plus F11. Once you access the Visual Basic editor, you'll see a new window opens up. From this window, you can choose to make it full screen by selecting the Maximize option. Now, from the Visual Basic editor itself, you'll notice at the top that you have a menu where you can access specific tools. For example, if you select the File menu, you'll find options to save, and if you go through Edit, you'll find standard editing tools. As you go further along, you'll find more tools to help you manage your macros. For example, if you're experiencing errors within your macros, you can go to the Debug menu and you'll find options to step into each step within your macro. Now, besides accessing your menus and tools, you'll see below that you have a toolbar. This is a standard toolbar which you can access save options, as well as the standard cut and copy options. But if you would like to change this toolbar, you can easily go towards the right-hand side, right-click with your mouse, and you'll be able to access and activate other toolbars. If you'd like to customize your toolbar altogether, you can select Customize at the bottom of the menu. Now, from the VBA editor itself, you'll notice that you have 3 separate panes. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to manage your project via the Project pane. From here, you'll be able to find your workbook and specific worksheets within your workbook, as well as a section labeled Modules. Now, modules are in fact your macros located in your workbook. Each module is a set of macros that you may have added to a specific workbook. Now, when you select a worksheet from your workbook, you'll see below that you have access to the properties. The Properties pane gives you additional information regarding your worksheets. If you have multiple workbooks open on your desktop, you'll find them listed above. In order to better manage those, you can collapse and expand the menus for each of your elements. Now, in order to get a better look at my macros, I'm going to go down and choose my module. And on the right-hand side, you'll find your Modules pane. If you see that your window is quite small and you can't read your macro completely, you can choose to maximize this window, and this will give you a better view. If you have multiple macros located within your module, you'll be able to navigate between those macros by selecting the drop-down menu in the top right-hand corner and choosing the macro you'd like to view. Now, in order to focus on one macro, you can also change the view of your macro by going down to the bottom left-hand corner of the window and switching views from full module to procedure view. This will help give you a cleaner view of your specific macro. Now, in order to leave the Visual Basic editor, you can go up to the top of your standard toolbar and select View Microsoft Excel. So now you've seen how to access the VBA editor within Excel. Once you've recorded a macro, you can run the macro to perform the recorded tasks. You can also insert buttons to run your macros directly from your worksheet interface. From my worksheet below, I can run a macro to perform certain tasks. But be aware, when you run your macro, you will not be able to undo those tasks. For example, if I go down and I make an editing change, such as selecting a cell and changing the alignment, I can go up to my Quick Access toolbar and choose the Undo option to quickly undo that task. But when you run a macro, you will not be able to undo the macro task. To access and run my macros, I can easily access my Run Macro option from the View tab and select the Macros menu on the right-hand side. I can also access this option from the drop-down menu and choose View Macros. Another way you can access and run your macros is directly from the Developer tab. From the Developer tab, if I go towards the left-hand side, I'll find the option Macros within the code group. You can also select the keyboard shortcut Alt and F8. Once you select your macros menu, you'll be able to choose one of your macros from your worksheet. To run your macro, you'll need to select it and then choose Run on the right-hand side. Now for this particular macro, it will remove all of my formatting. As you can see, when I've run the macro, if I go up to the Quick Access toolbar, I'll not be able to undo this action. Now another way you can quickly run your macros is by inserting a button directly into your worksheet. This will save you time from having to go to the Macros menu each time you want to run the macro. Now if I go down to another worksheet, where I have some data where I'd like to implement my macro, I'm first going to need to go to the Developer tab, and from the Developer tab you'll have the Controls group. From here you can choose Insert, and within Insert you'll see that you have two different menus. From the Form Controls, I'm going to insert a button by selecting the top left-hand option, Button. Now in order to insert the button, you'll need to go down to your worksheet, hold down the left button on your mouse, and insert the button into your worksheet. Once you let go of your mouse, your macro menu will open up and you'll need to assign the macro to the button. After you've selected your macro, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. After your button has been inserted, you can choose to edit your button by selecting it, and you can remove the text and customize the text for your macro button. After you've customized your text, you can select outside of your button, and you'll be able to use your button to implement your macro into your worksheet. So once I select Clear Formatting, I can see that the button has automatically cleared the formatting for this particular worksheet. This could be useful if you want to recalculate totals every so often or implement another macro into your worksheet. So now you've seen how to run your macros as well as insert a button to quickly run your macros directly from your worksheet in Excel. Once you've recorded macros, it's important to know how to find and manage those macros. See how to view, modify options, and even remove macros you no longer need. Once you've recorded your macros, in order to locate those macros, you have a couple different options. First, you can go up to your tool ribbon and choose the View tab. From the View tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find the Macros group. From here, you can select the macros icon, or you can select the drop-down menu below, and you'll see the option View Macros. You can also access your macros via the Developer tab. From the Developer tab, you'll need to go to the left-hand side, and within the Code group, you'll find the option Macros. You can also select the keyboard shortcut Alt and F8 to access your macros. Once you access your macros window, you'll see your list of macros on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you'll find different tools in order to run, edit, and even modify the macro options. For example, if you're having issues with your macro running, you may want to step into your macro. If you'd rather just edit your macro, you can choose Edit and you'll be brought to the VBA editor where you can start making those changes. If you're looking to create a new macro, you can select Create below. I would like to modify the options for one of my macros, so first I'm going to need to select my macro and choose Options on the right-hand side. From the Options menu, I can choose to add a shortcut key as well as a description to add a bit more information regarding my macro. Once you've made those modifications, you can select OK. I'm going to select Cancel. You'll also notice at the bottom where your macros are stored. I can see all of my macros in my open workbooks. This is useful if you have different macros across multiple workbooks. If you'd rather focus on the macros in the workbook at hand, you can select the drop-down menu and choose this workbook. If you have macros that you no longer need or want contained in your macros list, you can easily delete them. To do this, you can go to your list of macros and select the macro you'd like to remove. Once you've selected your macro, you could choose Delete on the right-hand side of the menu. Once you've done this, a dialog box will appear, and to confirm the deletion, you can select Yes. Now if I return to my macros menu, I can see that that macro has been removed from my list. In order to leave the macro window, you can select Cancel in the bottom right-hand corner or the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen different ways on how to find, view, and manage your macros in Excel. If you find that your macros are not running smoothly or you would like to streamline actions, you can easily access and edit your macros in the VBA editor. See how to remove unwanted actions, correct errors, or even remove macros from your Excel macro document. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to access and edit the macros associated with this particular worksheet, I'm first going to go up to the Developer tab. From the Developer tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side, and I can choose two options. I could choose to click my Macros menu or access Visual Basics Editor directly. I'm going to choose Macros, and from my Macros window, I'll be able to see my list of macros on the left-hand side. From here, in order to edit a macro, I'll need to select it, and on the right-hand side, you'll see two options. Now you could select Step Into, which will bring you directly into your macro and highlight any errors while running the macro. Whereas Edit will bring you to the VBA editor, and you can go through and select the elements that you would like to modify. I'm going to choose Edit, and my VBA editor has opened up. Now in order to find the macro you would like to edit, you'll need to go to the Projects pane located in the top left-hand corner. From here, you'll find your workbook name as well as the associated worksheets, and if you scroll down, you'll see the option Modules. Modules are where your macros are located. Once you select your module, you'll be able to manage the macros associated with the particular module. Now on the right-hand side, you'll be able to view your macros. If you'd like to view the full list, you'll need to go down to the left-hand corner and change your view. I'm going to select Full Module View. Once I select this option, I'll be able to see all of my macros contained within this particular workbook. If you'd like to focus and view a particular macro, you'll notice in the top right-hand corner that you have a drop-down menu. From here, you can choose the macro you'd like to focus on. I'm going to look for errors in my macro, so I'm going to go back to the bottom left-hand corner and focus on one macro that happens to not be running smoothly. In order to run your macro, you can go up to your toolset and select the Run option. Once you select Run, you may find your errors and you can choose to debug by choosing Debug at the bottom of the menu. Once you select this option, the highlight found in your macro is where the error is occurring. In order to remedy this error, I can choose to remove the action altogether, or since this happens to be a typo, I'm going to quickly correct it. Once I've corrected the error, I can choose to run my macro once again. Once I see that no errors are playing out in my macro, I can be assured that the macro is working properly. If I would like to remove the macro altogether, I can also choose to remove it by selecting all the actions contained within the macro and choosing Delete. To return to Excel, I'm going to go up to my toolbar and select View Microsoft Excel. So now you've seen how to easily access and edit your macros within Excel. If you are opening a macro from another user, you may be prompted to enable the content. Ensure that you are receiving a macro from a trusted source and discover the security details regarding this particular security warning in Excel. Now from my worksheet below, I can see at the top that I've received a security warning when I've opened this particular macro. If you're opening a macro from another user, be wary that it is a trusted source before enabling the content. If you select Enable Content directly, this document will be added to your Trusted Documents list, and next time you open the macro, you will not be prompted to enable the content. But if you'd rather view the warning and decide whether or not to enable the content for all sessions or just this single session, you can go towards the left and choose Macros have been disabled. Once you select this link, you'll be redirected to your File menu and your Info tab. From here, you'll be able to view the security warning at the top, and you'll be able to view the details regarding the particular warning. Now, if you go to the left-hand side and choose Enable Content, you'll see that you have the option to enable all content, and this will add the document to your Trusted Documents list. If you would like to view more options and enable this document for a single session, you'll need to select Advanced Options just below. From the Advanced Options menu, you'll be able to read more about the security alert. If you go towards the bottom, you'll see that you have a couple different options. If this is not a trusted source, I would recommend Help Protect Me from Unknown Content. If this is a source that you know, you could choose Enable Content for this session, but next time you open the document, you'll see the same security warning once again. Once you've chosen your option, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And I can see now that the macros have been activated and the security warning no longer appears at the top of my interface. Now if I leave this document by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and if I go to my desktop and I reopen the same document, I can see that the security warning again appears at the top of my interface. Now when I select Enable Content, the security warning will no longer appear, and again if I leave my document, and I choose to open it again from my desktop, I can see I no longer have the security warning since this document has been added to my Trusted Documents list. So now you've seen how to enable content for a single session, as well as add a document to your Trusted Documents list within Excel. From the Developer tab, you can easily access macro security settings. See how to access and manage security settings such as Trusted Documents, as well as enable the message bar display. If you would like to manage your macro security settings, you can easily do this by accessing the Developer tab. From the Developer tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side, and under the Code group, you'll find the option Macro Security. From here, you'll be brought to the Trust Center settings. Within Macro Settings on the left-hand side, you'll see on the right-hand side that you have a few different options. For example, if you would like to disable all macros without notification, you can select the top option. You can choose Disable with a notification, so that way you and other users will be able to enable the content manually. If you would like to enable all macros, which is not recommended because potentially dangerous code can run, you can select the bottom option. I'm going to leave Disable with Notification selected. Once you've selected your option, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. You can also access your macro security settings via the File menu. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and choose File, I can go down the left-hand side and select Options. Within the Options menu, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and choose Trust Center. and on the right hand side I can select Trust Center Settings. I'll be brought to the same settings menu as before. Now, besides managing your macro settings, you can also manage other settings such as your trusted documents, locations, and even publishers. If I select Trusted Documents on the left-hand side, from here I can choose to allow or disable trusted documents. Once you allow trusted documents and you enable that content, those documents will be added to a trusted documents list. If you would like to clear the trusted documents, you can choose the clear option at the bottom. And to confirm, you can select Yes from the dialog box. Now you will no longer have any trusted documents on your list, so next time you open and choose a trusted document, that will be the first item added to your list. If you would like to enable the message bar warning at the top of the worksheet, you can easily do this via the message bar menu. From here, I can choose to show the message bar in all applications across Microsoft Office. To do this, I'm going to select the top option. Now just be aware, when you select this option, this will impact other Office applications as well. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can choose to enable Trust Center logging. And once you've chosen your settings, again, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And to leave the options menu, you can select OK once more. So now you've seen how to access and modify your macro security settings within Excel. Rather than creating the same macros over and over, you can easily copy and import macros into other macro documents. See how to quickly copy, export, and import macros into other workbooks in Excel. Now, before copying my macros, I'm going to be sure that I have the corresponding documents open from where I'd like to copy from and copy to. If I go down to my taskbar and hover over the Excel icon, I can see that I have two documents opened up. I would like to copy macros from my document on the left to my document on the right. To do this, I'm going to need to open the VBA editor. To access the VBA editor, I'm going to need to select the Developer tab from the tool ribbon. From the Developer tab, if I go to the left-hand side, within the code group, I can choose Visual Basic on the left-hand side. Now once you open the Visual Basic editor, you'll need to go to the top left-hand corner, and within the project pane, you'll be able to see both worksheets highlighted in bold at the top. Now my worksheet that I have open below is expanded and I can see all of my worksheets. If I collapse this menu, I'll be able to get a view of my macros. Now the macros are located in the modules element. Now in order to copy my macros from one worksheet to another, I'm going to go down and hold down with the left button on my mouse over the module that I would like to copy, and I'm going to drag and drop it up to my second worksheet. Now I can see that the module has been added. Another way that you can copy is to export and import. To export a module, you can right-click over the module, and you'll see the option Export File. Once your File Explorer opens up, you'll see at the bottom that it's in Basic File Format .bas. You can choose to rename the module, and you could choose the save location. I'm going to choose my desktop on the left-hand side, and then select Save. Now in order to import a module, you'll need to go over your Modules section in your worksheet and right-click over an existing module. From here, you can choose Import File. Once your File Explorer opens up, you can choose the save location of the file that you would like to import. Now in order to import your file, it will need to be in .bas file format. And once you've selected your file, you could choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that I have the module imported once again. In order to remove macros or modules, you can right-click over the module with your mouse, and from the right-click menu you could choose Remove Module. Now you'll see a dialog box appear, and it's going to ask if you want to export it to back it up before removing it. I'm going to select No from the dialog box menu. Now I can see that that module had been removed. So now you've seen how to copy macros into other documents easily within Excel.
From the Visual Basic editor, you can get a complete view of your macros and their components. Discover how to identify the key macro components such as procedure, sub-procedures, and comments in Excel 2019. In order to access the macros for this particular workbook, I'm going to need to go up to the Developer tab found within my tool ribbon. From the Developer tab, I can go to the left-hand side, and within the code group, I'm going to choose Visual Basic. You can also access your Visual Basic editor by selecting the keyboard shortcut Alt and F11. Once Visual Basic has opened up, you'll be able to access your macros easily by going to the top left-hand corner and you'll find the project window. From here, you'll find your workbook, and below you'll find a section labeled Modules. Modules are where your macros are contained. Now, as I can see below, I have one module, and if I double select it, I can easily open up my macros on the right-hand side. Now, your module can contain more than one macro. In order to switch between those macros, you can change the view. To do this, you'll need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and you'll see that you have two views. You have full modular view, where you can view all your macros in a single module, or you can choose procedure view. From procedure view, I'll be able to focus on a single macro at a time. You can also switch between your macros by going up to the top right-hand corner and choosing your procedure menu. From here, I can choose to switch to the previous macro, and you'll be able to see you can quickly switch and view your macros according to which macro you'd like to focus on. Now, within the macro itself, you'll notice that there are similar sections in each macro. For example, I can see that this macro is structured by sub-procedures. A sub-procedure will contain sub and the name of the macro, and the procedure will end with end sub. Between, you'll find the executable actions performed within the macro. If your macro contains comments, you'll also be able to distinguish those comments within the green text found within your macro. Now, within the executable actions, if you would like to step into your macro, you can use the keyboard shortcut F8. Once you select F8, you'll see the highlighted text, and you can continue selecting F8, and you'll be able to step into each step of your macro. This is useful if you're looking to debug or work on specific code within your macro. Now, if I switch to my second macro, by selecting it from the list of procedures, I can see that some macros are longer than other macros. At the top, I have the name of my macro, just below I have a comment, and below I have groups of executable actions. These groups are declarations. Within the declaration, you'll see specific actions, and those actions will also end within the macro itself. If you would like to run your macro at any time, you can use the keyboard shortcut F5, or you can go up to your toolbar and select Run. So now you've seen how to access and view the key components of your macros within Excel. In the Visual Basic editor, your macros are contained within project components known as modules. You can add modules, rename modules, and start adding code to your modules within Excel 2019. As you can see below, I'm already in the Visual Basic editor, and if I would like to start creating macros, I'm going to need to add modules. You'll notice in the top left-hand corner in your project window that modules are located within your project. Just below my worksheets, I can see that I have a section labeled Modules, and if I expand the menu, I can see the modules already contained within this particular document. In order to add additional modules, you have a few different options. First, you can go up to your menu bar and select the Insert menu, and select Module. You can also add a new module by going up to your standard toolbar and choosing the User Form menu, and from here you can select Module. Lastly, you can go up to your project window itself and right-click over a blank part within the project window and choose Insert and select Module. Now, once you've added your module, if you would like to rename your module, you can select it, and you can go down to the Properties window. From the Properties window, you'll find that you have two different tabs. Within the tab Categorized, you'll find the option to name your module. You can select the field and choose backspace to remove the default name. Now to add your name, you can type in a name that you would like to give your module. After you've named your module, you can select outside. Now in order to start adding code to your module, you'll see on the right-hand side that you have your macro window. From here, I can start creating my code. First, I'm going to insert a sub procedure, so I'm going to put in sub, capital S, and I'm going to name my macro. I'm going to give it the same name that I gave my module, but this is not necessary. And then to end this sub procedure, I'm going to put in open and close parentheses and then select enter. And I can see that my end sub is automatically inserted. I can start adding executable actions just below. Now you can insert multiple procedures within the same module. For macros created with Excel Macro Recording Tool, the macros created in the same session will be stored in the same module. Macros created in different sessions after saving and closing the workbook will be stored in different modules. If you find that you would like to remove a module you no longer need, you also have a couple different options to do this. First, you can go over your module within the project window on the left-hand side, and you can select it, and then go up to the File menu found within your menu bar, and choose Remove Module. You can also remove your module by going over the module itself, right-clicking with your mouse, and choosing the Remove Module option. Once you select Remove Module, a dialog box will open up and you can choose to back up your module. If you do not want to back it up, you'll need to select No, and this will permanently remove your module, and you will not be able to recuperate any code that was contained within. I'm going to select No, and I can see that my module has been removed from my project window and therefore removed from my workbook altogether. So now you've seen how to create, rename, and manage your modules within Excel. In Excel 2019, modules are used to store procedures. In the Visual Basic Editor, you can manually insert procedures or use the Insert tool to quickly insert public and private procedures in your modules. From the module that I have opened up below, I'm going to insert a procedure. Procedures are blocks of statements used to execute actions. You can create different procedures within a module to organize complex code into various simple groups or tasks. One of the most common procedures is a subroutine or sub that is used to tell Excel to perform a task. To insert a sub procedure, you can select within your module and type in sub capital S. After you've done this, you'll need to give your procedure a name. So I'm going to insert a space, and I'm going to name my procedure. If there are multiple words, be sure that there are no spaces within the name. After you've named your procedure, again, insert another space, and you'll need to insert a closed and open parentheses. After you've done this, you can select Enter, and the end of your sub-procedure will automatically be inserted. Now, another way to insert a procedure is to use the Insert tool. So if I go down below, I'm going to go up to my menu bar and select Insert. From the options below, I'm going to select Procedure. From the Add Procedure menu, you'll need to name your procedure once again. After you've named your procedure, you'll see that you have 3 different types of procedures that you can insert below. You'll see the sub-procedure to perform actions, the function procedure to perform some actions before returning a value, and property procedures. I'm going to choose a function procedure, and just below you'll also find the scope. This allows you to set your procedure as private to allow access to procedures in the same module, or you can select public. By default, your procedures will be inserted as public, but if you would like to add private, this will add a private tag before your procedure to let people know about the scope of the procedure. Now, once you've chosen your scope, type, and named your procedure, you can choose OK to insert it into your module. Now, as you can see with this procedure, it is not a sub-procedure, it is a function procedure, and just before function, you'll find private. You can also add public and private tags before your procedures that are already inserted into your module. To do this, I'm going to go up just before sub, and I'm going to insert public. Now you can also move your procedures from one module to another. To do this, I'm going to go down and select the module that I'd like to move. I can easily cut the module out of the current module by going up to my standard toolbar and choosing the Cut tool. I can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X. Once I've cut out this procedure, I can go down to another module. And in order to paste it, I can use the paste tools from the standard toolbar, or I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to paste it within this module. Now, if you'd like to remove a procedure, you can select the procedure and choose the Delete key on your keyboard. This will remove the procedure from your module. So now you've seen how to insert and manage your procedures within Excel. With Visual Basic in Excel 2019, you can write your own code from scratch. See how to add properties, methods, and comments. You can also edit your code formatting by using the Edit tools. Now, as you can see below in this module, I've already inserted my sub procedure, and automatically my end procedure was also added. I've added a few lines between both so that way I can add some additional information such as comments, as well as properties and methods. Now, comments are useful to give information about the code or its specific line. To insert a comment, you can select within your module and insert a single quotation mark. After you've done this, you can add the text you would like to appear in your comment. After you've added the text for your comment, you'll need to close it off with another single quotation mark. Once you've done this and select Enter, you'll see that your comment text will turn green, indicating that this is a comment for other users who will be viewing your procedures and methods. This is useful to give guidance on what you'll be writing after for your code. Now, to insert properties and methods, I'm first going to type in application because I would like to create a caption that appears when I hover over the application. To do this, I'm going to start typing in app, and to access the property and method library, all I need to do is use the keyboard shortcut Control and spacebar. Once I do this, I can see below that I have the option to insert application. I can go down and select it via my keyboard, or I can take my mouse and double select it to insert it. Next, I'm going to insert a period, followed by the method, which is caption. So I'm going to start typing in cap, and I can see below that caption is an option, and I can select Enter to automatically insert it. Now I'm going to return to the line, and I'm going to complete this by entering my text. In order to do this, I'm going to need to insert an equals, followed by quotation marks, and the caption that I would like to appear. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks, and my property and method have been inserted. Now, if you've added text and you'd like to add a comment to that text, you can also do that. So I'm going to insert another property and method below, but before I enter that property and method, I'm going to add some text. If you've not added the single quotation mark between the first part or the end part of your comment, you can easily turn this into a comment by using the Edit tools. To access your Edit tools, you can go up to your standard toolbar and right-click and choose Edit. From the Edit toolbar, you'll be able to easily format your text. So if I go down and select the text that I've just inserted, I can go up and choose Comment Block. This will automatically turn my text into a comment block. If you'd like to remove comments, you can easily select on Comment Block to remove the comment from your macro. Now I'm going to move my toolbar down just a bit, and I'm going to go down below. Now, another way you can insert your properties and methods is to right-click over the field with your mouse. From this menu, you'll see the option List Properties and Methods. So from here, if I'd like to add worksheet, I'm going to type in work, and I'll see the option Worksheets below, and I can double select it. I'm going to insert another period and then insert my method. Since I would like to add a new worksheet, I'm going to insert Add, and you can see when I press space, I have the option below to complete my syntax. Since I would like to add after a specific action, I'm going to type in after. After I've done this, I can insert a colon, followed by equals, and active sheet. After I've inserted this, if I would like to run this particular macro, I can use the keyboard shortcut F5. Now I can see when I select this option that a new sheet has been inserted on the left-hand side. Now once you start inserting properties and methods, if you'd like to organize them a bit better, so that way reading the code is easier, you can also use your formatting tools. To do this, I'm going to go up to the top right-hand side, and I have another macro where I've completed some procedures and methods. To help these procedures and methods stand out a bit more, you can use the tab tool. So if I go just below my sub-procedure and name, I'm going to tab over for my variable. To do this, I can type in the tab key, and you can see the text moves over easily. You can also select before your line of text and go down and use the indent tools. So I can select indent to the right, and I can keep moving it over to help organize my information. I can continue going down, and I can tab over my information so that way it's easier to view. If you would like to outdent, you can select the outdent option from the edit toolbar, or you can use the keyboard shortcut Shift and Tab. You'll notice on your toolbar that you have an array of different tools. If you'd like to customize these tools, you can go up to your toolbar, right-click with your mouse, and select the option Customize. From the Customize menu, you'll need to go up to the top and choose Commands. And from Commands, you can choose Edit, and then select Rearrange Commands. Now from this menu, I'm going to go up and select Toolbar. And from the toolbar, you'll be able to go through, add, and remove specific tools you no longer need. Once you're done rearranging your commands, you can select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. To leave this menu again, I'll select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. If you'd like to remove your toolbar from your view, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the Edit toolbar. So now you've seen how to insert comments, procedures, and methods, as well as organize your information with the Edit options in Excel. When creating macros in Excel 2019, you will need to know how to declare and assign variables. You'll also see how to insert constants and save time when writing code in Visual Basic. Variables are useful to store values that can be used in a macro. For example, down below, in order to declare a variable, I'm first going to select Tab to move over my indentation. To declare a variable, you can use dim, which is the most common statement to declare a variable. To do this, I'm going to type in dim, D-I-M, and press space. Next, I'm going to have to define the name of my variable, which happens to be discount, and then I'm going to declare what this particular variable will be. Since this discount is going to be a number, I'm going to write it as integer. Once I've declared my variable, I can go down below and select Enter, and if I'd like to declare another variable that happens to be text, I'm going to declare it as a string. To do this, I'm going to put dim, and I'm going to name my variable, which is the name status, and I'm going to declare it as a string. This indicates that my variable will contain text values. Now, once you've declared your variable, you're going to need to assign value to those variables. To do this, I'm going to select Enter once again, and I'm going to go down and assign a value to my variable discount. To do this, I'm going to write the name of the variable, which is discount, and I'm going to make this equal to 10. Once I've done this, I can go down below and declare the value for my variable status, which happens to be a string of text. So I'm going to type in status for my variable's name, and then I'm going to insert quotation marks and insert my string of text. After I've done this, I can close off my quotation marks. So now I can see I've declared my variable and assigned my variable value. Next, if you would like to insert a constant, you can do that as well. This is useful to store a value that will not change during the macro execution, and in order to insert this constant, I'm going to select Enter, and I'm going to type in constant. So after I've typed in constant with C-O-N-S-T, I'm going to put in a space, and then I'm going to name my constant. So I'm going to name it approved by, followed by the type of constant. So I'm going to put in as, and I'm going to insert string once more. Now I'm going to make the string equal to the text. So I'm going to insert equals, followed by quotation marks, and the text that I would like to appear. Now, once I've inserted my constant, I can run my macro by using the keyboard shortcut F5. Once I've run my macro, if I would like to verify the results, I'm going to return to my worksheet below, where I have my Excel document opened up, And I can see below when I run this macro that these values are automatically inserted, saving me a lot of time. So now you've seen how to declare a variable, assign a value to a variable, as well as insert constants in Excel. Visual Basic works with an object model program. You can easily insert objects, browse the object library, and create object collections with Excel 2019. Since Visual Basic works with an object model program, it's organized in a hierarchical organization. This means it starts with application, then workbook, then worksheet, cell, etc. From my sub-procedure below, I would like to customize the name of the window of the application. In order to do this, I'm going to use application, caption, and the text that I would like to appear for my window. To do this, I'm going to go down below, and I'm going to start typing in app. In order to view the object library, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and Spacebar. As I can see below, I have the option to access application. I can select it and choose enter, and the object will be inserted. Now, since I'm looking to insert captions, I'm going to insert a period, followed by caption, and I can see when I start typing it, I have the option below and I can double select it to insert it. Now, in order to insert the caption, I'm going to need to insert the string of text that I'd like to appear within the window. To do this, I'm first going to insert the equal symbol, followed by quotation marks and the text that I would like to appear. Once I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks, and I'm going to select Enter to insert another object. Now, if I'd like to insert an object from the object browser, I can do that as well. I can easily access the object browser by going up to my standard toolbar and choosing Object Browser. I can also use the keyboard shortcut F2. Now, from the object browser, you'll have to browse a specific library. If you go up to the top left-hand corner, you can select the drop-down menu for all libraries and choose Excel. Below, you'll see the objects are organized by classes and members. If I'm looking to insert an application worksheet, I can go down and choose Application. And if I don't see Worksheet straight away, I can scroll on the right-hand side, or I can use the search bar at the top of the menu, select the field, and type in Worksheet. Once I select Enter, I'll see search results below. I can easily identify the library, the class, as well as the member that I would like to insert. I can select the member, and I can see that it's also been selected in my list. If I'd like to hide my search results, I can quickly select the upward-facing arrows. And if I'd like to insert this particular item, I can select it and choose the copy option from the top of the window. Now I'm going to return to my module, and I can select my field, and in order to paste this particular object, I can select Control and the letter V. Now, after I've done this, I want to add another worksheet, so I'm going to insert a period followed by add, and I can select it from the options below. Now, once I select the plus symbol, I'll see the syntax below and the options I can choose from. Since I want to add it after the active worksheet, I'm going to choose after. After I've done this, I'm going to insert a colon followed by an equal symbol, and I'm going to insert active sheet, so if I start typing in active, I can browse the library by selecting Control and Spacebar again, or I can just type in active sheet. Now, once I've added these two objects, if I would like to run the macro, I can easily do this by selecting the keyboard shortcut F5. Once I select F5, I can see on the left-hand side that a new sheet has been added after the sheet that's already been created. In order to execute tasks in a group of objects, you can create object collections. If I go up to the top right-hand corner where I have a second macro opened up, I can see below that I have a collection. Now, from here I can see that I have a variable already declared, as well as the variable value. After the variable value, you'll see that you can accumulate different objects within the same macro. For example, I want to change the sheet numbers, and to do this, I'll need to apply this to my active workbook, plus my worksheets and count. Now, once my active workbooks have been selected, you'll be able to add the sheet number and the name and customer. You can customize your string text to whatever you'd like it to appear. After you've done this, this will also add the sheet number And if I run this macro by selecting the keyboard shortcut F5 or going up to my standard toolbar and choosing Run, I can see on the left-hand side that this collection of objects has renamed my worksheets. As you can see, this can save you a lot of time if you want to accumulate objects into collections, or if you'd like to create your objects individually and run them together. So now you've seen how to insert objects in Excel. You can insert operators into your macros to perform calculations. It's also possible to insert comparison and logical operators to perform calculations if certain criteria are met. From my sub-procedure below, I can see that I've declared my variable as well as the values for those variables, except for value C. In fact, you can use variables and simple arithmetic operators within declaring the values of those variables. For example, if I want the value of C to be equal to A plus B, all I need to use is the plus symbol. So I'm going to write A plus B. You can also use other arithmetic operators such as minus, divided by, and multiplied by. After I've declared my variables, if I'd like to use comparison and logical operators, I can do that as well. For example, if A is a certain value and B is a certain value, I want a message box to appear. To do this, I'm first going to insert if, and I'm going to use my value A and less than or equal to 20. Now if I want to add my values B as well, I can use or B is equal to 10. Now if either of these are true, I want a message box to appear, so I'm going to need to include the text then. After I've done this, I'm going to select Enter, and then I'm going to include my object, which is my message box. To do this, I'm going to insert message box, MSG, box, and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'll need to insert quotation marks and the text that I would like to appear in the box. After I've done this and closed off my quotation marks and added any additional variables, I can easily add another message box if these values are not true. To do this, I'll need to include else. So I'm going to go to another line and put an else, and then I'm going to add the second message box if those values above are not true. So I'm going to insert message box with an open parentheses and quotation marks, followed by the text that I'd like to appear within. Once I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and parentheses and select Enter. Once you're done with the comparison and logical operators, you'll need to end the phrase with and if. After you've done this, you can easily test your macro by using the keyboard shortcut F5. As you can see, when I select to run my macro, I'll get the result with the message box directly from my worksheet. In order to leave this, I can select OK from the message box. Once I'm back to my macro, if I'd like to change the values, I can do this as well. I'm going to go up and then change the value to 5, and I'm going to change the value to 5 as well for B. Once I've done this and I select Run from my standard toolbar, I can see that I get the value again once my values have been changed in my macro. I can select OK to return to my macro. So now you've seen how to use operators within Excel. You can insert procedures with conditions using if, then, and else to return specific values. Excel 2019 also gives you the possibility to work with cases by inserting case value procedures. Now from my sub-procedure below, I can see that I've entered the name, as well as inserted and declared a variable. If I would like to apply certain conditions to this particular variable, I can use the if, then, else, and end if instruction. First, to insert my condition, I'm going to use if, and I'm going to declare my condition, which will be purchase, and if my purchase is above a certain value, I would like to apply a discount. So I'm going to put the greater than symbol and 500, and if this is true, I want to add a message box that indicates the type of discount. So I'm going to insert then, and I'm going to insert a message box, followed by an open parentheses and quotation marks and the text string that I would like to appear within the message box. After I've done this, I can close off my quotation marks and close off my parentheses. Now, it's also possible to embed another if condition. To do this, I'm first going to insert else, and I'm going to insert another if condition, and I'm going to apply this to the purchase variable as well. And if this value is greater than 100, I'm still going to apply a small discount, so I'm going to put in then, and I'm going to insert another message box. I'm going to add my string, and I can also add a condition if these conditions aren't met. So to do this, I'm going to insert else once more, followed by a message box, and I'm going to insert my text string. Now once I'm done adding my conditions, I'm going to insert and if, and I'm going to insert and if to close off all of the conditions once more. After I've done this, to run my macro, I can use the keyboard shortcut F5. Now I can see since my value is quite low, I don't receive a discount. If I select OK to return to my macro, I can go up to my purchase value and I can make this a larger purchase value, such as 600. And if I run the macro by selecting the keyboard shortcut F5 once more, I can see I indeed get a 20% discount according to my variable value. To return to my macro, I can select OK. Now, besides using conditions, you can also work with cases in order to execute a procedure with specific actions. I've already created my case value macro, so I'm going to go up and select my case values. Now, below, you can see it differs a bit from the conditions. I have my variable declared, and I can see below I have my case is, plus my message box, and the end of select. As you can see, the case value is a bit shorter than the conditional formatting depending on how many conditions you've added. If I want to change my value, so I'm going to test this, and I'm going to insert 200, and if I select F5 to run, I can see that my discount is applied just like the other macro. Now if I select OK, I'll return to my macro sheet. So now you've seen how to work with conditions as well as case values within Excel. Event procedures enable you to interact with objects. You can rename a spreadsheet and create reminders with the event procedures available in Excel 2019. In Visual Basic, you can create events for objects such as applications, workbooks, and worksheets. For example, I would like to create an event request to name every new spreadsheet. To do this, I'm going to go up to the Project Explorer and double-click this workbook just below the workbook that I have open. Once you open up this workbook, you'll need to select your object at the top of the window. From the Object menu, I'm going to choose Workbook. Now you see a string is automatically inserted, and I can change this and remove this later. Once you've selected your object, you'll need to choose your procedure from the Procedure window on the right-hand side. From the Procedure menu, I'm going to choose New Sheet. Once I select this option, I'm going to remove the previous string that had been inserted. Now, from New Sheet, I'm going to add a few more lines in order to execute my event. First, I'm going to declare my variable. To do this, I'm going to insert dim and sheet name as string. Once I've done this, I'm going to need to assign a value to my variable, so I'm going to go just below and put sheet name equals input box. This will enable the user to enter the name manually. Now in order to create an input box, I'm going to insert an open parentheses followed by quotation marks, and I'm going to insert the text that I would like to appear in the input box, so I'm going to put enter a name. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and close the parentheses. Next, I'm going to set the name for the active sheet. So to do this, I'm going to put in active sheet, followed by a period, and name, and I'm going to make this equal to sheet name. Finally, to choose where to place the new sheet, I'm going to use active sheet with a period and move, and I'm going to choose after. And then I'm going to insert a colon followed by equals sheets, and in parentheses, sheets period count. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses, and this will create an event that opens up an input box directly in my workbook. Now you can create additional reminders. I'm going to go down below, and I'm going to go up, back, and make sure that my object is selected to Workbook, and I can go to my procedure menu. I want to add a reminder so that way the users remember to save before closing the document. So to do this, from the procedure menu, I'm going to have to choose the option Before Close. After I've entered this, I'll see that my string is automatically inserted, and if I want to add a message box, I'm going to insert message box, followed by an open parentheses and my quotation marks, and the string that I would like to appear. After I've done this, I can close off my quotation marks and close the parentheses. Lastly, if I want to add another reminder with an event, I'm going to say that once the document has been saved, that you can close the document. To do this, I'll need to go back up and be sure that the workbook object has been selected, and from the procedure menu, I can go up once more, and after the save has been done, I want another message box to appear. So I'm going to insert message box, followed by the open parentheses and quotation marks and the string that I would like to appear after the document has been saved. After I've done that, I can close off the quotation marks and parentheses. To test these events, I'm going to return to my workbook. To do this, I'm going to go down over the Excel document in my taskbar, and I'm going to select my workbook. Now if I go down and add a new sheet, I can see that an input box appears and I can enter the name for my new sheet. To do this, I can go down to the field below and enter the name of the sheet. After I've done this, I can select OK, and I can see that the sheet has been renamed below. Now if I try to close this particular workbook without saving by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, I can see that the event reminder will appear reminding me to save my changes. I'm going to select OK below, and I can see that the standard Excel reminder to save my document has opened up as well. Now I'm going to leave this menu by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and I'm going to save my document by selecting the Save option in the top left-hand corner. Once I select Save, I can see that my next event reminder will open up, reminding me that I can now close my document since it has been saved. To leave this message box, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to create events and reminders within Excel. There are 3 types of errors that can occur in macros: syntax, runtime, and logic errors. See how to identify and correct macro errors with Excel 2019. Now in Visual Basic, you can identify errors as you write your code. For example, if I go down and enter a sub-procedure by entering sub, and I forget to add a name for my sub-procedure and select Enter directly, I'll have a syntax error indicating that this is a compile error and that I need to add an identifier. To solve this, I'm going to leave the dialog box by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and I'm going to go back to my sub-procedure and enter a name. After I've done this with an open and close parentheses, I can select Enter. You can also have syntax errors if you don't declare your variable fully. So I'm going to go up and add some more lines, and I'm going to declare my variable with dim, and my first variable will be A, and I want to declare it as, but if I don't declare it and select Enter, again I'll get another syntax error. I can leave the dialog box again by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, and I'll be brought back into the line of code where the error has occurred. I'm going to declare this as an integer, and if I select Enter, I'm going to declare A is equal to 10. Now I can also add a message box to appear, so I'm going to put in message box, and I'm going to add my text string. After I've done this, I'm going to include my value with and A. Now if I run this by selecting the keyboard shortcut F5, I can see that I get my value with the message box that appears. To return to my macro, I can select OK. Now if I go up and I change the value from an integer to a string, for example, I'm going to add text, and I select F5 once more to run, I can see that I have an error. Now, from this runtime error, I can choose to end and ignore it, or I can choose debug, and this will bring me to the step within my code where the error occurs. Once I select this option, I can see that I have an arrow on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, I'll see where the error occurs. If I want to correct this error, I can go back and I can change this back to an integer. But If I want to leave it as a string, I'll need to go back and change the previous line and declare this as a string rather than an integer. Now while I'm here, I'm going to add another variable, and I'm going to add b as integer. After I've added my second integer, I'm going to go down below, and I'm going to declare the value for b. I'm going to make this equal to hi. After I've done this, I can enter a message box. And I'm going to make the message box just the value of b. Now after I've done this, another way you can check for errors is to go up to your menu bar and you'll see the option Debug. From Debug, you'll have a few options below, and in order to step into your code, you can choose a Step Into. This will run each line of your code, and you can choose the keyboard shortcut F8 to jump through each line of your code and run to see if there are any errors. As I can see, all is running smoothly, and I can select OK to return to my macro. And if I select F8 once more, I can see that I have another error. Now I can choose Debug, or I can choose End to ignore the error. You may want to ignore some errors and come back to them later, or you may want to solve them straight away. Another way you can do this is to add on error to your lines of code. This will help you flag your errors as you type them, and you'll be able to go to specific lines, or you can resume and ignore those errors. For example, to use on error, you'll need to type in on error and go to a specific line. So if I want to go to line 2, for example, I can select that option. Otherwise, if you would like to ignore your errors, you can also use on error, resume, and next. This will help you jump over those errors as you run your macros. So now you've seen how to identify and solve macro errors within Excel. The VBA editor in Excel 2019 enables you to insert and modify user forms. A user form object is a window or dialog box that makes up part of an application's user interface. See how to add a user form, insert user form objects, and remove user form objects or user forms you no longer need. From the VBA editor, if I'd like to insert a user form, I can go up to the menu bar and choose Insert. From the menu below, I can select User Form. You can also insert a user form directly from your standard toolbar. So if I go down just below, I can select Insert User Form. You can also select the drop-down menu to the right and select User Form. Now once you insert a user form, you'll notice in the top left-hand corner, your project window will contain a new section, Forms. Under Forms, you'll find your user forms, and you can expand and collapse the menu by selecting the plus and minus option on the left-hand side of Forms. Now from the user form itself, you'll be able to select it and you'll have access to the properties below within the property window. To the right, within the macro window, you'll find your user form itself. Now your user form can be resized by selecting the handles on the outer perimeter. So if I go towards the bottom right-hand corner, I can select the corner by holding down with the left button on my mouse, and I can drag out and make my user form larger or smaller as needed. You'll also notice that when you insert a user form that you have a toolbox that may appear. This toolbox will enable you to insert objects. For example, if I'm looking to insert a label, I can go down to my toolbox and select Label, and I go over my user form, hold down with the left button on my mouse, and drag out the size of my label. Now, as you can see, when you insert a label, a text field will also be inserted, and you can choose to modify the text by selecting within, and choosing backspace and removing the existing text. Now I'm going to insert text into my label. You can also resize your objects by using the handles on the outer perimeter. So if I'd like to make this label a bit smaller, I'm going to again select the bottom right-hand corner, and I'm going to drag it inwards to make the label a bit smaller. Now you can also insert other objects. So if I would like to access my toolbox, I'm going to select outside my label. And once I've selected outside of my label, my toolbox will reappear. If you don't see your toolbox, you can also activate it by going up to your standard toolbar and choosing Toolbox. Now, if you'd like to see which kind of objects you can insert into your user form, you can hover over each of the items and you'll get information regarding that particular object. I can insert a text box, and if I continue going towards the right, I can insert a combo box, as well as different types of boxes such as list box. If I'd like to insert a button, I can do that as well. So if I go down below, and I find that I would like to insert one of these buttons, such as a command button, I can select that option, and I can go up, and again I can hold down the left button of my mouse and insert that object. I can select within to modify the text. Once I'm done modifying this object, I can select outside. Now you can also arrange your objects once you start inserting multiple objects into your user form. For example, if I would like to group these two items together, I can select one, hold down the Shift key, and select the second one. Once I've selected both objects, I can let go of the Shift key, and I can go up to my menu bar and choose the formatting options. From the options below, you'll see options to align your objects, make your objects the same size regarding the height and width, or both, and if you go down towards the bottom, you'll see additional options such as spacing, and even where to place the object on your form. Now to group your objects, you can select Group, and this will make them essentially into one object that can be moved about your form. So if I select my object, I can hold down and I can move it within my form and let go. If I would like to ungroup them, I'll need to return to the Format menu and choose Ungroup to remove the grouping. If you find that you would like to remove an object, you can do that as well. So I'm going to select outside my objects and select one object and choose the Delete key on my keyboard, and this will remove that object. If you find that you would like to remove the form altogether, you can do that as well. You'll need to go up to your project window, right-click over the user form that you would like to remove, and choose Remove User Form, and a dialog box will appear. From this dialog box, you can choose to back up your user form by selecting Yes, and your File Explorer will open up, and this is useful if you'd like to continue using this form, but perhaps in a different macro. I'm not going to save my user form or back it up, so I'm going to select No, and I can see that my user form has been removed, and if I go up to the project window, I can see that the whole form section has been removed as well, since I only had one user form. So now you've seen how to insert user forms, user form objects, as well as remove those objects or forms you no longer need in Excel. Once you've inserted your user form and objects, you can start customizing the form to suit your needs. If I would like to start modifying my user form, for example, I would like to change the name of the form as it appears in the project window, as well as the caption in the top left-hand corner, first I'll have to select my form. To do this, I can select it from my project window, or I can select the form directly. And you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner that your properties will open up. From the Properties window, you'll see that your properties are organized either categorized or by alphabetical. Below, to change the name of my user form, I can select the field Name. And if you're having difficulty seeing what is previewed in your Properties window, you can easily slide over the menu. I'm going to select the Name field, and I'm going to choose Backspace to remove the current user form name. Now I can give my user form a new name. Be sure to leave out any spaces. After you've named your form, if you would like to rename the caption, you can do that as well by going down below and selecting the caption field. From here, again, I'm going to select Backspace and give my caption a new name. Now, once I select outside the field, I can see that my caption has changed. Unlike the name of the user form, you can put spaces in your caption. Besides modifying the name of your user form, you can also modify the size. You can do this manually by selecting the handles on the outer perimeter, or you can go to your Properties menu and scroll down. Now, from my Properties window, I'm going to modify the width by going down to the Width field. From here, I can type in the exact width I would like to have for my user form. Once I've done this and select Outside, I can see the size of my form has adjusted. You can do the same for the height, so if I scroll up to Height, I can select the field and modify the size. Again, once I'm done, I can select outside the field and I'll be able to see those changes. Besides modifying the size and the name, if you'd like to modify the appearance such as the color or fonts, you can do that as well directly from the Properties window. For example, I would like to change the background color for this particular user form. To do this, I'll need to go to Back Color and select the field on the right-hand side. Once you select the field, you'll see a drop-down menu, and you can choose from the tab System, which are the default colors, or you can select Palette and select your own color. I'm going to go down and choose yellow, and I'll be able to see this applied to my user form. Now you can also modify the border color as well as border style if you wish. Besides modifying the color of the form itself, you could also modify the color of your objects. To do this, you'll need to select your object, and once you've selected your object, again, you'll see Back Color or Back Style. Now, to quickly match the color, you can change the back style by selecting the field and choosing the drop-down menu and choosing Transparent, and you can see that my label now blends with the background. Now, in order to change the style of the fonts within an object, you can do that as well directly from the font menu just below. Once you select this field and choose the three dots on the right-hand side, you'll see a window will appear. On the left-hand side, you can choose your font. So if I'm looking to change to Arial, for example, I can type in the font name. After you've done this, you'll see on the right-hand side that you can change the font style. I can select regular, and I can also change the font size. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a sample preview of what your text will look like, and in order to apply this, you'll need to select OK on the right-hand side. You can also group objects and change them as well. So if I select my labels on the left-hand side by selecting the first one and holding Shift and selecting 3 more below, I could choose to change the alignment. To do this, I'll need to go down towards the bottom, and you'll see the option Text Align. From here, you can select the field, choose the drop-down menu, and you'll see Left, Center, and Right Align. I'm going to select Center, and I can see that my text has been aligned in the center of these objects. Again, if I'd like to change the font of all these objects at the same time, I can do that as well by scrolling up, choosing Font, and selecting the 3 dots on the right-hand side. I'm going to just quickly change the style, so I'm going to make these bold and a bit larger. Now, if you'd like to add an effect such as a strikeout or underline, you can select these options. I'm going to select Underline, and I'll be able to see the preview, and then I can select OK to apply. If I would like to change the format of these items as I have them selected, you can do that as well from your menu bar by selecting Format, and if I'd like to make these all the same size, for example, I could choose Make Same Size and select Width, Height, and both. I would like to change the appearance of the buttons on the right-hand side. To do this, I can again select one or hold Shift and select both objects. If I'm looking to change the background color, I'm going to go back to my Properties window, choose Back Color, select the drop-down menu, and I'm going to choose System. Now, from here, I can choose one of the default colors. I can choose Active Border, or I can go back, and I can select a lighter color, so that way it's easier to see the contrast. Once you start making modifications in the appearance, it's a good idea to keep an eye on what that will look like for the user. To do that, you'll need to run your user form. So first I'm going to select outside of my objects, and I'm going to select the outer perimeter of my form. To run the form, I'm going to go up to my toolbar and select the Run option. Now I'll be able to see what my user form will look like for my users. As I can see, since I increased the size, I may need to remove this extra space at the bottom and the right-hand side of my user form to make it more appealing to the user's eye. To leave my form, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen different ways on how to customize your user form within Excel. With forms, you can add data entries to your Excel worksheet easily. See how to program a form, perform actions such as data entry, saving entries, or canceling actions. From my worksheet below, I've already added a button into my macro, and if I select this button, my form will open up. From my form below, if I enter any information, such as a client name, and I select Save on the right-hand side, I can see that the information does not automatically go into my worksheet. This is because I need to add procedures to my user form in order to do so. To do this, I'll need to access the VBA editor. First, I'm going to close off my form, and then from the Developer tab, I'm going to choose Visual Basic on the left-hand side. From Visual Basic, I'm going to go up to my project window, and just under Forms, I'm going to right-click over my New Entry form, and I'm going to select the option View Code. Once you've done this, you'll be able to add code to your form. For example, you can add an object by going up to the Object menu and selecting your corresponding object. I'm going to choose my user form, and I'm going to add a procedure. To do this, I'm going to go up to the Procedure menu, and then I'm going to go down and choose Initialize. Now, as you can see, when you had selected your object, a procedure was automatically input. You can remove this particular procedure by selecting it and choosing backspace to remove the code. Below, I'm going to identify the fields in my user form as blank text fields. So if I go back to the left-hand side and double select my form, I can see in my form that I have 3 different fields that I'd like to identify as empty in the center. To do this, again, I'm going to right-click over my form and choose View Code. And I can choose to compose this particular procedure. First, I'm going to select Tab, and then I'm going to enter the name of the field that I would like to leave empty. After I've done this, I can insert a period followed by value and an equal symbol followed by an open and close quotation mark. Now I can do the same for the following fields below, for example, the email field and the company field, by entering the same criteria. I'm going to quickly insert those. Now, after I've entered this procedure, if I'd like to enter another procedure, for example, I would like to save those values to my worksheet, I'm going to need to enter another object and procedure. To do this, I'm going to go up to my object field, and I'm going to apply this to the Save button. So I'm going to go down to Save button, and I can see that a new procedure has been inserted. Now, once the Save button has been clicked, I want to perform a specific action. Now, I've already copied my procedure, so I'm going to quickly paste it in. As you can see below, I've declared my variable. I've also put in the sheet that is activated and the empty row corresponding with the row in my worksheet. For example, I can see that I have the name box value, which will appear in the corresponding row, as well as the column number. Now, this is important to line up your object with the location on your worksheet where you would like to place it. Now, this may differ from your own, so if you have your values that you would like to store in another column, such as the third column, which happens to be column C, you'll have to start with the number 3. After I've entered those values, I would like to enter one more procedure, which is the Cancel button. To do this, I'm going to go back up to my object and choose the Cancel button. From here, I'm going to enter a simple procedure, so I'm going to insert Unload Me, which will close the form. After I've inserted my procedures, I'll be able to run and test my form by first saving it in the top left-hand corner, and I'm going to select to go back to my Excel worksheet. Once I'm back at my worksheet, I'm going to test my form by selecting Create New Entry, and I'm going to insert values for the client name, email address, and company. After I've entered those values, if I go towards the right-hand side and choose Save, I can see if I move over my form that those values have automatically been inserted once I select Save. Now, if I want to cancel, I can select Cancel, and this will close off my form. You can also leave your form by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to program your form to insert data entries into your Excel worksheet. In order to keep track of data entries, you can create actions to automatically insert the date and time alongside your form entries. See how to create macro actions and track changes in real time with Excel. Now for my worksheet below, I've created a form to add entries for the first 3 columns found within my worksheet. If any changes are made within these first 3 columns, I would like to have the date and time saved in the column on the right-hand side. To do this, I'll need to add an object and procedure to my worksheet. To do this, I'll need to go to the Visual Basic editor, so from my Developer tab, I'm going to choose Visual Basic on the left-hand side. Within the project window in the top left-hand corner, I'm going to go over my worksheet, which happens to be labeled by default Sheet 1, and I'm going to right-click with my mouse and choose View Code. By default, I don't have any code here, so I'm going to start creating my object and procedure. To do this, I'm going to select my object menu just above, and I'm going to choose my worksheet. Now you can see by default a procedure has automatically been inserted, but I'm going to remove this after. Next, I'm going to have to select which procedure to apply. I'm going to go towards the right-hand side and select the procedure menu, and I'm going to go down and select Change. Now once I select that option, I'm going to remove the previous procedure that had been inserted. Now in order to compose this procedure, I'm going to have to compose it in a few different steps. In the first line of this procedure, I'm going to add a condition to define which cells should be tracked. To do this, I'm going to enter my first line, which is if not, intersect range, and my range of cells, followed by target is nothing, and target count equals 1, then. Now this means that if any changes are made within the cell range A2 through C15 in my worksheet, then the date and time will be added. Now I'm going to go to the next line in my condition, and I'm going to deactivate events for Excel to avoid errors. To do this, I'll need to insert application, period, enable events equals false. Now after I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line. Now I'm going to add a line to insert the creation of the data next to the created entry. To do this, I'm going to insert target, period, offset within parentheses 0, 1 equals now. This will insert the date. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line. Finally, to reactivate events, I'm going to need to insert application, period, enable events equals true. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line, and I'm going to end my condition by entering end if. Now after I've done this, I can test this particular object and procedure by saving it first, by choosing the Save option in the top left-hand corner, and then I'm going to return to my worksheet. To test whether or not this works, I'm going to have to insert data entries into my form, so I'm going to select Create New Entry. After I've done this, I'm going to select Save on the right-hand side. And if I leave my form by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, I can see that today's date and time have automatically been inserted, enabling me to track the changes. So now you've seen how to use macros to track changes in a worksheet within Excel. You can use macros within formulas to execute functions in your Excel worksheet. See how to insert and test a formula containing a macro in Excel 2019. From my worksheet below, I can see that I have a column inserted for age. In order to calculate the age based on the dates found in column D, I'm going to use a macro. If I go to my VBA editor from my Developer tab and select Visual Basic, I can see that I've already inserted a module, and on the right-hand side I have my macro inserted. Now I've created a macro with a variable regarding date of birth. After I've declared my variable, I went through and made an age calculation based on the date of birth found in the column that I'll be selecting as my cell of reference. Once I've created the condition and the macro itself, I'll be able to insert it into my worksheet as a function. Now I'm going to return to my Excel worksheet by selecting View Microsoft Excel. From my worksheet, in order to insert a macro as a function, I'm first going to select the cell where I'd like to insert the function. Next, I'm going to go up to my formula bar, and to the left, you'll find the option Insert Function. From the Insert Function menu, you'll notice just below that you can choose the category in which to insert your macro. By default, it's selected to Most Recently Used,
but if I select the drop-down menu, I can go down to the bottom and choose User Defined. This will bring up my list of macros already contained within this worksheet. As I can see, I have my age calculator macro selected, and to insert it, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I select this option, it's going to ask me to choose a cell of reference. But if I skip this step and select OK, I'll be able to see that my macro has been inserted. Since I haven't chosen a cell of reference, it's showing as an error, but if I select the cell itself, I'll be able to see the name of the macro is located in the formula. To add my cell of reference, I can go back up and choose the Insert Function icon, and from the menu I can choose my cell of reference by selecting the cell selection icon, and then I'm going to choose my cell of reference, and then select the cell selection icon once again. After I've chosen this cell, I'll be able to see a preview of the result, and I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I can see that the formula has applied and indeed works. If I'd like to apply this macro function to the rest of my cells below, I can easily use the autofill option by selecting the top cell and double selecting the black plus symbol in the bottom right-hand corner. And I'll be able to see all the values. If I go over and I change a value, for example, from 1982 to 1981, and then I select outside the cell, I'll be able to see that the function indeed works and updates as I change the cell of reference. So now you've seen how to insert a macro as a function within Excel. If you need to format your text, you can use macros to quickly change your text formatting, such as change the text to upper or proper case. See how to create macros to format text and run those macros in your worksheet in Excel. From my worksheet below, I can see if I go to the left-hand side, I have two columns containing first name and last name. Within the last name column, I would like to convert the text to uppercase, and for the first name column, I would like to convert them to proper case. In order to do this quickly, I can create macros. In order to create a macro to convert my text to uppercase, I'm going to go to my Visual Basic editor by selecting Visual Basic from my Developer tab. Once I'm in the Visual Basic editor, I can see that I've already inserted my module, and on the right-hand side, I've started my macro by naming it sub uppercase. Now, in order to create this macro, I'm going to need to insert a few lines. The first line, I'm going to add an indent, and I'm going to define an object. To do this, I'm going to set my text equals an application period, and I'm going to add an input box to create a dialog box. Once I've inserted set my text equals application period input box with an underscore, I can go to the next line. In the next line, I'm going to define the message, which will be prompt equals in quotation marks select your text, followed by a comma and an underscore. After I've inserted this, I'm going to proceed to the next line to define the type of data. To do this, I'm going to insert type equals 8, and then close off my parentheses. Now, after I've inserted this first set of values, I'm going to insert a loop. To do this, I'm going to go to the next line, and I'm going to select backspace to keep my section separate. The first part of my loop is going to contain for each cell selected in my text. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line, and I'm going to tab over. After I've done this, I'm going to set the format. I'm going to insert cell selected period value equals UCase for uppercase, and within parentheses, cell selected period value, close parentheses. Now I'm going to proceed to the next line, and I'm going to close the loop. To do this, I'm going to insert next cell selected. Now, after I've composed this macro to convert text to uppercase, I can also create a macro to convert my text to proper case. In fact, I've already created one, and if I go up to the top right-hand corner, and I select my proper case macro that I've already created, I can see that the macro is quite similar to the uppercase procedure. If I go down below, I can see there is a slight difference. Instead of UCase, I have strconv, and I can see towards the end that I have VB proper case. Other than that, the format is relatively the same. Now, in order to run these macros, I'm first going to save them by selecting the Save option in the top left-hand corner, and then I'm going to return to my Excel worksheet. From my worksheet, in order to run my macro to convert my text to uppercase, I'm going to select Macros from the code group within my Developer tab. Once I select this option, I can choose the macro that I would like to run, so I'm going to choose uppercase, and then select Run on the right-hand side. Now I'll be prompted to select my text. I'm going to select all of the values, and then choose OK. Now I can see that my text has been converted to uppercase. I can do the same for proper case. So if I return to macros, and I select my proper case macro, and choose Run on the right-hand side, I'll again be prompted to select my text, and I can select OK. As you can see, this is a quick way to change the formatting in your worksheet. So now you've seen how to create macros in order to quickly change your Excel worksheet format. If you have specific values that you need to calculate in a list, you can use macros to find those values. See how to create a procedure and calculate a value for specifically formatted values in your Excel worksheet. From my worksheet below, I can see in column F that I have purchase totals, but some of these purchase totals are formatted in bold. I would like to calculate the values for these formatted cells. In order to do this, I can create a macro. I'm going to go to my Visual Basic editor by selecting Visual Basic from the Developer tab. Once I open up Visual Basic Editor, I can see that I've already inserted my module, and I've even given my macro a name. Now, in order to start composing this macro, I'm going to insert the first line, and I'm going to declare my variable for the values. To do this, I'm going to write dim cell value as range. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line. Next, I'm also going to declare the variable for the totals. To do this, I'm going to insert dim total as variant. After I've declared my variables, I'm going to proceed to the next line. Next, I'm going to add for each statement for the selection for each cell value in a selection. After I've done this, again, I'm going to go to the next line. Now I'm going to add an if-then statement to define which values should be considered. To do this, I'm going to insert if cell value period font period bold equals true then. After I've entered these values again, I'm going to go to the next line. Now I'm going to add another if-then statement to calculate only numeric values. I'm going to insert if is numeric, and within parentheses, cell value, then total equals total plus cell value period value. Now I'm going to proceed to the next line. To close the if-then statements above, I'm going to insert and if. Now I'm going to insert next, followed by message box total, and I'm also going to add the total of the spreadsheet in the range H2, which will equal total. After I've entered these values, I'll be able to run my macro after saving it in the top left-hand corner and returning to my spreadsheet. Now, in order to run my macro, I'm first going to select my cell range where the bold cells are located. After I've selected my range, I'm going to proceed up to macros located in the code group found within the Developer tab. From here, I'm going to choose the macro I just created, top totals, and select Run on the right-hand side. Now I can see the dialog box with the total, and if I select OK from this dialog box, and I scroll back up, I can see that the total has indeed been placed in H2, which I had specified within my macro. So now you've seen how to calculate values for specifically formatted text in Excel. If you frequently need to export your charts in Excel, you can create and run macros to export and save your charts. See how to create a macro to easily export your charts in Excel.
From my worksheet below, I can see that I've already created my chart. If I'd like to export this chart, for example, in JPG or PNG format, I can use macros. To do this, I'll need to first access my Visual Basic Editor from my Developer tab. As you can see below, I've already inserted my module, and on the right-hand side, I've chosen to name this particular macro Chart Export. In order to start creating the procedure below, I'm first going to declare the variable, which is dim my chart as chart. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line. Now I'm going to set the value for the variable, which is the chart selected in the active sheet. So I'm going to insert set my chart equals active sheet period chart object and in parentheses 1 period chart. After I've done this, I'm going to go to the next line. Now I'm going to define how to export the chart. Notice you will need a file path and where to save the document. For example, to find your file path, you can choose your File Explorer at the bottom within your taskbar, and from your File Explorer you can choose a save location such as your desktop and a particular folder. As you start selecting your file path, you'll notice at the top that you have the file path location. You can copy the path from the address bar, and after you have the path, you'll be able to define the name and format of the file. To do this, I'm going to return to my macro, and I'm going to insert my chart period export file name followed by colon and equals quotation marks, and I'm going to paste in my path. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert my file name followed by colon and equals JPG in quotation marks. As you can see, I've added all of these elements and I have my file path that I copied directly from my File Explorer. After you've added this path, you can see that I've added as a JPG file. You can also insert other file types if you wish. Now, once I've created the macro, I'm going to save it by selecting Save in the top left-hand corner, and then I'm going to return to my Excel worksheet. From my worksheet, in order to export my chart, I'm first going to select it from my worksheet, and then I'm going to go up to Macros located in my Developer tab, and I'm going to choose the macro I've just created, Chart Export, and select Run. Once I've done this, my file should be exported to my desktop. To verify, I can minimize my Excel worksheet, and from my desktop I can see that my chart has been exported directly to my desktop. So now you've seen how to create a macro to export your chart within Excel.